Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and a lot of Texans stuff to talk about. A lot of Texans stuff. You know what, though? Here, something we never give the early callers, Dell. Let's pick at 7:10 exactly. Call in at 713-780-3776, and the fourth caller is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. We never give the people that are here from the get-go a chance to play. So how about that? You guys who are here, you know now, at 7:10, call 713-780-3776, and you'll play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy, where you get a chance to go to a game with 4 free tickets and the limo ride there and back. How's that? And we got a lot of Texans. There's some interesting stuff that came out of yesterday. D'Amico meets the media. CJ meets the media. A lot of guys were talked to. One of the things was that D'Amico, the offensive line, the switching off of Juice and Lakin.
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot of the year, kind of rotating.
Yeah, and D'Amico says he feels like they're better when they're on a pitch count. You know, I don't. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe if they're in the game too long, they tire out or whatever the case. I don't know.
I've never heard of that in my life. Well, I've heard of rotating in
and
out.
Yeah, they rotate guys.
No, I've heard of rotating in, but not a lot. Not good teams don't end up rotating offensive linemen. Not typically. Not in the NFL. In college, it's actually something we're seeing a ton. A&M is rotating a lot of linemen. We're seeing that with there's another offensive lineman we're looking at with Joe Moore Wards. And and the rationale there is that, well, you know, with injuries, with portal the way it is, we want guys to have experience. We want as many guys to have experience as possible. Maybe Texas should have done more of that so their guys would have been ready to play better this year.
Yeah.
But A&M's doing a lot of
rotating. When you're on a playoff run, though, it's hard to do that.
No, I'm just kind of joking. Like, you're five best. But defensive lines rotate. But in the NFL, you don't see it a lot. If you're doing that, well, first and foremost, if you're doing it, you got a problem at one of the positions. If you have to take Quentin Nelson has never been on a pitch count.
No, well, Quentin Nelson's an all-pro.
Yeah, good players don't get on pitch counts. Let me put it that way.
Right.
It's almost like he's just trying to maintain a competition there, I think, is what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, you got utility guys in other sports that, come in. You got running backs that switch out.
Yeah. Offensive lineman is one of the only positions you don't see that.
Yeah, right. Or quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback, yeah.
If you're doing that with a quarterback, you got a big problem.
You're going 3-4 deep at wide receiver, 2, sometimes 3 deep at running back. Tight ends, you run 2, sometimes 3 tight ends. And defensive
line.
You would never bring your third tackle in unless you had to, or you're in an overload situation.
A lot of times you're not going to do that with cornerback. You'll do that with defensive line all the time. Linebackers switch in and out.
Yes, a lot of times they just go off the field for another DB. You don't rotate safeties typically. Well, our guys are our guys.
With Harris and Totoa and EJ Speed, they'll rotate.
But Harris doesn't play that much, though.
No,
he usually just fights on the sideline.
Not anymore.
When he's not inactive.
He just hits guys in the sideline.
Yeah. He's kind of and plays special teams.
Right, but it was interesting. Lakin Tomlinson was asked about it, and he didn't understand. He really didn't understand the question. He's like, "Hey, so why are they doing? Or did they explain it?" He goes, "No, they just tell me go in or don't go."
That's all it is.
That's all. He said, "I just do my job. That's all." And it was the right answer. It's the right answer, but it's interesting because you're right. A lot of teams won't do that, but maybe they are better. If Lakin's on the field too long, maybe that's a bad thing. Let's give him some reps. He's fresh. He feels good. He's sharp.
Whatever they're doing, they're working. Keep it up.
It is.
I don't know what you're doing, Texas, but keep it up on that O-line because it's working.
No, well, it's not working. It's just terrible. Oh. And they got to. I don't know. It's just a mess there. It's just a total mess.
Well, I'm looking at I found a guard from Penn State. So we've got a guard from Penn State that we're going to look at in the second round.
So
more of a power player, more so than a.
So if you had your druthers, it wouldn't be a tackle, or a center. It would be a guard.
Yeah, I think it'd be a guard. I mean, I want to look at tackle too, but you got 2. You're okay right now at tackle. It would be interior offensive line. Yeah, I don't think you're good enough there.
Yeah.
So, if I had to, I mean, Ursary, you're already in on Ursary. There's nothing to do about that. And Howard, you got under contract now. You could cut him if you want and save some money, but for what? Are you ready to find another tackle?
You want a rookie?
I mean, I'm just like, screw it. Just stay with Howard. Let's just look for.
Well, is he playing that badly?
I didn't say he was necessarily. But
No, right. But that's what you got to. If he's playing poorly, I don't care how much you paid him.
Right.
Right. But it seems like the guards are a problem. That's a problem. So you found a Penn State guy.
Yeah. Well, everyone
they're having
knows
a great year.
It's not a secret.
They're having a great year.
Yeah.
So grab him.
Well, he's pretty good. I don't like their tackle as much, but yeah, he's playing pretty good. So that's fine.
So D'Amico, okay, Del, the D'Amico quote about it's like the guys have to do what we tell them to do. This is apparently this is a problem because we've got a couple of instances of players saying the same thing of what D'Amico said. Here is. Okay, so they practice all week, and then they go to the games, and apparently what they practice isn't translating on Sundays.
I'm figuring out why things are happening. It's always baffling as a coach when you go through and you practice a certain thing and you work it a certain way, and guys get in the game and do something completely different. Well, that's being disjointed. Like, we got to be on the same page. And not on the same page, like we don't know what we're doing. We just got to do what we called. We got to run what we call, right? The techniques we work, the things we established throughout training camp, we got to do that, right? And when we do that, you'll see we operate efficiently. We are able to be in the right spot defensively, special teams-wise. We're able to get our blocks done the right way when we just execute what we practice all week, right? You can't get in a game. So I told our guys today, you can't get in a game and overcomplicate football. I know football can be a complex game within a game, but to me, football is simple. And you make it simple, you keep it simple, and allow guys to go play fast. All right, and that's what we've done, but we don't need to make things up. We don't need to try to do something or press and make a play. Just be like, we just have to stay with what we've been coached to do it the right way every single time. When I say it's one snap at a time, that's what I truly mean. It's not, I need to make this big play. You need to focus in one snap at a time, do exactly what you're coached to do. When we do that, we play well. When we get outside of that and we try to do more, that's when we don't play well. So it's not complicated to play this game. We don't need to make it that way. Let's play fast and let's play fun.
He just told you a lot in there. What he's telling you is that he's got guys playing out of structure, trying to do some things that they're not supposed to do, which, more than likely he's saying that about the defense, I think, because that's a lot of times.
Well, I mean, when you see the guard and tackle running, banging into each other, maybe they just the guard.
It's just a miss.
Yeah, he forgot.
Are you talking about the play from a while back?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but, Ed Ingram.
But either that or a running back not picking up a blitz, a guy inside, instead he's going out in a flat or whatever. There are a lot of things. It's funny because we got Jalen Noel talk and also Kaimi Fairbairn talking about these very things, the very things. They tell us to do something and we just don't do it. That's why C.J. Gardner.
That's like my kids. What? So D'Amico's dealing with a bunch of Zerline kids. I tell them to do it. They say they're going to do it, and then they don't do it.
Right.
Like snacks. Well, you said you were going to feed the dogs. It's 9 o'clock. They haven't eaten yet. Forgot. Is this what's happening on? Is this what's happening on offense with wide receivers route running? Like, I thought you were going to snap this break off sharper, like we talked about in practice. I forgot.
It's why C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't here. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you know what? He was taught to do something. This is what we're going to do. We're going to be too deep, or you're going to have this third, or whatever the case may be. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson just decided, no, I am going to try. I'm going to play hero ball, and I'm going to try to, jump this route. And boom, they go the other way, touchdown or huge gain, lose the game. C.J. Gardner-Johnson did that multiple times that we've seen, and it cost them, and it cost them a game. And so you can't be here anymore. You're going to play hero ball. You can't be here anymore. I think this might be more of, we taught you to do that during the week, and yet you You're just not doing it.
Yeah, they're not doing things they talk about, whether it's, for offensive line, it can be something having to do with twist or blitz pickup. It could be CJ with not doing something that they said, okay, when you see this front, when you see the safeties roll down, we need to be looking for this when this team, because this is how they blitz. It could be wide receivers running hot routes.
Yes.
It could be any number of things.
Well, as a matter of fact, we got Jalen Noel, and it's that very thing. Landry Locker put this out.
Landry's doing a good job. He
is doing a great job. He's doing a great job. Landry Locker put this out, and here is Jalen Noel talking about the wide receivers actually doing what they're told.
Yeah, just being on the same page. That's the biggest thing at the end of the day, and our precision has to be on point, especially in the quick game. CJ's going to have to go through his reads quick, so the receivers got to be at the right spot at the right time. And I feel like there's been moments we've been good at it and moments we haven't been good at it. So just coming together and making sure that we're good when it comes time Sunday, and we'll be fine.
That could be getting off a press. That could be, hey, we don't have a lot of time to dance on this release. We need you to give it a step and go. Just get an inside release and go.
Or the guy that's on him blitzes, and you got it right now. You got to run that slant and be ready on a hot route.
And that's basic. Like you're learning that in college, if not high school. That hey, if you get a free release, if your guy free releases, then you immediately need to turn and look hot.
Yes. Yeah.
Now
exactly.
CJ has to see it too.
But he says sometimes we're good at it, sometimes we're not.
Yeah. No, and he's talking. That's a wide receiver talking about quick game, talking about being able to quick throws, being where they're supposed to be. That's exactly what we're talking about.
D'Amico apparently, because he talked about it, and then Kaimi was asked, and we'll play his sound a little bit later. Yes, they told me to do this, and I didn't do it, Jalen Noel just told you. Sometimes we're doing it right, and sometimes we're just not. It's just we're making mental mistakes. We're not doing what we're supposed to do. This must be a huge emphasis for D'Amico to be talking about this with us, and to hear his players saying the same thing, echoing what he's saying.
Yeah.
They're not doing what they practiced during the week. I remember, I forget who it was. There was a guy who, in the middle of the season, I think he was a linebacker, and in the middle of the season, there was one play, and he made a pick, and it was like unbelievable, but he was where he wasn't supposed to be, according to the coach. And the coach said, well, why were you there? And he said, well, don't you remember back in training camp, if this guy did this, then I was going to do this. And that was one play back in training camp 2 months ago. And the kid remembered what to do, and the coach was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot we did that. I forgot."
Well, that's high football IQ.
That's high. It's huge.
Yeah,
and maybe this team doesn't have that.
No, and they might not. I mean, they actually probably don't. Like defensively, and that includes defense. You got guys who will swarm, and look at the way Aziz plays. I'm not sure that's high football IQ. But it's intensity. But you can't, at some point you have to be able to think the game too, because your coaches can't coach you. It can't be from every play. Sometimes you just got to know what to do. You got to be thinking out on the football field and say, "Ooh, I recognize this." Ray Lewis was a high football IQ player, but a lot of it goes. So was Ed Reed. But they also watched a ton of tape. The more tape you watch, the smarter you get, because you recognize tendencies and you start to. You're out in the field and you say, "Oh, I recognize this." Just like whoever the linebackers you're talking about, they recognize something.
Yep, exactly. All right, we got a listener, Del. We got a contestant.
Yep,
we do. We've got a contestant to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy tomorrow at 9:30. That's always fun. That's good stuff. So we appreciate you. Thanks for listening, and a little payback for you, early listeners. I want to remind you, too, while you early listeners out there, that if you're going to get a turkey for Thanksgiving, go to Damaris.com. I'm telling you, it's the best turkey. I'm getting one. We're getting one or two. We've gotten two before because the night before we just picked it apart and crushed it, so we needed another one. That's how good it is. So get a couple. And make sure you get the Cajun turkey, because it's the best turkey I've ever had. They deep fry it, and they spice it up just perfect. The way Del likes it, not put hot sauce on top of it. Put the spice in the turkey. So that's that. And Del, Dell, you would love that. Dell's not a big turkey guy. He thinks, what? Don't you think it's just it's meh turkey?
It's the Notre Dame of proteins. It's hearty. It's there. You kind of know what to expect. And then with Damaris, oh look, that's a little spice to it. Hey, that's a bit of Jadarian Price or Jeremiah Love.
How about that?
But normally they're kind of like Anthony Fasano.
Yeah, right.
That's what turkey is.
Yeah, just meh. But
Anthony
no, this
Fasano. What a great pull for a turkey. Typically, turkeys are more Anthony Fasano.
Yeah.
It's like,
no,
I don't know. He's fine, I guess.
This one is Joe Montana. This one's Joe Montana. That's what this one is. I'm going back. It's
maybe something
great.
from before 79.
Well, that's
or after 79.
But listen, he's a Hall of Famer. That's a good one.
What about the bus?
Yeah, right.
That's hearty.
It is hearty
well, turkey
too.
can be hearty.
Yeah, no, well,
I mean,
but
if
it's
you
not.
throw a
It's
lot
lean.
of stuffing
It's
with
lean.
it and whatnot.
It's the best. It's the best you can. It's the best food you can have, right? Everybody says
Stop
eat
telling
turkey.
us that.
Yeah,
just fry the turkey and let's go.
All right,
Make it taste
GiveMeTheVin.com.
delicious.
GiveMeTheVin.com is the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. They want to buy your car. Okay, is it a collectible? Because they love – John Clay Wolf loves collectibles. He probably is buying it for himself, okay? And he ain't scared to give you the most money for it. All right? Say goodbye to the private sale tire kickers. Get a true offer for your car. Know what your car is worth by going to GiveMeTheVin.com. And then – if he can't beat CarMax, it's going to be the most. If he can't beat CarMax, he's going to send you a check for $100. And he does. He does that. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll come to you. It's easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97. Get your boy, Colin Cowherd, will you? Can you get your boy, Lance? Kevin Durant's not a culture guy. He's not a two-way player, actually. He's not a grind for 82 game guy. He's a mercenary, okay? And then, Brad O. Kevin Durant held OKC to 1 for 13 shooting from the field as the primary defender. Dort 0 for 4, Kaysen 0 for 3, Chet 1 for 3, SGA 0 for 2, Caruso 0 for 1. He had the crucial late foul, but, you know, Kevin Durant had a poor game. I mean, the missed free throw, the foul.
Poor second half.
The 0 for 4 from 3. You know,
he was not a Kevin Durant game. He was not aggressive in terms of trying to get to a spot where he could get the ball. I kept seeing all these things trying to blame the Rockets and Ime Udoka, like, you didn't call plays for him. Like, dude, he was letting Dort bully him way out beyond the three-point line. What are you talking about?
Well, that's going to be the game plan for against the Rockets.
Yeah, well, not everyone has Dort, and not everyone has the Oklahoma City. But there is going to be that game plan, but – you know, look, not everyone's going to be Oklahoma City. You've just faced the champs. I mean, they can defend about as good as anybody.
Yep. Well, KD, after the game, he said, and KD said it's one game. It's one game. And Colin Cowherd, some of those things that he says, my goodness. I mean, he's always got to have, it's always got to be clickbait, always. I mean, and he's so wrong.
I think he means a lot of – I think Skip Bayless says things that are clickbait. I think Colin means most of what he says.
He means it, but he's there was a compilation of his –
What did he say?
Well, Baker Mayfield, for one.
Oh, but wait. He hated Baker. He hated him.
I know he hates Baker.
Does he still hate him? Probably. That's something that you got to – when you miss on him, you miss on him.
Yeah, well, Baker came in the studio with him and said – Did you play football past high school? Because you don't know
life. That was after he was already.
Yeah, he was already crushing Baker. He told Baker
he wears his hat backwards. Colin was mad that he wore his hat backwards.
Yeah, I know. John Wall, apparently because of his dance that he did coming into in the pregame, he hates John. I mean, there is some. I mean, but this KD take, I mean, he's a mercenary. He's not a defense. He doesn't play defense. I mean, honestly, slow down, Colin. Listen, here's KD. Yeah, he took responsibility. KD did not play his best game. KD made some mistakes. The timeout that was almost called, it almost cost him the game before they got to the overtime. And the missed free throw, here's KD.
What do you think was kind of the defining moment of this game?
I missed the free throw, and I fouled somebody at the end. Fouled Shea, put him up 1. I think those 2 plays, the reason we lost. Is that fair to you? Yeah. I got to be better. I got to knock that free throw down. I got to stay down, be more disciplined. Those opportunities to get a stop, to seal the game, they don't come around too often, so I got to be take more advantage of those.
That's all you want? Just be accountable, move on to the next one. That's
all. I mean, you lost to the champs. Oh, well. Now, Detroit is coming in here pretty good. I mean, what a turnaround last year.
They'll give you a good look.
That's a good young team that they got. We'll see. I don't know. Ime, it's one game, but it was not a good 23 and 22. 23 assists and 22 turnovers is unacceptable behavior. You got to, you know what?
That's poor caddying right there.
That is poor caddying. The kid's got to feed the dog, okay?
Yeah, come on.
Right?
Feed the dog. That means do your job.
Right.
Feed the dog.
Feed the dog. And they didn't
pick your shoes up. Put your clothes on a daybed away. It means
take
just
care
doing
of the
what you're supposed to do.
Stop throwing the ball to the other team.
Well, that's very direct.
Yes. Dude, stop doing that. Maybe we just forgot, Ime. We forgot.
We forgot.
We forgot to not throw the ball to them.
Not pick the ball up 2 feet inside of the half court line, and then have everyone get ball denied, and then throw the ball across court.
Just
Reed, I'm telling you what, man. There's so much heat on Reed Shepherd right now. Do you feel it? I feel the heat that Reed Shepherd must be feeling because this guy lost his minutes last year at a Holiday because they realized he ain't ready. They tried to see if he was ready early, and he wasn't ready. And I'm like, man, after game one, all I can think of is, I mean, they're not going to yank him right away, but
it won't take long.
I can tell you, yeah, it's not going to take long. He may end up losing some minutes again. He better shoot it well, or he better handle it well.
Yeah, I want to hear what Woody Johnson thinks of him. You know, Woody Johnson will tell you
if we
right
complete
now,
a pass.
Can he? Well, one of the things that the kids have to stop doing is giving Steven Adams the ball. 30 feet from the basket.
Or on, well, I don't mind that because he's a relief outlet. You know, from there you get the ball back. What I liked even less is when he was getting it on fast break. Like, what do y'all think Steven Adams is going to do with this? Like, our man made a pass to him, and he's coming down the lane, and Steven Adams, he's not going to do anything with this. He's not going to make it. I mean, unless he's got no one there.
Well, remember when Kevin Durant went, "Hey guys, calm down." That was Steven Adams throwing the ball. From 30 feet from the basket, throwing it to Alpe, and Alpe was already moving, and it was a disaster.
Yeah. Well, Steven Adams is not a starter. I get that they tried it, and maybe they're still trying to figure out what they're doing. Del, was it you that said you think that they did that because maybe with no Fred VanVleet, they're trying to see what they might be able to do, just trying to play with some lineups to see what might be their go-to lineup? Might have been a caller. I don't know.
I don't know. What I said was we thought that they were using the double bigs because they sense advantages in certain spots.
This is it, yeah.
After watching Reed Shepherd out there, I think they may not have had another option than to go with double bigs.
Well, but they've gone double bigs.
No, I know.
This is but double bigs with Jalen Green in the game
with the ball handlers.
Fred VanVleet, that's way different.
Yes,
you have no ball. You have no primaries. Back then, you had two because Jalen would bring the ball up the court.
Right. They had Alpe bringing the ball up the court the other night.
They had Alpe, Kevin Durant. They had. It was literally whoever got the ball in bounds just dribble it.
And wait, what about how many times they could? Hey guys, somebody come back. We got to inbound the ball.
Oh, that was incredible.
Well, a couple of times it happened.
Yeah, it happened a couple of times. Yeah, it's first game. I mean, first game all playing together. It's going to happen.
Yeah,
listen,
no.
We'll talk about the loss, but the reality is I'm happy with how the game went. They competed hard against a team that no Jalen Williams, but we also didn't have Fred VanVleet, so I'm going to use that.
They had one Jalen Williams, just not the good one.
Yeah, well, not real Jalen Williams.
No,
but we didn't have Fred VanVleet, so even Steven.
Yeah, well,
Fred made over $40 million last year.
Yeah, he did.
So that's how valuable he is.
He's
as valuable as an NFL quarterback.
Yep. Well. Yes, and even more so. Look at what Aaron Rodgers is making.
He's going to make more than Kyle Tucker is going to make in free agency. Okay?
How about that?
And Kyle Tucker plays 162 games.
Speaking of free agency, apparently we got windy sound. Let's play what Brian Windhorst thought about the Tari Eason thing on the other side. What he heard on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, Lance, what about sell your house?
Sell your house. Green light offer today. Sell your house today. You got tenants that won't pay the rent? I'll buy tenants who won't pay me the rent houses. Sean will buy any house. He'll buy any house. And really it's not for – look, if you're somebody, your house is in great shape, you just need to – you just want to change out the cabinets in the kitchen and get some fresh paint going. Hey, that's fine. You're probably not for green light offer. But if you're someone who says, I don't want any hassles, we're getting divorced, and we need to get this equitable split. We're not going to sit and wait for this to sell. I'm not putting thousands of dollars into this on top of what I'm spending, with lawyers. I want to get my house sold quickly. What he'll do is he'll buy it quickly from you. He'll give you a fair price. If you don't want to sell to him, don't sell to him. But he's going to give you a fair price. You'll get your cash within 7 to 10 days, typically, is what the typical closing is, and you move on and you're done with it. Same thing if you inherit a home. Somebody sells you a home, and it could be a house in disrepair. That's fine. He'll buy that from you as well. Buys most of those houses that are going to be in disrepair. Give you the money for it, and he'll have the headache. He'll take the headache on himself of moving forward with that. Same thing for relocation houses. Anytime you want to sell, you don't want the hassle of getting your house sale ready. You don't want to have to deal with people coming to the showings, and you have to leave your home and put thousands into your home to get it ready. Let Greenlight Offer do that. They're going to do that on their end. They're just going to make sure you get your money and you're set to go. It's greenlightoffer.com. Give them a shot today. Just go set up your meeting with them. It's no hassle, no obligation. Just go to greenlightoffer.com and find out if they can get you money quickly for your home right away.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I'm watching right now, 35 years ago today, the Chippendales auditioned with Chris Farley and Patrick Swayze. 35 years ago today.
Iconic.
That was maybe one of the
SNL.
great. It's got to be up there with the greatest skits ever.
When
on
you're
Saturday Night Live.
he was fearless to just use his body as a weapon of comedy. He just didn't, just absolutely fearless as a physical comedian. His van down by the river stuff, Matt Foley, where he all of a sudden, his little moves that he did. Remember Richard Topper used to be able to do a really good Matt Foley. Just flying all over the place.
While I'm doing it. It's so
I know.
So awesome. So he's got the butt crack thing going. It's just the best.
Hey, by the way, did you know? And this is probably a little too inside baseball. Some of you aren't. Most of you probably won't care about this. But did you know the song "Sundown" by Gordon Lightfoot is about his girlfriend, who he knew was like kind of chief figure, was cheating on him. She's the same girl, and she was a bad person. She's the one who got the. Was it the coke or heroin that killed John Belushi? The song "Sundown" is about his girlfriend, and who he was. Maybe they had already broken up or whatever. If you go through all the lyrics, but she was the one who brought the drugs to John Belushi that killed him.
Oh,
it was the girl. She was the topic of that song.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
What did you learn this week in one sentence?
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. What did you learn this week? There you go. I mean, that's an ugly thing to learn, but yes. Okay.
That's true, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. No, stuff like that happens.
If I find that you've been creeping down my back stairs,
you
better not. What are you doing, Sundown?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
He was ready to rock and roll. He was pissed.
So
I think Gordon Lightfoot turned into a.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Boy, it's been a
What do we
while
got?
since we've heard this.
Wow. It's tough when you were in Orlando on Wednesday night and now arrested by the FBI for sports gambling.
Yes.
Terry Rozier. And he's not the only one. Portland Trail Blazers coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested for illegal gambling.
Chauncey Billups?
By the FBI.
Wow.
This is major.
So we thought the FBI thought we had heard that the Terry Rozier thing was done.
But remember, the NBA said no.
The
not
NBA
so
said,
fast.
but we thought the feds were done with him. The NBA said, whatever. Maybe the NBA said, I forgot how it went. But he was in Orlando, didn't play, but he was in Orlando with the Heat last night, arrested this morning.
This is
by the FBI.
This is Chauncey Billups.
And Chauncey Billups as well for alleged illegal gambling. Yes.
Wow. A coach. We've seen referees. We've seen players. A head coach. So our boy knows.
I mean, this is a head coach is arrested for gambling.
Wow.
So this is a major, to be arrested for it.
It's much money. I don't get it. See, I would think that today's salaries, that you would risk that.
Because you think you got an easy win.
How many? I don't know how many thousands.
You think you got an easy win, and in the meantime, the money it takes for it to make any sense at all.
Yeah.
For it to make any sense at all is going to alert.
1,000 in your pocket?
Yeah, but even that is going to alert. It's going to alert because all of these books have algorithms that recognize unusual betting patterns, and they immediately flag them.
Right.
They immediately flag unusual betting patterns. Rozier, it was Rozier the one that had this. Which one was he? Which video was he? Video evidence. Was he the one that was on the bench during the Golden State game? No.
He was the one who had an awful game against Cleveland, in a game that was tight, and he was just awful.
And we're out here acting like James Harden just had a bad game against the Spurs in Game 6.
James, like, whoa.
Hey, in today's NBA,
that's
where
a
you
hell
have
of an
legal,
accusation.
when you have legal gambling today, what would have happened? This is all that would have been talked about is James Harden through the game. We were talking about that back then. Like, why did he refuse to shoot? He would shoot 23, 24 shots a game, and he didn't even try that game. It was the craziest thing we've ever in an elimination game.
Yeah. Well, and listen, that Terry Rozier game.
Yeah, John
he was beyond bad.
Was this when they were driving by him?
He would just fumble the ball for no reason.
He offensively.
Yeah.
Throw up air balls, and it was awful.
So of course there is what people think is a smoking gun involving Rozier. A professional bettor placed 30 wagers in 46 minutes, all involving Rozier in a 2023 game. Back when he was still a Hornet. So people were looking at that as odd, and that became a point of contention. And yeah, it came to a head. He got through the entire offseason, was just at Spo's house for like a team bonding party that the Miami Heat account put on to show, hey, look, we're all together. Just days ago, he's in Orlando not playing, and now arrested.
Wow.
Wow.
It's going to be a presser at, I guess, 9 o'clock our time.
Chauncey.
And Chauncey Billups, which we didn't know about Chauncey, so that's the big one.
Well, that's massive. A head coach in the league, in a sport. this is a massive, massive story because the fear of every league is football, basketball, baseball is you do not want a gambling. You do not want baseball dealt with it years ago because it brings to mind, and we've got so many conspiracy theorists now who already think the NFL is rigged. They already think the NFL is rigged. You start having coaches involved with, and the only way that you're involved with it, I guess you could be if you're betting on your own team. But
we don't know what Chauncey's charges are. It just says, Shams just says illegal gambling. I don't know if that's, because DraftKings isn't illegal. I mean, the NBA would have a problem with you betting on games or throwing games, but it just says illegal gambling. So was he illegally gambling on football or baseball? That's all that said.
You're not getting arrested for illegally gambling.
What are you getting arrested?
You're getting arrested for being part of
But Pete Rose didn't get arrested for gambling on baseball.
No, but what I'm saying is they're not going to arrest Chauncey because actually, a lot of times it is legal. You can gamble.
So
it's against. But this is an FBI.
The line says illegal gambling. Whatever that means.
Well, who was it that we saw was running? Didn't we just have something come out where somebody was running some illegal gambling? Was part of who was it? There was a former athlete who was running an illegal gambling ring. It could be something having to do. Maybe he was involved with running an illegal, casino type ring, something like that. I don't know. We'll find out. We're just guessing right now.
Yeah.
But this is a major for a head coach to be arrested. This is a major story. I mean, he was arrested by the You said by the FBI, right?
Yes, Kash Patel will be part of a presser at 9 a.m. our time.
Wow. That's big. That's huge.
Kash Patel's finally
that's something,
cracking down on the NBA.
Something we've never seen.
About time, right?
It's about time Kash went after the NBA, got this thing knocked out.
You know what? That's we
haven't seen this.
Never seen this.
Not since Pete Rose betting on his own team.
True. Yeah, Pete Rose.
I mean, he bet on his own team, but if you find out for 1 second that you bet on the other team, it's a wrap. You're done. And Chauncey may be done anyway, depending on what these charges are. Rozier, there's the first player, but it's not the first. Basketball's already had what's his name, Porter, who.
But he wasn't arrested, just thrown out of the league, right? Jonte Porter. Was he arrested?
Thrown out of the league.
I think he was just thrown out of the league. Whatever Rozier's into, I didn't think it would ever lead to an arrest, but
that's what I'm saying. It's pretty serious. You've got to be for the FBI to arrest you. There's charges of conspiring or
well, let's slow down. We don't know what the game.
Well, I'm going to say it's a RICO act.
I just texted my boy, and my boy says, "Well, he plays a lot of Boo-Ray. It could be."
Well.
It could be
Listen,
Boo-Ray.
NBA guys have played Boo-Ray forever.
And
played poker. We already know there's been gambling debts that have led to people getting slapped, like Charles Oakley slapping somebody.
Guns pulled.
Yeah. Crittenden versus Gilbert Arenas had guns pulled because of a gambling debt.
Right.
The NBA knows how to gamble, fight, gun, and
they know how
apparently
to do it
get
all.
arrested.
They do it all. Hey, we said we would play this windy sound. Brian Windhorst, listen to this. This is we got Tari Tucker. We got a Kyle Tucker situation.
It's not even on ESPN, by the way. Are you sure you didn't just get ball sacked, Del?
No, unless Shams got hacked.
Did you read Shams Charania? Did you see if there was an underscore in there somewhere?
No, it's Shams Charania, 3.2.
Did they spell Shams S-H-O-M-S?
No, 3.2 million followers. Shams Charania's account.
Oh, okay. There. Okay. Here's Brian Windhorst.
And when it comes to Tari Eason,
that's him.
I do. From what I understand, they made Eason a strong offer. It was in excess of $100 million.
Yep.
But I don't know how much of it would have been guaranteed, and they didn't do that deal. And so here's a team that extended two guys and didn't extend another guy.
Well, they tried.
They tried.
You think it was four at 100?
Listen. Tari's betting on himself,
100.
and he probably lost some of that the other night.
No, not in one game.
Well, not in one game.
I mean, if he's injured for the rest of the year, then he lost money.
He lost money.
Or if he shoots 1 of 6 the rest of the year.
Tari. Well, it might be about playing time too.
I just think it was a bad game.
Yeah.
I just think he had a bad game. I've already seen all the things. This is Tari. This is going to be a problem all year. All Tari can think about is his money. Come on, guys. You're giving Tari Eason no credit at all.
Yeah.
You don't think he cares about? You don't think he's a competitor and he wants a team to win? Tari Eason had a bad game. That's
Yeah,
all it is. Now, it was the worst game I've ever seen for Tari.
Yeah,
and I hope that Cash Patel doesn't see video of that game. I pray Cash Patel was not watching that game.
Cash Patel
I
on
don't
Tari Eason.
want Cash Patel seeing that game like, look at this stupid turnover.
That's just, no.
I mean, look at Rozier, and now look at this dumbass turnover that Tari just had. What's Tari shooting here?
You're a terrible person.
I'm just saying. If Cash Patel sees
on
it,
every turnover in the NBA.
From now, I've now got something for interceptions, for swinging it.
Cash Patel, where are
I
you?
hope Cash Patel doesn't see some of Altuve's at bats on those sliders away. I'm like, Cash is going to get after Altuve, and then he's going back to Venezuela. We'll never see him again. Great.
Oh, you think they're going to deport Altuve because he chased a slider away?
And everything's on the table now.
Because he couldn't throw it from the outfield to
Cash
short.
Patel's already studying. He's already reached out to the lines about some of Dan Campbell's fourth down stuff.
Everyone's
Take
catching
the
it.
field goal. Patel's calling. Cash Patel's calling. You didn't kick a field
just
goal.
to
You tried to go for it again.
Clear something up. Jonte Porter was arrested. He pled guilty.
Right.
So he was arrested as well.
Good for him. Good on him.
Well,
All right,
what happened with him?
He pled guilty in a criminal case.
And so he
you know what he needs? He needs John Daspit.
Well,
he needs.
he's not a criminal defense lawyer.
Well, but still, he's
Well,
better.
he knows
he's
somebody.
better than nothing.
He knows somebody. Right. My wife was looking at finding an education lawyer because if my daughter didn't get into HSPVA, then she was going to have a hard time. She was homeschooled. And wait, I don't need to go into all that stuff. I just know that we said, do you know somebody in that? And John Daspit had a name for us because he's well connected, but that's not his law. So I'm going to just stop that. He does personal injury law, and really, really good, by the way, at personal injury law. He's one of, if not the best. He is the second biggest in the state. He's the biggest in Houston. He gets the biggest payouts. That's because he doesn't try to just. What a lot of these lawyers will do is you're just a number. They'll throw their stuff up on a billboard. They want you to call. They sign you up. And here's what they do. They just want to get to a number, a clear-out number with the insurance lawyers as quickly as possible. They're going to get their commission off you, and then they're on to the next one. And you end up getting treated like a table at a restaurant that they just want to turn and get to the next table. That's not how you should be treated. If you've been injured due to someone else's negligence, man, there's hospital bills to worry about. There is, pain and suffering to worry about. There's potentially time missed from work. There's a lot that goes into it. And if you've never had to experience that before, it's overwhelming. I've been in that case with my son before, and this is before I knew John Daspit. We made a huge mistake because the insurance company tries to get you a check right away, and you think, oh, this is great, but then you don't account for all the other things I just talked about, and then you're on the hook for them. So make sure that you have John Daspit on your side. 713, call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Oh, John, how about this? Jonte Porter, right? He was arrested. Not only that, he pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud in a sports betting scandal, and that's where they get you. That resulted in a lifetime ban from the NBA. He's scheduled to be sentenced on December 18, 2025, and is expected to face prison time. Based on sentencing guidelines, the charges stem from his arrangement with gamblers to leave games early so they could win the bets. Expected to face prison time, sentencing. He is facing a potential prison sentence of 41 to 51 months. I don't think that'll be the case, but at least in this, they think he's expected to face prison time. Wow. The maximum prison sentence for conspiracy to commit wire fraud is 20 years. I don't think that was set up necessarily for sports gambling, is my guess, more like money laundering. But this is a major, like, Jonte Porter's case is going to be a real, listen, this is not good for those who missed it. Terry Rozier was arrested by the FBI for something having to do with gambling, and Chauncey Billups, according to Dell, no one else
According
knows.
to Shams.
Well, and this could be a fake account.
No,
we don't know.
it's not.
No one knows.
There's
Or it could be AI.
There is a story on ESPN.
Was it Sora 2?
Naming both them in the story.
Okay, so I guess it's official. Yeah, so, no, the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers has been arrested for gambling charges.
Terry Rozier was arrested Thursday morning at the team hotel in Orlando. They haven't left. The Heat have a game on Friday in Memphis, so they were still there, and he was arrested. Billups' arrest was in Oregon. Portland played a game last night. He was on the floor coaching them against the T-Wolves. It's a separate but related illegal gambling case linked to an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia.
Separate but equal cases.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's a poker operation.
A poker operation, and I'm getting word that it's probably betting on football.
What's that?
Betting on football, Chauncey.
Both of them?
Yeah, we got to slow down on, I know Jonte Porter, but we can't put everybody in the same under that sentence. Yeah. Somebody in Portland says that it's about football. So maybe in an illegal operation or whatever it is. I don't know. But
yeah, for the FBI to step in, there's certain guidelines where they step in.
Yeah. Well, if it is ties to the, a mafia, that's bad too, by the way, because then you never know when you owe them and what you have to do for them.
But it's gambling. Well, I put my headphones on. Did you say mafia? Something connected?
The ESPN story said it has to do with an illegal poker operation with ties to the mafia for Chauncey Billups.
I'm telling you, I remember seeing a case where there was an athlete recently who was in trouble for running illegal casino games.
Wasn't that Gilbert Arenas? And he.
Oh, it was Gil Arenas.
Like
the Russian mob. I wonder if this is tied with that at all.
And he was released. I guess
that's right. He was immediately.
He got out and he was like, "Look, couldn't hold me. Couldn't hold me."
So stupid.
No.
Yeah, but that's right. That was him, and it was Russian mob, right?
I don't remember what it was, but yeah, Gilbert protests his innocence and all that stuff.
That they used Arena's mansion was used for high-stakes poker games between 21 and 22. The operation reportedly included hired staff, dealers, chefs, security. Molly's game, John. Basically Molly's game.
Yeah.
Only it's Gilbert's game. And Arenas is accused of lying to federal investigators when he claimed he was not involved in the gambling operation. That'll get you in trouble as well. Oh, no, they were Israeli transnational organized crime group that was apparently involved in this too. So I wonder if any of this has to do with when they did research. It'll be interesting to see if any of that had to do with Chauncey Billups, if he gets caught up in the Gilbert Arenas one.
No idea.
We'll find out, but we know he was arrested.
We'll find out. ESPN says it was a poker ring that had mafia ties. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Legal operation tied to mafia. Illegal poker operation.
So someone close in Portland says it might have something to do with football. So we'll see. I hope it's not basketball. If it's basketball related, then Chauncey's done forever. I hope
Chauncey
it's not.
might
If
be
it's-
done forever anyway.
Well, yeah, you never know.
Because the league, I don't know, the NBA's been, some of these, the NBA got rid of Porter for life. They may not
Well,
take
we're
any.
talking about the NBA. If the FBI is involved, Chauncey could do jail time.
Oh, no,
so,
no.
So
There's a
it won't
good
be
chance
about.
he could do-
He won't be available for the NBA.
Yeah. But the NBA at some point is going to step up and say, okay, we got to make sure and make these penalties so stiff that no one ever considers doing this. Although, if it's not about the Jonte Porter's was directly,
It was basketball.
It was point shaving, basically.
Yes.
Is his own points.
He was
His
manipulating.
minutes. He was minute shaving.
He was manipulating.
Yeah, manipulating
his
outcomes.
own outcomes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't have that's the absolute worst thing.
Yeah,
Fixing
you can't.
games for boxers, for football players, baseball, you can't have it.
Nope. Well, it's bad if the mafia is mixed up in it. Then, yet there's a chance. Yep, he's not going to see a court again, because once you get ties to that, it's over. It's not good. It is not good to have mafia ties. That's for sure. 713-780-3776. If that is in fact the case, ESPN says poker game with mafia ties. We have a lot to do here still, but that is breaking news, and we've got more Texan sound. We also got Josh Pate going to join us in an hour from now. On the other side, let's talk about this Sark thing, and Mac Brown chimed in on it. We'll hear from Mac about calling plays and Sark giving that up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, Lance, you and I, we need to talk about Billy Brown, and we need to talk about, and in a positive way, because because there's some people that are misconstruing, like when you look at your toilet all stuffed up that you think of Billy Brown. I think that's a positive, right?
Yeah.
That's not, I'm not trying
Well,
to say,
thinking to call him, thinking like
Right.
to call, but
yeah, I need to call Billy, not, look at that toilet, looks like Billy Brown. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not it.
That's
at
not
all.
it. That's not it at all.
That looks like Billy Brown. No,
Well,
that's an unfortunate
what's
last
going
name,
on
if we're being
here?
honest. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
He's
That's
paying
what I'm
for
saying.
this,
I'm
Del.
not saying that.
he's paying for this. Let John cook.
Okay.
I'm saying it's not the case.
Billy's
That's-
paying for a roast.
It's not the case. I'm saying it's not that. I'm saying that. And I'm saying you need to think 281-488-6238. When you got a stuffed up toilet, those
No, that's
numbers
right.
should come across,
Oh,
right?
that's right.
281-488-6238. That's the number that you should have in your phone all the time. Billy Brown to the rescue. Terrible toilet. You don't want it in your house. If you want a terrible toilet in your house, you're gross, right? So don't have that. Call Billy, right?
What more can I add?
Nothing.
AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, we're going to have to address this. The time may already be here. It was
know
never.
what?
It was never about if. It was always about when. If you watched what Victor Wembanyama did yesterday, the win may be here. He looked. He's going. He's shaking people at the top of the key with step back threes. He did a rock the cradle dunk in the middle of the game, reverse rock the cradle dunk on the baseline. He got fouled. He had 40 points. Wembanyama was awesome, was unstoppable. I mean, he put it on. He put it on Dallas. Just really put it on. That's Anthony Davis that he's punking out there. It may already be here with
It's already here?
Victor Wembanyama.
Wow. I mean, they kicked their ass.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
And Wemby looked super comfortable out there. And then you had, what's his name, the rookie out of Baylor, VJ Edgecombe, had 34 points, the highest rookie debut since Wilt Chamberlain. The highest rookie debut, 34 points out of Baylor. 14 in the first quarter. He had 34. And I shot 26 times, so he was, including 13 threes. He was not afraid to get the ball up. But the rookie out of Baylor, the Big 12 Rookie of the Year, went off for the 76ers and Daryl Morey yesterday, and
wow.
In a win. It's 34. It's only happened 3 times where they've had. What is it? The third time or fourth time you've had 30 or more for a rookie in his debut. I know Chamberlain had 43 in his debut and 28 rebounds. No big deal. Frank Selvey, that's a guy. He scored 35 in 1954. And then you have Edgecombe with 34 yesterday, and then Allen Iverson in 96 had 30 points, probably on 38 shots.
How about that?
Iverson wasn't afraid to get a ton of shots up.
He was 13 of 20. Tyrese Maxey, 13 of 24, 40 points. And Edgecombe, 34 points. Wow.
So it's the most points ever for a rookie, I guess, first quarter points. 14 first quarter points beat LeBron James's total that was the previous mark in 2003.
VJ Edgecombe. You want to guess what pick in the draft he was?
Somewhere.
Third.
Oh, the Reed Shepherd number?
Mm-hmm.
3 is
Yeah,
the
but we got
magic
Reed.
number.
We don't need. Yeah.
Just as it's one game, it is historic. But he is the third overall pick.
How many points did Reed have in that G League game?
Yeah.
I don't care.
We'll talk about that too. To be fair,
I'm just pointing out.
Oh, you won't talk about that?
No, yeah, you're right. I won't talk about that because this
the
guy
white guy
did
look
it.
bad. He had 30-something in the G League.
No, this guy did it in Boston. Reed's doing it in Rio Grande or whatever.
Tatum,
yeah,
so
but
kind of like a G League team.
That's
There's
fine.
There's no Tatum.
There's
Tatum.
Who cares?
Okay.
He's the third overall pick. I'm just saying the difference is 1/3 overall pick versus the other.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to treat Reed Shepherd like people treat Justin Fields. I'm going to go all in with Reed protection. And I'm going to show the Justin Fields truthers how dumb they look. Y'all got to stop. Because I'm going to say things that don't make any sense, that people think this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He is absolutely the stupidest person, because that's what I think of when I hear the Justin Fields protectors over the years. How it's nothing. We're in like year 5 with Justin. Nothing's still his fault. I'll tell you right now, in year 2 with Reed, Reed doesn't look like he's it. I hope I'm wrong, but woo-wee. If we're not going to make threes at a high mark, we're definitely not beating people off the dribble. Listen, the Mark Price game, I'm not really seeing Mark Price.
Mark Price?
Not seeing
I saw that yesterday. Somebody said Mark Price. What?
They said Mark Price greater than.
Oh.
Because Mark Price is
Mark
kind of the
Price was a really, really good NBA player.
Tremendous.
Well, that's where we started with Reed. Yeah. Now I saw yesterday Brent Price greater than Reed Shepherd.
Yeah,
Brent.
We're on Brent, and soon we'll be at I'd be happy if he's a Paxson, John or Jim. I don't care. If he just became a Paxson or maybe a
Paxson?
Yeah, John or Jim Paxson.
Or a Kerr?
Spot up a Kerr. I'd be happy with a Kerr. A Trent Tucker.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with a lot of these things. I'm not really seeing Mark Price at this juncture. I'm not seeing a point guard. And right now I'm not seeing a guy who's going to make a lot of threes. I did see him bank one in from top of the key.
Yes, he did.
So he did bank one in, which
you.
meant that the ball was so far past the rim that it hit the backboard first. So that was one of his makes. So we'll see. It's one game. Tari Eason, I'm giving Tari Eason the same grace. Only I've seen Tari play really well during an extended period of time. Reed's got to show us that. All jokes aside, Reed, these next 5 games are going to be really big for Reed Shepherd.
Forget Brent Price. How about Bryce Drew?
He's the future coach of Grand Canyon University?
Yeah.
That's what Reed Shepherd has in store for himself?
That's where Dennis Lynch
Well, he did hit. Remember, he banked one in a basketball game.
Yes, Valpo beat Ole Miss.
No, but Bryce Drew is probably on.
That's closer than Brent Price.
First-round bust Bryce Drew.
Right.
I don't like that.
I don't either, but you don't have to like it for it to be potentially
Sorry.
accurate.
Bryce Drew?
Yeah,
what are
no
we
one
doing,
likes that.
Bryce Drew?
No one likes that.
No one likes it, but that's the closest yet.
He wasn't a true point.
It ain't none of the other names you mentioned.
We can't come up with a good white
if
guy
he's
comp
Steve
on him.
Kerr, give me Steve Kerr right now.
So Mason was trying to defend him the other day. He goes, he could be Matthew Dellavedova. I said, I don't think he's Dellavedova. I don't think he has that kind of dog in him.
And you don't want that from your 3rd overall pick.
No, I don't want Dellavedova with the 3rd pick. But who cares where he's drafted? That's irrelevant now. Now you just need him to become a functional player on your roster who does his job. You know what? Feed the dog. That's all we're asking you to do.
At some point, he's going to go on a Jeremy Lin run.
Well, that's good. We know what happened.
You mean for another team? Because Jeremy Lin wasn't originally a Knick. Is that what you mean? He's going to get released and go to it for another team?
Wasn't he a Rocket first?
I think he was like a Warriors camp guy at one point first.
No, but the Rockets had him 1.2. And then
and then he went to the Knicks and was great.
For like 25 games.
That was a magical 25. It's kind of like Johnny Manziel had about 20. What about when Johnny Manziel played good for
he was a Knick
games?
first, and then Daryl was like, I want that guy. At least officially.
I think he was in a camp for the Rockets.
Yeah, he was in a camp for the Rockets.
And then he didn't even make it on the roster.
No, he didn't.
And then he was a Warrior, I think.
He was a Warrior. And then he went to China. So.
Reed Mania. That's what we're going to have.
Which Reed would you rather have right now in the backcourt?
Ryan.
Reed Shepherd or Marcel Reed playing right now, handling the ball?
Marcel is having a much better year.
Now, he'll turn it over.
Is he a hooper?
I don't know, but we'll give it a shot if we can't get this going with Reed Shepherd. It goes like this: Aaron Holiday 2nd, and then Marcel Reed 3rd.
I think he's got bigger aspirations.
Well, if the Aggies get beat by somebody in their national, although with one, can the Aggies get in with one loss?
Yeah, they're in the
should be
SEC.
able to.
Yeah, of course
they should be able to.
Yeah.
Now they don't want it to be a loss to a team they're not supposed to lose to.
Even still, a one-loss SEC team's making it to the playoff.
Absolutely.
All one-loss teams.
Well, depends on what conference you're in.
No, all one-loss SEC teams.
Yes.
Speaking of SEC teams, Mac Brown was on a podcast and talking about Sark giving up the play calling. He was talking about one of these older coaches that was saying to him, you're going to have to give it up eventually because you don't have the energy with all the stuff that goes on and all the things that you have to do. And here's Mac Brown explaining how difficult it is when you're the head coach giving up play calling duties.
For Steve to change, number one, he has to feel like he's had enough and he's too busy with all the stuff with Texas football to change.
Recruiting and NIL and revenue sharing and everything else that goes into it. That's just on the side. That's not to mention the football itself.
No, and this is a big monster. It's a huge deal to do all this. The second thing he's got to do is find somebody else that's as good as he is. And that's really, really hard to do. And then the third thing he's got to do, when you bring a guy in, you've got to let him do it. And that was really hard. It's hard for me when you hear him call a play on 3rd and 5 and you're thinking, Jesus Christ, that's awful. I wouldn't call that play. Well, you can't stop him because you got 15 seconds left and it's already to the quarterback, and you've sat in the meetings and you have the plans, but you got to let the guy do it if he's going to do it. So just to change is easy to say. It's hard to do.
You know, it is true when you think about it. I don't know if Lanning calls the defense. I don't think he does. Kirby doesn't call the defense.
Hey, D'Amico gave it up. Nick Saban didn't call the defense. Now, you can be involved in installation and how things get done,
But remember, Bill O'Brien gave up play calling, and then he would go in. I heard directly from Deshaun's guy. Bill would come in. Who was it that was Tim? Who was the play caller before? That was. Do you remember the offensive coordinator that was with Bill O'Brien? I'll think of it in a second. And they would be on the same page, and then they said Bill O'Brien would come in on like Thursday and like change all this stuff. Why are we doing this? Use this. They would change. He would change terminology. He would make changes that were really tough on the offense. And he wasn't. He said, "Yeah, you're going to call the plays," and then Bill would come in and mess it up. You got to stay out of it. And Sark's going to have to stay out of it. Now, I do think Sark is going to be as good a play caller as you're going to find over there, but I just think it's a case of he can't make chicken soup out of chicken bleep. I think that's what it is. And you still have to do that. Like it's very easy. Get the ball to the perimeters with quick game. You're going to have to get your quarterback on the run. You're going to have to run power with your quarterback from time to time. You're going to have to run counters where it looks like power and it's a reverse to a wide receiver. You're going to have to get creative. And Sark thinks he can just run his standard offense out of the pocket. That ain't going to do it. That's clearly not going to work with Arch Manning. No. He's not that kind of quarterback. You may have thought he was. We need to put whatever your thoughts were on Arch Manning, you need to just erase it and say this is actually who he is right now. Not very good. Not a very good passer. He's tough. He can run.
How about put in, you know what they need? A Colin Klein offense.
Yeah, it's true.
That's what they need.
Kansas State, Colin Klein, not Colin Klein at Colin Klein at Texas A&M.
Texas
right
A&M.
now.
No,
yeah.
When Colin Klein would get the snap, take a couple of seconds, and then run. That's what
I heard it. Now, what Paul Feinbaum told me was that Arch was the greatest college quarterback since Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then run Tebow offense. Now, you're going to have to get a lot better tight ends. You're going to have to get some very edgy wide receivers that could do jail time. A better offensive line. You probably don't have around you what Tebow has.
Are there any Pounceys at Texas?
No Pounceys.
Well, we need a Pouncey.
Multiple Pounceys.
Texas needs a few Pounceys up front.
Yeah. Well, yes, they don't have any Pounceys. They do not.
Who was it that used to beat everyone up? Percy Harvin?
Well, he would beat up a coach.
Beat up coaches, Golden Tate before the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Women.
Was Percy
hit
with
women?
I mean, it's on the table. We could look at it.
I don't
Google
know.
it. No, you're thinking of Chris Rainey. That was another criminal.
Oh, that's right. That was another criminal.
Another small, fast guy in Florida.
Yeah, that's right. That's another criminal.
They kill you when I get a chance. Like, hey, buddy.
They want to get back to the Urban Meyer. Yeah, they're trying to find a coach now that's going to get them back to the Urban Meyer criminal days.
Florida?
Yeah.
Well, ask Tom Osborne. He used to get a bunch of corn-fed country boys, and then at one point he just said, screw it. Give me the Peters brothers. Give me Lawrence Phillips.
Well,
let's get some criminals in here.
How about Barry Switzer?
Wreck shop.
How about Barry Switzer?
Boy.
Let's run some guns through here.
What are we doing? Let's get some Miami didn't exactly have the greatest guys in the world. Some of them were just edge guys, like Jerome Brown.
Yeah.
They had guys with some edge.
And then
some of them weren't great.
Not all of it was great.
Some of them wasn't great.
But
I got news for you. A lot of the great teams in college football history had some troubled individuals. That's just what history tells us.
That's the way you win.
Let's
get some more criminals in here.
it's not a convenient truth, but there's some facts to it.
I am watching all the highlights from Wemby last night.
Isn't it crazy?
Holy crap.
His highlights is like a video game.
I'm watching all 40 of his points. Goodness gracious.
The way he got them is really scary.
I'm not appreciative of him being in this division and having to face him 4 times a year.
No.
I don't like it.
Well, he's got to deal with Alpie.
Sure.
Steven Adams.
Yeah, he do.
And Clint
you know
Capella,
what? He didn't like it either.
We call
Alpie
it the big
got
three.
physical with him.
That was rookie year.
Yeah, well, guess what?
The one who saw those Shaolin monks
were in his head.
in the offseason.
Did he go see monks?
Yes.
Catch some Alpie.
Remember he was coming off the blood clots, I think, so he had to miss a good portion of the year. He only played 46 games last year.
Coming off that Boomba clot that we gave him.
Well, I don't know how long that's going to be a thing.
See,
to be honest
Alpie gave him blood clots.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Probably not that he's seen Shaolin monks and he's gone full Wu-Tang. I'm not sure that Wemby's probably he's probably pretty centered.
He said it
now.
after the game, talking about He thought about what could have been and what he could have lost.
He's got a rake with some sand gardens and some rocks
Possibly.
in different places.
He was also playing soccer, but he talked about how,
playing pickup soccer with kids in France.
Things I thought I could have lost if the diagnosis went a different way, and now he's got a whole different mindset. So
he doesn't seem to care because he's stepped back
this
three
is
on
the
people.
mindset. This is the mindset.
Yeah.
The mindset is I'm gonna be a selfish basketball player and take all the shots.
Yeah, how about sharing the ball, Wemby?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Was he inefficient last night?
No, that's not the point,
but
Del.
that doesn't
Get
matter.
other people involved.
Wait a minute.
Let the crappy players shoot.
Get other people involved.
Wait a
Because what's
minute.
going to happen if you're gone? If you get hurt, because you're made of sticks.
He went for
If you get hurt,
40.
get
he
the other
scored
guys
40
ready.
points on
I
21
know,
shots.
but you're missing the big picture.
Yeah.
When you get injured, how are you going to win if
He
you're
only
the Spurs?
took 21 shots.
Yeah, I know, but get guys ready.
Yeah.
Share the basketball.
40
he took
and
21
share
shots
the
and
ball.
scored 40
So what I'm taking from this is you score 40 and
on
rebound
21 shots.
40 on 21 shots. And by the way,
How many threes did he make? That's
only
the
one.
anti-Iverson.
Only one. He got to the free throw line 11 times. 40 points in 30
we got
minutes.
another SGA on our
40
hands.
points
Great.
in 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, let some other guys. I thought you were supposed to be unselfish if you become a monk or something, right? Whatever.
That's
And
not
he's
zen. That's not zen of him to
Yeah.
shoot 21. It's not even that high.
It's not that high of a shot total, actually. Not for him.
I would imagine there's some guys in the
21
locker room
shots.
who are already
He
bad
needs to
mouthing him.
take about 5 shots a game.
Ball hog. We need to chant ball hog every time he has the ball when he's here. Just try to get in his head.
Ball hog.
Ball hog. Ball hog.
Yeah.
Try to get him to shame him into giving the ball up.
And a lot of them were just alley-oops that he caught and dunked.
Big deal. 7-6.
Big deal
Guess what? I
anyway.
can dunk on a Nerf goal. Ooh, look at me.
Yeah.
I can dunk on a bitty goal that's 7 feet tall.
Can you cook Derek Lively above the arc and knock down a step back
Back
three?
in the day, yeah.
Okay, so wait a minute. So were
We
we
gotta go to break.
were we considering that the Spurs are up? I don't think we had the Spurs in contention here, did we?
Because we didn't seriously think Wemby was going to be the best player in basketball.
No, in the West, it's going to be right. It's Oklahoma City. Are the Lakers? It's going to be Golden State. It's going to be Minnesota. It's going to be Memphis,
Denver,
the Rockets. And no one. Wait a minute. We weren't even thinking the Spurs were going to be any good. We can't have this. All right. No, we can't have this.
Well, we knew Wemby was going to be pretty good.
Dallas is good. Dallas is
well,
supposed to be really good.
They
Not
got
last
punked
night.
yesterday.
We'll see. They don't really have a guard until Kyrie comes back.
Yeah, we don't have a guard either, remember?
And you saw what happened when you don't have guard play.
Yeah, we don't have one of those either.
But they also don't have Kevin Durant and the rest.
Thank you. Thank you, Del.
Wemby
You saved the show.
Wemby looks really good. We're going to DM up with Kevin Durant, our own Wemby.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, you don't
Kevin
want you ain't gonna
Wemby.
like that.
We'll go with Kevin Wemby on Wemby.
Yeah.
I get the rationalization that you're doing. I still don't like what I saw last night.
Oh
That's
my
all I'm
God.
saying.
No, he's going to be a good player, but
A
like
great
I said,
player.
do you want to? What's going to happen when you get injured?
This
He's
is
the
terrible.
Jaden Daniels of.
Wait
big
a minute.
men.
What's going to happen when Kevin Durant gets injured?
Why you got to put injury on him? That's terrible.
If you're playing that game, what's going to happen when Kevin Durant gets injured?
Yeah, why would you say that?
Why would you say it?
Why would you say that?
You have
about
to be
Kevin
a little
Durant?
self-aware of the guy you have on your roster when you're saying what you're
There's no
saying.
reason to believe that this won't be his healthiest year, Kevin Durant.
I
I have every intention of watching Kevin Durant play 81 games.
I'm sure you do have that intention.
I think
Do you
we're
think
going
it
to
was
give
a
him
good
1 day off.
start?
We'll give him 1 day off.
Do you think it was a good start that he had to play 40-plus minutes in Game 1?
Double overtime.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, and Kevin Durant did take responsibility. Kevin, what happened out there? Well, I missed a free throw and I had a stupid
go.
foul.
we
But
got
do
a
you
break.
think that's fair that it's on
We
you?
got a break.
He's
We
like,
got a break.
Yeah, it's fair.
Listen. Oh my God, David Reed will be a Cooper Price. No, he's not a Cooper Price.
Cooper?
Bryce Cooper Price is a
He just took a Cooper Manning into a Price brother. That's
Price.
awful.
Cooper Price is a business. What is it? A financial company or something?
No, it just sounds like it.
Bryce Drew. Hell, I would take Kim Perrott at this point.
Oh,
Rest in peace.
That's
Goodness
it.
gracious, Tony.
Nope.
That's terrible. Rest in peace, Kim Perrott. And Tony.
I'll take a B.J. Armstrong there. I rolled it back to Iowa.
Okay, we need to go higher or lower on Reed Shepard.
All right, underdog fan. As a matter of fact, no, they're not going to have it for Friday out just yet. But I don't know, man. I don't know which way I'm going to go. See, that's the thing. The Rockets are back in action tomorrow. They play Detroit. Now, Detroit's got they're kind of the young Eastern Conference Rockets. So take a look at what happened in last game, and I'll give you an example. I'm going to go higher on the Tar Eason stuff. Whatever Tar Eason's doing, I'm going higher. You know why? Because I think he has a bounce-back game. I think that's going to be the case. And so when you're watching these games, one of the best ways to play Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em Challenge is to pick a few different teams you're following, 4 or 5 teams, and really lock in so you know those teams really well in football and basketball. And today we'll talk about football. You got Thursday Night Football going on right now. So lock in on those 2 teams. Go study them right now. Study how they've been playing, studying how teams have done. You can look at a lot of the fantasy stats if you want to, and then make a determination based on how the game is going to go. You pick higher or lower on different stats, and you can pick up to 8 players. You can go up to 8 players, go as few as 2 players. And the more you pick on the stats, higher or lower, and the more you hit, the more you're going to get paid, obviously. But that payout goes really, really high. So you've got an opportunity right now to make great money legally in the state of Texas. All you have to do is make sure you get with Underdog Fantasy, download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. And what they do is give you $100 in bonus funds and bonus entries. And then from there, you get $100 when you play your first $5. But big deal, $5, no problem at all. And before you know it, you're watching the games, and then you're playing along with them, and you're making money with your sports knowledge with Underdog Fantasy. Promo code Lance.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So for those of you just waking up, you haven't heard, Chauncey Billups, the Portland Trailblazers coach, former Detroit Piston, and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested this morning as part of investigations related to illegal gambling. Not only them, about a half hour ago, Lance, my boy told me, he said, watch for Damon Jones. His name's going to come up. I'm not sure. He also got arrested. Now, I was going to say it. I was going to say, hey, Damon Jones is, but I didn't want to do it because because you got to have two sources. Well, I got a source now, ESPN. It's saying Damon Jones arrested Thursday on charges he provided inside information about NBA games to co-defendants who used it to play sports bets. So this is not good. The thought is I can't even say this. I don't know. I don't want to implicate him even further. But Damon Jones is in some trouble as well. Former Coug from Galveston. He played for the Rockets too, right? Didn't he play for the Rockets for a stint?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
His latest thing was he was with the Cavaliers, player and assistant coach. So that's Damon Jones also in the middle of this thing. But this is the first time. Well, Pete Rose, but was Pete Rose arrested ever? Yeah. Pete Rose was arrested, right, for gambling?
Yeah.
He did time, right?
Was he arrested?
Pete did time for gambling, didn't he? And but this is the first time since Pete Rose that we've seen anything like this with Chauncey Billups.
Well, Pete Rose Jr. got arrested for drug trafficking, but as far as the father, I have not seen.
No,
I know Buddha from baseball. We all know that, but I have not seen.
No, he never.
He was sent to prison for something else, right? He got a 5-month term for something else.
I think it was tax evasion.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was tax evasion.
Yeah, but it wasn't related to why he got kicked out of baseball.
Okay. Well, this is something that we have not seen since the likes of Pete Rose, this is what they do. The FBI, they storm your house. They have 10 cars on hand. They storm your house. They take your phone. They take your laptop. They give you no warning whatsoever. They did this with Chauncey.
Well, they did it with what's his name from John Bolton the other day.
It's how they do it.
That's how they do it.
Before at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. before you're awake.
Yeah, because they don't want you to be able to get rid of
any evidence.
Get rid of any evidence.
I know multiple people that this has happened to, and it is a whirlwind. And it is and then. They sit you down. You just woke up. You can't, no coffee, no nothing, and they want you to start talking, and it's awful. It is an awful, awful experience. I know it's a couple of guys it's happened to, and it's dizzy. I mean, you're dizzied by it. So this is the way they did it with Chauncey. And probably Damon Jones. I don't know, but I've heard that Chauncey he was in a hotel, right? He was in New York.
No, they had a home game last.
Oh, they had a home game last night. Okay, so but they do it all at once. It's all coordinated. They're gonna arrest everybody at once, so nobody can talk. Nobody. I heard he was arrested. I get rid of all this stuff. Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, and Damon Jones all on Thursday morning. So. It's this is going to be a big deal. Cash Patel is going to have a press conference later today, 9:00. So that's going to happen. We are going to have in a half hour Josh Pate to talk about this college football weekend, which is another big, really nice college football weekend. So we got that going on, which is nice. Let's catch up on breaks. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. But you, Lance, need to talk about Zadok Jewelers.
Yeah, Zadok gives you a great opportunity to find exactly what it is that you're looking for any occasion. And that's fine. I'll focus on engagement rings. Do you know that they can design an engagement ring exactly in the way that you're looking for? They can do exactly what you're looking for. Maybe you don't know what you're looking for. You just know you want it to look different. You know, you want it to be unique. And so what you do is you go into Zadig and you say, okay, I want something that looks special. They will start to work with you on the diamond, the cut, the clarity, the type of the color of the diamond. They will work with you on that design. If you've got a picture in mind, they will work with you on designing exactly what it is that you want or something that she wants. Maybe you tell your future, if you could pick any engagement ring, what would it look like? Go find me a picture online. Now, you're kind of cat's out of the bag. She probably knows what you're doing. There's a lot of people who bring their future fiance/wife in, and they do the shopping together because they want to make sure that she gets exactly the type of ring that she wants, and you keep it within the constraints of your budget. You can do that too. I just know that Zadig is a winner. Zadig has been doing this for over 4 decades. The Zadig name has been synonymous with incredible jewelry and luxury watches, and any piece of jewelry or diamond, loose diamonds, diamond engagement rings, pendants. They've got it all, and the biggest designers in the world are available at Zadig, and in many cases, they're a boutique location, meaning they get very specific pieces that no one else is going to have. It's Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, a beautiful 28,000 square foot location, Zadig Jewelers.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
You know, we haven't even talked about the 49ers. Got the 49ers this week. They have beaten the Rams. They beat Seattle. At the Saints they won. They beat Arizona. They beat at the Rams on that Thursday night game. They beat Atlanta. But all their 17-13, 16-15, 20-10, 26-23. They scored 19 against Tampa and lost. That's the most they've given up this year is 30. This is a team that is going to come after you. This is a team that is not it offensively just – I love Eddie Pinheiro. I got him on my fantasy team. He's unbelievable. Puts up 20 a game because that's all they do is kick field goals and long field goals. So this game with the Texans' offense the way that it is, their offense the way that they are, honestly, this could be a 9-6 game. Is Brock Purdy? Do we know? Do we have any idea?
They are expecting him to play.
Okay.
It hasn't been official, but what I read yesterday is I think there's a belief that he will go.
So are they better with Mac Jones?
Well, if he did,
pretty
it's just
healthy,
another disastrous quarterback contract.
We saw what happened.
Where you could have just gotten away with having somebody cheap run your team.
They rushed him back, and he stunk in the game against the Jags. It's the reason the Jags won that game. He was bad. And they say, you know what, you're not healthy, so we're going to sit you down again. If he's healthy, he's better, I think. Huh? But if it's the same guy we saw to start the year because he's not, then no. For this game, you play Mac Jones.
And what do you do about Christian McCaffrey?
You pray.
That's all. That's all you can do is pray.
And they got George Kittle back, right?
Yep, Kittle's back. They got Kendrick Bourne, who was he was reborn. That Thursday night game, holy crap! It was unbelievable how many. Let me see how many. It was ridiculous how many catches he had. He had 10 catches and 11 targets, 142 yards. I mean, Mac Jones it's the only guy he threw to. You know, they haven't had Ayuk. They haven't had Pearsall. They obviously lost Debo in the offseason. Jawan Jennings has been in and out. He's played just 5 games. I mean, this is the San Francisco the last couple of years has been the Astros. All the injuries. I mean, it's unbelievable how many injuries that they've fought and fought through. But this is this is a bad game to be having right now. A defense that doesn't give up points with an offense that can't score. It's the movable object against the. I mean, this is not going to be good. This is not going to be good.
You got a defense on your side too. Can you create turnovers?
They had 4 turnovers the other day and lost.
That was on the road, but you're at home where that crowd is going to push you forward for a win.
During this stretch of suck that the Texans have had, where they've won 6 of their last 15 games. They've had 5 turnovers against Detroit and lost. They had 4 turnovers against last week, and they lost. I mean, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but those were in prime time.
Coaches are full of crap. Got to win the turnover battle. No, you don't.
Actually, the Texans losing both those games were almost historic, considering how when you have a +3 and then a plus whatever they had against Detroit.
We can change trends now. Okay, we can change history.
Okay, how many turnovers do they need to force on Sunday for you to feel good about?
12. 12 turnovers. That's what they need, and maybe they'll win. Maybe 4 turnovers and you lose the game. I mean, that is just unbelievable. That is just unbelievable. Yeah, we got to turn the ball over. Really?
I
Then
can't
what
wait.
Then what are you going to do with it, Nick Cayley?
Can't wait
Then
for
what are you
Sunday. You're going to have all the references to the connections between D'Amico and Kyle Shanahan. That'll be a big part of the story.
Oh, that's great.
Who's calling this game?
Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh is going to come in here and just, I don't feel good.
You don't like it, huh?
No, not Robert Saleh. Will not only have a defense that'll kick, he'll kick your ass. He told Liam Cohen he'd kick his ass. That's what he told him. I will end your world, he said. I think.
Keep my name out of your mouth is what Liam Cohen said, though.
Yeah, well, but Robert Saleh came back and said, I will end your world.
Yeah. Robert Saleh let him know in no uncertain terms.
Yeah.
And then he said, I got out of hand. I didn't
Oh, yeah, whatever.
That hard in the paint. Oh, yes, you did. And he's scary.
You meant it.
Duval.
He's scary, too.
Yeah, we got. Did we have Jim on forever? Let's get Jim in here.
Yeah, let's get Jim.
What about Jim?
And then guess what? When we come back from a break,
I can
go ahead.
On a few things. Matt Maloney first.
Oh,
second, gotta say, you're talking about the gambling in sports. I mean, I'm a libertarian personally. What people do is their own business. But, you know, the Ohtani thing, of course, I hate the Dodgers. The Ohtani thing just stinks to high heaven. I'd like to see an investigation like that on him. Not that I don't think he's a great player, but I watch what they did to Pete Rose, and it just doesn't wash.
What did they do to Pete Rose?
Second
they
of all,
kicked him out of the game.
Yeah, they had evidence on him.
We got evidence on
Second of
Ohtani,
all,
too.
You do?
Second of all, I need Lance and John Endell to comment on, you know, Ballard's done a hell of a job, and look at our general manager and his inability to understand how a foundation is built to build an NFL team. And we just can't be held hostage with our quarterback. I mean, he is not making pre-snap reads. If you went, I would have gone to Schultz every play until they stopped it. I mean, I just don't understand what we're doing, and I just don't see this team. I think it's a bad year, and that's all. Thanks.
Yeah, it's not a good one, that's for sure. I mean, especially with this run that this upcoming schedule. Listen, yeah, we can. Oh, look at Chris Ballard. This is the first year in a while that they've been really good. Now, I will say this.
It hasn't been because of the offensive line, though.
No, the offensive line has been good. They've got weapons. Pierce is good. Pittman is good. Tyler Warren, Jonathan Taylor. He's got weapons.
There's a lot of hits. Those are all draft picks, by the way. Every one of his offensive linemen are a draft pick. Every one of them.
But it's taken him 4 years. How many quarterbacks to find?
It's all been the quarterback, yeah.
Yep.
But it hasn't been the offensive line. It hasn't been the position players. It just gets to the point that this is why it's terrifying for teams to step away from a quarterback who might be average.
Yep.
Because the fear is, what if it happens like the Bills after Jim Kelly? What if it happens like after Andrew Luck quit? And look what the Colts went through. You can have a lot of talent out there, but it doesn't matter if your quarterback's bad. And the Colts had some average quarterbacks. Then they went bad quarterback Anthony Richardson. Yep. Now they've got above average quarterback who's playing well in the system. And look what they're doing.
At them.
They're winning.
Well, and they're not paying them, and they're paying other guys. And look what happens.
Yeah, but you know what? You got to pay them. You know what conversation we haven't had yet? Right. What do you do with them after the season's over?
Right. I know what I'm going to do if I'm buying a house. I'm going to call Kent Jones at Dream Rate. That's what I'm going to do. He's been doing this since the 90s. So if you've been doing something for 30 years, if you've got over 1,400 career closings, if you've been in the middle of this business forever, even if you're just thinking about buying a house, call Kent and let Kent, he can advise you on when to lock in. He can advise you on how much you can spend on a house, what you can afford, okay? He can advise you on which is the best loan. He can advise you on a buyer's agent that might even rebate part of their commission just to get your business. He can advise you on the best survey, title, all of these things. he knows everything. Well, I can't say he knows everything about this, but when you've done it for 30 years, you know. If you know, you know, and he knows. Shop your loan. Brokers are better. In most cases, brokers, that they suck because they're going to take money. This one is going to save you money. This broker saves you money. So you're buying a home. I don't care if you bought 20 homes. You're not as good at this as Kent Jones is. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
I know you love delicious, authentic Mexican food. I know you love not having to pay an outrageous price for it. I'm just telling you this right now. There are locations of taquerias around us all over the city of Houston. They're open for breakfast, so right now they're open. They're open for lunch. They're open for dinner. They are playing sports. They're playing the games you want to watch on their TVs at the bar. In some cases, they have their own separate sports bar at the location. And all you have to do, if there's a game you want to watch, just let them know. They'll put it on for you, so then you can enjoy your drinks. You know, you can enjoy your specials that you're having with your margaritas or your beers. The food at the bar, they have a separate sports bar menu that they are offering you. But just understand this. It's not an excuse to say, I don't know if there's one around me. The Woodlands, let's see, out near Katy, Sugarland. They don't go all the way to Sugarland, but along 59, you can find it. Kingwood, Baytown, LaPorte, Pasadena, Pearland, and a ton of locations here in Houston. So there's one near you. Why don't you stop in today for lunch and get yourself some authentic Mexican food at a great price? Fill up, be good for the day, for the rest of the afternoon of the work that you're doing. You may want to take a nap because the food hits just like that. And enjoy yourself. Go grab yourself a drink and, take a long lunch. Get a margarita, get a beer, get those tacos going, and enjoy authentic food at a great price from Taqueria Serranos.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here. We got calls, 713-780-3776. We got Josh Pate at the top of the hour, so this is a quick segment to get to Josh Pate on time, brought to you by Walmart. Let's get Reese in here. Hey, Coach, what's going on, Reese?
Hey, what's up, John? Hey, I got a question about CJ because it looks like the season is over. So my question is, there's going to be a third offensive coordinator coming in here? Because usually when a young QB isn't doing well, they always use the excuse of, well, he had so many coordinators in this many years, so there'll be no stability there if he gets another coordinator. And then I've also seen something where it says CJ Stroud is fed up. Well, what does CJ need? Because since his rookie year, he hasn't looked good. And just like the previous caller said, he ain't doing nothing pre-snap. I feel like he already has in his mind where he wants to go with the ball. But anyway, I'll just hang up for listening, man. Just talking to guys.
Well, I think there's stuff going on with the wide receivers because there was a couple of plays that broke down, and the blitz was coming from one side, and nobody stopping, nobody ran a hot read route, and CJ just gets killed, and we're blaming CJ or we're blaming the offensive line. I think the wide receivers are playing a big part of this. I think he was asked. We had Higgins was asked about it. Noel was asked about it. There was a play where Nico was on the side of the blitz, just ran down the field, and CJ was looking that way. Nothing. I think that this thing that D'Amico is talking about quite possibly could be a big problem with these young wide receivers not knowing what the hell they're supposed to do.
It's possible, and sometimes it could be choice routes. So, one of the things that gets mentioned a lot is choice routes. So you got to read a defense in a certain way, read the leverage, and you run a route based on that. So you and your quarterback have to be on the same page. If they're misreading it, then they're not going to be in the place they need to be, and that could be an issue too. So that's something that's a little bit more complicated that he could be referring to. It sounds like when we listen to D'Amico, I feel like we need to play the sound again for everyone to hear it, but it sounds like he's talking. As a matter of fact, Dell, let's play D'Amico Ryans talking about that. We played it in the first hour. Let's play D'Amico Ryans talking about some of the issues with guys not being on the same page, because if you listen to it closely, it's pretty telling, and it could be defense, it could be offense, it could be probably not special teams, because their special teams is playing pretty well this year. But here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the issues.
I'm figuring out why things are happening. It's always baffling as a coach when you go through and you practice a certain thing and you work it a certain way, and guys get in the game and do something completely different. Well, that's being disjointed. Like, we got to be on the same page, and not on the same page like we don't know what we're doing. We just got to do what we called. We got to run what we call, right? The techniques we work, the things we established throughout training camp, we got to do that, right? And when we do that, you'll see we operate efficiently. We are able to be in the right spot defensively, special teams-wise. We're able to get our blocks done the right way when we just execute what we practice all week, right? You can't get in a game. So I told our guys today, you can't get in a game and overcomplicate football. I know football can be a complex game within a game, but to me, football is simple. And you make it simple, you keep it simple, and allow guys to go play fast. All right, and that's what we've done, but we don't need to make things up. We don't need to try to do something or press and make a play. Just be like, we just have to stay with what we've been coached to do it the right way every single time. When I say it's one snap at a time, that's what I truly mean. It's not, I need to make this big play. You need to focus in one snap at a time, do exactly what you're coached to do. When we do that, we play well. When we get outside of that and we try to do more, that's when we don't play well. So it's not complicated to play this game. We don't need to make it that way. Let's play fast and let's play fun.
Press and make a play could be quarterback. It could be secondary. Yeah. Like, it could be pass rush, leaving your pass rush lane, or run stopping, leaving your assignment. Because J.J. Watt used to be infamous behind the scenes on darting inside, trying to make a play when he wasn't doing necessarily what the defense wanted. Right. Like, they're like, no, play straight. Don't try to always make a play, J.J. But it could be a secondary getting out of position because they want to go make a play. It could be a quarterback not just taking a profit.
Could be all of them.
Could be all of them.
Probably
is all of them.
Yeah, probably
honestly.
is. All right, well, Josh Pate next. So, great college football talk. This is where you want to be next, right here on ESPN 97.5. Especially you Aggies, we're going to talk a lot about that LSU game. Right now, though, I'm talking about your property tax bills showing up this month. You're going to get that. You're going to look at it. You're going to go, what? Now, what now? How much do you think my house is worth? Are you kidding me? Because every year it's the same. It's the same. They keep on, they jack it up with no reason whatsoever. They don't have any logic to it whatsoever. Just, let's go up 10, 15%. Let's do it. In a lot of cases, illegally, because there's a limit on how much they can charge you over last year's, right? But they don't care. They just jack it up. The government is wrong 86% of the time because Odenwell has the stats. 86% of their customers receive reductions. 86%. To me, that is unbelievable in two ways. First of all, that they can win at that level. Secondly, that the government is wrong that much. It's ridiculous. Ownwell customers are average savings of over $1,100. No stress or big-time investment. If they don't win, you don't win. You only pay on what they win, okay? So it's the only way to do this. They have the technology that you don't have to win. Stop overpaying. Start saving with Ownwell. Sign up in 3 minutes at ownwell.com/Texas. That's OWNWELL.com/Texas. Dell. All right, welcome back. It is that time of the week. Josh Pate College Show on YouTube. Josh Pate presented by Walmart every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart. That's who knew. Josh Pate. Josh, biggest game. How about the Aggies are in a game, a big football game. Going to LSU where they don't win. They never win. But I can tell you this, Josh, LSU is done with Brian Kelly. Done. I'm in a LSU family. My wife and all her siblings went there. My daughter went there. We are LSU people. Everyone I know is done with Brian Kelly. This could be, if he loses this game, this could be, I don't know. Does he make it through the season or do they wait? I don't know.
So what you're saying is true. What you're saying is an accurate representation of the LSU fan base. Let me put it that way.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I was doing some stuff this morning. I was doing some national stuff this morning, and they were asking me, sort of the way the generic onlooker would ask, and the generic onlooker would say, Brian Kelly's had a really successful career. They're 5-2. Why the hot seat talk? Because it doesn't make sense to an outsider. You've really got to understand the dynamics to understand that guy's got very, very little goodwill built up with the fan base to begin with. There's no equity built up. They've been a disaster offensively this year. That's his guy. Joe Sloan was his decision at offensive coordinator. And all the good things about that team right now defensively were not his decision. He didn't hire Blake Baker. I got told, by the way, I've never shared this before, Baker spoke with Kelly one time before he got hired. It was not even Brian Kelly's move. So the good stuff down there is not Brian Kelly. The bad stuff is Brian Kelly. And if they lose Saturday, here's the thing about that. That just moves them to 5-3, okay? And his buyout is north of $50 million. So even if you don't like Brian Kelly, okay, at some point you got to remove the emotion and you got to make a business decision here. Do we have the money, firstly? And even if we do have the money, second question, do we have a definitive upgrade? Do we already know what's in the other hand over here before we fire Brian Kelly in the left hand? And if the answer is no, I don't think you can just go and light the money on fire. So now there is an alternative there. If you've been told by a really, really slam dunk candidate, hey, I'm coming. When that job opens, I'm coming. Well, then do it. Absolutely do it. I just don't know that they know that yet.
What about Joe Brady? Let's go back to a name from the past, 2019, architect of he's been in the NFL with the Saints. Then he went to LSU, then Carolina. Now he's with the Buffalo Bills. Then he's going to would they like to run it back with a guy like Joe Brady? Because remember now, this same LSU fan base had an actual Cajun who won a national championship with one of the greatest teams we've ever seen, and they were done with him in 2 years.
I have no idea how Joe Brady would be as a head coach.
Yeah, I don't either.
They better. I mean, if they know, if they've got a good idea and they better, then sure. It'd obviously be an easy-ish sell for the fan base in terms of name recognition. But I don't know that – this goes back to my philosophy. And I may have to change this philosophy because of the way the landscape is changing. There are about 10 places where I would just never hire a coordinator as my head coach. Now, I have that philosophy about Georgia. Georgia's one of those places. Well, Georgia did hire a coordinator. It just turned out he was Kirby Smart, and he's a legend. Okay, Oregon did it with Dan Lanning. Lanning's a winner. Those are exceptions to the rule, in my opinion. And I look at it, even with Georgia's case, with Kirby, I looked at it then and I said, do you have to do that? Like, do you have to take the risk of letting a guy experience being a head coach for the first time on your dime? And it worked out for them, so good for them. But I look at it, and I say the same thing about LSU. I just don't know if a place that big and a place with that many options has to take that kind of risk. But if you don't view it as a risk, if you just think you've got a slam dunk, you've got the next Kirby, for example, offensively, then by all means do it. I don't know that because I've never sat down with the guy. I've never looked him in the eye. I've never had him lay out his entire organizational plan. I've never watched him deal with people. So I'd be very ill-qualified to even know if that's the case.
You know, it's not helping Brian Kelly what Marcus Freeman is doing. Soon as he leaves, Notre Dame goes to the playoffs every year.
Remember when he got beat up when he first got there and people were like, Marcus Freeman's in over his head.
Yeah, well.
And now look at him.
Look at him. Now.
I mean, granted, that's
and LSU hasn't sniffed. Has LSU, since Brian Kelly got there, hasn't sniffed about even close to the playoffs. So they're done. What about this Aggie team, and what about this game on Saturday? Tell the Ags. We got a bunch of Ags listening right now. What do you see?
I think they're going to win the game. I think it sets up pretty terribly for LSU, actually. I'm very surprised. I'm not surprised the line is as low as it is. I know the history of this matchup. I know Kelly, I think, is 20-1 in night games down there. I get it. Here's what's going to happen, though. They got to snap the ball eventually. And you guys know as well as I do, Death Valley at night is everything it's cracked up to be. However, if you tilt the game, it tilts on the home team. Alabama did this last year. They went in there at night, tilted it, and instead of being a detriment to Alabama, it was a detriment to LSU. It emptied out quick. The people who remained just kind of remained so they could scream at Brian Kelly. And so if you do that early, you're good. But I look at it from a matchup standpoint. LSU still can't run the ball. They're in the 100 teams, I think, in critical rushing. That makes them the lowest play-action rate team in the SEC because no one has to respect the ground game. You're facing a top 10 pressure team in A&M. Your left tackle is out. And unlike some of these other teams like Florida, where you could screw around and still win because they've turned the ball over 5 times, some of these other teams you've played, you could score 20 and win. A&M's going to score. Okay, A&M could score 24, 27, 30 on you. I don't know that LSU can match points with them without turning the ball over and taking ridiculous risks. So I'm taking A&M to win the game. It's actually one of my stronger leans of the week.
Really? Okay. UCLA. They're on a bit of a roll, and they're going to Indiana. Indiana's laying 25.5. Is that too much?
Well, if I had to bet the game, I'd bet UCLA. The problem, well, the risk, the reason there's a little hesitation in my voice is I don't know if this is just sustainable or it's kind of a sugar high and eventually it's going to run out of steam, this little run UCLA's been on. And I don't know that I want to pay to find out against Indiana. Now, the other thing that's happening there, this has happened a million times before, this is just 1,000,001, is a team is dealing with expectation to this caliber for the first time. Now, I don't even count last year. Last year, Indiana still had a ton of doubters. Even when they were doing what they were doing, people, including me, said this is mainly the product of a soft schedule, and once they get to the playoff, they'll get beaten. And we were right about that. Not that they were a bad team, but we were largely right about that. This year, people are saying Indiana could make the national championship game. I'm looking at some of these playoff brackets out there. They got a first-round bye. They're going to the Big Ten title game, which is going to happen. So there's real expectation on this team. How do you deal with it? The air is going to start to get thinner here. And now this is not supposed to be a big game. All right, this is a layup game. This is get out of it healthy, work on some stuff. Like, that's the kind of game this profiles to be. So do they handle business? Are they professionally mature enough to do that? And knowing full well a 17-point win still wins but doesn't cover, I would just maybe take the points. But more so than anything, I think you learn a lot. Even if Indiana wins, if they win and they're loose, I learn a lot about that as it relates to what you're capable of down the road.
I love Kirk Cignetti, and it's some would say there's an arrogance there. I would say it's just, it's a confidence that is if you look at how Kirk Cignetti came up, he came up literally the old-fashioned way. He went from small school, from high school, there's JUCO in there. I think Elon was in there, a small school. Like, he's come up a way that he's seen it all. He has no fear. He knows that he can win at any level. It's like he's unlocked this magic. He's like, I know the magic formula now, so I don't have a fear because if I get the right guys, I know the formula to win. Where do you rank Cignetti? And look, I know it's a dangerous contract. Once you look at Jimbo Fisher's contract, James Franklin's, we understand it's always dangerous in college football the way these contracts are going down. But I told you last week I wanted to talk about Cignetti. I think this is one of the finest coaches in college football, and I applaud Indiana for what they tried to do. I don't know if it's going to be enough in the future to keep them there.
Oh, I think it'll be enough to keep him there. I actually think he and his representation fleeced the university, and that's me acknowledging he's one of the best in the game right now. I don't think the best in the history of the game warrants that kind of deal in terms of longevity, only because you can continue to re-up the deal at 4 or 5 year increments.
Sure.
So to guarantee that much money for that length of time is pretty insane
for any
to me.
Coach, do you think it's insane for any coach, Josh? It's stupid for any coach. Like, the Aggies didn't have to do it with Jimbo Fisher, and look where they got themselves. I don't know why anyone would extend beyond 5 years ever for a coach.
Yes. I just said I think it would be insane for Alabama peak Nick Saban dynasty to extend that far. So I'm applying this to anybody. Yeah. It's just insane to do. It also makes it really hard to continue to argue how cash-strapped you are, and not as a university, as a sport, and how you can't do this and how we can't afford that, and then you continue to just spend monopoly money in hypothetical buyouts and whatnot. So anyway, that's independent of how good I think he is as a coach. I think he's excellent as a coach. The only thing I wonder is, and there may be nothing to this, but the concept of what he's doing in Indiana is still so new. I haven't seen the sport adjust to it yet, if that makes any sense.
What's the concept, Josh? What concept?
Do what now?
What's the concept you're talking about?
So the concept is very general sense. Okay, so sometimes a guy comes in. I remember when Malzahn first got to Auburn. He lit the world on fire in 2013. They went all the way to the national title. All right, so everyone thought it was just a new day that had dawned in the SEC, and this is going to be insane. They're going to run the SEC. And they were still good, but it turned out 2013 was the closest they would ever get because the league started to adjust to it. Now, what SIG's doing, to me, is more organizational than just a system or anything like that. But I still wonder, take the unique special things about him, about Indiana, what they have now. How, if at all, does the Big Ten and college football adjust to it? And is this just the norm? Are they just going to be in it every single year? They may be. This may just be an entirely new dynamic in being written in the college football history books. That's the only thing that I wonder about, and that's a very generic thing. That's not even a specific thing. Otherwise, yeah, he's got my stamp of approval.
Well, as long as he keeps on getting quarterbacks like he has been.
Well, he portaled this one in,
Yeah, he brought him in. Well, he's going to have to. You have to keep doing that. You have to. All right.
Let me give you one example there, really quick. Okay, so this past cycle, take Auburn. This is a second Auburn example, but take Auburn as an example. They're in the market for a quarterback. People knew that Sig was after Fernando Mendoza. All right, I think the mentality was, all right, well, if Indiana's after him, I mean, we should be after a different caliber player. Like, Indiana has to settle for guys we don't. Well, in the future, now that he's shown you twice that he out-evaluated you, the market or the sport may adjust in a way that they find out who Sig is after, and then the big-time programs go after that kid. The same way in recruiting, you know, if James Madison has a kid committed, but then Georgia offers him. Well, then Bama, Texas, Ohio State all offer him, and James Madison doesn't land the kid. Just that's the kind of subtle stuff that you watch. Is he always getting the same kind of player that he's able to get the first two cycles?
Well, but is Mendoza going to be that guy at Auburn? Or is it Cignetti, what he's doing is making these quarterbacks maybe even better than they can be?
Yeah, that's the Lane Kiffin question, because Trinidad Chambliss is doing good at Ole Miss. Would Trinidad Chambliss from Ferris State be doing that at Auburn? Right. Yeah, that's the follow-up side of that question.
Right. Now, so, okay, Lane Kiffin. Keep hearing Florida. Ole Miss put out, this is what Lane said at SEC days about Oxford and how much he loves it.
But remember when the rumors were, John, that he wanted out of Ole Miss? It was only a couple years ago.
Right. But then at SEC Media Days, how much he loves it with raising his kids there and everything else. What is Lane? Is this going to catch up with Ole Miss? All of these rumors and everything going on.
Well, we just talked about Curt Cignetti. Curt Cignetti was rumored heavily the moment the Penn State job came open. What did Curt Cignetti do to quiet those rumors?
Signed a big contract.
Right. That's right.
You get the agent out there. Yeah, you get the agent out there saying, "Hey guys, I don't know if you know, but Curt, you better watch him at Penn State. Give him anything he wants." But you think Ole Miss would do that though with Lane?
I sure do. I think they're already in the process of doing it. I think he's probably got something on his desk right now. So, frankly, I don't care what he says. I don't care what Ole Miss says. All that's performative. The best statement that you can make to show that you're not going anywhere is to sign your name on a piece of paper. Until he does that, Florida is very much in play. I don't think he's going to do it in the near future. Therefore, the Florida job will be in play. I think Lane Kiffin very much enjoys the theatrical aspect of this. I know that's not the Lane we know. I know, but that's just there's a part of him that's like that. Look, you got a bunch of opinions out there on this. I don't think he's made his mind up on that. I think he may have this soft answer in his head or this lean, but you don't really find out where your heart is until someone says, "Here's the pen. Either sign on the dotted line or not." That's really when you find out where your heart is. And I just think it's still in the abstract to the extent where he knows his decision doesn't have to come for another month or two. I still think it could go either way.
Why is OU a 5.5-point favorite against Ole Miss?
You put us on upset alert last week with Louisville at Miami, and Louisville got there and beat Miami. You've been pretty good with the upset alerts, by the way. Is Ole Miss I feel like Oklahoma should be on upset alert after we saw Ole Miss play really well for 3 quarters. Or is it this could be a pancake. They could be flat as a pancake coming out this week too, Ole Miss.
So I thought when I first looked at the slate on Sunday, I thought, this Lane almost got Georgia. He'll go get Oklahoma. I have inverted myself totally. I really love Oklahoma this weekend to win and cover, by over a touchdown. Wow. So here's where my mind's at on this. I think that people may have gotten fooled a little bit watching Trinidad Chambliss and that offense go into Athens and score basically at will to start the game. Georgia's a terrible pressure team. It's very antithetical to what Kirby Smart teams normally are. But I don't know that people are fully respecting that. this is the number one pressure rate team in the country they're going to face against Oklahoma. They just haven't faced a pressure team yet like this because there isn't one like this. And then the other aspect where I expect Oklahoma may be able to control the game is I think they can crowbar Ole Miss's offense a little bit, and I think they can run the ball, which sounds weird because Oklahoma's not been a good rushing attack this year so far. They ran it okay last week at South Carolina and really salted a game away, which they badly needed. This is the 99th ranked run defense in the country. You can run the ball on Ole Miss. And so I think they're going to shave possessions, and I think they'll just slowly put their hands around the neck of this game, and they'll end up winning it, and they'll end up covering. And it's the second leg of a back-to-back road stretch, by the way, for Ole Miss. And, look, we saw Matt Rule and Nebraska implode last week, and you will never convince me that the job rumors didn't have something to do with that.
I agree.
We saw Tulane. Tulane almost lost to Army. I think Summerall's name being out there has something to do with that. Well, Lane's name's been out there more than anyone. And, look, I just think there's a lot to be said about it. So I actually like Oklahoma in this spot.
Let me ask you about a couple other ones, sneaky big ones. BYU at Iowa State, big one. BYU is 7-0, Iowa State 5-2. Iowa State is a small favorite. Talk about that one for a second, Josh. And then also, do our Cougs have any shot at getting Kenny Dillingham's Arizona State team after Arizona State comes off that upset win last week?
Yes, they do. Arizona State has not been a good road team. I assume you guys saw Jordan Tyson is out for this game, by the way.
No.
I
well, remember
that
that's at Arizona State.
It's at Arizona State, yeah.
Oh, my bad. Well, hey, Jordan Tyson's still out, so at least I got half of that right. I would still lean Arizona State, but yes, I would give them a puncher's chance, absolutely. That translates to I haven't broken the game down, and I'm giving you a very generic answer. I hope you guys picked up on that.
What about BYU? Have you had a chance to look at BYU and Iowa State? I know everyone's just going to automatically lean to Iowa State because, Matt Campbell and Iowa State's tough at home and blah, blah, blah.
I don't know. BYU's pretty good.
I think BYU deserves that quarterback is a real problem.
Yeah. So I lean Iowa State for different reasons. It's just a dynamics game for me. I've got them off a bye, and Iowa State's last two games before their bye were losses. I mean, going into a bye week off a loss is among the worst things imaginable when you play for a hard-nosed coach. And they come out of this bye at home, and they face a Brigham Young team having to travel after a huge emotional rivalry win. And I just think if there's going to be a time where Brigham Young starts to get popped, it begins here. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have their schedule in front of me, but I know they got Iowa State. They still got to play Texas Tech. They still got to play Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So we always knew their schedule was very backloaded. So even if we were talking in June, we would have mapped it out to say, and at the time we wouldn't have even known Retzlaff was going to have to withdraw, but we would have said, all right, let's tail Brigham Young early and just kind of roll the dice that Kalani Sitake will get him rolling. And then let's pick our spot where we start to fade them. I think after the Utah games where we start to fade them. This is the game we would have circled anyway, even in June. Yeah. And I'm going to stick with the hypothetical conversation we may or may not have had in June.
Texas at Mississippi State.
Is that dead team walking? Is Texas just playing out the string from here on out? After you saw again, I mean, the Kentucky game was so damning.
I couldn't believe the Kentucky. Well, I could believe that it was a close game, but to get outgained by 200 and still win. Yeah. I don't know. And then Sark's getting questioned about play calling all week. I'm really worried about this game. Texas just can't score. So even if they do everything right, it's a close game. It's a really compacted game. I think about Mississippi State, how close they got against Tennessee, and how close they just had that game won against Florida and threw it away.
Yeah.
They need a win. They need a signature win. Levy's got to get one somewhere. And it wouldn't shock me at all if it were this game. I don't have a strong feel on it. I didn't bet on it or anything. I mean, I picked Texas because they're favored, because if you're on the fence, that's normally a smart default way to go. But it wouldn't surprise me in the least if we got a 16-12 Mississippi State win or something like that. I just wonder how many points do you need? Really, think about it.
7 field goals that's 7 field goals you just put on us. Woo.
Yeah, I can't.
How do you think Texas
gets
that many
goal line?
Yeah, how can Texas get 12? How are they going to get 4 scoring opportunities? That seems impossible.
Defensive scoring,
defense, yeah.
Turnovers.
Turnovers.
That's true. Yeah.
Where are you going this week?
I am walking down the street to Vanderbilt Stadium.
Hey!
I think it's called Commonwealth Stadium. I can't remember what it's called. Some sponsor, but it's Vanderbilt Stadium to us locals. I am going down there to watch Missouri come into town. I got to tell you guys, I picked Vandy over LSU last week. I have a sneaking suspicion that even though Vandy's the number 12 run defense in the country, they have faced a bunch of rush offenses in the hundreds, and I think that may be a little propped up. And I think Missouri can come in here and run the ball on them.
Yeah.
And Missouri's already – I mean, Diego Pavia, all due respect. Missouri's already faced Lenora Sellers. They faced Jackson Arnold. They faced the kid at Kansas, Jalen Daniels. None of them have rushed for over 25 yards against them. And they had multiple sacks against all of them. I think Missouri is very, very well equipped to deal with Vandy, and I think they're going to win the game.
Game day is going to be there. Eli was asked about it. He goes, they ain't there for us. Don't worry about it. They don't care about Missouri. All they care about is this Vanderbilt team. I think they're going to be ready. I think they're going to be
Who's they?
Loaded for Missouri.
Yeah.
Missouri's going to be ready.
Yeah.
Missouri will be ready. And then one more game. Meach couldn't have been dumber talking about Texas Tech's money. And they're going to Texas Tech after that loss at Arizona State. They're laying 37.5, Josh, to Oklahoma State, and I don't think that's even close to what Texas Tech is going to put on them.
It's bad, man. This is so sad. This is like an FCS-type point spread. It's like a lower-tier G5 FCS-type point spread, and that's basically what Oklahoma State is. But you're right. Somebody's going to get fooled into taking the points, saying, "Oh man, it's a conference game. You can't be given 37." And then it is 68-10 midway through the fourth, and you're like, "Why didn't I understand? Why did I not understand how much blood was on their mouth?" And they were smiling coming into this game.
Yeah. Joey McGuire ain't happy about Meacham talking about how much money Texas Tech is spending. I'm telling you that right now. So
keep our billionaire's name out of your mouth.
Yeah, out your mouth. As always, Josh, man, thanks. Great talking college football with you every week right here. Brought to you by Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart. Josh, as always, the Josh Pate College Football Show on
Don't
YouTube.
miss it.
Check it out. It's
First
great.
look on Sunday's terrific, so you got to make sure you knock in on that one every Sunday for sure.
Yeah, we appreciate you, and we'll talk to you again next week.
I appreciate it, guys.
There's Josh Pate, brought to you by Walmart. Time for us to talk about Republic Boot. Time for us to talk about, these guys are unbelievable. They're so good at this whole boot thing. They're like one of they're the OGs of the boot game here, but it's authentic.
Their bootmaker, remember the bootmaker we met, John, who they brought in?
Oh, my God.
He's like considered, remember he was like a religious man, and he said, my calling is making boots. It's some crazy story, and this guy was back there making boots when we were there. He was literally back there making the boots.
And you talk about the workmanship, you talk about the detail, you talk about, how perfect these boots are. If you're going to custom boot now, it could take 6 months, it could take 9, it could take 15 months. Customized boots, perfect for you with any elephant, shark, sturgeon, rhino, ostrich, whatever it is. You're talking about the greatest workmanship that you're going to get in a boot. Now, you can get stuff now for Christmas if you want, for your clients or for your employees, whatever it is, work bags, backpacks, travel bags. They can get it done for you, but you got to do it now. If you want to have a party there, up to 200 people, it's awesome, awesome, awesome. There is nothing about this place that isn't Texas that isn't great, okay? That isn't. And now you can also get the 1836 boots, but they can customize them for you too. So you're looking for boots or you're looking to get rodeo ready, there's one place to go. 1133 East 11th Street in Houston, corner of Studewood and East 11th in the Heights, or republicbootcompany.com. There is no better place to get your Ford truck or SUV than Chastang Ford. That's just, I can't say it's a fact. It's a fact with me. It's my fact, okay? That's where I get mine. That's where I know I'm going to get the best deal. And it's not just because I speak for Chastang Ford. I was a client before I spoke for him, and I just believed in them, and I believe in them to this day. I bought 4 vehicles from them, and I will continue to buy my vehicles from Chastang because I believe in their service. I believe in their price. I believe in that I'm getting the best deal that I can because they're not going to try to upsell me. Everything is transparent. They're going to work to get me the best credit that I can get. They're going to work for you the same way that they work for me. You're going to do it every single time. They're going to try to get you into that Ford truck or SUV, and they're going to get it at the price that you have to be at with customized the way that you want it. But you got to be realistic, okay? If you only got this much to spend, this is what you're going to be able to do. But they want to know that you are going to get into that Ford truck or SUV so it's comfortable for you. They don't want you choking on your payments every month. That sucks. You won't come back. So do this. Go to Chastang Ford and work with them and find out what's best for you at ChastangFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown, Chastang Ford.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Right now. No, not right now, Dale? Not right now? No Taquerias Rondas?
No, after John Chill, you can do your Taquerias Rondas, which you've forgotten for the rest of the show.
Well, here's what we have to do. You need to ask John Chill about what his thoughts are.
Okay.
For the game tonight.
Okay, the game tonight, John Chill.
Yeah.
Because we got a guy who's going to come up, and he's going to get a $50 gift certificate if he picks the right side or the right under-over for tonight's game. So, and we're going to put it on you. We're going to put it on you. What is the right side or right? Which is better, under or over?
Like?
That's a lot of pressure, but I'll give you what I'm thinking. Right now, the Chargers seeing about 70% of the money against the Vikings. Kind of like the Chargers. That's not my pick yet, but at home, I think getting beat up against the Colts last week, I think they rebound on Thursday night. My big pick will be take the under. The Chargers are 13. The under happens 13 out of the last 18 games when they're favored by 3.5 or more. And being it's the Thursday night trend, I'm going under 44.5 points.
Isn't the trend on Thursday night over, though?
It is this year, but we're going back. We're going to revisit it back to last year. But I think I like the 44.5 and the under tonight.
Under.
I think I'm going under tonight at 44.5.
Under 44.5. There you have
it.
Yep,
that's the 5-star special tonight. So,
okay. Well, they're so banged up on that offensive line that I don't know how they're going to protect her, if you want to know the truth. So you may be dead on there that this is going to be a punt game. And then, is it Carson Wentz or J.J. McCarthy on the other side? Do we know?
Yeah, I think it's Wentz, and he's known to throw picks. I could see him driving down at the 20 and throwing a couple picks. The normal routine there.
You go.
So, that's what I like tonight. Yeah,
okay.
The under 44.5 tonight. So
there you have it. So when we pick the contestant, John Chill suggests the under. What kind of? Of course, you're in Louisiana. Are you seeing any A&M money?
Oh, we're seeing a ton of it. It's over 80% right now.
Whoa!
A&M over LSU. Yes, so we're seeing a ton of A&M money, and it's shocking. I think everybody's given up on LSU here in Louisiana, and there might be a change here at the end of the season if this continues. But I mean, you kind of got to like LSU getting 2.5 at home. I mean, I believe it's a night game, in Death Valley and all that, and how they played last week. I mean, they got to be a little sour after losing to Vandy. I think I was a year out of high school for the last time Vandy beat LSU. So, so I kind of lean in LSU. I know A&M's been looking good, and they're getting better each week. But, that's a tough game. But if I had to pick one, I'd go LSU and take the points at home.
You take the point, especially since 80%. 80% is on A&M. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Another. No, go ahead. I was going to say.
Go ahead. No, you got another. You got another. Which one?
Big, huge one sides. Oregon over Wisconsin, 31.5. Oregon's been playing better. I think the defense only given up like 13 points. The offense is scoring over 40. Wisconsin's just a fade team right now. They didn't look good last week. They played Ohio State, but and they got the new unis out. I don't know if you guys saw them. They got the Grateful Dead unis coming out, I think, Saturday. So
I didn't see it.
That'll be an interesting game. But I like Oregon there. I think, along with the public on that one, I think you're just going to score at home, and they play well at home there. So
we just talked to Josh Pate, John, and I just think Texas Tech is going to destroy Oklahoma State because of the comments that Doug Meacham made, and they lost last week at Arizona State. Whew, that's going to be a beat, and that's going to be a beat down. They're going to boat race them, I think. So 37.5. I ain't scared of 37.5. Is there money going?
No.
Which way is the money going?
Actually, it is Texas Tech. It's a little bit over 60 right now. But so people are starting to get on there, and you're seeing it actually went up day over day. So you're starting to see some smart money get on that as well. So it's definitely a play there. Minnesota, people liking that. That's close to 90% over Iowa getting 8.5. That's an interesting one there to see that kind of swing for that game.
Well, so Minnesota took care of Nebraska last week. So
yeah.
Are they a good football team? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's because of the way Penn State, Iowa barely beat Penn State last week, but Penn State still got players. I know they're going through some transition right now, but it's interesting to see that for that game, to see that type of handle on Minnesota, especially at Iowa. Yeah.
And what else you got? What do you got in the NFL?
NFL, if you look, Patriots. A lot of people are over the Browns. That's over 80% there. New England's been playing well. I mean, they're leading the division, and that's an interesting one there. And then also the Bills -7. Kind of like the Bills going along with the public here, -7 against Carolina. Buffalo hasn't scored in the last 2 weeks. I believe, 14 last week, and I think barely, and they're averaging almost close to 30 the first few weeks. So I think this is a rebound game for Buffalo. Get right game, and Carolina's a team that they can get right with, and
coming off a bye,
like them. Yep, and Dallas is starting to get momentum. Of course, Dallas that's a tough one at Denver. That's tough to play. I know Denver squeaked a lot of games and lost a lot of games in the last second, but they are clicking. Their offense is moving, and that's also an interesting one. They're close to 80% too, as far as handles. So. Those are mainly the football. Big weekend. NBA started. We got UFC. That's actually a day pay-per-view. Aspinall versus Gone. Kind of like Aspinall -355, and that's a big money. The only problem I have is he hasn't fought since July of last year. So I don't know if he's going to have a lot of ring rust, but I think one fight out of his 7 went past the first round. So. And then he averages like 8 significant strikes per minute, which is insane. That's an insane stat to have. So if I would play it, I'm probably going to play under 2 rounds. I think either they're just going to go at it in the first 2 rounds and just one of them's going to knock each other out. So that's kind of my play there for the UFC. But, if you want to grab some breakfast, it starts at 9 in the morning. And
Wow.
then I think the main event will be on at 1:30 in the afternoon. So unusual for a pay-per-view event. Usually the fight nights are like that, but that's what's going on there. And then NBA, kind of it was weird. I get a report for change in lines, and Wembanyama after last night went from I think 9-1 down to 3-1 for MVP. So it was interesting to see, the movement. I mean, I know he had the 40, but it's interesting how one game can influence, the MVP betting and all that. But he looked good last night. So, but you get the NBA. We're following the news, of course, and see where that outcome comes that broke here about an hour ago. So that'll be interesting. You look at prop bets and see where that goes here in the next couple of months. I know college. I got away from it last year and where prop bets will go with the NBA going forward. But
if you see anything like that, well, you should have bet them at 9, not 3. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Everybody who had them at 9 are going, look how smart I am.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Just stay healthy. That's all you can do. Just stay healthy. So,
that's it.
Yeah.
No blood clots this year. That's John Chill every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 DraftKings Sportsbook. Brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, as always, we appreciate it.
All right. See you guys. Thank you. All right.
I want to talk right now about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I want to talk about how much I admire. I love and admire, right? It's hard to do that for a building, but I do. I mean, they put the perfect structure there. Great hotel. Wonderful pool. Golf course. If you haven't played the golf course, bring your clubs. Put them, and that's the great thing about it is too. You don't bring your clubs to Vegas. I mean, what a pain in the ass. Put on the plane, get them off the luggage. I got to carry them. I got to do it. You put them in the back of your car. It's in your clubs are in your trunk already. Boom! You drive down to Lake Charles, 2 hours and 15 minutes, and you're playing golf on a wonderful golf course, right? You got the DraftKings Sportsbook, which makes everything great because you got all your wagers for all the college. It's the best place to watch college and pro football. So you got everything, 12 restaurants. You got everything you could possibly need. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Stop already flying all the way to Vegas. You don't need it. You got a Vegas-style casino right here in Lake Charles. 2 hours, 15 minutes down the road. It's all it costs is gas. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
All right. It's your chance. First one to call, 713-780-3776. We're not messing around with it. First one to call has a chance to win a $50 gift card from Taquerias Roundas. Here's how you play. We will give you the point spread and the total for tonight's Thursday night game. You can either make a selection on either one, or you can try and fade me and let me make the pick. Last week I told you Cincinnati was the pick, and you decided to go the other way. That's your business, but you got nothing. You got nothing. But if you win, you can get a $50 gift card that you use at any of the Taquerias Roundas locations. So we have our contestant. Dell's just getting a name. Let me pull up the number for you here. We want to make sure we get a current updated number for the Thursday night game. It's the Vikings versus Chargers on Prime. Who we have, Dell?
Troy will join us.
Troy, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make this side. We're going to say the Chargers minus 3.5. I'm going to make you make a choice. Chargers minus 3.5. Chargers are minus 3.5 at home against the Vikings, kind of at home. I mean, do they ever really have a home game? And then you have the over-under is 44.5. Now, you can make a selection on either one of those or have me pick it. Either way, if I pick it, you want me to lose, and then you win the $50 gift certificate. You can pick it yourself, and if you win, you get a $50 gift certificate. But if you lose, as always, you get nothing.
Nothing.
Boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. Nothing. So what are we thinking here?
Yeah, so I'm going to take the Chargers minus 3.5.
Chargers laying 3 and a hook, minus 3.5, trying to come back from that Colts loss against Carson Wentz. I always think fading Carson Wentz is a pretty good one. Chargers are sitting at 4-3. It's going to be this is a big, big game for them. It's a big game for both teams, but Chargers really need this one after a good start against Kansas City to start the season. They do not look the same, and they got to have this one. So, Troy, we're going to put you on hold, get your information. You've got the Chargers minus 3.5, and we will see if he wins. So thank you to Taquerias Roundas for giving us this opportunity to feed Houstonians who can pick winners. And that's who should eat. People who pick winners should eat. People who pick losers, you starve. That's
You want
just
to
how
eat?
it is.
Hold on.
What?
The last couple times people have gone against you, Troy made his own decision. Where are you landing on this one?
Well, I just put an extra hook on it. I actually like the Chargers. I
just can't trust that offensive line.
As far as the offensive, as far as the over-under, that's not my favorite pick, though, because I put an extra hook on it so he would have to win or lose. So you're getting the worst of the number there with the Chargers. So if I looked at the over-under, I actually would fade John Chill and say over in this one. I think that the Chargers defense has some holes in it, but Minnesota's doesn't. You know what? That's not. Minnesota can really defend. The Chargers don't have great tackles. They have Austin Deculus starting an attack.
No, they don't. He's hurt.
Well, yeah, he's hurt. So it's
their guy behind Austin Deculus.
It's somebody worse than Deculus, if that's possible.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he probably should have played a total. Maybe I'd go with John Chill and go under.
Under.
This is a gross game. I don't like this one.
No,
I don't like this one bit.
I don't like laying 3.5 with that team right now. That's for sure.
No, and I don't like.
Yeah.
Golly, the Chargers were in the catbird seat early on, but now they're sitting here at 4-3. You got Denver winning a bunch of games. You got Kansas City looking like maybe the best team in the AFC. Certainly with Rashee Rice, it's not going to be fun for everyone else.
Nope. What did we miss today, Del?
Anyone new get arrested while we've been gone? I mean, since 3 NBA, one player, one former player, and a head coach have all been arrested for
if you missed it, the FBI came down on Damon Jones, Chauncey Billups, and Terry Rozier. All have been arrested this morning.
Put it in reverse, Terry.
For Damon Jones and Chauncey Billups, they just had a presser. The FBI, Cash Patel, spoke. Apparently, Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones were what you would call face cards. That's what they called them. They were the people who, because they were going to be at the game, got people to show up at these poker games. They both were in on it, and the operation was to dupe, as the FBI called them, the fish, So you use Chauncey and Damon to get people at the game, and then illegal means were used to steal money from participants in the game.
So it wasn't even on the level.
No,
somebody was using a mechanics.
They were used to make the game look legitimate, get high rollers, or at least people who are willing to spend money. Because, hey, let's play poker with Damon and Chauncey. And then Damon and Chauncey were in on that scheme, and money was stolen from participants.
And then Worm used his mechanics script.
They were using machines, and they had a guy off site that had a machine, and then the guy would send information back to someone on site.
Yeah.
And that's how they duped the people playing cards.
This is bad.
According to the FBI, allegedly.
They found out about
this is way worse than
some guys
Jessica
playing poker.
Chastain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is literally you're stealing. This is theft.
Yeah, they were stealing people and
an illegal poker game, and then you throw some theft in
Chauncey, why?
And the two big names were in on it. They knew all about it, according to the FBI.
Chauncey's going to say, I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah. Well, somebody ratted them out.
Well, or somebody got their money stolen and they went to the FBI. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody got their money stolen.
Yeah.
They got somebody
Is it ratting when somebody steals your money through illegal means in a poker game? That ain't ratting.
Maybe the FBI approached someone who was involved, and then they started to rat.
Yeah, somebody went to the FBI. The FBI got somebody at the game, and he admitted it and said that Chauncey and Damon were doing it. And
we were stealing.
No.
What? Yeah. What are you going to do about it?
Ooh.
Arrest you?
Yeah.
We'll arrest everybody.
Yeah.
You're all
so
gone.
What's the deal with Terry Rozier?
That's about sports betting. And apparently, according to the FBI, Terry Rozier, among others, but him specifically as the big name, used inside information about whether guys are going to be healthy or they're going to be able to play, and gave that to people to make money.
I thought Damon was doing that too.
Insider training.
That didn't come out as far as the FBI, at least from what I heard so far. Terry Rozier was about the sports betting, and the other two were about illegal poker games.
Yeah, which
tied
is
to the mafia.
Oh my goodness!
Insider trading.
Chauncey, what are you doing?
And so the question is, you said it, John. What are you doing? How did you get in this? Did you owe people, and that's why you had to take part in it, or you just thought, hey, I like scheming and I wanted to do it? So why is Chauncey Billups involved? Why is Mr. Big Shot involved in this? Because he just thought it'd be fun to take people's money, or was he in big to someone and had to make up for it?
Had to do this. Yep.
This is all terrible.
And if he's got to come up with where if he does and says, well, I was being coerced into this because
it's all terrible.
How ugly this could get. How ugly this could get.
Oh, what happens then?
Yeah,
if he's coerced, what does that have to do with anything?
I'm not sure that the NBA is going to want him coaching again.
No,
period.
Ever? Yeah,
no.
He's
done.
He's not. I don't know
unless he gets off scot-free, and even then, they're not going to like the association.
And the Blazers, I haven't seen anything from the Blazers yet. I imagine administrative leave is going to be a statement they make today, considering they're in the middle of an NBA season. They got a game, I think, tomorrow. They got to make a decision.
Well, he's going to be suspended for at least this.
Yeah, I don't know what the terms are, but he's going to be away from the team.
Well, good news.
He's arrested, so that doesn't matter. It's not like he can coach.
Bad news for him and Damon, but good news for you. The plain white tees are going to be here October 26th.
Good news for who? Me?
For you, yeah.
I don't care about the plain white tees.
Well, kind of some emo rock for you. So
I
don't.
I haven't cared.
Hey there, Delilah,
yeah, that's the one song anyone knows from like 20 years ago. Hey there, Delilah.
That's your jam.
It's not my jam.
Yeah, well,
stop putting stuff on me that isn't true.
People are saying.
I kind of feel like it is.
You know what would happen? Lance would definitely be a snitch. He's got all the vibes of a snitch. Like,
how?
You're already lying on me about things.
Dirty Mac?
Oh, that too. But you just put stuff on people for no reason. You didn't have to put the plain white tees on me. You just wanted to. You got all the snitching in you.
No, that's not snitching. That's
no, I'm not saying that's snitching.
That's making that's deductive reason.
No, that's not snitching.
Yeah,
but you have snitching tendencies. You like to speak. You like to talk. And you like to put stuff on people for no reason.
You say I'm Dirty Mac. You can't be a snitch and a Dirty Mac at the same time.
You can too.
Yes, you can.
You can be both.
Why not?
Doesn't make any
you just
sense.
made that up. Of course you can.
You doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you just made it up. You can be a snitch and a Dirty Macker. You can be a Dirty Macker when it comes to women.
By the way, John, there's no more Dirty Macking because our girl Melissa's gone.
Well, she's not the only one you were Dirty Macking to.
So all of the show, El Chero,
wait a minute,
Mabel, and now
Where'd Melissa
gone. She quit.
She
Melissa quit?
Yeah.
Resigned.
She resigned, so she's done.
Wow.
No Melly Blanco.
No Melly Blanco, so the show's done.
So who are you going to give chips to?
All three of them that I brought chips to, guess what? They're all gone. Maybe chips were bad luck.
Yeah.
I may have brought them some bad luck Sun chips.
Maybe you're the Hispanic radio killer, like a coach killer.
Maybe.
Maybe you getting called into an office. Maybe there are problems.
They're gone.
Wow.
I don't know, but our girl's gone.
That's
first Alex Citron, who's her good friend, and she covers the Astros, by the way, too. She's big, like she's got a legit journalism degree. Like she thought our show was just full of clowns. She's like, I do this for real. You guys are just a bunch of clowns.
Who said this?
Well, probably Melissa.
She never said that. See?
She probably thought that.
Once again, putting something on someone for no reason. Listen to him.
It's deductive reasoning.
John,
Bill.
you asked a question. What? Melissa really said that? Of course she didn't. That's Lance.
Yeah, but I wouldn't surprise me if she did. I say that. I say that. How could she not say that from the outside looking in? John
in
says
fairness,
it too. Yeah,
everybody says that.
In fairness, you think that. Your own dad said John was a clown and you're a court jester.
Clown,
well, John is a clown. And
you're a court jester?
And you're a snitch and a dirty macker. Which one's worse?
No.
I think we have our answer.
Dirty Mac, I'll cop to it. Only out of and I very begrudgingly. But not the snitch.
They could give
we don't know if he snitched yet. We just think he will.
He's got snitch tendencies.
No.
If you gave him some Raisin Canes, even without the dipping sauce, he'd tell immediately.
Not if you don't have the sauce.
No, if the FBI sat him down, hey, you hungry? You look
hungry.
hungry. You do the morning show. You didn't eat. We saw you. No skinny pop today.
I'll say,
give him some Raisin Canes without the dipping sauce. He'll tell all.
No, I won't. I'll say, where's the crinkle fries? Where's the sauce? Do you have extra sauce?
You take some
crinkle fries are the truth.
Some Texas toast and you're done. We're all done here. If you give him some Texas toast.
The crinkle fries do put it over the top.
Stop it. There's
I might
says the
snitch
chicken
too.
fingers.
See,
I might snitch too.
Snitching for food is radio 101. We do anything for food. Oh, we're all done.
Fine with me.
There's news of the weird. You know what was weird?
Lance, your little stuff.
Yeah,
do
Lance
your job for
snitching
you.
was weird.
Yeah.
It's not weird. It's on brand is what it is.
It actually kind of is. It is kind of on brand. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before I go, I want to talk about my peeps over at HR&P. I want to talk about a great business that helps your business. Business, it's B2B, right? Because you don't need payroll at home. It just doesn't make any sense. What makes sense, though, is your business needing payroll. Okay, you got to get your people the money. You got to get your people paid, right? You want to do it perfectly. You want to do it so that there's no mistakes. You want to do it so that it doesn't cost you as much, right? You want to do it as efficiently as possible. Well, do you think that you're better at this than a company that has the technology that is second to none in the industry? It's proprietary. My colleague, people, he says, you can't tell you how many times people have tried to buy my technology, and he won't give it up. No, he says, I'm going to keep on doing this for my people. And so you don't do it better than HR&P. You don't. You don't do it as economically as they do. You don't do it as perfectly as they do. You don't do the HR as well because, you're just not as good at it. You don't do taxes as well because, you're not a tax expert like they have at HR&P. So they just do it better. Why would you try to do something that you don't do, that you can't do as efficiently or economically as HR&P can do it? So you want to look into your business. You want to save money. You want the bottom line to be better. You want to be more efficient. All of those things. HR&P. We love them. Every one of our clients, their clients come in and they do testimonials for them. That'll tell you something. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Sean, your mandate of one Texan segment per show was in real trouble. We had a lot of Texan sound to get to. Don't think I was going to be able to just squeeze it into one segment. But then we got the FBI and their actions, and now there's a chance. We got college football to discuss. I can look at the guys from Bussin' with the Boys on ESPN talking about Aaron Rodgers. There may be a chance we only do Texans talk for one segment. Maybe.
We'll see how interesting the sound is of how they're going to fix it and how they're definitely going to fix it.
It's a lot of
how it's on them.
Yeah.
It's on each person talking. It's on them.
It's a lot of we tell them what to do, but they don't do it. Okay, we'll eventually get to that. But the big story in sports all morning long is something I gotta admit I didn't care about until I found out what Chauncey Billups was up to. If you just told me Chauncey Billups was doing things involving sports betting, like, okay, he bet on the Seahawks versus the Rams. I don't care. Even if he did it illegally, I don't care about sports betting. Legally, illegally, whether it brings on a criminal charge, it's not something that gets me excited. Like we had a call yesterday. Are you excited about the Spurs versus the Mavericks? No, I wasn't. And I wouldn't be excited about this. It's like, speaking of, with the Mafia, this is a business we've chosen. This is the business I've chosen. This is the bargain I've made that I just assume sports isn't clean. I assume there are things going on that I don't know about that may directly affect the game. I don't care about to get into conspiracy theories about what ref is favoring the Chiefs or not, whatever. That's part of NFL Twitter. But I just assume, like when you go to a fast food restaurant, you know you're eating things that aren't good for you, but this is what you're doing. You understand it. They understand it. We all get it. But when I find out that Chauncey Billups is involved in an illegal poker ring with ties to the Mafia, allegedly, and he is the face card, as it was put by the FBI, to attract people to come play. Hey, yeah, the card game's a little sketchy, but Chauncey and Damon Jones are there, so let's go and play. And Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones are in on it, and if you come to the game and you're considered one of the fish, Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones get you there. They're in on the scam, and they're using technology. Not them, but the other people who are part of the criminal conspiracy are using technology, and also someone off site who's kind of radioing in information to the person deemed the quarterback to take all of your money. Now I'm interested. Now I got to figure out, why is Chauncey Billups involved in something like this? Is he just an out-and-out a-hole scumbag that's like, you know what? Yeah, I got millions, but make me feel better taking these people's money? Or the more I've seen this on the Sopranos aspect of it, is Chauncey's into the mob for lots of money. And sure, they could have him try to affect games, but they'd rather have him do this because it feels like a way to get away with something until they didn't get away with it. So I got to know, and we didn't get that from the FBI press conference. Why did Chauncey Billups, and to a lesser extent Damon Jones, I care less about that.
I was going to say, I don't feel comfortable making both Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones the face cards of this. Chauncey Billups, face card.
You don't think people would want to play with Damon
Jones?
Hey,
don't you want to play poker with Damon Jones?
Former NBA rotation player, Damon Jones?
I'm saying he's like a...
He played with LeBron. He played with Shaq.
He can
tell you stories about playing with
LeBron I would rather
Shaq.
play with LeBron and Shaq.
Yeah, but LeBron and
but
Shaq.
Chauncey Billups beat Shaq in the finals.
He's got a cool nickname. He's Mr. Big Shot.
Yeah.
And so, yes, the Chauncey Billups, certainly the biggest
Damon Jones
star.
is like a 7.
Like a 7 of hearts?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, they said face card, I'm assuming, because it's poker is what they're talking about.
The FBI used that terminology.
Yeah, so, it's like, oh, okay, cool.
It's just broke.
Will Terry Rozier be there? No, that's his own thing.
He's involved in actual sports betting.
I want to ask him about Louisville.
So that's the other side of the coin. Terry Rozier was arrested this morning. Terry Rozier was a DNP last night in Orlando as the Heat play a close game against the Magic, and it was a competitive ball game. Nice start to the season, particularly for the Magic because they won. But he didn't play, but he was on site.
Just soaking it in one last time.
I don't know. I don't think he knew.
Oh, okay.
Because the FBI does it in a way where you don't know. They just roll up on you, even if you're at the team hotel. And that's where he was. That he had not left Orlando yet. They got a game tomorrow against the Grizz. The Grizz get a nice win against the Pelicans. John Morant, very nice opening night for him. And he just gets pulled out of his hotel room Thursday morning, and he's now in custody as well. So that's what happened to all of them. Damon Jones, Chauncey, Billups, who played or coached a close game as Ant Edwards went for 40 and beat the Blazers in Portland. You know, he's at his home. He might be up because he's a coach, but he's playing a game that he probably doesn't get home till maybe midnight or something. Maybe he's got his first cup of coffee thinking, you know what, tough loss, but I feel pretty good about my team. If Shaden Sharp shot a little bit better, maybe we win the game. All of those concerns.
When do we get Scoot Henderson? Yeah, just
all those concerns. Yang Hansen, we'll see. Gave him a couple minutes. Hope the kid continues to develop. Nah, stop with that. That's no longer your concern at this point. So when do we get the Portland Trailblazers with the expected? We are aware of the situation. We have no further comment at this time. But of course, since our coach is arrested, we need an interim, so I have to name one.
Noon?
Yeah.
2 hours?
Do you think the Blazers are up? It's only 8 o'clock in the West Coast.
Okay. So
were they
10 Pacific?
I can guarantee none of the people who had any decision-making power were up when this happened. Like, the Blazers weren't up.
I know, but someone got a phone call that hey,
definitely.
Our head coach got
it broke.
Got arrested.
I was thinking about this because
I was catching up on task. Now I got to deal with this.
Or maybe you were watching the latest episode of Slow Horses. Who knows, on Apple TV Plus. But I was thinking about this, considering what we do for a living and how early I have to get up. I don't know that anyone who covers Portland basketball as their livelihood was up when this happened.
Oh, yeah.
They were at the game last night, late night for a sports writer or even a podcaster, one of those, what's it called? Locked On, the Locked On Portland Trailblazers podcast. Those guys had gone to sleep. They weren't up. They're waking up to this, waking up to their head coach being in the custody of the FBI.
So it looks like this. I'm trying to look at the earliest report. Looks like it was 7:07 Central Time.
So 5:07 their time.
Yeah.
When I know Cherry Rozier was arrested, at least the report of his arrest was like an hour before Chauncey Billups.
Okay.
That report. So the Cherry Rozier thing wasn't that surprising, even though the NBA had cleared him because he was in the news. Pablo Torre, who's done a lot of investigative journalism, Pablo Torre Finds Out, the podcast, said Malik Beasley, his availability to be a free man was all about whether the Department of Justice wanted to take it to that level, because we know the NBA had said Malik's fine. They made a couple bets on non-basketball stuff. But apparently that was still up in the air if Malik Beasley was going to be arrested, at least with the initial 6 people that included 3 names we know of. So that's the big news this morning. And when do we find out why Chauncey Billups did it? Why did he decide now was the time? And this actually stretches back years, so I'm not sure he did it as a Portland Trailblazers head coach. It probably was, unless it's going back 15 years, in between his time as a head coach and when he was a player. Now, he has assistant on his resume too, I think. So I'm not sure when this all happened. I didn't hear that in the initial press conference. But why, Chauncey? Yeah. Why?
It's hard to imagine being a NBA head coach and having time to partake in a illegal gambling ring. Like it does feel time, like we said. Like he was up late last night. He's got hold on. He finishes up with his press conference. I need to meet Fat Tony for a for a card game.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you mentioned Fat Tony. The FBI was thrilled to announce they went after members of the 5 families. They mentioned the families, those families we've heard about really since we were alive. Those Italian families who were part of the La Cosa Nostra.
Yeah, that's good, because I said Fat Tony. I realized I didn't know if it was an Italian mafia.
The Israeli mob, like
could
Gilbert
be
Arenas was
Russian.
involved in the Russian mob. But at least according to Cash Patel and the FBI, he mentioned the name Gambino.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know if there's a Fat Tony.
But there's probably a
Some-
Tony
somewhere
at least
down
an
the
Anthony.
line,
At least
there's
there's
a-
an Anthony.
there's a fat
At least there's an
Tony.
Anthony
There's
somewhere along the
somewhere.
line. So there it is. That's the news this morning. I don't know. I don't get it. I'm sure there will be more information. I need some explanation. Damon Jones, I almost kind of get. Like,
Damon Jones, I'm like, yeah, I get
he's been out of basketball. He hasn't been an assistant coach for like almost 8-10 years now.
Yeah. And when he played, like, they didn't make that much money. Especially Damon Jones didn't make that much money.
He made millions, which you think would keep you out of this. I just need to know what the draw was.
Yeah.
Am I just looking at just awful people who wanted to steal, or were they coerced because they were in to the mob for lots of money, and this was the only way they could make good? We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, and then how are they in deep with the mob for lots of money?
Exactly. Was it gambling? Was it bets? Or was it games they didn't throw that they should have thrown? Or was it blackmail because they had all the information about them? These are all the speculations. I don't know. The FBI didn't give us that. Yeah. And Terry Rozier, who isn't involved in the poker games.
His is more the straightforward kind of just betting on unders.
He was alleged to have inside information and give that to people to help in their betting.
Oh, okay.
In their betting.
So he's helping. Oh, okay.
Yes.
He was like, hey, Jimmy Butler threw a basketball at Chris Quinn's head today at practice.
Or
maybe
Jimmy Butler's knees flaring and he won't play.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Although he didn't spend that much time with Jimmy, because this stuff goes back to his time with Charlotte. I mean, telling everyone Lonzo Ball's not available is not breaking news.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I don't think the Hornets are going to win tonight. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There is a report of
Just helping you out, Fat Tony.
Someone placing like 40 plus bets on Terry Rozier in like 30 minutes. Or maybe not Terry Rozier, but the Hornets themselves and Terry Rozier props or something like that in like 30 minutes back in 2023. That's kind of the smoking gun when it comes to Terry Rozier and his involvement. And we'll go to break with this. His lawyer said this to Pablo Torre Finds Out. We have represented Terry Rozier for over a year. A long time ago, we reached out to these prosecutors to tell them we should have an open line of communication. They characterized Terry as a subject, not a target. But at 6 a.m. this morning, they called to tell me FBI agents were arresting him or were trying to arrest him in a hotel. It is unfortunate that instead of allowing him to self-surrender, they opted for a photo op, which is what at least this administration accused the last one of doing. And now it's happening again, but this time with sporting figures. They wanted the misplaced glory of embarrassing a professional athlete with a perp walk. That tells you a lot about the motivations in this case. They appear to be taking the word of spectacularly incredible, credible, not like incredible like The Incredibles, but credible sources rather than relying on actual evidence of wrongdoing. Terry was cleared by the NBA, and these prosecutors revived that non-case. Terry is not a gambler, but he is not afraid of a fight, and he looks forward to winning this fight. Lawyer of Terry Rozier, Jim Trusty. We will go to break with that. As it stands now, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier, and Chauncey Billups all in federal custody.
I'm looking for the photo.
Which photo?
The photo op of the perp
I
walk?
don't know if that's been on CNN video-wise. I haven't seen it. So maybe the lawyer is just talking trash because I have not seen that pop up anywhere. Maybe it'll show up before we're done for the day. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will hear from athletes not involved in betting or awful poker scandals. We'll hear from the Texans, which might have made you feel bad on Monday, but at least they're not involved in this.
They're still free men.
Yes. CJ Stroud will be at the facility today working on a way to beat the 49ers. We'll hear from CJ. We'll hear from Kaimi Fairbairn. He explains what happened with that fateful kick off that led to them not being able to get a stop and maybe get one more possession. So we'll hear from him and CJ when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So we'll get to Texan stuff, but as we continue to read up on what was said in that FBI presser, Damon Jones connects both of these separate enterprises because Damon Jones was dabbling in the sports betting stuff and also the illegal poker, or at least the illegal poker games that led to alleged stealing money from victims. According to The Athletic, the player that Damon Jones used for inside info was none other than his good friend LeBron James. It was back in February of 2023. Damon Jones passed on information about LeBron sitting out a game against Milwaukee before he passed that information on to bettors before the world knew that LeBron was going to sit out. So Jones allegedly told others to bet on Milwaukee after learning LeBron would sit out with ankle soreness before it was on the injury report. And, of course, Damon Jones is also part of the poker ring as well. Just reading some of the things that the FBI said today, we got a real problem here with naming the Operation Nothing But Net.
That's honestly
atrocious.
They should throw the case out. Honestly, they should all go home.
Operation Nothing But Net. That's what the sports betting prong of the investigation was called. The poker part was called Operation Royal Flush.
Naming the operation would be so much fun, and they went with this?
Yeah. I think there's a conspiracy against point guards. Look at all the players involved. Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier. In some way, shape, or form, even if you didn't want to call them traditional point guards, they're all point guards.
Operation Jailblazer.
It's a callback to the 90s as well.
Come on.
What are we doing? Something instead. And Terry Rozier was a Louisville Cardinal. Operation House of Cards. We're just riffing
Come
here,
on.
and we got names. We're just riffing. Come on.
I would leave this job today if they gave me a job at the FBI just naming the operation.
Damon Jones was a Coug. What former franchise and now back existed in Houston? Operation Houston Gambler. We got them all. That's not as great as the other two. But there are ways to make this fun, and they just ruined it.
No, just by going, Googling. They just Googled poker term.
Yeah.
Royal Flush.
Operation Straight. Well, that's not enough.
Yeah.
We gotta go with something else. So there it is. You know the names of the operations. You know the people involved.
I wish I didn't.
Yeah, it's bad.
Nothing but net. That's so long.
It's too long of a name. Yeah.
Think of all the great Operation Paperclip. You know, the Manhattan Project. Like it's got to be short.
Yeah, it's a bad job by them. The big thing.
Operation Swish would be better, and that's still not good.
No, it's not. It's not. Here is the big point that's going to cause Terry Rozier some problems, at least the one that's reported. On March 2023, Terry Rozier is alleged to have told defendants that he was going to leave a game early with an injury. The defendants then placed more than $200,000 of wagers on the unders for his prop bets, with Rozier leaving the game after 9 minutes. Those bets paid out tens of thousands of dollars in profits. And here's my favorite part. And the defendants and Rozier counted the money at his house. They just got it all in cash and started doling out people's
Licking
cuts.
the thumb.
Yeah. Who's got to wet their beak here? We got to put aside $50 for the capo.
Oh, Fat Tony's daughter's getting married. Let's give them a little bit extra.
Make sure you got all your white envelopes ready to put the cash in. So Terry Rozier will be in a federal court today in Orlando. Don't have to travel very far. That's where he was arrested. And Chauncey Billups will be in a federal court in Oregon. I don't know where Damon Jones will be. Maybe he's already gone in front of a judge. Who knows?
Who knows? Honestly, Damon Jones sounds like the most interesting part of this because he had a
bit in both.
Yeah, so he seems more, tied in. but unfortunately for him, he's not a current NBA player or a Finals MVP turned coach. So I feel like he'll get the short end of the stick on this. But hey, he also LeBron's friend. That should count for something.
What are the chances of some
LeBron has to testify?
No, man, I don't know. Well,
did you or did you not say that Kobe was going for 81 before you went for 81?
I don't know if that's what they'll call him to the court to testify.
What is your favorite
on.
Godfather quote?
Those are all things Russell Westbrook would like to
Yeah,
be
he's on the
made
jury.
aware of.
He's on the jury.
Jury of your peers, not of your teammates.
Former teammates.
Although that's
Kevin
that would
Love
be
is there.
That would be a peer. Played on the same court at times and on the same team as well. What are the chances something operationally goes wrong and people go free? Considering it, I guess it's
like
it
30?
depends on your opinion of this particular leader of the FBI, and do you think he's competent? Because if you think he's competent, then probably it's lower than 30. But if you think there's some incompetency involved, then it may be higher than that.
At least Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups can probably afford really good lawyers, especially
Jones can too. Unless, well,
he was having to work for the mob.
So was Chauncey Billups.
I don't think he was having to though. I think he kind of wanted to.
So you think he's just now bad guy?
I think he just made friends. He made bad friends.
Bad influences.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at Damon Jones' career earnings because you have been very flagrant on.
I mean, he was a bench player his entire career in the 90s and 2000s. So we're in a league where Tari Eason turned down a $100 million contract.
It's a different time, understood.
That's all it is. Is that there might be some sticker shock for what, like the eighth man on the Cavs made.
He started making money the year that he got to play with Shaq in Miami. He got I think he might have been one of Shaq's friends. That's why he got the deal. Don't remember exactly. $2.5 million, and then he never made less than 3.5 the rest of his career. So he's made good enough money where he shouldn't be involved in this.
I think the fact he's involved in this.
I keep giving you Chauncey Billups. Why is he involved in it if money is the reson why?
Well, these guys spend a lot more money than we think. We think that.
Oh, I know. The overhead is high.
If I made $3.5 million for whatever many years,
no, I get it.
I wouldn't have to be the inside man on an NBA gambling ring. I think, living in South Beach is expensive, Del.
Well,
that's all I'll say.
He didn't always live in South Beach. He only did that for a year.
I know. He lived in Ohio for a while.
So I'm just going by – I'm just even just rounding down because I'm not using the 4.4. You go 11, 14, 16. That's from 05 to 09. He made $16 million plus. And then, of course, the smaller contracts as he was trying to make his way in the league. You're in the range, if I just start doing the real math, you're in the range of what, $19 million made over like a 5 to 6 year span. Even Damon Jones should have nothing to do with this unless would be on one of those broke docs if they still made those.
I think he kind of would be.
This is just us figuring things out because I don't understand any of it.
Terry Rozier, I'm like, oh, he was making what? How much was this Hornets contract?
He was averaging 20 plus a year.
Yeah,
that's the real question.
I remember Terry Rozier being one of the guys where it's like, wow, new money in the NBA is crazy. Terry Rozier is making this much.
He signed a 4-year, $96 million deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Tari Eason's like, I would never sign that.
Chump change.
You kidding me?
Yeah, we played the sound yesterday of Tari Eason turning down. We don't know the years, but we would assume
it's like 4,
5. I don't think he was making. I don't think they offered him $25 million a year.
Yeah.
Probably 5 years, $100 million. Brian Windhorst said it wasn't all guaranteed. Either way, Tari Eason said, I'm spitting on that contract.
Watch this.
Yeah, watch me have an awful game.
Dribble off his foot
and
in
my first
transition.
chance to prove you wrong. But that's Rocket stuff. We got Rocket stuff later. Maybe we'll talk about them tomorrow with no game tonight, right?
They have nothing to do with the FBI.
Not mentioned at all in this.
Unless it's like a LeBron game against the Rockets where he sat out.
The game that was mentioned was LeBron versus the Bucks. So
okay. So Giannis has something to do with this.
Yeah, he happened
called him in to testify.
He happened to be the other guy on the other side in the uniform. That's what he had to do.
What does Thanasis know?
Thanasis is just happy that Giannis is his brother.
He wakes up every morning.
It's a meal ticket for the rest of his life. All right, we'll go to break, and then we'll talk Texans because it looks like we have exhausted this part of the story until we hear more information or read more information. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. That's Cy, audibly, with some Sean.
It's because Texans talk is cool.
We'll hear from the guys. How about a new voice? We don't really hear from Kaimi because he's never really has to be asked questions, but he made a mistake, and he explained why he made it. And then we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on why things are going bad in games when they don't go bad in practice. We'll hear from those two when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
Going back to Monday night, the Texans somehow, some way, if things broke perfectly for them, would have had a chance to lead a game-tying drive. They were down 27-19, had just scored a touchdown, and all the talk was they got to kick this ball out of bounds or kick it through the end zone because you need a play to be run before the 2-minute warning. You have your one timeout as well. You needed it to go perfectly, and of course, we know the result. It didn't go perfectly. They did everything they could to screw it up. Let's start with the first screw up and the player you would deem responsible. DeMeco Ryans talked about it after the game. The plan was to kick the ball out of bounds, or at least kick it through the end zone. Kaimi Fairbairn did not execute that. Here's Kaimi Fairbairn when asked about what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I was disappointed about how that play ended up. The game plan was clear to me when I was told it was kick it a touchback or kick it out of bounds. We couldn't give them opportunity to get the ball and waste time and save that 2 minute. Analyzing the kick, I was a little bit too aggressive in that situation than I should have been. I should have been a lot more conservative, and I also just mishit the kick. I looked at that. I'm not going to make that mistake again, and I'll get it corrected.
So user error. He was told, he understood, he simply did not execute. And it's tough when you're the kicker. Hey, man, just kick it as hard as you can. At worst, they come out to the 35. Just kick it as hard as you can out of the end zone, and we keep it moving.
Either kick it as hard as you can or just kick it sideways, out of bounds.
Whatever it takes, just do your job. It's not that difficult. Just do it. That's what people would be thinking when you're the kicker.
It's tough because it's not like make a kick. It is kick it out of bounds.
But kick it.
Kick it out of bounds is like the bare minimum.
Yeah, but if you what you're saying. If you kick it 8 yards deep and the guy says, you know what, because the returner understands what has to go on, he may still bring it out. So, of course, kicking it out of the end zone, at the back of the end zone, is what you have to do. Maybe he didn't have the leg for it that night. So if that's the case, kick it out of bounds. He didn't do any of that, and it led to the first play by the Seahawks being run after the 2-minute timeout. And, of course, the Texans were still on track to get the ball back with very few seconds remaining, and then Tim Settle was called for the penalty that didn't extend the drive, just gave him a first down, and Seattle could run out the clock. So they screwed that up, and this leads to what DeMeco Ryans said yesterday. He talked about, almost in an incredulous tone, about how the things they tell them to do in practice doesn't happen. They don't happen during the game. So here's DeMeco Ryans on that.
I'm figuring out why things are happening. It's always baffling as a coach when you go through and you practice a certain thing and you work it a certain way, and guys get in the game and do something completely different. Well, that's being disjointed. Like, we got to be on the same page, and not on the same page like we don't know what we're doing. We just got to do what we called. We got to run what we call, right? The techniques we work, the things we established throughout training camp, we got to do that, right? And when we do that, you'll see we operate efficiently. We are able to be in the right spot defensively, special teams-wise. We're able to get our blocks done the right way when we just execute what we practice all week, right? You can't get in a game. So I told our guys today, you can't get in a game and overcomplicate football. I know football can be a complex game within a game, but to me, football is simple. And you make it simple, you keep it simple, and allow guys to go play fast. All right, and that's what we've done, but we don't need to make things up. We don't need to try to do something or press and make a play. Just be like, we just have to stay with what we've been coached to do it the right way every single time. When I say it's one snap at a time, that's what I truly mean. It's not, I need to make this big play. You need to focus in one snap at a time, do exactly what you're coached to do. When we do that, we play well. When we get outside of that and we try to do more, that's when we don't play well. So it's not complicated to play this game. We don't need to make it that way. Let's play fast and let's play fun.
It reminds me of that clip from, was it the Monday night game, where Tommy Togiai makes a play. He's mic'd. Well, DeMeco's mic'd up, and he talks about, just do your job. Do your job and see what happens. I don't know if that's been a prevailing theme for him since training camp started. We know one of the reasons C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't a Texan anymore is because he wouldn't just do his job, most prominently on the Brian Thomas long catch and run that set up the game-winning points for the Jags in that loss. I guess the Texans don't do what their coaches tell them. And it's another form of saying, hey, all you got to do is execute. That was just a longer version of we got to execute.
I will say it's more pointed. It's much more pointed at the players. Normally it's like, hey, listen. We know, it's like not as like I'm telling them what to do. They just won't do it. Like that's not quite Bill O'Brien. It ends with me or it starts with me.
And It's true. We hear
Like, this is very, like I think it's because he says it as he's, like, kind of chuckling and, like, smiling. It's, like, doesn't come off as, like, a coach kind of just ripping his players.
Well, what he's saying is we are putting them in position to
I'm doing all I can.
Do things well.
These guys are messing
and
it
they're
up.
simply ignoring it for whatever reason, and that's why things are going poorly for us.
And honestly, for the defense, well, what did he tell him? Like, hey, cover Jackson Smith and Jigba. Hey, Kamari Lassiter, guard him.
I'm sure there are times where they believe technique fails them. Of course, your technique fails you because the guy on the other side of you messes with your technique because of how good he is.
He's also an NFL player.
Yes, but I'm sure this defensive coaches will say, if you just do it the way you're supposed to, that guy's not getting open.
I think Jason's getting open.
Yeah.
So as far as defense goes, they don't whatever
they don't give up a lot
whatever
of points.
they're doing is kind of working.
It works. They don't give up a lot of points. They forced 4 turnovers yesterday, and it's still Monday, and it still wasn't enough.
Now the offense, different story.
Well,
I'm willing to believe that they're not doing what they're being told. I'm willing to believe that Nick Caley is putting them in all the right positions to succeed, and they're just coming up short. They're just not doing it for some reason.
How about he's not putting them in the right position to succeed, and even when he does, they don't do what they're supposed to? I think it might be a combo of things.
But if he's not putting them in the position to succeed, then them not doing that should lead them to success.
No. What I'm saying is
it's just different failure.
There are different failures in different plays. There are times when he would be putting them in the right spot, and they don't make it work. And there are times when he doesn't, and they don't make it work. That's how this offense
just doesn't work.
That's how this offense reads to me. But your quarterback is still confident. Let's get to CJ before we wrap up this segment. CJ Stroud yesterday was asked about several things. Why they have a issue of picking up blitzers on delayed blitzes. He discussed that, but the questions kept coming, and it eventually led to him talking about him still being confident in what they're capable of. So here's CJ Stroud yesterday on where his confidence is.
I think, like Monday for me, of course, wasn't my best outing. I don't think I played well, but to me, like, it really starts with preparation. I thought I prepared as best as I could for that game, and sometimes you go out there and lay an egg, but my confidence is high as ever. I have the most confidence not only in my team but in myself, and I'm just going to continue to show up every game. And, I think as time goes on, you start clicking more and more and more. You can see when we were playing against Tennessee and Baltimore and then had the bye, came out, we had a really good week of practice, but sometimes that just happens. And so I think the focus for me is to stay confident in my process and my preparation and myself, So I'm going to continue to do that, and I'm going to continue to get better in areas I need to get better in. But, yeah, there's things schematically as well, or footwork and different things like that I can always get better in as well.
Do you think the Texans at some point will come to the realization that whatever they did against the Titans and the Ravens doesn't matter? Will they realize that those are outliers to the way NFL football usually works, and whatever you thought was working and did work there ain't got nothing to do with all the other opponents you play until you see Tennessee again? Because I understand they felt great for those 5 quarters and the rhythm they developed.
They look great too.
But those are two games, and really 5 quarters, because the first 3 quarters you look very similar to what you've looked like all through the rest of the year against the Titans. Those first 3 quarters, those 5 quarters are a separate part of your season. Don't reference them anymore, because nothing you've done besides those 5 quarters looks anything like it. That doesn't matter. You are the team that we saw against the Seahawks. You are the team we saw against the Bucks. You're the team we saw against the Rams. You're the team we saw against the Jags. You are not that team that we saw against the Ravens and the Titans. No, that should not be something you consider about, hey, look, we were rhythm. We had the good week of practice. Who cares? All right, I'm done there. We'll go to break. I just can't listen to it anymore.
Yeah,
I can't listen to that. Them referencing those 2 games.
And that's why, and it honestly goes back to last year with how they talked about the offensive line last year, where it's like not a problem. It is like the the absolute like I don't know if it's them just getting up there and lying, but it's also annoying just getting lied to constantly.
Or they're delusional. I'm not
Yes,
sure which one it is.
I'm not sure which one it is. Either way, it's very annoying to hear for basically 12 straight months now.
All we're asking is for them to be a little self-aware.
Yeah.
Like, hey, CJ, you played a lot of college football, and we've made the comps over and over again about how those two teams were more like directional schools. CJ, the Ravens were Tulsa. You know what you did against Tulsa? I'll give them a little bit more credit. They're like Rutgers in 2021, where you threw for 5 touchdowns and went 17-23 and 330 yards and a 52-13 win. Ravens of 2025 are Rutgers of 2021. Maybe if I put it in those terms, they'll realize that ain't real comp.
Yeah, and every other team is Michigan, especially Mike McDonald.
Yeah,
literally,
yes.
Michigan's
the connection is
coordinator.
certainly there. So, the Titans that fourth quarter, I also wish they would acknowledge they weren't good for 3 quarters. That fourth quarter was Toledo in 2022 when it was 77-21. You threw for 5 touchdowns for going 22-27 for 367 yards. Titans, fourth quarter, Toledo in 2021. Ravens, Rutgers, 2022. If we put it in that context, I would imagine he would stop talking about it like those games meant a whole hell of a lot. All right, now I'm done. Now we'll go to break. But before we do that, I want to talk about people who are self-aware and they understand getting the customer into the right vehicle is what they're all about. Monument Chevrolet. Check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com and then head on out there. Go to Pasadena. They're in Beltway 8. They're off of Beltway 8 in 225. And when you go out there, you're going to see the same prices you saw that got you to the lot on those cars. They don't switch it up. They don't change things. They make sure they're consistent with the prices and with the service. When you've been in business for over 50 years, that means you know what you're doing. That means you know how to serve the local customer and make sure the car buying experience is a great experience. So check out the cars on the website, whether you're looking for an EV or maybe you're into the Chevy Trax. That car is modern. It's got a sporty styling and has a really spacious interior. And if you need cargo space, it's there for you. All set up for you to have a great car buying experience because first and foremost, the car's got to be great, and then the people getting you into the car have to be great. So the website, once again, is monumentchevrolet.com. They're in Pasadena for Beltway 8 and 225. And Chevrolet, together, let's drive. we begin hour 2. Join us. You can call in at 713-780-3776. We can actually talk about the games that happen in the NBA as opposed to the news surrounding some of the, maybe now ex-coaches and ex-players, depending on how those cases go. With everything this early in the year, we don't take too much away from it, but I didn't appreciate the number 3 overall pick from this draft class scoring the most points in a debut since Wilt Chamberlain, when the number 3 overall pick from last year's draft class can barely dribble up the court against pressure defense. VJ Edgecombe doesn't have the same responsibilities as Reed Sheppard, gets to play off of Tyrese Maxey, but he looked good. He went into Boston and looked very good. Let's just compare the debuts. I went into the game log for Reed Sheppard last year. 4 points and a home loss to Charlotte. It's fine. He's a rookie, whatever. That's how I would approach it until I watched VJ Edgecombe go into Boston, a depleted Boston team. They're not what they would be if Jason Tatum was around, if they kept Porzingis and Holiday. But still, that's a team expected to make the playoffs. They still have Jaylen Brown and Derek White, and he looked like the most athletic dude on the floor.
How about the guy drafted one spot after him in a terrible draft? Stephon Castle last night. 22 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists.
Yeah. So you can be a young guard and produce.
Yeah. I mean, the Dallas is basically, they look like a less talented Rockets team out there, where it's like, wow, they got a lot of big guys.
Yeah.
And D'Angelo Russell is also getting benched night 1. He is not the starting point. He is the only point guard on the team. He's not starting for them. They're starting Cooper Flagg instead.
Because that's a better option.
Honestly, when that news hit, we all should have been Damon Jones and running to bet on the Spurs. Wait, Cooper Flagg, who, by the way, wasn't a point guard. His selling point as being a generational prospect wasn't that he's a great ball handler or great point of run the offense through him.
Not at all.
And he beat out D'Angelo Russell night 1. Damon Jones should have called us.
So I get Cooper Flagg being in the starting lineup. He's the number 1 overall pick. But at the expense of the only actual guard of any consequence on your team, I guess, besides Max Christie, I guess, who's more of a wing anyway. But yeah, it's gonna be tough until Kyrie comes back.
It's gonna be very tough.
It's gonna be very tough. And depending on Anthony Davis to be your number 1, Pelicans got a taste of that, and it resulted in 1 playoff series win in his tenure when he was actually on the floor. So that'll be the case. We'll see how long Anthony Davis stays on the floor. Of course, the other guy that we haven't mentioned is Victor Wembanyama.
I would say slightly more impressive than Stephon Castle last night.
Yes.
Little bit more.
Oh, you think the 40 points in 30 minutes on 21 shots was impressive? And what, 15 rebounds?
Yeah, 15 rebounds.
Hey, hit the offensive boards, Wemby. You only got 1. You
Soft ass.
You could try.
Couldn't play for Ime.
Well, he didn't want to play for Ime. That's what we remember from
but now Ime doesn't want you, dude.
From the draft lottery.
We got Steven Adams. We don't need Wembanyama.
I don't know. Double bigs with Alperen and Wemby would be nice. But you think about it. Yeah, I can't find a reason why it wouldn't work. So never mind.
It would 100%.
Never mind. So yes,
he would work with any. I mean, once he gets it might have happened last night, but once he gets fully, his games gets fully realized or even more realized, I don't think there's 4 guys you could put on the court where it wouldn't work. 4 legitimate NBA players. I think there's just nothing you can do to stop this guy. I honestly, I'm watching it, and it's anytime he wants to score, I think he can just score. He can just be taller than you. He can get a shot off like he's Kobe. He can put you in the mix. He can drive. I don't know. And then really it speaks to his humility that he doesn't just shoot over guys. Like
He makes
even
the proper NBA play.
like he tries to like put a move on Anthony Davis, and it's like even if you didn't pump fake there, like you can just shoot over.
Rise up over.
Yeah,
him and knock
that's
down.
why you should never jump for a Wembanyama pump fake. What are you gonna do?
I think it was
contest.
Yeah, I think it was pointed out that the difference in height between those two is like the difference in height when Anthony Davis is facing like a small ball 5. Like every time that Wemby's out on the floor, he's facing a small ball 5, even if the guy's a 7-footer. Even if it's Anthony Davis, doesn't matter who it is. It's always like a traditional center's going against a small ball 5.
And he's faster than him and
Yeah.
more skilled. Like he can put a dribble move on him. Like it's just.
You think the Monks taught him that step
Yes.
back
Yeah,
over Derek Lively? And hey, when you knock it down, you got to celebrate like you
Yeah.
had him in the mixer. You got to do
I
that.
think definitely the mix is a Shaolin technique. I think.
Wu-Tang certainly would have taught him that.
Yeah.
So that is the existential fear in the
Yes.
NBA that Wembanyama is going to play all year and be that good, and it might not matter what type of roster you put together as long as the rest of the Spurs don't fall on their face.
Yeah.
When it comes to him as they continue to grow together.
The Durant timeline might actually just be the Wembanyama timeline. It might be just like got to get it while
before he fully evolves.
Yes,
Yeah.
got to.
And then
Before they get him a star running mate that's better than De'Aaron Fox, who didn't play last night.
Maybe Stephon Castle, the star running mate. Who knows the way he
put
played.
Reed on him. Do it against Reed.
Reed can't stay in front of Alex Caruso.
Nah, do it.
Reed's barbecue.
That's just
It's a product
white on
of,
white crime.
It's a product of being opening night and being the only game on.
Yeah.
But the number of barbecue chicken references that Reed Shepherd had to endure.
It's a tough one. It's
tough.
It's like your quarterback stinking on Monday Night Football in a standalone game. I don't know
why you would make that reference. What happened recently where you'd make that reference?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But just in theory, if a guy had a terrible night, being the only game on, and some poor body language to go along with it.
Yeah, I didn't get to it because you don't want to be hunkered down with Texan segments. CJ said he was confident. CJ is, if things go well early, the confidence pops. But if he's not operating as a confident player throughout a game as things aren't going the way they want. Yeah, when he gets into the rhythm, he's throwing and he's making throws and the team's moving the football. Yeah, confident player. But I don't get the impression that confidence is oozing off of him in the middle of the second quarter in Seattle.
I think he could be confident in himself,
but not the rest of the environment.
I think that's what it is. I think he's just like, this BS never works. like
why do I still have to run it?
Yeah, he hears the play call and it's like, this BS isn't gonna work.
Yeah.
No one's gonna be open. They're not gonna block, and it's a terrible play. Like, what are we?
Extremely confident in his own abilities, not of the operation as a whole.
I think he'll be confident. If he pulls the Deshaun Watson and gets traded out of here, he'll immediately become confident.
I gotta want to throw it on him, but I sense this isn't my fault vibes. Like, no matter what is going on, this ain't really my fault.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, he's not like a guy who would have gotten into it in a pre-draft meeting with an NFL offensive coordinator and saying, this is how we did it at Ohio State. Like, he wouldn't do that.
Yes.
What?
Yes. Just to confirm for people who don't know your sense of humor, yes, that did happen. That did.
So maybe he does think he knows better than offensive coordinators and is willing to tell them and willing to convey that to them.
And it didn't stop when he was getting evaluated for the draft.
No, when you're in a job interview, he's like, nah. Let me tell you how I did
in some way, shape, or form, it feels like every week beyond the Baltimore and Titans weeks, there has been a reference to how things could be going differently.
Yeah.
If we ran plays.
I'm telling Kaylee what I'd like, what I don't like.
If we ran plays that are more in line with what I like. In some way, it always seems to devolve back to that.
So I don't think it's unfair to put it on him that he might be second guessing some of the
I know he's second guessing.
I think he's
but
definitely.
The question I have, and it's not really a question, is how much of it is yeah, this is going poorly, and I'm not playing well, but it's mostly because of what's going on around me. It ain't. I got my issues, but a lot of my issues are being caused by
Kales
and Dare
and Lakin and
yeah,
and Juice.
yeah, and all and Jake.
I can just name them all.
And Jake, all of them. I mean, the offensive line didn't cover themselves in glory against Seattle. Oddly enough, they play a good front, and things go poorly. Once again, more.
It worked against Baltimore, though. So
yeah, so I'm sure they didn't delude themselves into thinking everything was fixed. All right, so the rest of the NBA. John Morant was out there.
Yeah, putting on a show.
And played well. I mean, that was a more compelling game than you would have thought with the Pelicans because you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop with them. But Zion made it through. Jordan Poole got into a back and forth with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. It's the traditional NBA stuff where one guy says stop flopping and the other guy calls him a PAB and you soft. Stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, I'm paraphrasing the wording, but that's kind of what it was as after a play, Jordan Poole, like it was one of those fake contests, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, fake contested shot that Jordan Poole takes. Jordan Poole falls down for whatever reason, and Caldwell-Pope tells him to stop flopping. And then Jordan Poole says, shut your sorry ass up, pretty much is what he says. So stuff like that. That game was fun. Of course, I mentioned offhand because of what's happened with Terry Rozier. The Heat in Orlando was a very good game. We had some good games last night. Anthony Edwards went for 40-plus in the win in Portland. So the NBA is back. We got a couple games tonight. We'll see Denver for the first time, right? Did they play them? Did they play? No, they wouldn't have played. They wouldn't play.
Or they didn't play Tuesday night.
And they didn't play last night. So we'll see the Nuggets for the first
Yeah,
time.
0-0 Nuggets versus the 1-0 Warriors.
Yeah, and the Pacers will be in actions with no Tyrese Halliburton, no Miles Turner. We'll see what the Pacers have as they take a gap year, waiting for Tyrese Halliburton to come back on the. So it'll be a rematch of the finals with the Thunder going
Game
into
8.
Indiana. Oh, sure.
To see if the Pacers can tie it back up.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure it'll have that type of significance. Do the Pacers raise their Eastern Conference championship banner tonight?
I think it's in Indy, right?
Yeah, it is, with the Thunder in the building. Hey, you guys wait. We're going to do a banner
They're
ceremony.
putting their hands on the banner.
Yeah. I got to believe that thing is already up in the rafters. I don't think they're making a show of it.
I feel like that's a thing Indiana would do if they weren't playing the team that beat them.
You got a point.
I think we're right that Indiana would do that because they are,
Well, the Colts did it.
It's the
in a way.
Yeah, it's also like the Pacers. It's Indianapolis. It's it's a community coming around, this scrappy group of underdogs, and they're like Hoosiers in the NBA. Like it's all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, sure.
49 other states. It's basketball, whatever. But then also, I don't think you can do that against the guys who got their rings 2 nights ago for actually beating you.
No. So
if they're playing the Knicks, they could do it.
Yeah,
they would
rub it into the Knicks' face for beating them in the.
They'd offer Spike Lee courtside seats.
Yeah, they beat them in the conference finals. If the Knicks were in town, it would be funny to do it, but with the team who beat you, you can't. So those are your 2 games tonight. I don't know if Inside the NBA will do back-to-back nights. I'm not sure how that works, but they were on last night. And, in fact, we'll play something coming back because they're still the same guys.
Yeah.
We didn't get any interference from ESPN. Chuck Skinnier, he was in a suit that represents what he was before, so I'm not
Okay,
sure.
he was doing that on purpose?
I have to ask.
Okay.
I don't know.
I noticed that too, that he looked like he was
thinner,
too small for that suit.
But the suit was one from 2024 Chuck. I'm not sure why 2025.
Like he can get it altered.
Yeah, he's Charles Barkley.
He doesn't have to
but we know
give anonymous tips to Gambino crime family.
No, he does
He's got
not.
money.
Although Charles loves to gamble, but we have not seen him implicated in something
all above board.
Yeah,
he's all above board.
He's so good. We will hear from him, and we'll hear Kenny Smith with a very funny line considering Charles Barkley's very public comments on ESPN. We'll do that when we come back.
Now back to the Del Olaleya Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleya.
So the guy we're going to bring on next, he called in yesterday about a Cam Whitmore prop bet. Cam Whitmore now of the Wizards. He asked about under or over Cam Whitmore's total points. I think Pena told us it was set at 9. I don't know what Pena did. I guess we'll find out. But if he went with over, it would have been a good night because Cam Whitmore in his debut with the Wizards, who were competitive against the Bucks, certainly got over 9. So we'll hear from Pena here. Pena, did you take the over on that Cam Whitmore bet?
I absolutely took the over, and I won with my about 6 slips last night. I'm on a roll on NBA this year. But how do you like Jokic for 11.5 assists, over or under on that? And have you heard about this high school football team in, what is it, Minneapolis, Minnesota? These guys have not won since 1999, 150 straight losses. Like, these guys are just getting participation trophies. That can never be me or my kids. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. I had not heard of them. They
No.
have not won a game in 26 years.
Take them on the money line.
I don't know.
I think they win this
the
Friday.
composition of the high school, why they're so bad at football. Like, my high school at the time I played there wasn't great. I mean, we made the playoffs, and back years before I was there, Antonio Pierce won a not a national title, but a state championship. So they had some success. So even in our year, winning 6 games was okay, whatever. You won 6 games. I don't know how you lose 150 games in a row and continue to play football. Like, I'm sure you've tried different coaches, or maybe you haven't. Maybe you run a team out there, but the town doesn't care. But high school football is part of the fabric of high school, so you have one. I don't know.
What's the name of the school?
Red Lake High School. Red Lake of Minnesota is what they're called. I don't know how you get to that point. Red Lake of Minnesota has a
nice mascot.
They're searching their first football win since 1999. They're a small team in stature and players.
Yeah,
not a lot of players on the team. Maybe that's just how all the teams are. They went 0-9 this year, and were shut out in 6 straight games at one point.
I feel like if you haven't won for 25 years, like, some of that's on scheduling, right?
Don't you search out a team you can beat?
Like, you got to. At some point. Like, you got to just find
there's no look, I guess some of them are in your district, so you got to play them. But 6 shutouts?
Okay, they only have an enrollment of 341.
It's a small, very small school. A very small team.
So maybe they are the team everyone schedules, probably.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a team along the same lines. So I'm looking at this team of high schoolers, and sure, as you get older, you kind of lose the ability to tell how old someone is. Like, but you're looking at all these kids, they all look like they're undersized. They all look like they would have no business being on a team, except that the school only has 300 people in it. So that's why these guys are on the team. I swear this kid looks like he's in the 7th grade.
Yeah, I see a picture.
Yeah, it looks like that kid isn't a high schooler at all, and he's on the team. And that happens sometimes. But that's usually if you're really good. Like, if you're an 8th grader, sometimes you wind up on the JV team. If the high school and JV, the high school and junior high are connected. But yeah, home of the Red Lake Warriors in Minnesota. They are 0-150, trying to get that one win.
Pena, I think you take them. I think you take them today.
Is their season over?
I don't know. In Minnesota, they might end their season super early because it becomes unsafe later.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, very, very cold. So they're not the only team with a long losing streak.
Yeah, they're already 0-9. When did they start school?
There's a team out of Huntsville, Alabama, who has lost 100 games in a row.
Wow.
100 games in a row. Their last victory was in 2015, where they won 34-16. So, do you just disband? You can't really disband football on the high school level, I guess.
No.
So you just keep playing, but that's a long long time.
Again, like there has to be a Little Giants-esque like scheme to get a win. Like you got to start
the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Just one game. Like you pull out all the stops. Like you, just one enterprising coach just does whatever it takes. Every trick play, everything. Yes, anything that it takes. And you have to. Whoever's the second worst team in this conference or in this district, that's who you got to unleash it on. I'm not saying you have to pull a giant upset and beat whatever high school that Chet and Jalen Suggs went to. Like you don't have to do that against Jalen Suggs led Minnetonka.
The feeder school for the Gophers is not against them.
No. I'm saying against you're the Red Lake Warriors against like the Blue Lake whatever Tigers. That's who you do it against. Just like 25 years.
They've kicked your ass. Even if that school has beaten you 24 years in a row, but you know they're the team closest to you, you find a way.
There's also, I'm going to venture into some, I'll say Texas high school football snobbery here.
Okay.
I can kind of understand how like the Huntsville one happens, the Huntsville, Alabama team, because I assume they're in a pretty competitive district. Like I assume there's NFL players that come out of Huntsville.
Definitely.
Minnesota, this cannot be that hard of a district. This cannot be.
They only got 300 people at the school, so how? And that's from freshmen to senior. So how many kids want to play football? And you've already got it over.
Does Red Lake have a Buddy Garrity, where maybe they could get a Voodoo Tatum enrolled?
Is there a Voodoo Tatum in the state of Minnesota in that area? If there was, he wouldn't go to Red Lake.
But if he had
Voodoo Tatum already went to Voodoo Tatum didn't go to the Red Lake of Texas.
No, he went to Power. Yeah. But I'm just saying that maybe not. I mean, to win one game,
but you gotta
I don't need you to be Voodoo Tatum. I need you to
think about it. What player or what student wants to be involved in a team who's lost coming into this year 141 in a row?
Whoever wants to take the hardest road.
You don't want that on you. Why would I join a team who's lost 141 games in a row? Why would I do that? I'm not doing that. Let them lose another 150.
Right. How'd your mom like a new job at the car dealership?
Well,
here in Red Lake, Minnesota.
You're going to give a new job to 20 moms to make sure you're competitive?
I think
how many players do you think it takes for this team to win a game?
I think
how
three.
Many players would you have to buy?
Three good ones.
You think you could you buy three good players and
quarterback,
give their
a
mom
receiver,
jobs.
and then
a defensive end or a running back.
Running back, I can just hand it to the receiver if I need to run the ball.
I'm looking at the roster size. Some of those kids that you're buying are playing both ways. So maybe you get 8 kids.
Yeah.
And you're good there.
Yeah, one
at each level?
Yeah, I was going to say one at each level of the defense, and then they're my quarterback and 2 skill position guys of, if I need to hand the ball off, I'll just hand it to
them.
And
you give me one competent lineman, we'll just run to your side all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, sorry, I didn't mean to go full Nick Casario. I need a lineman. Yeah. I need a lineman, maybe 2.
Yeah. That can play both ways.
Nick Casario, take notes.
So I would say
sometimes you need to invest in the line.
I would say you give no-show jobs to 7 pairs of parents.
Yeah.
And you're good.
Yeah, I imagine this is a small town. That's how they have 300 people in their school.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So maybe the next town over, or the Anacumpos. How would you like to move to Red Lake, Minnesota?
You just bide your time until they have kids.
Yeah,
so you're ready to go.
Yeah. Just, hey, I know you don't want to live in Wisconsin. How would you like Red Lake, Minnesota?
It feels like Athens, Greece is going to surpass Red Lake, Minnesota.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. What's the worst you can say? No? Oh, actually, I can't believe I thought of an NBA player and didn't think of Anthony Edwards. The next generation.
The man who said send the video?
I'm just saying.
Anthony Edwards doesn't want anything to do with kids. We know that. I think
you don't have to. Buddy Garrity was going to take care of him.
Minnesota's Buddy
Garrity.
But
Minnesota version of Buddy Garrity is going to take care of him. But the baby mamas will have to live in Red Lake, Minnesota.
Whatever keeps them away from the
Red Lake, Minnesota to Minneapolis.
Yeah, find that out while we go to break. The other thing he asked about was Jokic over 11 assists. You know the show. We don't care. We'd rather have
4 hours away. That's fine.
We'd rather have a whole segment about how we can get this team a win as opposed to talking about Jokic and his assists on opening night for him. All right, we'll go to break with that. I would have picked Mike Conley before I picked Anthony Edwards. Mike Conley.
But Mike Conley's a family man.
He's near retirement age. Yeah, he might want to move to a small little town in Minnesota.
Oh, no. Anthony Edwards, you don't have to move. Just the next generation. Ant Jr. has to move.
They got to wait 10 to 12 years before they win a game?
You've already waited 25.
And, I mean.
Just 15 more.
Well, true, because it wouldn't even be 10 to 12 because Anthony Edwards, I think he does have at least one child. That kid's very young.
Boom, that one. We'll take him. He'll be the senior. The rest will be sophomores, and we can build something here. Actually,
Anthony Edwards' kid is playing basketball. We already know that. All right, we'll go to break with
with that.
We got a couple more segments to go, but before we go to break, Sean's going to talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and no, there's no Red Lake, Minnesota high school football on here, but there are some basketball. We talked with Pena earlier about Nikola Jokic tonight in action going up against the Golden State Warriors. His assists, I mean, Pena wanted more than 11.5. Prize Picks can get you more than 9. 9 assists for the Joker. Give me more on that one. And Jimmy Butler, been playing really well basically since he's become a Golden State Warrior. And he obviously has that bet with Steph Curry about his free throws. So give me a more on his points. 18.5 points tonight for Jimmy Butler. Give me a more on that. You can even, with the new stacks feature on Prize Picks, you can add some more. If you want to take maybe a 3-pointer by Jokic and an assist, you can add that in the same lineup and really stack that cash. All you got to do is download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
As we try to figure out what college football coach could step in at Red Lake and win, let's hear from a man who was very critical of his current employer before they became his actual employer. Charles Barkley, throughout last season, as we were trying to figure out if Inside the NBA will be back, we knew TNT lost the rights. Would they still be able to do what they do? So far, so good. No obvious intervention by ESPN. But Charles Barkley had a different tone when talking about now being on ESPN, and Kenny Smith noticed it and called him out. And then, those guys devolved into what they normally do, ripping each other and having a good time. So here's Charles Barkley talking about what it means to be on ESPN.
I was nervous today, I'm not going to lie, because and Shaq and Kenny can say the same thing, every person who's ever touched a ball wanted to be on ESPN. They are the greatest sports network ever. And to be working for these guys is an honor and a privilege. It is.
Oh my God!
Oh, you didn't when you was in high school. When you were in high school and college, you didn't want to be on ESPN. I'm asking you a question.
I'm saying you want.
I'm asking you a question. When you were playing in New York and didn't you want to be on ESPN?
I will answer that question.
Yes.
But do you want a napkin for all that kissing up?
Hey,
listen. Man. Wait, we here, man. You just badged them for every day. Look at the Thursday schedule.
No.
Starting at 3:01 from New York.
Hey, listen.
The Ocho and then done.
Ocho.
The World Axe Throwing League. Going to be doing some analysis of that and the American Cornhole League.
Hey, man, listen. I told y'all, it's an honor to work for ESPN. They're not going to work me like a dog.
You played at Auburn. Y'all wasn't on ESPN back then.
North
Carolina is over there.
Hey,
there you go.
Hey, let me tell you something. One thing I ain't going to be is Stephen A. Smith everywhere.
Okay, you keep marking. I guarantee, hey, Shaq, I guarantee he'll be on some ESPN show tomorrow. I guarantee it. There's no way he will not be on something tomorrow. Are you already booked for a show on ESPN tomorrow? Yes, you are. We're here tomorrow.
No,
See?
I saw you on ESPN today.
Yeah, you were on this morning.
Talk about kissing ass.
Hey, listen.
Does it taste like chicken?
No, we talking about.
Oh, now we're sponsored by Popeye.
Yeah. There you go. Does it taste like?
They're still the same, so breathe easy.
Yeah.
They're the same guys.
There's no giant hook coming over to, to take them off screen.
They played a game yesterday, and an appropriate one. If you don't know, that one of their bits is who he played for. So
yeah.
Pick a random player and say who he played for. Now they're going who he broadcast for, with all the different rights partners, with all the different hires. They played who he played for. The first guy was Austin Rivers, who he broadcast for.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Amazon?
I think Charles said Amazon. I think you're right on that.
Okay.
So the guys are the guys. We don't have to worry about it. They were on last night. ESPN has the games tonight as well. Not sure what they'll do if they're going to go back-to-back nights. So the NBA has issued a couple of directives for Chauncey and Terry Rozier. They've been both put on administrative leave. If you missed the story, for whatever reason, if you missed it, you've been out, you haven't been listening to radio, didn't see it online. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups, along with Damon Jones, the former point guard who played with the Heat and the Cavs, they all have been arrested for taking part in illegal activities. The FBI got them all today. We don't know when Damon Jones got arrested. I imagine it's today. I just know that Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups are both going to be in federal court today. One in Orlando, because that's where Terry Rozier was arrested. He was in the Miami Heat hotel because they were in Orlando for a game last night. He got arrested this morning. Chauncey Billups was coaching a Portland Trailblazers game last night in Portland. He's been arrested. Neither one of them will be with their teams for obvious reasons, and they've also been put on administrative leave, and I'm sure that'll be indefinitely until whatever is resolved. So the NBA has responded with what you would say is the appropriate reaction.
So they won't be coaching or playing with the ankle monitor on. Okay.
No, it won't be from the stadium to the arena or the practice facility and
Gets
back.
unhandcuffed, picks up a clipboard, starts drawing up plays.
It won't be from your home to the arena or practice facility and back. It won't be that. The only places you can be, it'll simply be in federal lockup at this point until, I guess, there's bail or whatever. So there it is. Administrative leave for both, and it's not surprising. Now, of course, the financial ramifications of it, less for Chauncey Billups. I'm sure they'll avoid the contract, whatever. Do you as a team get salary cap relief if your player has been arrested on these type of charges?
Void that contract?
Yeah, it's a year left.
No more second apron?
They weren't near that. They had desperately avoided that. They're a little bit under the first apron. They're operating with 13 players, I think, just to avoid. They in fact cut a player, a non-guaranteed deal to avoid. The Heat did to avoid avoid paying luxury tax. So if Terry Rozier is removed off their cap, what does that mean for their flexibility if they want to add a player? They have the Jimmy Butler trade exception.
Boom.
So these are the things that, hey, I know I know this guy's life has been changed forever. But whatever. Let's get into the basketball stuff.
All right.
What's the contract status of everyone?
Wait. Who's the lead decision maker for the Miami Heat?
Combination of I was going to say Charles Barkley. Combination of Pat Riley and the son of the owner, who is Nick Arison.
Okay. Pat Riley. What does he have a nickname, perhaps?
The Godfather.
Do
you think he called in a couple favors? Or you think he's a snitch or an informant with the FBI?
Do I think he's Jack Nicholson from The Departed?
You think that's part of his bag?
I don't know. It just today, besides the FBI raiding their team hotel this morning and arresting one of their players, the fallout from that seems to benefit the Miami Heat quite a bit.
He wasn't playing. They didn't want him to play.
And now they don't have to pay for him.
Potentially. The NBA has not made a ruling on that, but it is possible that they wipe Terry Rozier off the books and the Heat all of a sudden has some flexibility this season if they so choose.
Okay. We're going to find out that
it would take
that
26
Mickey Arison's son was wearing a wire talking to Terry Rozier.
It would take $26.6 million off the books.
Whew.
Now, they would still be over the cap, but it would allow them, with Jimmy Butler's trade exception, to bring money in without having to send money out. So we'll see.
Okay.
And Jimmy Butler's trade exception is in the range of $16 million. So that could be a very valuable player. And if a team just wanted to send you someone to get them off their books and not take any money back, the Heat have the possibility.
Reed Shepherd for Khalil Ware. Let's do it.
Khalil Ware currently is getting the Khalil Whiteside treatment because of some of his issues. The thing with that is
they don't want him.
The thing with that is
triple big. Let's do it.
Hassan Whiteside came into the league officially
triple doubles with blocks.
No, but he was like 26 years old and being
immature.
Yeah. Khalil Ware's like 21. I mean, I get it. Former Heat players, they got maybe some of the same mannerisms. You question whether they try hard all the time. One's 21, the other was in his mid-20s.
Could rent a car.
Yeah, what are we doing? Let's get to Eric here, and then we'll go to break after that. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, I heard the NBA is expanding to a prison team. What would their nicknames be? Like the Jailbirds or something like that? And would Donahue be the ref? I'll hang up and listen.
This is one of your more terrible calls, Eric. I will say that. We've done the bit where we decide what the name of the FBI operation would be. It wouldn't be the Jailbirds. I mean, it's a playoff of Jailblazers, I guess, and with Chauncey Billups being, well, now it looks like their former head coach. Cool. But you didn't hear any of that. They're not expanding to a prison league. Cut it out. I would say you're better than that, but I can't prove that. I can't say that's actually true.
So you'd have Terry Rozier. You have Chauncey Billups in the coach/player role, like in The Longest Yard.
They may not have enough rosters.
Yeah.
May not have enough guys to fill out a roster.
Jonte Porter.
Jonte Porter would be on the team.
Some size. We needed that.
Who else could currently be? I mean, I guess you have to play Damon Jones too. You're very old and very
Assistant
slow.
coach.
Yeah.
Assistant coach.
Not very efficient shooting. You don't
I don't know. Can he still shoot?
Yeah, probably, but can he get open? How's he going to get to the shot?
He's still creating space. You just put him in the corner.
He never create. Who's going to be the space creator? Terry Rozier?
Damon Jones.
He doesn't create. Oh, he's a spacer, but
he has the reputation of a shooter, so they'll guard him.
So he's creating space for Terry Rozier.
Yes.
Who's initiating? Chauncey?
Yeah, I think I want the ball in Chauncey's hands.
And Jonte Porter's your vertical threat at the rim, throwing
Yep.
lobs, I guess.
Yep.
But you still
Setting
have
screens.
You don't have enough players still.
Yeah. No, give us time. I think we can maybe.
Who else is going to be rounded up and see?
Or is there someone that we're forgetting that's already currently incarcerated?
Well, Gilbert Arenas had his issue and he got released.
Oh.
Remember? So we're a little
Huh.
small though. Got a lot of guards on the team. No size besides Porter.
But I mean, yeah, I guess. But who are we playing? Are we playing?
No, he said
inmates
they're
or
part of the league. They're
okay, it's an
team
entire
33
league. Oh, okay.
in the NBA.
Oh,
No,
that'll
team
be tough.
31. Excuse me, in the NBA.
Be a tough matchup with the Rockets.
Yeah, I would think.
Although
the
Reed
Rockets,
Shepherd- Reed
name a roster where it's not a tough matchup. The Rockets.
Actually, though, does Chauncey Billups just go after Reed Shepherd every play?
You don't have to play Reed. You can just keep him off the floor, which may be something that gets done over the course of the season if he doesn't improve defensively at a minimum. We'll get to, I can't see that name, but we'll get to you when we come back. Underrated Mess wants to talk about Chauncey Billups. If you want to talk about Mr. Big Shot and what he was involved in, if you missed it, as I said, Billups, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier, all arrested by the feds. Terry Rozier, he was involved in giving inside info, allegedly, for sports betting. So is Damon Jones. Damon Jones and Chauncey Billups are accused, all this alleged, accused of being involved in an illegal poker game or illegal poker ring where they were the attraction to the game for people with money, and they were all in on it to defraud or just in fact steal from the other players. And Chauncey Billups allegedly knew all about it and just was part of the scheme as a whole. All right, Underrated Mess, you hung up. If you want to call back in, we'll get to you when we come back. We got one more segment to go, and we'll wrap it up for the day. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So to clean it up, it's immediate leave. I might have said administrative leave. Immediate leave for Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier. Art, as we're trying to not seriously put together a team, of people, I guess, with legal trouble, in line with what Eric talked about. Art mentioned Paul Pierce was recently arrested for a DUI. So, sure, there have been people who have been in trouble who are currently playing in the NBA. But I think if you don't have a case pending, you can't be involved in this fictional team that one caller wants to put together. So Paul Pierce would qualify. I don't know. I don't believe that that arrest on suspicion of DUI has been cleared up. So Paul Pierce qualifies.
Okay, so for the next week, he'll be
until he pays what he ever has to pay, or it's thrown out, whatever. There that is. Okay, a couple things. As we are a show that talks about TV, I always like to close some plot holes. Earlier in the week, at least right after the game on Sunday, Sean Payton had some thoughts on having to play Jackson Dart as opposed to Russell Wilson, his former quarterback. It didn't sit well with Russell Wilson. It sounded a little disrespectful because Sean Payton said something along the lines of, I wish the Giants had not made that switch until after we played them. Russell Wilson responded with calling him classless, making a reference to Bountygate. Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15-plus years later through the media. And then he followed with some emojis, as you always do, and then hashtag Let's Ride, which is what he would say after press conferences when he was still a Bronco. Sean Payton, after hearing it or being told about it, says, in the euphoria of the way that game unfolded, that was strictly about Dart, and that was in no way, shape, or form anything that was directed at Russ. And I might be able to see how he might perceive that coming off that win and watching how Dart played. That wasn't any intention. There wasn't any intention at all. If I'm Russ, I'm like, I don't believe it. You know what you were doing. I got to get my joke off about you. Like when you're the head coach, we're talking about Chauncey Billups being put on immediate leave. When you're the head coach and you have to get suspended for a year because you are alleged to have been leading the charge, or at least help leading the charge in a scheme to knock players out of games, and I guess money was involved in getting it done. Talking spicy. You always have the rebuttal anytime someone wants to hit you. So I almost respect Sean Payton being as spicy as he is, because at any point, and maybe he forgot that, oh yeah, I was the guy attached to it. Maybe he forgot. But at any point, any player, even a guy like Russell Wilson, who a lot of people like making fun of, can hit you with bounty hunting, and everyone's like, oh yeah, Sean Payton was involved in that. I remember, because you kind of forget Greg Williams is kind of the face of that.
Yeah, he sat out. Payton just sat out a year, came back to the Saints, like
ho-hum, and everything's fine.
Yeah, they went 9-7, whatever. They went 7-9 when he was out. Then they went back to 9-7. Yeah. I think that's that is the thing. Why does Sean Payton, do we know why Sean Payton hates Russell Wilson so much? Other than
he wasn't good for him on the field. Maybe there's a clash of personalities. I don't know why. I don't know why Richard Sherman doesn't like Russell Wilson. It's people just don't like him. Whatever he is as a person, people don't like. There's a suggestion that he might be phony, and people don't like that. I'm not sure exactly why Sean Payton doesn't like him.
But
besides football reasons,
the phoniness too. It feels like something that you'd get upset at when, the Richard Sherman stuff makes more sense because they were on the same team together for
years,
5 years, or however long it was. That, I can see how that, builds and builds and builds, and especially because it's the quarterback, but they're really led by their defense, and a lot of the time they're just, especially the early teams, was just kind of hey, let's just run the ball and let our defense be awesome, and then send a couple deep shots to Doug Baldwin every once in a while. But the Sean Payton thing, they hated each other immediately.
I don't remember how it worked. Did the ownership group / general manager say we're getting Russ no matter what you think, Sean Payton? Because
they got him the year before.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
With Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah, you're right. So he was stuck with them because they had another year left.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
He was basically a lame duck quarterback.
Yeah, and the coach didn't want him. He was stuck with him for a year. It just never worked out.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are some conversations that neither one was thrilled with. but I've never gotten the Russ thing.
Well, it feels like, I might
as
have
far as
done
why people don't like him.
Yeah, I might have done Bountygate. At least I'm not phony. And everyone's like, "Oh yeah, actually, we actually hate Russell Wilson more." Like, if people are like, "Yeah, you know what? I'm willing to look past Bountygate."
I think in the court of public opinion, sure, the head coach might have been in charge of a scheme that tried to intentionally ruin players, affect the head.
Mm-hmm.
But at least he ain't Russell Wilson. At least he ain't saying "let's ride" at the press conferences.
I mean, and not to go full Houston Astros defense here. I think the New Orleans Saints was the only one
trying to knock out quarterbacks. No,
come on.
And also,
there's only one guy that's so phony and annoying. It really is just he's annoying. That's like people just don't like him.
The man, I won't say took because you can't take a person from another person, but the man is in a loving, committed relationship with one of the coolest women as far as reputation goes on the face of the earth in Sierra. And even still, people can't stand him. Like he got Sierra.
Yeah. It's not just people don't like him. It's that people are just like lame ass dude.
Yeah. It's not like we don't like him because he's a bad person.
No.
We don't like him because he's lame, according to them. He's so lame, and he's got that woman on his arm.
It's not like Tom Brady. People don't like him because he beat our team for 20 years.
And he seems a little arrogant.
Yeah, no, it's just we don't like that. He just turns up the the quarterback. It looked like he was trying to play a quarterback in a movie.
Yeah.
When every time he opened up his mouth.
Yes. Felt like he there's a script written for him that he's trying to follow, and then at least according to some.
And that is worse than affecting the head, leading the organization that is trying to kill Brett Favre.
To most people, yes, it is.
Although that aged pretty well. Yeah. As far as bad guys.
Brett had his own issues. You are correct on that, but I can't overlook.
I know. It is a crazy thing.
I can't overlook the head of Bountygate.
It's definitely worse.
At least allowing Greg Williams to lead it, and I also allegedly, and also, the man snagged Sierra. We should at least be giving him some credit for that, and yet we don't.
No.
I will stand up for Russell Wilson, not because of the football stuff. Come on.
Just because, he does have the moral high ground. He does have the high ground here.
That, and Sierra was like, "You're the one for me."
Yeah.
If she says
maybe
that,
1-2 step over here. Yeah.
Yeah, 1-2 stepped over future. If she says that about him, I can't knock him too much. She chose him. All right, we're done for the day.
With that. On a very, very serious edition of
Russell Wilson, you probably won't hear it. You're good with me, man. Don't worry about it. You locked her down. I can't knock you for anything when you're doing that. We're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. I imagine his conversations won't lead to what we led to as we wrapped it up. But since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
Is that about Rozier and Billups and others? Or Russell Wilson?
Or the Bountygate.
Take your choice. Make a choice. You can go with that. All right, we're done. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is October.
Swing and a drive, center field. That one back on its way, gone. 3 homers, Shohei Ohtani. What can he do?
Game 1 coverage begins Friday at 6 with first pitch at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stock index futures are basically flat after yesterday's slide. The Dow down a little bit while the S&P and NASDAQ are holding on to very small gains. Tesla down about 3% after delivering record sales, but disappointing profits after the close yesterday. Meanwhile, one of the big stories today after the White House imposed sanctions on Russian oil companies. We have oil up 5% both here and in Europe. Crude oil futures up more than $3 to $61.70 a barrel. That's a 5.5% gain on the day. Meanwhile, we will get some real estate data out this morning and some Kansas Kansas City Fed numbers, but no jobless claims as the government shutdown is now in its 23rd day, second longest on record. 10-year note yields edging a little bit higher as oil and gold both jump. 10-year note yield at 3.99%. The dollar slightly firmer again this morning. Gold's up $60, rebounding to an extent from its recent weakness at $41.25 the ounce, and silver's up about $1 at $48.68 as the market gets ready for a little more economic data on the real estate front, but not from the U.S. government.
When the storms show up, so do all those pesky storm-chasing roofers trying to get you to file an insurance claim. The group of professionals at Brinkman Quality Roofing are not the guys that will be knocking on your door. Call them today at 281-480-7663. That's 281-480-ROOF. They will evaluate your roof and determine what is the best course of action for you and your home. There's no substitute for Brinkman Quality. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Victor Wembanyama.
The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a 40-point game.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
We will have a quarterback on Sunday. I will tell you that.
Today's guests. Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. ESPN NBA senior writer Brian Windhorst. Senior NFL writer for The Athletic Diana Rossini. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show live on a Thursday in Los Angeles, California. Thrilled to be here on Disney Plus, as always. Same thing with the ESPN app, where you can get anything, ESPN everywhere. And then there's ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Boy, is there a lot to talk about in this world today. Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the second overall team in the AFC, currently number 2 in the AFC, atop the AFC East. The head coach of the Patriots is joining this program.
I'm just going to keep clapping for the...
No, until you're on camera. There you go. Hey. Chris Brockman's clapping. Brian Windhorst of ESPN, lots to talk about with him. And then in hour number 3, Diana Rossini, The Athletic, give us some information on what's going on in the National Football League as Week 8 begins tonight, just up the road. If honestly, you hang a right, and you go down the 105 freeway. Hopefully, the speed limit, the 105 freeway, known for the movie Speed, it's been completed since then, by the way. Then you hang a left, and then you're at SoFi Stadium, where Week 8 begins between the Chargers and the Vikings. We'll discuss that on this program. Again, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Good to see you over there, Christopher. How are you?
Rich, I'm great. What's up, man?
Chris Brockman back from hanging in Disneyland. Good to see you, DJ Mikey D's and D's Nuts. TJ Jefferson, Candles Lit. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
Good. They say aliens don't exist, but saw a guy in San Antonio that plays for the Spurs that makes me wonder otherwise.
We'll talk about that in a second. And we would have talked about Victor Wembanyama off the jump if the FBI didn't knock on the doors of Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier today and arrest them.
What the hell?
And Chauncey Billups is the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, by the way. Terry Rozier was a DNP CD, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
In the Miami Heat opener against the Orlando Magic. And lots afoot as Terry Rozier was charged in a gambling investigation, and he was arrested and taken in for what appears to be, and again, we're just all learning what this is all about, but it appears to be that Terry Rozier is being accused by the FBI of doing something that the NBA cleared him of in an investigation back in 2023. Where he leaves a game 9 minutes in due to a foot injury, and they noticed a lot of intensity on Terry Rozier's over-under points total that night. And Terry left the game with a foot injury. And the NBA apparently looked into it and said there's no there. And the FBI's like, well, listen, we think there is.
Not so fast.
And there's apparently a lot to back up their reason for knocking on Terry's door and taking him into custody. And then, for Chauncey Billups, it appears he's not involved in any gambling issues related to the NBA or any game action or anything like that, which is a relief. Can you imagine a head coach involved in that sort of thing?
Dude.
But you have to ask that question again of what the FBI says Chauncey Billups was part of, which is an illegal gambit to basically cheat and rip off some folks at a poker table. And that he was one of the people that were used by this gambling ring to bring people to the poker table where they would be cheated, using various methods of technology involving automatic shuffle machines and contact lenses that could see through cards.
Like James Bond.
I mean, and these people were apparently, according to the FBI, brought to the poker table to say, hey, how'd you like to play poker with some famous athletes? And one of them was Chauncey Billups. Now, this apparently has been going on for 4 years, this investigation, according to the FBI.
That's right.
And Chauncey Billups has been the head coach of the Trailblazers for the last 4 years. I'm just trying to put everything together and want to be very careful of what I say because I'm still reading documents and still reading what's going on. But it's shocking. It's shocking. And obviously it is eye-opening that the FBI is knocking on the doors of the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers and taking him into custody. And the same thing of Terry Rozier. I guess they found him at a hotel room?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
because he's on the road right now for the Miami Heat? Or so it is quite surprising, to say the least. And, last night, the Trailblazers, Chauncey Billups was on the bench coaching and losing to the Minnesota Timberwolves by 4. Goes home and gets a knock on the door. Now I have no idea what's coming up next. But this is, the nightmare of any commissioner of any sport, that what you're seeing isn't on the up and up, or a head coach of the league is doing something that's not on the up and up outside of that could potentially, because according to the authorities, this poker ring involved some figures in the mafia. And if you get hooks into you that way, what else are you susceptible of, and what are you doing? And if I'm sitting at home and I'm wondering, do I get the league pass or not? And somebody might be sitting at home going, why would I do that if this is the sort of stuff that's going on in the league? And that's the nightmare, again, that you're wondering who else could be doing it, and what am I seeing that is potentially not on the up and up. So we'll find out what exactly is going on and report it to you as we know it. And Brian Windhorst is going to join us later on in the program on that front. But I mean, if all of this is true, I have no idea how, one, Terry Rozier has a future in the NBA, or two, the NBA would clear him. What did the FBI find out that the NBA did not?
Yeah, exactly.
And how do you, if this is true of Chauncey Billups, how does he remain head coach of the Portland Trailblazers? Which could be like the least of his problems on top of it. But everyone is innocent until proven guilty, and we will find out what happens and report it to you. And again, Brian Windhorst joins us in hour number 2 of this program. Shocking development, that is for sure. And, I will just say this as we just unpacked the surprising news, shocking news, jarring news, very dramatic, that a head coach of an NBA team and a player of note of an NBA team is arrested in 2 separate gambling investigations by the federal authorities. I will do the NBA a solid, and at the same time talk about what I saw last night, which is, again, when we first heard of the existence of Victor Wembanyama, remember when the videos first came out of him from France?
He's like 15, 16 years old.
And you're like, who is this individual, and how is that a real human being on the planet? Of how tall he is and what he could do with the basketball.
But it was him shooting threes, like 25-footers, right. And he's 7'3".
Well, last year, an injury-marred second year for him. The guy I saw last night in Dallas was like, okay, Cooper Flagg, nice career you had there at Duke, and I know this is your coming out party here, but I've got 40 and 15 to drop on you with not a single turnover.
It looked like an easy 40 and 15.
I didn't realize he didn't have a turnover.
Not a single turnover, and doing it in every way, shape, or form, whether it was backing down Anthony Davis or fronting Anthony Davis and then getting an and one like defensive all-world guy when he gets his orange jacket one day. We'll talk about how he could do it on offense and defense. And Wembanyama, who still looks like he could use a few pounds, despite looking like he's bulked up compared to the guy that we saw.
Shredded, man.
And that he is shooting threes, and he is backing you down, and he is also dribbling on the perimeter through his legs to try and break you down like he's Allen freaking Iverson, and then getting an and one and running the floor and dunking on you that way and playing defense. Holy smokes.
Man, this dude's a problem, man. He is a real problem.
If he stays healthy, I can't compare it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Listen, we always talk about Ohtani in baseball, doing things that you just never see another human being do in that sport.
The unicorn.
I mean, somebody this big, this tall, with the ball handling skills and the shooting skills, he's putting it off the glass also in a very easy manner. That does that look like sometimes when he puts it off the glass in that uniform, like he's the big fundamental? You know what I mean? Like, he's
big fundamental.
Honestly,
big fundamental.
What we saw last night from Victor Wembanyama was as eye-opening as it gets, and I understand he's done this before, but it's the most points scored in a season opener by a Spurs player ever. 40 and 15, and it looked easy, as you pointed out.
Pretty easy. Yeah, it was pretty easy. He shot, 75% from the floor? He missed 6 shots.
He was unstoppable.
The clip that I keep seeing is that he's bringing the ball up the court, goes between his legs a few times.
On Anthony Davis.
And then does a step back 3 and 1. You're like,
yeah, like what are you supposed to do?
It's the first game of the season. This guy's locked down. It's over.
Serving you notice that he's as dominant as they can come. Last night is exactly what we were wondering if this kid could be on a consistent basis. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens. It's just game one. I know this is not an overreaction league here,
I'm not saying he's going to average 40 a night, but
Giannis was the last player to win MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. That's what Wemby's going to do this season.
Well, Shea has the better odds right now. I know I shouldn't be using odds on a day like this when we're
sure.
I can't have you getting caught up in nothing, bro.
Let's say Shea's the favorite right now. Wemby is now second. Him and Jokic basically have the same odds, and Luke is fifth.
And in the same regard, let's just say this: congratulations to you on having the Rookie of the Year play for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Let me tell you something. I heard the rumors. I heard the rumblings. It turns out it might be right. VJ is a problem.
Edgecombe, sir.
Edgecombe, yes, sir.
He has the edge.
So the Sixers finally got a draft pick. Right. They finally nailed it.
Tyrese Maxey is pretty damn good, too, on that front. Come on now.
Sorry, a third overall pick.
If the veterans are healthy, then look out. Exactly. But it looked like Embiid couldn't jump last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's his first game back. He only played one preseason game. He didn't look great, but... we'll see.
But Edgecombe doing things that
have never been done.
Well, I mean, he had 14 first quarter points. First quarter of his NBA career, he had 14. That's 2 better than LeBron's record for most points in a first quarter by a rookie in his first game.
Most
points in NBA debut since Wilt. In 59. So Wilt and LeBron were names invoked by VJ Edgecombe last night. And again, this is the sort of stuff, obviously, the NBA would want to be talked about, other than I'm looking at our friends and colleagues right now. It's all about learning what's in these FBI documents and the illegal gambling probe that you're seeing Chauncey Billups' name involved in, and you're hearing of what Terry Rozier did. And unfortunately for Chauncey, people are going to think he was involved in the same thing on the court. Instead, again, it was at a poker table in a poker ring in which he was used as the bait for marks to come in and get cheated at the table. And we will find out how he pleads and what is going on. But for the moment, if that wasn't happening, that's a big if. Wembanyama showing up and showing out like he did last night, and your guy, VJ Edgecombe, that would be all we're talking about.
Right.
Which we did for the last few minutes. So.
Yeah, it comes as no surprise. Shams reporting now that Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier have been placed on immediate leave by the NBA.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen. Immediate leave. Yeah, like you are no longer coaching the Blazers until we find out more. And then the first phone call I'm making, if I'm Adam Silver, is to the people in the organization who cleared Terry Rozier of doing exactly what the FBI took him into custody for. So, and more is going to come out, and it's not going to look good for either of these individuals who are involved, or any of them, I imagine. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the Disney Plus and ESPN app everywhere. Feed and also on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward. Visit careers.progressive.com. This entire first hour is for us, so give us a call, 844-204-RICH, number to dial if you want to have a conversation. We appreciate that. Lots of NFL to discuss. Aaron Rodgers says it's not a revenge game.
Sure.
Move on.
Here, Coach.
So Sean Payton says, I wasn't referring to Russell Wilson.
I mean, sure.
Justin Fields is like, I didn't hear what Woody Johnson had to say. So what do you have to say?
Is it lying Thursday?
Richard Nixon once said, I am not a crook.
I'll tell you which one of the three that I believe the most. Okay.
Oh, start bench cut. Who do we think is being truthful?
Well, when we come back, how about we'll hit on as many of them as we possibly can. John Harbaugh has no information on Lamar Jackson. Which one do you believe the most? Oh, it's a higher register Thursday as well.
They're all telling the truth.
DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code PARLAY. That's promo code PARLAY. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass plus $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, pass-through of per-wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products. So why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
included.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe. With increasing penalties and interest, you now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Well done. DJs. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're on the simulcast on Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere, as well as ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. It's a What's More Likely, it's a Higher Register Thursday. Friday's our What's More Likely show. We'll do our higher registers later on, but we just kind of stumbled on something going to break.
We did. I love it when we...
was it Lying Thursday? Is what you were saying?
Yeah, Lying Thursday. Yeah, Lying Thursday.
It's not a lie. If you believe it.
All right, first up, even though we said it on a Wednesday, everybody that we're playing, the sound bites were said on a Wednesday, but we're talking about it on a Thursday program in the National Football League.
Not to be confused with Lying Season, which correlates with the NFL draft.
Well, it's every day.
And free agency.
It's every day. Well, you could just say in sports in general, it's Lying Day every day. Yeah. Until people say something, completely unvarnished, and then they get crap for it. Like, wow, you actually said that. Aaron Rodgers says it's not a revenge game on Sunday night when the Packers stroll into Acrisure on Sunday Night Football on NBC. Our friends at NBC are going to have that big game. What a piece of filet mignon that is. I mean, you have to think about it. Coming into this season, the fight that all television partners would have for some big games. If you put a list of the games that are possibles, which one would you want to have? This is up there, isn't it? Like with the Eagles Chiefs rematch of the Super Bowl, that's up there.
Good one. Bills Chiefs,
right? And the Commanders and Eagles coming into the season was the NFC Championship game. You'd want one of those, right?
Yep. Dallas against anybody?
Well, Dallas against the Chiefs. They put that on, as you know, on Thanksgiving. That's not a bad one going into the season.
I mean, after the Micah trade, Dallas.
Well, I mean, but coming into the season, you'd have to say Rodgers taking on the Packers. That's a good piece of filet mignon in it. But, I guess Rodgers is saying the piece of filet mignon is not served on a cold dish. Hit it.
I don't have any animosity toward the organization. Obviously, I wish that, things have been better in our last year there, but, I have a great relationship with a lot of people still in that organization. And this is not a revenge game for me. I'm just excited to see some of those guys and thankful for my time there. Obviously, would have loved to ride off in the sunset after a Super Bowl win, but that's not the way the league goes sometimes. And, I knew the writing was on the wall when Jordan was picked. And as a matter of time, I happened to win MVP the first 2 years he was with us. But I knew at some point there would be a change, and if I wanted to play, it'd probably have to be elsewhere. So I understand the situation. We live and we learn, and I have nothing but love and appreciation for the fan base, for the city of Green Bay, for the city of Swamico and Hobart, where I lived for so many years. I'm excited to see a lot of those people.
All right. I believe him. No. I believe him in that he has no animosity towards the organization, that he loves the fans, loves the area, he was excited to see some people, that he still has relationships with people.
Yeah, I believe all that.
Right. Hold on a second. But what I heard was this is not a revenge game, but potentially when he learned that Jordan Love had been drafted.
He had a couple of revenge seasons.
It was revenge. The revenge games were him playing for the Packers to be the MVP of the Packers and the National Football League, by the way, twice.
2 times.
In a row.
Utah. Give me 2.
That's what the revenge games have already been played.
Yeah.
When he was on the Packers, for the Packers. It's a Gutekunst revenge game. I mean, that's basically, like if I had to read between the lines right there.
I think
the GM who started the clock of his departure, leading to the fact that in the NFL you can't just ride off into the sunset, play for the same team, and win a Super Bowl.
Sure.
That's just the way it goes, and he has now had years. It's amazing how playing for the Jets can change your perspective on life. Wait a minute. Big took place in New Jersey, right? Didn't it? Big took place. Like, wasn't the machine
Zoltar was in Coney Island. It was.
So it wasn't on. It wasn't on. It wasn't in Atlantic City,
Island, I believe. That little pier where they shot.
Well, I'm not saying where they shot it. I'm talking about where the
Cliffside
Park.
Okay,
you're right.
All right, I was wondering because I was just wondering if the kid that they found in New Jersey was actually Aaron Rodgers is in big, like he became a kid again, and he strolled up.
I hate this team.
That's what he was talking about. I'm just trying to connect dots. I'm obviously straining to do so. Didn't work out, but I kind of believe that with Rodgers, right? I kind of went a little high register right there. There may be 1 or 2 people that he will be thinking of and pointing out in their suites somewhere, up in one of the booths that they're watching the game from. And I watched him go up to LaFleur at the NFL Honors Show that he won here in L.A., the MVP award, I think his final time here. I forget the exact order of things. He won in the COVID year, and then the following year he won it as well. So anyway, he and LaFleur were hugging it out just when you thought that maybe he wasn't a fan of the Packers or him anymore. I kind of believe it. I'll take that.
Ooh. Yeah, that was honors here in LA.
Yeah. I think that was a truthful response. Now moving on to another individual that Chris Brockman. You said before you don't know if you believe it or not.
Well, jury's out.
Sean Payton.
Oh.
Sean Payton, as we all know, was talking about how he, after the game, after the win over the Giants, that unbelievable W, over 1,600 teams had as large a lead as the Giants had halfway through the fourth quarter in the history of the NFL, and they were all undefeated until last week. And he mentioned how he talked to John Mara, one of the owners of the Giants, and obviously Sean Payton goes way back in the day with him because Payton is an old Giants assistant on the Parcells staff. But at any rate, he said he told John Mara, he couldn't wait to move to Dart until after our game, huh? Because they've caught a little something with this quarterback, which is true. Russell Wilson then clapped back, a very rare Russell clapback on Twitter, saying that called him classless act.
Classless.
Here we go.
And then brought up Bountygate.
He did.
And I thought Sean Payton would be somewhere going, okay, I see you, Russ. That game I did not know you had.
Yeah, just
but I recognize it.
Wink and a nod.
That might have been private. Public, a different story. This is what Sean Payton had to say when the Russ clapback was brought up to him on Wednesday.
I'm sure you saw Russell on social.
I did. Look, and the euphoria, the way that game unfolded, that was strictly about Dart. I mean, and I that was in no way, shape, or form anything that was directed at Russ. So, and I might be able to see how he might perceive that, but coming off that win and watching how he played, that wasn't any intention at all.
The truth shall set you.
What is that?
The truth. That was a drop that we had made.
I don't understand exactly.
Shall set you free.
That's from Liar Liar, the movie with Jim Carrey.
Okay. I didn't understand a word of it.
Look, Sean Payton, we all know, has an edge to him, and I'm sure that he was taking a slight dig at Russ, and it's just putting on a nice public face. I don't believe him.
You don't believe him?
No.
I believe he was telling the truth to Mara, that to Mara he might have been referring to Russ. How does that not refer to Russ?
Exactly. That's
but
what I
I
mean.
think when he was sharing it, he kind of lost that might be taken that way by the rest of the world. So I kind of think that when he might have said it privately to Mara, he was admitting, couldn't stick with the guy. I made the worst, biggest dead cap cut in the history of the National Football League.
Right.
Couldn't stick with him. You had to go to the kid and get a breath of fresh air just in time for us. You know, I think he's shared it without thinking that could be taken by Russ poorly.
Right.
What do you think? TJ?
I remember last year there was or 2 years ago when Russ was still in the Broncos, there was a point where Sean kind of dressed him down.
That was against Detroit on a Saturday on NFL Network.
In a way I'd never seen, maybe since Parcells, a coach go after a quarterback like that.
Yes.
And that really took me back. And so I was like, it's obvious that's a level of disdain.
He does not like Russ.
So I think a lot of people in the Denver area feel that way. Didn't Schlereth take the 4 snap sequence against the Chiefs that wound up causing Daboll to turn to Dart? That 4 snap sequence where all he had to do is throw it in the end zone and risk an interception and see what flies, and instead he threw it so far up the tunnel that it was a penalty.
It's called selfish.
Right. He called it selfish, that he thought that Russ didn't want to have an interception on his docket.
One thing we know
I'm just wondering that the Denver people just have, and Russ must know it.
Yeah.
You know?
So, I mean,
just to be honest,
it is kind of wild because Russ takes, in my opinion, far too much criticism from people. And it was kind of nice just to see him say something, man. People trash talk that man so much, and it's, in my opinion, pretty disrespectful talk, a lot of it. Yeah. And so it's nice to kind of see him go at least, say,
right,
and give a letter that comes after D&E to you, to someone talking.
He turns the cheek a lot.
Yeah.
And this time around, he showed the bird, if you will, on...
And even at that, he didn't really go that hard at it, but it was just nice to hear him say something.
Yeah, he even put the laughing emoji after, we're all friends.
It was hashtag let's ride, which is the old Broncos country. That's right. All right. Last one for you. Justin Fields, the target of an ownership quote that is just as rare as it gets. Not even Dolan calls out Knicks this way.
By the way, there was a shot of him in the stands yesterday, just sitting there like this.
Oh, Dolan?
He always sits like that.
He always sits like that.
I know, but it was just like you were winning the game, and it was just like...
be happy.
That guy can't be happy.
I mean, Nick's hysteria is at an all-time high.
Guys, I was just making a reference. I wasn't creating a wormhole. I'm not going to Knicks 1. Let's everybody back off.
Well, look, we just figure whenever we hear that name, we're trained like Pavlov's dog to attack.
Mike Brown got to meet Spike. I couldn't believe Spike knew who I was, essentially. It's like, you know who I am?
Fat Joe was courtside.
Leave that alone.
They won with Fat Joe?
Leave it alone, guys. Leave it alone.
Unlike the Yankees.
I'm just saying Dolan doesn't. I mean, not even Dolan has called out Knicks like this. Like, hey, man, If our center keeps shooting like this, all you got to do is just complete a pass, and we'd be better. You know what I mean? Any coach will look this way if the best player or most important player just stinks on ice. I mean, literally, Woody didn't say that, but that was 100% the implication. Hey, Justin Fields, 0-7. Reason why the coach looks as bad as he looks is because the offense just can't do a damn thing. So Justin Fields now, he had his media availability on Wednesday and had this to say.
Nah, I wasn't. Like I said, I'm not on social media. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't. Of course, everybody knows. I need to play better. We need to play better as a team. And of course, no matter how the offense does as a unit, I'm going to get the blame, and I understand that. That's just what comes with the job. But honestly, it's what comes with it. So you can't let anything kind of affect your mind, my mind, and that's it is what it is. No matter if it's him, no matter if it's family members, even teammates. Sometimes there's going to be times where you have to be the only one who believes in yourself. So like I said, that's his opinion. And like I told you guys after the game on Sunday, I'm at peace, and all my focus is right now is working each and every day and getting better.
Said he hadn't heard it. He told us, by the way, that he removed all social media from his phone.
Smart.
He told us that during the pre-broadcast Jets-Broncos in the meeting.
Smart. Good move.
He said he's off it. He says he knows nothing about what's going on. But obviously, hey, did you hear what the man whose name is on the checks said about you?
Yeah, one of his friends told him about it without question, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, you had to hear about it. Jerry Jones doesn't do that, and he has a microphone in front of his face
24/7.
Right. He's never called out a Cowboy in the way Woody Johnson just called out his quarterback.
No. Yeah, but he's done a lot of talking.
But has he ever once...
I can't say
the most loquacious owner in sports,
Macca.
That wasn't
okay.
Him, though.
But him talking about how Micah's got Stephen Jones is saying how Micah wants to get paid, or he's got to want to get paid,
yeah,
and all the stuff he was saying about Micah was walking up to this line that Woody's crossed. So believe it or not, if you don't believe Justin Fields that he hadn't heard it. It's that he's off his phone. He says he's happier for it.
Yeah, you got off of X, you feel better, right?
Huh?
You got off of Twitter, X, you feel better, right?
I love it.
What's going to help him complete a pass? Maybe putting the social media back on will help him complete some passes.
Because you're saying pull a Costanza? Do the opposite?
Yeah, do the opposite.
The guy who was playing against the Steelers in week 1. That's what you need.
Yeah, they need that guy back.
But they also need Garrett Wilson. They need... Listen, they're taking on a Bengals team that just beat the Steelers, and Flacco's feeling great about himself, and this is a massive problem for them this week. And this is what the Jets are talking about right now. I mean, you're staring 0-8, losing half of your schedule right in the face to start. And then you got to bye. You got the Browns, and then you got a Patriots team that by week 11 should be ready to just absolutely embarrass them on Thursday Night Football before you visit Baltimore, where by that point in time, Lamar should be back, if he's not even back this week. Problems. But end of story.
3 wins?
End of story. That I mean, Fields, crazy things have happened. Like, Bryce Young gets benched last year, and everyone's like, you got to trade him. He's finished. I just don't know how you come back from – the only way you can come back from an owner calling you out like that, the person who signed your checks calling you out like that, the only way you can come back is if it is an individual who's off his phone and doesn't hear what the rest of the world says and can actually drown it out.
Yeah.
But at the bottom line, though, is part of the reason – he's part of the reason why the Jets are 0-7, if not significantly a reason why the Jets are 0-7. And some poor kid in New Jersey is
I hate this team.
Becoming viral. I mean, to rob youth of hope and joy.
I hate this team.
Oh, poor guy.
Poor kid.
844-204. So which one? I guess we all just knew. Did I nuance it or what?
Well, yes.
I nuanced it out of existence.
You were not as fun as I wanted this segment to be.
But I'm not saying Rodgers is lying. Rodgers is not lying. He's not lying. And Sean Payton, I think just forgot himself. Like, I'll share what I told John Mara, even though, now that that's public, Russ is, honestly, this is how poorly that joke landed. Is it caused Russ to clap back? How bad does it have to get?
Yeah.
Even Seattle and all that stuff, he never clapped back. He didn't clap back at Richard Sherman.
No.
Ain't clap back at Future, Richard Sherman.
Richard Sherman called him out way worse.
Fat Rob Lowe, he never clapped back at him.
Than Sean Payton this year, right?
Fat Rob Lowe, remember that? I guess he doesn't.
I do. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. Don't go anywhere. Your phone calls before Mike Vrabel and Brian Windhorst join us.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education, with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlineoffer.com.
Save thousands of dollars on a new 2025 Buick SUV at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC today. Lance Zerline here. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for eligible non-GM owners and lessees. That's an SUV load of savings. Check out the sophistication of the Envision, the versatility of the Encore GX, and the dynamic Invista. All available at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to cash in on your Texans and Rockets this season. Make your picks in 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in just one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the all-new Feed tab on Prize Picks. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 24824773. Equal housing lender.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America.
That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Call to action. Now. If I want to do my patio furniture, get it Houston Powder Coated, I need to do it now.
Yes, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888. Call now.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It was bound to happen.
Here on the Rich Eisen Show, the Sonos sound system. It is awesome. Susan and I have it in our house. You should check it out as well. You could zone it up. What do I mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Kitchen's a zone. Oh. Dining room's a zone.
Bedroom?
Bathroom? If you will.
Garage.
It could be exactly that. Any room in your house, zone it up so you can listen to different things in different rooms. Trust me, if you got kids, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're watching a game with the speakers, it makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Setup is easy. Plug it in, open the Sonos app, you're ready to go. And if you want stadium quality sound at home just like me, explore their sound bars, speakers. Use their headset on the flight home. It's amazing. Check it out, Sonos.com. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Noah in Portland, Oregon, where obviously a lot is resonating. What's up, Noah? What's up?
Well, lost our home opener and then possibly our coach.
Well, I don't think possibly. You have for the time being, and I don't know. Hopefully he is wrongly accused if that happens, and somehow he can get through this for anybody who's been a fan of Chauncey Billups. Noah.
I hope so. Real quick, shout out to Anna. And have any of you guys been to Portland, Oregon? Because we're getting a lot of static right now.
I'm aware of that, and I have been to Portland.
Love Portland.
It's a lovely town. Yep. It is an awesome town, and everyone should go visit it because it is filled with terrific people. I was just
going to ask you guys to say something nice about it, and you did.
Brother, I've been there, and I loved every second of it.
Same.
So, and I wish you, nothing but the best. Everybody there in Portland.
We're going to get it. We're going to get it.
I love it.
All right, guys, I appreciate you.
Thank you, Noah.
I came late to the show, and I'll keep this quick. I know we're popping up on the hour here.
Okay.
I came late to the game. I've only known about your guys' show for like 2 years, and I'm pretty hard up to miss an episode. It's so surreal to hear you guys every day and then to be able to talk to you guys. It's awesome.
I appreciate that.
Noah. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, normally we'll just turn our back on somebody like you, but you seem very nice, and I appreciate it. Call back, Noah. Thank you very much for saying that.
Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you guys.
I mean, we were on for 9 years before Noah found
Look, he had a lot of options, though. He had a lot of choices.
Maybe he was busy. Maybe
Noah was collecting shows by twos.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
You don't really like that. I don't think you appreciate it.
I don't think he gets
it. Rich, what I like most about you are timely, current references.
What's more timely?
In your defense, that reference can never really go out.
Nothing like a 2,000-year-old reference.
Excuse me.
When was Noah's Ark?
Noah. Now you're looking it up. Wow.
Now I got to turn my back.
Yeah. Timely reference.
Oh, sorry. 2300 BC. So
it was in black and white.
It's a 4500 year reference.
I call it timeless. It's timeless.
Rich.
It's a story as old as Noah.
I get all your jokes.
I appreciate that.
The flood began when Noah was 600 years old.
Okay.
What is it, Yoda?
All right. I get your point. Mossab in Chicago, Illinois. Did I say your name correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
What's going on?
What's up, Rich?
How are you?
Awesome. Good. I could be doing better. The Bears are on a four-game winning streak.
That's true.
And
so what's wrong with that?
I just hear constant disrespect in the media.
Oh, my word.
Constant.
I predicted this winning streak for you.
Rich, everybody before the season started knew Caleb needed time to fit in the system, get used to the play calls, and everything like that. And everybody's it was agreed upon across the media that by Thanksgiving, that's when he should be clicking and everything like that. So far, he hasn't played terrible. I'm not saying he's played great, but so far he hasn't played terrible, and we're winning, right? The rest of the team is clicking and everything like that. We're just waiting on Caleb to get there, right? But everybody is like, oh, my God, Caleb looks so bad, all this, all that. But then when he beats the Cowboys, right, and Jordan Love ends in a tie, everybody wants to jump on Caleb. You're not playing good. And then he beats the Commanders, and everybody wants to talk about when penalties are so bad and blah, blah, blah. But then when the Bears get screwed over, that game should have been done in the third quarter.
Okay.
The Bears should have had that wrapped up in the third quarter.
Yes.
And everybody who's watched that game knows it.
Let me ask you. I've got to follow. I've got to jump in here and ask you this question.
Go ahead.
Do you feel better?
I feel a lot better getting this off my chest.
Okay, good. That's what we're here for. We're here to make people feel better.
No doubt.
I want you to really, honestly, agree with me because it is. I feel like what I'm saying is legit.
Oh, I didn't say what you're saying is illegit, but I will tell you this: at the Ravens, let's go. I mean, the Ravens are 1-5. The Ravens are 1-5.
Listen,
Lamar may be hobbled. Right. He may be half a Lamar. He may be a let's go.
If the Bears lose, I don't mind, but as long as Caleb kind of matches the play of Lamar.
Yes, you are playing the long game, and I appreciate that. And
exactly.
Call back,
and
sir.
Can I make one extra comment?
Well, you got 10 seconds before you're cut off is the problem. Hold on a second.
We'll do the most overrated player in the NFL.
That's a fair fan. That's
keep going.
Keep going. And I said overrated. I didn't say bad. I said overrated.
Mossab in Chicago.
I like that level of pettiness.
He just got that in before the hard out. Bam. He went hard in before he went hard out. Mike Vrabel's coming up to kick off hour number 2 here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let me just say.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey, Houston, this is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Now is the time to book your holiday event. We have several great concepts with private rooms to fit any need. The Union Kitchen is classic American with a twist, easy to create custom menus. Jack's Grill is a casual vibe with live music. If you're looking for something a little bit more upscale, check out Passarella, classic Italian with great wine and cocktails. Irvine Memorial, a cool wine bar with the surprise of a full liquor license and a great patio. Don't wait till it's too late. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film.
Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything? The guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to? He's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush, people are immortal.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I'm opening my own coffee shop.
I smell a caffeinated catastrophe.
And I needed menu boards and banners printed.
What you really needed was a reality check.
Staples really came through. They printed menus and signs, even flyers in time for my grand opening.
And that's when the other shoe dropped.
Not quite. I got $125 off my custom print order.
Cha-ching! For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online until 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Victor Wembanyama.
The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a 40-point game.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
We will have a quarterback on Sunday. I will tell you that.
Today's guests. Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. ESPN NBA senior writer Brian Windhorst. Senior NFL writer for The Athletic Diana Rossini. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Mike Vrabel of the Patriots joining us shortly in a matter of moments here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, or ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Then Brian Windhorst is going to join us from ESPN. We almost canceled him because what's there to talk about with him? Wait a minute. I'm told everything. Jamil Hill, I just saw on Threads, calls this the sports story of the year. The year right now. So, yeah, there's lots going on. I mean,
interesting.
I was just reading during the commercial break some of what we heard from the press conference. So we'll talk about that with the FBI. We'll talk about that with Brian Windhorst coming up on this program in just a matter of moments. And then Diane Rossini of The Athletic will join us shortly on the program. Is our next guest ready to roll? Okay, great. His team is number 2 in the AFC right now, but he was also 59th at the American Century Championship, where I saw him last, where I finished tied for 88th. Just to be full disclosure, Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots.
Yes, sir.
You're on the show. Good to see you, Coach. How are you?
What's up, Coach?
Hi, Rich. We are there to smile, tell jokes, and sign autographs. That's our job, and to take pictures. Remember that.
You know what? I appreciate you giving me that coaching point, because I was beginning to get down on myself. You know what I mean? But that's all you're there for, right? That's it.
We'll leave it up to the 5 guys that can actually win that tournament to go compete for it. The rest of us will just try to have a good time.
No doubt about it. Because, again, I played with one of the guys I played with in the first round of the American Century Championship, Coach, was Matt Ryan. And I topped my first drive. Screw it. I'll just come straight through the front door with you, because it's the first time I'd ever done this, and the fans are all there. And I'm walking up the fairway with him, and Matt says to me, "Do you feel your hands again yet?" And I'm like, "No." And he said he said it took him 2.5 holes the first time he played to feel his hands again. And he's a 1 handicap who played in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
I hit one guy twice. I hit the same guy twice in one round. I mean, I ran out of stuff to give him. I was like giving him autographs and hats and money, and he's got like a knot on his head. I'm like,
oh man! But anyway, it's good to see you again. Listen, I know it's your business to hang banners, and you play in a building where there's some banners you look at all the time that you helped hang, and there's no place to hang a banner when you're 5-2. But that said, how do you feel about your start here through the first 7 games?
Well, I feel like we've gotten off to a good start. I think we've improved. I think we're embracing coming to work and preparing. And with that, you can have a good time and still work and, trying to build a program, that's got some consistency to it. I think that's the biggest thing we're trying to do.
And in terms of how does one coach consistency? How do you get it? How do you do that? What do you do?
Well, it starts with me. It starts with me and the things that I do, and I coach. And after positive plays or plays that aren't very favorable, that we're still coaching things that go on. You coach the action, not the result. And sometimes, because we didn't fumble or we didn't give up a big play, doesn't mean that we shouldn't have, based on our technique on that particular play. So I think that we have to continue to do that. So it starts with me and then everybody else, and how we approach each day in our schedule.
Were you that way when you started coaching? Or did you have to learn?
I mean, I tried to be.
Yeah?
I mean, I've tried to be. And sometimes that strays. As far as, again, I think I've learned to try to have non-negotiables. And then mistakes we have to coach. Non-negotiables are things that we can't have as far as our effort and the type of teammate that we are and our identity. We're going to make plenty of mistakes, and we'll coach the mistakes and make sure that we're teaching them. Yeah. But then again, I think having non-negotiables help you navigate.
Well, I mean, in terms of, obviously you can emulate what you experienced. Do you still draw on your experience as a player, as a coach, to say this is what I liked when I played, or those days are gone and you're now it's totally different now for you?
No, I mean, I do try to put myself in the shoes of a player as far as the schedule and when we come in and treatment and weightlifting and the time that they have to get ready before practice and in the meeting time and the walkthrough, how we're teaching them, how they're going to learn, and what we're asking them to do, and the techniques that are. If it's realistic for them to be able to do their job and the answers that we're giving them to be able to do it.
Mike Vrabel here on the Rich Eisen Show, head coach of the New England Patriots at 5-2, top place in the AFC East and number 2 in the conference overall. So let's talk about your quarterback. Obviously, we're in a quarterback-driven league, and he looks really special, Mike. I mean, and I'm just wondering how you coach somebody like Drake May. How do you coach him?
I mean, again, I'm not a quarterback coach and probably won't ever be one, but I think just in his ability to lead the group, lead the team, what's required of him, what's required of the head coach, his energy, the way that he talks to the players, the way that he communicates with the coaching staff. Those are all things that I'm trying to help, and I think I can help. And he's done a great job with that and improving it and sharing our message and making sure that guys, when he says things, that he says it in a manner that gets their attention.
Would you mind sharing with us what your first meeting with him was about? When you're the new head coach of the New England Patriots and you sit down with Drake May, what you told him?
I didn't tell him anything. We had a conversation. This is trying to build relationships and connections, and that was what I tried to do early on, and it will still continue to do. But I've never just met with somebody for the first time and told them anything. I asked him about his family, asked him about his experiences, and just like I would most of our other players.
But no messages about you're the quarterback and I'm going to need you to do X, Y, and Z? None of that stuff?
Well, I think the best thing is to, for me is to evaluate and then make a decision, on where I need to, interject, myself and the things that, first of all, you need to figure out what it looks like. And then you have to go and, make suggestions and figure out where you go from there. And that's what we did in the offseason with a lot of our guys and, getting to know them. And we do think that, connection and relationships are important in this business.
Any part of his development surprise you that he's getting it so fast?
Man, it's just really accurate on the move. It's been really fun to see him, extend and be able to remain accurate. But I think Josh and Ashton have done a great job of showing him things and how he can improve and his ability to lead our offense and to put the ball into good places and being able to take care of it.
And, Kurt Warner was on this program yesterday, Mike, said Drake May is the best deep thrower in the National Football League today. He called the deep throws that he's making right now handoffs. Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that we're the best at anything yet because we're not. But we've hit some balls down the field. He's put them in good spots. Guys have done a nice job of going and taking care of the football and getting it in traffic, whether that's down the field or contested catches.
Mike Vrabel here on the Rich Eisen Show. I'll ask you the $1 million question here. I'm kind of going to guess your answer, but screw it. I'll just ask it anyway. Anything that reminds you of Brady in his early days from Drake May?
No, I mean, he doesn't drive a yellow Jeep to work, so I would say that's one thing that's different.
I guess from his gameplay, from his command, from everything that you're seeing that this kid light up right now. Anything, you were there front row seat for the ascension of Tom, Mike.
I know.
I know you don't want to put it on him. I get it, but
no, I don't think it is even accurate. So a lot of years ago, and I do love Drake's youthful energy. 23 years old. I'm like, my God, I got kids that are 23 years old. So that's been fun. That's been fun to have that energy around here.
So I guess none of your kids have ever handed you a game ball like he did the other day?
Well, we won the 5th grade Dyson League baseball championship. I was the head coach once off season. I was the grounds crew and the head coach, and I did get the game ball after that, the baseball. So we won the 5th grade Dyson championship.
All right, so there is some
St. Michael's.
There is some precedence. There's a little bit of precedence here. Okay,
I appreciated that. That was cool to see him do that, and again, I appreciated it. And again, this will always be about the players. That.
Yep.
They're the ones that go out there and play this game and make the plays. And, we're an extension of them, and we're excited for them when they do well.
Is there any moment that you've had in the first few months, Mike, where you're like, you can't believe you're taking the same drive to this stadium as the head coach of the New England Patriots? Have you had any of those moments at all?
Probably on game day. I would say the home games is probably when it flashes back a little bit of, leaving the same hotel, leaving the same home hotel, coming down the same route that I did as a player. I think that's probably when I think feel it the most or recognize it the most.
And what do you feel? Like what goes through your mind, your gut?
Thank God I don't have to play today.
Okay. All right. It just is pretty. Listen, I've got a Patriot fan here. I married into a family of Patriot fans. They are just over the moon that you're the guy, and that you're the guy. You got your red jacket. You're the guy. And obviously there's lots going on, and you're just getting started. But you represent a lot. You represent, bridging worlds, past, present, and future. And
yeah, I mean, again, I'm excited because the fans are excited and they are understanding and get to know our players, and they're supporting our players and they're supporting our team. And we have to give them something to cheer about and continue to play well and play with our identity so that they can rally around us, coming back home now here for a couple weeks.
Okay. So moving forward, what do you want to see? What should we look for you, for everybody to realize that these Patriots are for real? You're for real. You're 5-2.
We don't, what do we look for? We're not trying to be for real. We're just trying to be consistent. We're trying to do the things that we think help us win. And do it over and over and continue to practice it in our meetings and our walkthroughs and on the field, and continue to allow it to transfer into the games. That's the most important thing. And so, we're not looking for anybody to look for anything other than, man, these guys are going to have a certain style and they're going to have an identity, and they're going to try to be good enough to take advantage of bad football.
Mike Vrabel here on the Rich Eisen Show. Before I go, I'm going to go here with you too. The Pro Football Hall of Fame is beginning to consider who should get in and who should not. I
don't think I'm going to get in, Rich.
No,
I don't think I'm going to make it.
I'm going to go in the other direction. I'm going to go Robert Kraft, Mike. I'm going to go Robert Kraft here. And I'm just, again, you want to pound the table a little bit here? You played for him.
Well, when you start to really look at when you look at the history of this organization and having known people when I played here, that went to the stadium for $10 and wore, and carried in 30 packs of beer. And it just, the whole thing has changed since the time that, Robert bought the team and made it just such an important part of this community, made us relevant with the Celtics and the Red Sox. And, obviously that's from great players and great coaching. But again, somebody had to get it started, and he's done that, and he's continued to give us and support us and everything that we need. We're getting a new practice facility next door here. That's going to be an amazing building to be in, and I would say that everything that we've asked for since I've been here, we've been able to get to help the football team.
And the Brady statue that's out there as well, is that the moment after he threw you the touchdown pass in either of the Super Bowls? Is that moment right there?
I don't know.
No? Was that the moment frozen in time?
I don't know. I don't know which picture they used. I'm sure I'm sure somebody here could tell you which picture they used from it, but I don't know what it was.
All right, man. First Super Bowl in NFL Network history we covered. You had a sack, forced fumble of DeLome, and a touchdown catch in it. I remember that as the day is yesterday, Coach. I remember that. And so I appreciate, you taking some time here, as always, being on this program. I don't take it for granted. Thanks for the time, man.
Thank you so much, Rich. I appreciate your support.
I appreciate you saying that. That's Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. I want to get him back out on time because, by the way, I respect that of all New England head coaches. Back in the day when I hosted the kickoff dinner, Belichick came up to me. First thing he said to me, only thing he said to me, get us out of here on time.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Get us out of here on time.
Get us out of here on time.
No pressure there, right?
That's it.
Did you?
To the dot. You kidding me? I even got him out on Coughlin time a little early.
Oh, early? Okay.
Oh, yeah. What do you think I was? Listen to that.
think that was, 2011?
I don't remember. Because I interviewed Brady before for our pod. It might have been that.
I think it was 2011.
Yeah, that was when I showed up wearing my finest suit.
I mean, you look good, but then you sat down with Brady.
It looked like I was wearing a burlap sack. All right, we'll take a break. Brian Windhorst is going to only be able to join us for 10 minutes because I don't know what's going on in the NBA. What? Why is his time so constrained? I don't get it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm told everything's happening.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Listen up. Are you experiencing ED, weight gain, and fatigue? Get a P-shot, Botox, and stem cells to improve your blood flow. Lose weight with GLP-1s like semaglutide. Improve your energy with low T pellets and peptide therapy. See Dr. Mitchell in the Woodlands. Visit ErectionCenter.com or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. No more excuses. Start living your best life today. 972-355-3771.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Monument Chevrolet has extended truck month. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq. BBQ.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready. The Preview College Basketball Exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form, and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. ESPN senior NBA writer Brian Windhorst is here on the program. I give you the floor. What do you know right now about what the FBI is alleging?
Yeah,
Brian.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time this morning reading the indictments, and you know, there's two cases, as you may know. One is a pretty spectacular in terms of details case about illegal poker games, which I assume somebody will make a movie about someday, and it does involve NBA players or personnel, and there are, I think, about 4 people who are charged in both cases, but that is not really what the NBA is going to be focused on and having to deal with. What they're going to have to deal with is the fallout of the other case, which involves illegal inside information on NBA games. Now, a lot of this was already known. You know, John Tate Porter has already pled guilty to some of the stuff that's in this indictment. Terry Rozier of the Miami Heat was already known to have been under investigation for a certain game in 2023. The NBA, in fact, is probably going to have to answer for why they allowed him to keep playing while the FBI was very clearly still investigating and still planning on possibly charging him, which they have done. And then there is a whole slate of incidences of people having leaking inside information of when players might be available for games. And some of these players are gigantic names. They're not named in the indictment, but if you pull back one layer, you can figure this out. In fact, Chauncey Billups isn't even named in this indictment, the head coach of the Trailblazers, who's now been put on leave by the league office, as, by the way, as Terry Rozier, as I'm sure you've told your viewers. Chauncey is just described as co-conspirator 8, who is described as an Oregon resident who played in the NBA from 1997 to 2014.
Yes, we can figure that out. Okay. It is. Yes.
So, this is what the new information is, which is that Damon Jones and Chauncey Billups use their positions as coaches of teams to tell people who may be available, and what appears to be Damian Lillard and LeBron James, potentially also Anthony Davis. I'm not 100% sure about that.
So wait a minute. Let me just jump in here. So you're saying Chauncey Billups, it's not just the poker thing, that he is also in this indictment alleged to have given out information as to who's playing and who's not?
Yes, that's correct. And that's what I'm not downplaying the poker thing, but
no, I hear you. I hear you.
The NBA isn't concerned today with whether people who are playing in illegal poker games got defrauded. I mean, they may feign that they care about that, but they don't care about that. They care about sensitivity information about their players and their games. And so what Chauncey is being accused of is, there was a tanking job going out in 2023 going on because people were really interested in getting their hands on Victor Wembanyama. And the Blazers weren't participated in that tanking situation. And there was a moment in March of that year where the Blazers basically seemed to have decided to put their tank in overdrive. And they decided they were not going to play their regulars anymore, but specifically they were not going to play Dame Lillard. And there was this day, I can't remember who they were playing, maybe the Jazz, but Damian was listed as probable with a calf tightness. And according to the indictment, I'm not saying it happened, I just said according to the indictment, Chauncey told somebody that Dame wasn't going to play amongst other players, even though he was listed as probable. As the day went along, he was then switched to questionable and then out, and then he never played again the rest of the season. And the Blazers lost 15 of their last 17 games and ended up with Scoot Henderson, the number 2 pick, but not the number 1 pick. And then Damon Jones, who was sort of a volunteer assistant with the Lakers for several years. They accuse him of saying that LeBron was, and they don't say LeBron's name, to be clear. They just say, they call him player 1 or player 2 or something like that. But they reference a game against the Bucks in 2023. It was the game after LeBron broke the scoring record, Kareem's scoring record. That game was against the Thunder, and LeBron was a relatively late scratch in that game. And the obviously not having LeBron, who was really close to the peak of his powers at that point, at least for that age, didn't play, and that information was used by people that Damon Jones told about it before it was public information. Then a year later, Damon apparently, according to the indictment, told these co-conspirators again that LeBron or Anthony Davis, it's not clear which, because both were on the injury report for a certain game against the Thunder, that they would either not play in that game or play less than normal minutes. At the time, the Lakers were under 500, and the Thunder were a very strong team. They had Chad Holmgren, he was playing. They had Jalen Williams, he was playing, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander all played in that game. And in fact, LeBron and AD did play in that game, did play their regular minutes, and the Lakers pulled the upset. They had been not favored, and they came back and won. And the bettors, according to the indictment, the bettors were pissed off at Damon and asked for their money back that they had paid him for the information. So it doesn't even imply that this information was always accurate, but just that it was given. And there's also another game that was a reference between a Cavs and Magic game, also in 2023. Now, what I think I just want to point out is that this is so what the NBA is going to have to deal with here.
Yes.
Is obviously players with pulling themselves out of games with unders, but we frankly have known about that, unfortunately, for 18 months. That's the Jonte Porter thing from 18 months ago. The thing that the NBA is going to have to deal with, and they already have dealt with in a certain extent, Rich, is that for decades, there's been this soft spot where people involved with the team, whether it's the players or the other people, support staff, know well before the injury list is changed that a player is going to play. So let's just say you have an average Thursday in November. There's a shoot-around in the morning. A player is listed as questionable. Everybody at that shoot-around sees that player can't walk. Okay? He's still listed as questionable, even though everybody knows he's not playing that night. That has happened for decades, and there have been people who could have passed that information on. Now, since sports betting became legal, the NBA, they recognize that this is a soft spot, and so they very vastly tightened their injury reporting. They now do injury updates all during the day, and they fine teams if they don't accurately tell injury situations. But that said, there is still this soft spot, largely in some cases because the teams don't want to let their opponents know who's going to be playing. And also, sometimes it's genuinely a game-time decision. Sometimes you don't know whether a player is going to be able to play until he gets out there and warms up. And how does that calf feel? How does that, wrist feel? And so But there's this gray area there. And so what I suspect will happen out of this, I don't think that this is something that is a scandal that is going to rock the foundation of the league. I mean, I'm sure that some people will get on television and say that. This is a problem that the NBA has known about and has been trying to address. There are instances now where it's coming out that people are exploiting it. But they are going to probably have to tighten it up even more and pressure teams more to be more honest about player availability so that a volunteer assistant coach or anybody else may not be able to give inside information, that the information is much more transparent.
Well, I mean, in the few minutes I have left with you here, the just at first blush, the issue I think the NBA has got to square for a lot of those who are observing and fans is how does Terry Rozier get arrested for something that the NBA apparently cleared him of?
That is absolutely going to, the NBA is going to have to answer that question. And as you probably know, there's a player under investigation for irregularity right now in Malik Beasley. And there's been, I think, frustration from people that Malik Beasley hasn't had it cleared one way or the other. And this is part of the reason why that I think the NBA is going to have to be extremely careful with this going forward. And you are absolutely right, Rich. The NBA at some point is going to have to explain why Terry Rozier was allowed to keep playing. And I just want to point something out. Mm-hmm. The sports books caught the irregular betting on Terry Rozier the day it happened, the morning it happened, when all of a sudden there was hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in on Terry Rozier unders for a relatively meaningless game in March, mm-hmm. involving the Charlotte Hornets. The sports books caught it. They told the NBA right away. And guess what? The NBA, Rozier didn't play the rest of the season. And he had faked the injury, so it wasn't because of the injury. The NBA pulled him. They pulled Jonte Porter, too. They flagged Jonte Porter and pulled Jonte Porter. The NBA's measures, mm-hmm. their protection measures, the sportsbook's protection measures, triggered this. They caught it. Uh-huh. The issue, I think, is, Jonte Porter, they caught, convicted, and tossed him out of the league within weeks. Rozier didn't. And this in this investigation, and I don't know if Terry Rozier is guilty. The NBA obviously didn't feel that he was. They wouldn't have let him play. But this indictment implies that there was a swath of conspirators. There was like his cousin, his cousin's friend. I mean, like all the way down to like low-level guys who won money on this bet and then immediately bet on other games and lost all the money and had to tell other people, man, I lost the money. I'll have to get it to you. Like really low-level people who were betting hundreds of dollars on this game. In addition, people were betting tens of thousands. So my point about saying that is that there was a wide swath of people who were benefiting from this inside information on Rozier, according to the feds, and that the NBA either didn't discover that or knew about that and cleared him. They're going to have to answer for. But this is not like, I hate to bring up the name. This is not Donaghy. Like Tim Donaghy. Yeah. This is sloppy stuff that they need to be tightened down. I know the people who are going to attack the league and people who are against gambling are going to be able to hammer on this, and there's some points to be made there. I do not think this is going to rock the NBA to its foundation, based on the information that I have. Obviously, more information can come out, right? But it is definitely very interesting, particularly the poker aspect.
Certainly, it involves a head coach as well, Brian. I mean, that's particularly
it
shocking.
Involves inside information about whether a player is going to play. Right. I think the key is, did Chauncey tell the guy and say, go make a bet on the game?
Got it.
Or did Chauncey tell the guy because he was having loose lips, and then that guy went out and made money on it?
Understood.
That's the question. I don't know the answer to that, but that nuance is going to be important.
All right, and I know your time is limited, so I do want to give you the floor on Wembanyama. I mean, that was insane, like an actual conversation about an actual game that actually happened. And, 40 and 15, no turnovers. That is exactly what everybody, when you first were visiting France to check it all out, was envisioning that type of performance right from jump, Brian.
And when I met his coaches who coached him when he was 12, 13, 14 years old, one of the things that they said was that they begged him, Victor, please go by the basket. Every step away from the basket you take, your height advantage gets mitigated a little bit more. And Victor really didn't want to hear it. Victor wanted to be a big man with guard skills. He didn't want to be defined by his height. You may have noticed that just this week he complained about people focusing on his height. And the Spurs have been, Rich, Victor is very, very tall. He's taller than he's listed, okay? The Spurs listed him at 7'3" coming into the league. He was not 7'3". He was taller than that. Then this year, because the NBA cracked down on it, they corrected it to 7'5". I think 7'5" is still wrong. I think he's taller than 7'5".
Wow.
I started talking about it on TV. Victor started complaining about it, and the Spurs changed it from 7'5" back to 7'4" in the last few days and said it was a clerical error. I don't think there was a clerical error involving his thing, but he doesn't like being defined as somebody who's really tall. He wants to be defined as a great basketball player. So throughout his life, he wanted to focus on being a great basketball player, not just a tall basketball player. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why he's so special, because he is this big with guard skills. But here's the problem, Rich. It still is very helpful to be very tall. So last year, he averaged 9 3-pointers a game, and he did okay on them. He shot 35%. That's okay. That's not bad. But when you take 19 shots a game and 9 of them are 3-pointers and you're 7'5" or whatever, that is not the best use of your skill set. Mm-hmm. And so Victor has come around, and now the league is in trouble. Already in the preseason, the scouts started flagging it because they noticed last year 40% of his shots were in the paint through the season. In the preseason, I know it's a small sample size.
Sure.
75% of his shots were in the paint, okay? Do you know how many? So last night he took 2 3-pointers. Do you know how many times last year, Rich, he took 2 3-pointers in a game?
Go for it.
0. He took under 5 3-pointers once, okay? He had 11 free throws last night, okay? Do you know how many times last year he took 11 free throws in a regulation game? He had a couple of...
Same number? Okay.
So now we have a guy who's 7 foot whatever who has decided, I'm going to play like that. I'm going to play bully ball. And he's also stronger. It's not just he's come around on it. He's also gotten more bulkier and stronger. You look at photos of him from 2 years ago and now, yeah, he's not going to make you remember The Rock, but he is much stronger. And this same thing happened to Giannis, except for Giannis came around on it in about his 8th year.
Oh.
Okay? Like last night, for example, Giannis took 21 shots in the paint because Giannis knows he's unstoppable. But it took Giannis, I mean, one of the years that Giannis won MVP, so I'm not exactly criticizing him, he took 5 threes a game. It's insane. He's a terrible three-point shooter. Last night he took 3. He probably shouldn't have taken any. Giannis figured it out and has become unstoppable. Now at age 21, Victor, I think, has figured it out that he needs to play like he's 7 whatever. And the league could be in trouble because of it, as you saw last night.
Thank you, Brian Windhorst. Really appreciate the time. I know you've got a lot going on. Let's do this on the regular, as you know. Take care of yourself.
Sounds good,
brother.
Rich. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Right back at you. Our favorite. Bar none, our favorite bar none.
Wow.
Because he can boil it down just like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple to basically say, the rest of the league's in trouble. How about that? He calls him 7 foot whatever because he doesn't want to hear it from the Spurs or from Wembanyama that he's calling him too tall. But we know he is tall.
Very tall.
It's kind of like how we lay off the show. I said, this dude's a problem, and everyone else have to deal with this.
That's what Windhorst has confirmed it.
Yeah.
And we can confirm he's tall because we saw him at the Fanatics. That's my son Coop with Jack Schuster of Fanatics now.
Coop was about 6 foot right at this time, if I recall.
Right, he's now 6'2". Yeah, he's now 6'2".
He was literally 6 foot tall right here.
Not even to his shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
That's it.
Guy.
That's it. Coop is 6'1" at that time. Let's call it that. 6 foot whatever.
Yeah, 6 foot. Yeah, come on.
To use the phrase.
We don't need Susie getting upset. Yeah. It's Coop's height.
Susie is fluent in French like Wembanyama.
And you got Wemby, who's 7'13" in that picture.
Very tall. Confirmed.
13 inches.
He's 6'16".
Hey, you could do it
in that
way
photograph.
Too. Yeah,
I think, right?
Point being, imagine taking your greatest blessing and deciding, I don't want to use it. No, your height, that is your blessing.
He did like an up and under reverse dunk, and his feet were like 2 inches off the ground.
But I can understand what Windhorst just described is that if you're 7'5", right? Mm-hmm. Let's just
only about 3% of the people that lived can relate to this. But
I've never started a sentence that way. All right. If you're 7'5" and have the handle like he has, you're sitting there going, "That's my differentiator." Right. Yeah, I'm 7'5" and can do things that somebody who's 5'11" can do.
Right. I love how Wendy pointed out something that I've said on the show before. Shout out to my boy Keith Perry from Pittsburgh, a big man with guard skills. because that's what he is. He's got handle. What can you do to stop this dude?
So he's sitting there thinking, that's my differentiator. So, of course, I'm going to, if I can hoist threes like I'm Steph Curry at my height, that's my differentiator. And people are telling him, no. Your differentiator is you're just 7'5".
Yeah.
That's your differentiator. The other stuff is, that's nice that you can do. Yeah. But in this sport, you're not guardable closer to the basket. The further you are away, you're mitigating, as Windhorst is pointing out. Mm-hmm. And to basically tell this to a young kid and say, no, you've got to reconfigure the way that you've been thinking about yourself. He says it took Giannis 8 years to understand it, and he's done it already. I think we just broke down what just is occurring in just one game.
Trouble.
Let's take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the show. We'll take your calls when we come back.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Suit up, Houston, at Suit Mart. We've got suit packages starting at just $199.99 for sizes up to 48. From slim fit to modern and classic fit, you'll find the style that matches your look. And if you need big and tall, we've got you covered with sizes up to 60 regular. Complete your outfit with our Italian-made socks. Just 3 pairs for $18. Plus, assorted pocket squares, 4 for $12. Style, fit, and value, all in one place. Suit Mart, Houston's destination for men's fashion. Visit any of our 3 locations today.
John Renato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL NOW. That's 713-CALL NOW.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at DewberryFarm.com.
John Renato here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night?
You know, that sounds great.
How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs?
That also sounds awesome.
We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour?
How about a football happy hour?
It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue. Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granato, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Sonos Sound. Go ahead and get Sonos. Susie and I have it in our house. You will love it. Studio quality sound makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium when you're watching a game. You can play music, one in the kitchen, one in the in another room in your house, for instance. Yeah. Okay. So, and you got listen. You got one kid who loves Taylor Swift and another kid who does not. You need do you need to have different
to keep peace in the house?
It gives to keep the peace. Yeah, my goodness. So whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or just listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Just plug it in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. So setup is that easy. Explore sound bars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. Drew in the great state of Michigan. Let's take your phone call. What's up, Drew? Drew, you got to hop on air. Drew, turn off whatever you're listening to, and what do you got for us, brother? You're on.
All right. Well, Rich, I'm a lot like you. I know you talk about fantasy football a lot and how it affects your mood for the week.
Okay.
And and I'm in 3 leagues right now. Who was it? Michael Bublé talking about he's in 8.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He said that last year.
Crazy like that.
Yep. Okay.
Well, this week's gonna be crazy.
What's going on?
I was looking at Lamar Jackson for Justin Herbert to start. So that's my big dilemma this week.
Chris, you want to handle this one? RS Consulting wants to. You got to start Herbert, right?
Herbert had almost 400 Hyundai last week, and I know, Brian Flores defense, but I don't know. I feel like
you got to start Herbert.
I feel like you go Herbert tonight, especially at home.
Actually, we have John. Here's John Harbaugh giving you information on Lamar Jackson. Drew, we'll play it for you. Hit it.
Yeah, it's hard to put a number on it. I think it's just part of the process right now. I really don't have any shareable injury intelligence for you guys at this point. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah. Okay.
What do you think of that?
No shareable injury intelligence. No SII for you, Drew.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that gives me nothing, but I appreciate it. And
gives me nothing. Start right back at you.
Alumni.
Oh man, what a big weekend this is going to be! Just go up to East Lansing and lay it on Sparty, and just keep laying it on thick.
Well, Bryce had his best game throwing last week. So I'm pretty hopeful that we finally.
We'll see. I don't know. They haven't really been able to put it together for 4 quarters like that. But thanks for the call, Drew in Michigan. Hopefully, start Herbert. I think that's our advice, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think you want to see what Lamar looks like when he's back and if he does play this week. And the Bears are on a heater, so I would just chill, start Herbie, feel good about it, go on to the weekend.
In hour number 1, we were talking about saying truth or not into a microphone at a podium in the National Football League, believe it or not. And as we were saying, hey, you don't believe Aaron Rodgers saying it's not a revenge game. Sean Payton's like, I wasn't referring to Russell Wilson when I told a story about telling the owner of the Giants you couldn't make that move after you played us with Jackson Dart and yada, yada, yada. And I basically said, those who tell the truth sometimes get crap for it. Certainly, if you're a head coach whose quarterback keeps throwing interceptions in bunches and you're Mike McDaniel and you say, Tua's still our starter, let's just hope he doesn't throw 10. How does the quarterback take that? Well, Tua was at the podium on Wednesday and was asked about that.
That's true, no? Like, you don't want anyone that's going in there to hinder the team from being able to win a game, right? And as I said, earlier, you go out there, like for me, I go out there with the expectation to help our team win. You turn the ball over the way I've turned the ball over this year. You can't expect to help the guys win the game.
I just want to root for this guy to do well, man.
I feel you, man. He hasn't done a lot to help himself out over the last couple of years.
He's being as honest as he possibly could be right there. Obviously he'd want to be one of those guys steps to the podium and go, yeah, I've got this team with 6-1, like Daniel Jones can step to the podium and say without really saying, instead of being, we're the exact opposite, 1-6, and a lot of the reasons why is I keep on turning it over in bunches. As a matter of fact, he started his press conference. Remember I said how he bristled at turning it over in bunches back in week 1? Mm-hmm. He started his press conference saying, so who said I turn it over in bunches? Something like that. Like he's trying to, like McDaniel, use humor as the umbrella here. Right. And then there was this, what everyone's talking about, hey, let's get the ball to Jalen Waddle more. How come you're having trouble getting that?
I think with that, some of it has to do with being able to see guys, with their guys also up front and our guys. And I'm not the tallest guy in the back there either. So being able to see, and then, sometimes when that happens, you don't want to just throw it blindly, and you got to progress. So I think that had some merit to reasons as to why that happened for Waddle.
Because that's always the knock against guys who aren't that tall. That's why you shouldn't be playing quarterback in the NFL, because the guys in front of you are tall.
Or giant. Yeah.
I mean, it helps if you're having Joe Alt, for instance, if he's questionable for tonight's game, if he comes back, hopefully for the Chargers, block for you. It helps to be Justin Herbert's height to play quarterback behind someone like Joe Alt. Pushback is also, Drew Brees wasn't, breaking any vertexes, and he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer in a few months.
Look at Baker Mayfield this year. Not a big guy.
Not a big guy. But again, it's just I don't want to criticize anybody for being honest. I mean, that's his honest. I mean, he's being honest. His answer could have been, you know what, we're looking at this on film. We're noticing some things that I could do better, and that's what we're going to do. Instead, he's just like, hey, I'm not the tallest, and it's tough to see him.
Can't get mad at him for saying that.
Well, you can't get mad at him for saying that, but the general manager who's on the hot seat, who drafted him and then paid him all that money, it doesn't help him either. What would help everybody is just winning a game and not turning it over in the process. And the Miami Dolphins this week are at Atlanta before taking on the Ravens on a short week. So the next 5 days after this weekend are pretty huge. Hour 2 coming up.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what?
we are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Great news! Monument Chevrolet has extended Truck Month. Take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months while you can. This is your chance to get the truck you deserve at a great price. Monument Chevrolet has been in business for 50 years. The family owned and trusted by the community. If you're looking for a new truck, there's no better time and no better place than right now at Monument Chevrolet. MonumentChevrolet.com or visit the store at Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The Preview College Basketball Exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
All right, guys. Football season is underway. We're loving it, but you'll love it even more if you play along with the games you're watching, and that's what Underdog Fantasy allows you to do. Download the app, Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. When you play your first $5, you're going to get $100 in bonus cash into your account. And playing Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite player or set of players is going to go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, touchdown passes, receiving yards. You make the decision. You can pick as few as 2. You can go up to 6. You can win 500 times your original play. There's so many different ways to win with Underdog Fantasy. But you've got to download the app and get started today to play. Use that football knowledge and make real money completely legally right here in the state of Texas. Pick higher or lower on the statistics and watch the money come in. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit ncpgambling.org.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Victor Wembanyama.
The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a 40-point game.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
We will have a quarterback on Sunday. I will tell you that.
Earlier on the show, Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. ESPN NBA senior writer Brian Windhorst. Coming up, senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Diana Rossini. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
I can confirm it is me. It's the Rich Eisen Show, hour number 3 here in Los Angeles, California. As always, pleased to be on Disney Plus. The ESPN app gets you everything ESPN everywhere. And then ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We say hello to those who are listening to us on terrestrial radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, or our podcast all 3 hours. We greatly appreciate that. If you missed any of the first 2 hours, we've just been reacting to, just the FBI giving headlines in the sports world, in the NBA. We talked about it with Brian Windhorst last hour. We had Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots. If you missed any of it, there's 2 ways for you to three. There's our podcast, all 3 hours, available through the ESPN Pod Center and ESPN Podcast Network. Also, there is the Disney Plus page where you have just hit that tile and you watch all 3 hours whenever you want, which is great. And then there's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, where how many subscribers are we up to right now, Mike Del Tufo? You got that right there? Oh, you do not?
1 million.
Subscribers.
Million. That's right. And counting.
Where's our plaque?
Exactly.
The more I say it, the more aggressive it sounds.
Yeah. I'm going to take a picture in front of the Hollywood sign with it,
Because you want to treat it like it's a Stanley Cup.
Yes,
man. Is it a gold plaque?
Yeah.
Is that what
it's
it is?
Gold, yeah. 1 million is gold.
Well, it's a gold color. It's not actually made.
No, it's really gold, Rich. Gold.
Well,
really
the price of gold is very high right now, so I doubt it's actual gold.
Well, silver's got the money.
Yeah,
they've got money.
That's true.
I'm just saying, I've already got security waiting for me.
So you're gonna
security?
Are we going to treat it when we get it like it is the Stanley Cup, where not only do we each get to take it for a day and take photographs with it, but do we get the white gloves?
Yes. Yeah, because I want a bunch of fingerprints on them.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
I'm taking it on the boat.
It's all very...
As you should.
Okay.
We should get another boat, and he can, toss it to us like Tom Brady.
I have two boats.
Fella's got a boat.
Feller has a boat, too.
Yes,
we can toss it. We can totally do this.
You can toss it to Felly for his day.
100% are doing this.
No, we're not.
Why not?
Oh, come on.
You can't tell him what to do with his day with the
My
plaque.
day, I get to do what I want, Rich.
The last thing I'm going to do is find someone on YouTube and say, can we have another one because we had a boat parade and one audio guy threw it to another audio guy and he dropped it, and it's at the bottom of the marina here in Southern California. How embarrassing would that be?
Outside, I can dive.
Del Tufo's actually dove down there to get his keys before.
Yeah, I got my keys out of the harbor.
He's scuba certified.
So there you throw the plaque around.
Okay. Thank you, Rich. That's what we wanted.
This is this entire conversation is very reasonable.
Yeah. What are you going to do with your day, Rich?
I'm sure the Disney Plus folks are wondering, why did we get this show?
For moments like this.
Okay.
Ain't nobody else throwing around a YouTube plaque?
Yes, that's correct. I think we can confirm that. Nobody else is throwing around a YouTube plaque. Yeah.
But us.
I can confirm that. On more important items, it is true Jaden Daniels is not starting Monday Night Football.
No, that's not good for my fans.
It's not good for anybody, to use the, I guess, unless you're the Kansas City Chiefs. Although, if I'm not mistaken, the last quarterback to prevent them from making the AFC Championship game in the Mahomes era was, in fact, Marcus Mariota, the Tennessee Titans. Yay or nay?
Oh.
Yay or nay?
I think you might be
or
right.
Or was that Alex Smith? Was that the end of Alex Smith?
That might have
Mariota's coming to so. Oh, I can already hear Stone Street screaming in the back of my head right now. Gotta mention that there was a fumble.
Jeff Triplett
called a sack force fumble, and that would have flipped the entire game. They stopped his forward progress. Yeah, they stopped his forward progress by sacking him and forcing a fumble.
Yeah, that was the Alex Smith last year.
So it's the last time they were in the playoffs and didn't make the AFC Championship.
2017. Yeah.
Got it. Oof. So anyway, Marcus Mariota's coming to town, and Dan Quinn made it official.
That is confirmed, like he will be out this week, and Marcus will start. I'd said, I think, it was Monday, I'm getting my days mixed up, but we knew it wasn't going to be significant, meaning long, but also not well enough to say, okay, in 6 days, it's ready to go based on speed and how you would, handle this type of injury. So all of the week will be focused for him on the rehab. in hopes of the following week. And so I'll assess that next week. But as opposed to some practice, some not, just put all of it, all the time and effort into that.
Okay. Now here's Jim Harbaugh quoting, "Oh, you couldn't have made that switch in time for us to play, huh?"
Right. Kind of a dick move by Sean Payton.
Chris. Yes, it was a difficult move. Right. No doubt about it. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Ready for this
I
one?
don't know what you're about to say.
No, hold on a second. Words that I didn't think I was going to say ever into this microphone.
What?
Here it is. Ready?
Okay.
Brian Schottenheimer talking about Javonte Williams going full Sir Mix-a-Lot. Have you heard this soundbite yet?
I have not.
Yes. Javonte Williams, as you know, this is a revenge game.
Revenge game, yes.
Okay. This is a revenge game because Javonte Williams used to play for the Denver Broncos. Mm-hmm. And that's it. I got nothing else to talk about with the revenge game. And the Denver Broncos are coming in. Guess what, everybody? It has caused the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys to go full Sir Mix-a-Lot, talking about Javonte Williams and why it's that's why he's working so well in their system. Hit it.
I like big backs. I really do. I think it's that type of league right now with how everything is, played and physical. And but you do see a guy that creates explosives, and I think why does he do that? Because he doesn't hesitate. And it jumped off the film. It wasn't, again, something that they felt like, but we knew it was something that we wanted to add to our team.
Patrick.
I caught it. Yeah. I actually started to sing the rap song. I got it. Yeah, yes, sir. Sir Mix-a-Lot. I like big backs. No, some people just got it. Some people just got it in the back. Yeah.
How did somebody not follow up with an "I cannot lie"? How did nobody in that room do that?
I told you guys weeks ago, before the season started, you know what? I'm willing to give this guy a shot. I like Shotty, man. I like what he's doing. Love it.
Especially since he sounds like his dad, and I don't think his dad would have known who Sir Mix-a-Lot is.
No.
But I will give you this.
I thought he was going to say my hoopty because he's going to carry him.
Listen, I will give you this here. Okay, for the Dallas Cowboys, it's sitting there for the Cowboys to make this a great football season for them. It's sitting right there, and it starts with this weekend. Hold on a second. Hear me out. You think I'm about to turn it and try and stick it in your direction, and it's not true. Listen,
no,
hear
I'll
me
do
out.
That myself when you
hear me. No, hear me out. The Dallas Cowboys at 3-3-1 are currently 10th in the conference, but it really is something where they can win this division because they just beat the Commanders. The Commanders are without, Jaden Daniels for. Again, they're saying it's not going to be a long period of time, but this is a hamstring. We have no earthly idea. You could say it's a low-grade strain, but it's not your hamstring when you say that. And he's not playing this Monday. And so the Commanders have got an issue. They're going to be 3-5 if they do not beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're 1-4 in conference. The Dallas Cowboys are 3-3-1. You win against the Denver Broncos while the Eagles take on the Giants. Mm-hmm. Let's just say, hear me out here. And then Dallas, after this game against Denver, have 2 Monday Night Football games around a bye. And then the Monday Night Football games are against the Cardinals at home and the Vegas Raiders in Vegas. While the Philadelphia Eagles in that 3-week stretch have a bye after this game against the Giants, while the Cowboys are taking on Arizona. And then while the Cowboys are on their bye, Philadelphia visits Green Bay on a Monday night. And then when the Cowboys taking on Vegas on a Monday night, the Eagles play Sunday night at home against Detroit. And then the two shall meet in Dallas. It's more than It's sitting right there. Now, it is a higher register Thursday.
Yeah.
So this whole conversation is higher register which, again, for everybody out there, means if you go higher register, you've got to go higher register to believe what you're saying. Right now, it starts at Denver. They beat the Denver Broncos, and there's a path here. There's a path here for the Dallas Cowboys to meet Philadelphia in Dallas and take the division. You bet. It's sitting right there. They beat Denver to go 4-3-1, and Denver, as we all know, has been on the edge of looking terrible and then pulling it out of their orifice at the end. And it's there, brother.
I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
I know. I get it.
Well,
I'm just saying, it's there, sir.
It is, but if I can, I'll just push back a little. As you know,
why would you push back? I'm telling you, you're push back. Why would you push
because
back?
I'm just going to give you a few facts, if I may.
All right.
One fact is, much like Sir Mix-a-Lot, I too love buttermilk biscuits. That's not the point.
Okay. Are you Googling that?
Do I need to Google Sir Mix-a-Lot? Come on, no. The other point being, as you guys know, I always say about the Giants and the Washington football team, how we own those guys, right? And I'm usually right. Fact of the matter is, with us, when it comes to the Broncos, they've beaten us 7 times in a row. Ooh. I don't have faith, for whatever reason, in us beating. That
goes back to John Fox? Is that what you're saying? I mean, like, it doesn't matter.
7 times in a row is 7 times in a row.
I don't think it matters. Let's go. How about this, man? Dak's going to show up in Denver.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb's showing up in Denver. George Pickens is showing up in Denver. Their tight end who catches touchdowns like he's Jason Witten is showing up in Denver. The offensive line is going to keep Dak clean for Dak to be the MVP that he can be.
Sure. But
you know who's also having
Denver slow starts, man.
Do you know who's got that window, the IR window opened up? That kid Overshone, who was awesome before he blew out his knee.
Yeah.
You put him behind that defensive line, and maybe you're going to get some pass rush going. And Philadelphia shows up, and A.J. Brown keeps on tweeting out these cryptic messages and Instagramming out these messages about it. Use me, but don't use me, or what the hell? I don't even know what he's saying anymore.
No, nobody knows.
Using me, but not using me.
What does that even mean?
Okay,
that's a Tevin Campbell song from the late 90s.
All I know what it means is there's a path. And I cannot lie.
Other brothers can't deny.
I like big paths for you and your Cowboys.
I blame Monaco for this. We had to talk last night after work.
Blame our director.
And I was so excited. And Monaco was like, no, we might as well just tank the season. So,
tank the season, John. What do you do?
Here's what we're going to do. Because I went down the path. And I don't want to be late for our next guest. Diana Rossini. We're going to finish up with higher registered.
Higher?
We're going to tease it because I think it's a better way to finish the show.
Oh, see?
See, now I don't believe what you were saying.
Let's go to Jay in Columbus, Ohio. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Jay?
OH.
Oh,
hey, good afternoon, fellas. Appreciate you taking my call.
N-O.
What up, man?
Yes. What's up, Jay?
What's up, Jay?
Well, I'm a longtime Giants fan, and after last week's debacle, I think I might be in the minority of taking more positive out of that game than negative with the way they played against a top 5 defense.
Oh, God, but
that only brings the question of a coaching seat that was warm now seems hotter, and that always brings the question when a coach is in danger, who is the replacement? I love Jackson Dart. I love Scattaboo, the Arm & Hammer twins. But if they're going to get rid of Dable, who is the replacement?
Why would they get rid of Daboll, Jay? Why?
I don't think they should.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't. And by the way, I don't think they will. Why would you do that? If Jackson Dart is showing what he can do, and the coach who is the one who is behind the scenes here, why would you bounce him? Why would you do it? You know, like I don't know. By the way, I thought you were going a different direction. I thought you were going to sound like that Jet fan kid all of a sudden, talking about your team.
I hate this team.
I thought that's where you were going, Jay. But no, you're the other way around. I like it. You got a glass half full over there in Columbus. Are you a Buckeye fan, Jay? Let's be straight up. Are you a Buckeye guy?
Hell no. I'm a fan of anybody who plays them.
Oh, I like Jay.
Oh, he's just
Jay in Columbus.
Jay. I like Jay.
I like you, Jay. Why do you feel that way about Ohio State in Columbus?
They're fans.
Okay.
If they win, they burn a couch. If they lose, they burn a couch.
Either way, you can't have a couch.
Yeah. Not a good thing in the house.
All right, Jay. Thank you for the call. That's Jay in Columbus.
The problem is the Giants may not get more than 4 wins this year, so you're going to bring back a coach that's 4-13?
All right.
Let's look at the schedule.
Hold on a second. Put it up here.
In the back, please.
I don't know why you would say the Giants are going to win
look at
only
their schedule.
4 games when they won against Philadelphia and the Chargers and almost made it 3 out of 4. All they had to do is just get off the field once.
They got smoked by the Saints.
Well, again, but that's why I'm counseling you, and why when we had Vrabel on in hour number 2, I said, I know you don't raise banners for going 5-2 because with a kid quarterback and some team that's still gelling, it goes up and it's down. Please, at one point you think they're done winning games that nobody expects them to win? You think they're finished with that? That was just a flash in the pan. I think differently.
Kind of.
I think they're going to come up with a couple other such wins. Dart has got the it factor, and you and I both know that. All of us do. You know that too, pal. When you take on when they visit you or you visit them at the end of the season, yeah, that's not going to be easy. You're probably going to need that one as a Cowboy fan based on the path I already described. Like
I said yesterday, I said I didn't think he was a home run based solely upon it. Might be just too early to say that, but I do feel like they've got their guy. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm psyched right now.
You should be. If you're a Giant fan, and because, again, let me just say this one more time, certainly for our ESPN radio audience in New York City. Listen.
Do you need music?
No, this is not for music. I'm going to direct the camera directly at the Giants fans. Giants fans, you know what it's been like. You know there's also been no hope. Even when Daniel Jones showed up and did what he did in the playoffs, you're wondering, is this for real? And then we found out what the answer was emphatically. Okay? We understand what happened with Saquon walking and doing what he did. I understand that you feel that way, and you feel like the trapdoor is always going to open up. 2 things. One, you know you got the quarterback right. Deep down, you know it. You're excited. You're excited watching Scatterbo do his thing, too. You're watching Dart and Scatterbo. What do you call them, the Arm and Hammer?
Arm and Hammer.
Okay. I've been referring to them as the Tango and Cash of the National Football
Also
League.
good.
I kind of like Arm and Hammer.
They've got I understand one's got an arm and one's bringing the hammer. I get that. I understand that. I'm more pop culture than, cleaning things.
Okay.
The Giants, there's reason to be excited to watch this team. There's reason for it, okay? Enjoy that. Enjoy that because the co-tenants are taking impressionable young children.
I hate this team.
And making them stare into the abyss about why they even exist on the planet. That's what's happening on the other side of MetLife. That poor kid. Somebody, we searched for him. What, we've been told that the parents don't want to, are still up in the air about making him available?
That's basically
and I understand
where we're
that.
at right now.
Excellent parenting skills. You know who's got that excellent parenting skills? This guy right here.
I hate this team.
I texted this video to my 14-year-old son, who's a diehard Patriot fan because his mother is, and said the fact that I did not make this your existence is proof of my great parenting skills. Told that to my 14-year-old, and he didn't respond to me on text. And I said to him later on, I'm like, Coop, why don't you respond to your dad on text? What's going on?
Pay no mind?
It'll take him a few years to fully appreciate what you've done for him.
He's there.
He
knows.
Please, Giants fans, just soak it in. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. They make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com. 43 million, which is 42 million more than our YouTube.
We're on our way, though, right?
See, I make it about myself. There's an I in Progressive and Rich and Eisen. And Diana and Rossini.
Yeah.
And The Athletic.
Wow. And
It's like
Disney.
Sesame Street all of a sudden.
Disney's got an eye.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at dewberryfarm.com.
Hey everyone, it's BMAC. Are you looking for a drink that's unique to the Gulf Coast? A handcrafted spirit made the right way to give it a better taste than the big name brands? Then you must try the Special Reserve from Old Humble Distilling Company. It's a straight whiskey that they sent back to the barrels to relax and age a bit longer, which gives the Special Reserve a deep, dark color with a smokier flavor to warm your spirits. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Suit up, Houston. At Suit Mart, we've got suit packages starting at just $199.99 for sizes up to 48. From slim fit to modern and classic fit, you'll find the style that matches your look. And if you need big and tall, we've got you covered with sizes up to 60 regular. Complete your outfit with our Italian-made socks. Just 3 pairs for $18. Plus, assorted pocket squares, 4 for $12. Style, fit, and value, all in one place. Suit Mart, Houston's destination for men's fashion. Visit any of our 3 locations today.
I know headed into this week, I wasn't getting...
This is Lamar Jackson you're referring to, right?
Lamar
By the
Jackson,
way, Diana
correct.
Rossini, senior NFL insider for The Athletic here. Our radio audience just rejoined us, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. And the video we just saw of Lamar, I think, looks like a guy who's going to play. Your information, because there was no actionable, what was it, injury intelligence? What was the phrase that John Harbaugh used?
Shareable injury intelligence.
I
wrote that down.
That's what he said. What do you have in all legitimacy in your notebook on this right now? Is what?
I do believe he's day to day. I do. But the hope here is the actionable part of this is that he's going to be good to go. If he does not start, I do expect Snoop Huntley to get an opportunity here. I know that they had planned on the offensive side of the ball for some packages for him over the last few weeks. And look, when you look at what this offense can do with a guy who can run, and we've seen Snoop do it before, it makes a lot of sense why they would look to him if Lamar was not able to go. And let's just go back from before the bye week.
Yes.
There was optimism that Lamar would be back. So the fact that we're here on a Thursday and it's still not full go and clear to us, outside the fact that he does look fantastic there on the practice field, jumping around, having a good time. I don't love that. I would have loved to have started the week like we're back from the bye. We got our guy back, but look, you can't rush this injury. We're seeing so many hamstring problems around the league right now, and it's really very individual. It is how it goes, and sometimes it doesn't go the way you want it. But I think all signs are good for the Ravens here.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic, senior NFL insider here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, what is happening in Philadelphia? Is there any there? What is happening with A.J. Brown and his latest Instagram using me but not using me phrase? What
do you think that means?
I have no idea that they're using me, but I don't know. I wish I could, because they used him and they abused the Vikings with him. So what's the issue here? And I can't be that Devontae Smith ate more than him, can it? I mean, what's going on? I don't know. The guy wants to win, and I'll give you the floor. What's the scoop here, Diana?
I think it's let's focus on the word use. I think it's how they're using him and how he thinks they're using him in parts of the game. We see him obviously catch passes, score some touchdowns in certain situations that when they need them. But I think from AJ's perspective, and this is just based on me reading his caption, that he just wants to be part of the game plan more often. He wants the passing game to open up consistently. And look, I think we got a little window into that against the Vikings, and bottom line, they won, and that's all that matters. But in Philadelphia, you've got a lot of mouths to feed. You have a lot of talented players. You have a lot of well-paid talented players, and he is wide receiver one, and he does not want to just run routes and not get the ball. And I talked to Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie at the owners meeting in Midtown Manhattan yesterday for a while about this. Just how do you manage this? Like, let's just take out the fact that you're winning, but focus on the fact that this could be a precursor to a problem.
Yes.
How does this get better? Because if you have an unhappy A.J. Brown, even if you guys continue to win, that it's not going to work itself out. Because I don't really necessarily believe the we'll call it whining and the passive-aggressive posts are going to help his cause anyway, because they're going to just continue to do what they think is best for the Eagles.
Yes.
And, Jeffrey's very transparent. I love the fact that he doesn't hide from the fact that there's something off. There's something up there in the locker room, and he knows it. And look, part of the Eagles like it that way. He said he and Howie and Nick Sirianni actually construct the roster purposely to have all this variety. And he knows that the Philadelphia Eagles flourish when it's intense. He didn't use the word drama or challenge or, because I think a lot of us have used this analogy. The Eagles are that couple that love to fight because they just enjoy making up, I think. And Jeffrey and I actually talked about that. And he laughed and he's like, it's not that we want to fight. We just need the intensity all the time. For whatever reason, that is what works. That is what motivates this team. So I think they're really good at managing it. I think they're probably one of the best teams in football, probably outside with the Chiefs maybe, who can do a good job of going, all right, we got studs that want the ball. How can we keep everyone happy? And I said to him, I said, what if A.J. Brown knocks on the door, on Howie's door on Monday morning after this weekend against the Giants and goes, I want out? What do you do then?
Right.
He said, we do what's best for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, what's best for the Philadelphia Eagles wouldn't be to trade A.J. Brown.
It is not to trade him. And we got there eventually, in terms of the conversation of, all right, well, what do you do? Pass catcher and pass rusher are the two positions that everybody wants before this trade deadline. And multiple teams would want to have an A.J. Brown on their roster. But the Eagles, they're not moving him.
Well, I'm looking at the Bills would really be able to use him. Honestly, the Colts, why would the Colts mess with anything? The Patriots already have, and I mean this when I say it, this kid Booty he's a big dude who can catch, physical dude who can catch passes too. Broncos, right, because the Eagles would never trade him within the division or I don't think the conference anyway, but it's a stupid supposition. And I guess if you'd rather have him pop off on Instagram than in the huddle, right? I'd rather have him reading a book about inner excellence than messing with the larger scheme of things, unless that's what is happening behind the scenes. It is just a wild conundrum that the guy does what he does, and then we're all wondering if he's even happy there, and if there's any significant, can it tear the team asunder? And your answer is no, because they kind of dig it. They're kind of used to it.
Yeah, they dig it. And Lori has a lot of confidence in Sirianni, and I think over the years, Sirianni does, I think he takes a lot of criticism, despite the fact that the guy just won a Super Bowl. But
it's Philadelphia. You know what I mean? It's not an easy place to play. New York, Boston.
They're never happy. And that's why they can be great. And I actually think the fans being as tough as they are is why they're able to perform, because it's pressure every single day.
Sure.
But Lori was just saying that Sirianni's strength as just a leader, he's without a doubt, forget the football stuff. It's dealing with these personalities. And, I said to him, I go, all right, so AJ posts something like this. What do you do? How do you manage that internally? He said they met with him. They each meet with AJ, ownership, GM, head coach, and they just talk it out. They just try to hear him and listen. And then the three of them meet and go, all right, how do we want to go about it this week to address it? This seems exhausting to me, right? This seems like a lot of work for a team that is so talented.
Yeah.
But I think the other part of this is, let's take out the ego that can be annoying and perhaps maybe the selfishness that can come off of this. Does AJ have a point?
Well, I'll tell you what, he may have a point, Diana. And I guess let's get deep into this then. If I had to peg an actual major problem for the Eagles, is that Saquon's not running the ball like Saquon did last year. And I don't know if it's the upfront or, is it the offensive coordinator? Is it the play calling? But because that's the problem. Because at some point in time, that's what gets you through a cold day in January. You know what I mean? Like, that's what can get you through a cold day in February when you've got a lead with 5 minutes to go. That's what gets you through. And that's what the Colts have. That's what the Colts have in Jonathan Taylor right now. Jonathan Taylor's running like Saquon last year. And so that's why I'm not concerned about whether the Colts are for real, even if people still are at 6-1. The Eagles don't have that run game right now. They're not road grading people. They're not imposing their will on anybody. That's what I think is bigger than maybe whatever A.J. Brown is talking about.
The ground game won them the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah,
that was the identity of the Philadelphia Eagles, right?
Yeah.
But if you have an offensive line that's banged up, right, it's quite evident. They're a little older. They obviously miss Mekhi Becton up front. And Saquon maybe isn't, popping off like he was last year for a variety of reasons. You got to adjust, right? And if you've got the quarterback who had a perfect passing rating last week, and you've got two superstar wide receivers, right? Like, we're not talking about, receivers that you're like, I don't know if we could trust it. It's like, no, they're fantastic, and they want the ball. So I just think they know this. The Eagles know that they're going to probably have to change a bit of their identity here, and the passing game is going to be integral. And I think that's where this frustration from A.J. Brown comes from. I just think perhaps maybe a little bit of patience. But I can tell you the New York Giants know exactly how to play this team. They saw it just a few weeks ago. They know where the problem spots are for this team, and it is on the ground, and it is up front. And this Giants D can eat, as we saw. Mm-hmm. So I don't this is going to be a really good test for both teams, really, especially for this Giants. They're Rich. They are emotionally spent from that game. When I talked to some people there on Monday, even bleeding into Tuesday a bit, of just like reaction to that game, of how they all felt. Like, they know they had to move on, but I think this is going to be this game against the Eagles, that's going to determine everything about the New York Giants moving forward. Everything.
What, including the coach? Really? That's what you're saying?
I think this is going to tell you. This is going to tell you who they are, right? Mm-hmm. Can you come back from a gut-punching, heartbreaking loss, losing a game that you're not supposed to ever lose historically, and play the Super Bowl champs and beat them again?
Sweep
they
them.
haven't.
Yeah,
they haven't swept them since what? Is it like 1996? Something ridiculous. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this, and I want to see if maybe A.J. Brown will one day be happy.
We'll find that out. Before I bid you farewell on this Thursday, Diana Rossini here, I'll ask you what I ask everyone in your position that comes on, senior insider on this program, because you are sought out for information as much as you're doing it the other way around, with sources in this league. People are calling you up. What do you know? What are you hearing about? What's the team that everyone's blowing you up about around the league? Your sources about what's of curiosity to the rest of the league when they're reaching out to you, Diana?
It's more about who's selling.
Okay.
Like, teams are calling me going, who's moving who's available right now.
Okay.
I talked to Jerry Jones about this yesterday because I was trying to get him to tell me what he was doing here.
And
it ain't pass rusher, can tell you that. Which I thought that would be something that they would maybe look into. He said, "We're going defense if we do this. We're not going pass rusher."
Well, didn't he also say, Micah, rest easy, everybody. We're not trading him. And he's also like, Micah's going to have to play under, for us, contract or nothing. And the whole time he's trading him, I don't know, with this guy.
Are you telling me Jerry Jones was saying something that he didn't mean?
I'm just pointing out that there's a recent track record. I'm not saying that that's what he was doing, but, he's done it before. But so the Cowboys are buying, is what you're saying. So
here's how he said it to me. And we will take his words for what it is, right? You can say, when I hop off, you can be like,
no,
he lied, or she took the bait. What happened to the savvy Jersey girl we know? She's dead in the water.
To you, Diana. I would say it to your face. Come on now. I would never do it behind your back until you hang up.
Just text it to me and I won't respond to you like
go
your son.
ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You have the floor. Go ahead.
So he said, look, we're going to look. We're calling around. We are interested. We know that we could use a piece. Hey, we've got the picks, going back to the Micah conversation, right? Because of that trade. But he spent more time talking to me about how sometimes when you do trade for a player, you unsettle what you're building and what you have there, because that player is then replacing somebody that is in that position already, that may have a strength that is working. Now, we could argue that they need anything. Like, what is he talking about? Who are you worrying about messing up? But I walked away from the conversation with only what I can hear and what my instincts tell me, which is I don't think they're pressed to make a move. I don't think they feel that they have to do it. He's got tons of belief in Matt Eberflus, and he kept pointing to their defense against the Commanders. He's like, I said, yeah, but you had 2 takeaways. Like, you can't rely on that every week. But he said this was all about execution. He's like, when we execute, I don't worry. It's not about the scheme, right? Because we talked about how the scheme changed a bit here over the last few weeks. It's like, it's not scheme. It's if the players just listen and do what they're supposed to do, we're going to win. So we'll take that for what it is. So when they make a trade, in an hour, I'll hop back on and you can just call me the clown of the year.
No, I won't do that ever. As a matter of fact, I respect you so much. I'm going to give you the information you were asking about because I have the NFL Network research packet right here in front of me because I'm a lead pipe wielding professional. The Giants have not swept the Eagles in a season since 2007. They won the Super Bowl that year. And matter of fact, the Eagles currently have the longest active win streak at home against a single divisional opponent. They've beaten the Giants 12 straight times in Philadelphia. There's your information that you were seeking.
Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
That in my household.
Thank you for your information, Diana, and your time. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for joining. We'll get you back here soon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate all you in there, too.
You got it. The co-host of the Scoop City podcast and the Athletics, Diana Rossini. Tell me when she's gone so I can talk.
Nope, still listening. Still listening. Still listening. Nope, still there.
Oh, my God. When is she going to stop with the zooming?
Still there. Not disconnected. Nope.
All right, let's take a break. We got Higher Register when we come back here on the Rich Eisen Show and your phone calls on the program.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs, while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
You know what's built to handle whatever you throw at it? It's the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with a TurboMax engine. It does what the job demands. Lance Zerline here, and right now, well-qualified buyers can get this truck with 0% APR financing, plus thousands more in dealer savings. What? In this economy? Yes! Get your GMC truck where the pros get trucks and save thousands. That's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton, right there in Angleton, waiting for you. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Preview College Basketball Exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
I care deeply about pediatric cancer research. I run for them every single year. One of them being the kids in need. Hyundai Hope on Wheels. I'm so proud to tell you about it every single day. Over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more, because at Hyundai, hope isn't optional, it comes standard. Wesley in Boise, Idaho. Let's take his phone call. What's up, Wesley?
Hey, what's going on, Rich?
What's on your mind, sir?
Well, man, you had a caller a while back that was sitting there referencing between Lamar and Justin Herbert.
Yes, sir.
I know you guys don't, you don't build your bones on callers cracking other callers, so I'll reframe this as more of a Seinfeld-esque sort of observation.
Okay.
Don't know if you noticed it, but if you run back that call, I would say that guy sounded an awfully lot like higher register Patrick Mahomes with a slight chest cold.
That's quite a vivid description.
Wow. And I beg to say it's spot on, man.
Okay. Well,
not saying Pat's up there colluding for the NFL to, ruin fantasy football. I'm just saying this guy particularly sounded like that.
Well, it's the only conspiracy theory involving Patrick Mahomes I haven't heard yet.
Yeah, that's it.
Wesley in Boise, thank you for that. Do you have a high register for us?
I'm not really good at the old high register, but
not bad.
My best chance.
By the way, you're not a slouch. You're a tremendous slouch. Don't worry about it. Well done.
I appreciate that.
There you go. Thank
Check
you.
that guy out, man.
Okay, Wesley in Boise, Ohio.
Wesley, thanks, man.
Okay, Wesley, Idaho. Wesley in Idaho, right there. Very good. It's Higher Register Thursday. We've noticed years ago. Again, if you're unfamiliar with this segment, if anybody in your life goes higher register to tell you something, they might not really believe what they're saying. Well, they have to go higher register in order for them to believe what they're saying. So that's led us to having the higher register take of the week, each one of us giving you a higher register take of the week for week number 8. And we've got some great production value to introduce it.
There's a chance.
The Rich Eisen shows
that there could be
higher register take of the week.
All right, Christopher, week 8 higher register. You have the first. You go first, please.
So a few weeks ago, when you were stumping for Jake Browning, and you're like, the season's not over. Blah, blah, blah.
For the Bengals, correct.
And I'm like, just look at how bad he's been. Look at their schedule.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Look at their division. It's over. No, I was just saying, look, it's over. The season's over.
Okay.
The Bengals are going to have a top 5 pick. It's over.
And?
I don't know, guys. Maybe the Bengals season isn't over after all.
Okay.
Joe Flacco's about to win 2 in a row. He looks tremendous again, like his playoff Super Bowl run self. And, you throw it to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and good things happen. Maybe they can do this.
I knew you'd come around. I thought you'd be lower register finally coming around because the season is not over after all. I was just off on which quarterback was going to lead it. TJ, what do you got over there? What's your high register take of the week?
Well, I don't mean to be disrespectful with my take, but there's something I picked up on here in this studio. We have a tendency to call people the mush sometimes, right?
Mean like Chris?
Listen, one time you had Chris's coach calling to the show, a man named Dino Babers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was coaching Syracuse. He was on a heater.
And on his birthday, our birthday,
what happened after that?
Birthday,
that's right.
Chris's team lost.
And he got fired.
Now
we had Fran Brown on.
Fran Brown called in.
What happened the following week? Did they win? Did they beat Duke or did they get whipped by Duke?
They lost.
Okay.
So all I'm saying, guys, is I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Mike Vrabel called into the show today, and based upon what's happened the last few times when the Brockman's coaches have joined us, I think the Browns are going to upset the Pats this week.
No.
Just based upon what we've seen, and the knowledge that we know, I think that was the kiss of death. Sorry.
Man, I hope not.
Take your heart pills and buckle up.
Take your heart pills and buckle up.
I took no pleasure in that.
Here we go. The Kansas City Chiefs, once upon a time, 0-2. Everyone's wondering what's going to happen. I gave them the higher register of I think the Chiefs have turned a corner. What have they done?
That was my higher register last week.
They have turned a corner. I was higher register about the Chiefs before you were, sir.
I did it last week.
What have I been saying about the Baltimore Ravens? I've been saying it. I've been saying it.
So what is you saying, though?
Well, I've been feeling it, that they are going to give it a run, and that their season is not over. And at this point in time, because Lamar has not yet been made official, I'm going to have to only just go higher register.
Okay.
I think the Ravens are about to turn the season around just like the Chiefs. Just take a look at their schedule, guys.
Okay.
Take a look at their schedule.
I
mean, they got the Chicago Bears this week. I know the Bears have won 4 in a row. But all they got to do is just beat that Bears team at home and then turn around and hit the one-win the Dolphins on a Thursday night. Then they go to Minnesota. They could win that game. At Cleveland, of course. They got the Jets and Cincinnati and Pittsburgh at home.
That's some tough ones.
Come on now.
Division games.
I think the Ravens are going to start their comeback just like the Chiefs.
Double high register.
Oh, that's it. I don't even need any helium for that one. Back to wrap this show on Disney Plus in a sec.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. 0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all basketball season long. And Texas is the best place to play on Underdog. It's so easy playing on Underdog. Just pick whether your favorite players, Kevin Durant, Amin Thompson, Alfie Şengün, will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, blocks, and much, much more. Get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. The Rockets play a few times a week, a chance for you to prove that you know ball all week long. NBA action, there's games every single night. Get your picks right and win tons of money. Download the app today, sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog, make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light, and Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Hey, Houston, this is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Now that the kids are back in school and vacations are over, our team would like to invite you back to check out what's going on at the Union Kitchen. $10.95 to $14.95 lunch menu includes 3 items, super salad, entree, and a beverage. October 1st, new and updated brunch and all-day menus. We've also got a great happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 6:30. Half price on select appetizers, $5 glasses of wine, $15 bottles of wine, and great cocktail and beer specials. Check out one of our 5 locations today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn. And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons. We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond. And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field. Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. for Jeremy and Joe. Our co-conspirator, Brian McDonald, is behind the glass. I'm a little disappointed I didn't get arrested by the FBI today. It would have made for an awesome story. It would have been great for the content.
Nope.
This is a crazy story. Maybe one of the greatest scandals in sports history. And, I feel like it's just scratching the surface.
Yes.
So much to get to here. Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, go Cougs. We're all arrested today.
Oh, really?
And he's a Cougar, my guy.
I didn't realize that.
Damon Jones is a Cougar. He's my favorite character in this story.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's a Cougar. But the fallout here is going to be fascinating to watch. Dave Mason from Bet Online, he's going to join us a little bit later because I want to get the bookies' perspective of this. I think it's an interesting conversation, so we're going to have that conversation later. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, we'll ask him about it, his perspective. Adam Ronis joins us, too. We'll get his perspective. But, of course, they'll talk about fantasy and betting as well. We'll get to some Texans. We'll get to our own little fix. We'll get into our own poker game that if you want to come play, that's cool. We might all be wearing, those little glasses where we can see the cards. But that's all right. That's no big deal.
We got to establish a mark if we have that poker game.
You can, you can lose all your money to us. It's a pleasure to be around us anyways. Just think that you're paying for the experience.
It's like being a fraternity.
You're paying for the company.
Yeah.
Is what you're doing. But what's your favorite part? Because, I like drama. You know me. I'm not thinking about Chauncey Billups oh, no, he's going to spend time behind bars. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm a jerk that I'm not thinking that way. But what's your favorite part?
My favorite part?
Your favorite part, the drama of this FBI banging down the door. Terry Rozier was taking out of Florida because they're about to play the Magic.
Yeah.
This is insane.
My favorite part is that during the summer, Gilbert Arenas was arrested for running an illegal poker gaming racket, and he showed up on his podcast with a brown paper bag that said informant lunch.
I was just looking at that as I was...
he's a snitch!
I was just looking at that as I was meditating.
He's full Mike Fires. He ratted. He saved himself. He's bragging about it.
You think so?
Yes.
You think for sure?
Yes.
I don't think it mattered though.
I think he saved himself from going to jail.
I've seen a bunch of different podcasts from Gilbert Arenas in the past. I watched one earlier today where Gilbert Arenas was talking about how they used to have these big poker games with LeBron and with Damon Jones.
Yeah.
So you're seeing all of that, kind of coming to the surface, I guess. There's some thought that Chauncey Billups could also be a co-conspirator or whatever for one of Terry Rozier's bets, or at least leaking information there. Mm-hmm. So Billups is the whole poker scheme thing. He was the face card to bring action and big money to this, basically the mob, which is fantastic. The mafia. I wonder if Granado was there. Probably. That's how Granado has so much money. But it's. I think I like the poker aspect of it more than anything else. How they're basically rigging the game.
Yeah, it reminds me of Ocean's. What is that? 11 or I think it's 11. Where they're teaching all the celebrities how to play poker, but the celebrities have no chance to win because they're just a bunch of morons. That's almost what I envision this being. Is that it's hey, we know that you can't beat us. I mean, there's people. I saw a video today from 2 months ago. This guy, this pro gambler, that was outing this poker game.
Yeah, I was watching that video earlier today too. He was I was talking to a bunch of big poker guys, and they were telling me that it's 100% on the up and up. And my response is, I'm 100% that it is not. And he refused to go, but other people would go. And then what was fascinating about it, he's they were so bad that, not the pro poker players, but the guys who were winning, they're oh, they're so bad. They're calling, all their stack with, a gut shot straight.
Yeah.
He's they kept going back because they thought that they could beat them because they were so bad. But it was fixed.
It was fixed.
So that it's a crazy story. Here's Joe Pomp, who does a bunch of illegal sports, that kind of thing, on his Twitter. These were his highlights of what happened today. Current and former NBA players and coaches Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones have been arrested. The gravity of that, I don't think we should lose sight of. Chauncey Billups is an acting NBA head coach. Well, no more. He got placed on administrative leave. But he is an acting NBA head coach, and he got arrested by the feds today. Do you understand the gravity of that? Do you understand the weight of that? That an acting NBA head coach got arrested today for illegal gambling, poker scam, money laundering, all of it. The other highlight, this was an illegal gambling and sports ringing operation that spanned years across 11 states. In total, 30 individuals have been arrested, 13 mafia members in this, which there's also, I saw people tweeting about this too, like NBA people, that the co-conspirators, there could be a lot more. There could be a lot more. Oh, yeah. Like they're thinking that this could be scratching the surface of other people. Terry Rozier, by the way, was cleared by the NBA.
Yes, that's what's interesting. I think the other part that's really interesting to me is that he was cleared. Is that they were not able to find proof like they found with Jontay Porter.
Yeah,
right. But they couldn't find it with Rozier, and then now Rozier has been arrested, and it leads to more questions because the NBA, I don't think ever fully got the trust back after Tim Donaghy. Like Rockets fans don't believe that referees are on the up and up. Like no one believes that like Scott Foster isn't in someone's pocket. Yeah. Like you see the way these games play out and the way fouls are called for certain teams, and sometimes it's tongue in cheek, but the NBA never really fully recovered from this. And then now you've got an acting coach, a player that is a former player that is leaking information about LeBron James while he's with LeBron James.
Maybe.
I mean, that's we don't know that he was.
We don't know that he was officially with LeBron James. Like he was his personal shooting coach and had access to the locker room. He had access to the team plane. I haven't seen anything official that he was with LeBron that day.
But there's other moments in time. Like if he's not that day, there's other like instances in which maybe LeBron's going to play, maybe LeBron's not going to play. But also
not just him though. Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard. I mean, there's a lot. And one of the craziest things to me in all this is not only is Chauncey Billups putting out information about who's playing, who's not, and it kind of connects him to not only the poker scandal, but everything else, and like with Terry Rozier. But he also got some of them wrong on some of these days where he said, "Hey, guys, playing or not playing," he got them wrong. So that opens up a whole nother area for the tinfoil hat into what that could turn into.
Yeah, it's this whole I don't think we're anywhere close to this being the end of this story. Like to what Brian just said, like if Chauncey's giving out that information, whether he's just loose-lipped or he's just telling people, like this doesn't feel like this is going to be a small story, and no one should be shocked by this. Like this isn't. None of this that's happening is new. Like, this has been happening. These guys just got caught.
No, No, I completely agree. Like, this is not new. This isn't new behavior. This has been going on forever. I mean, there's 8 man out. Like, go back to the Black Sox scandal. Like, this has been something that has happened a lot. We probably don't even know, like, the 10th of it, There's probably 90% more out there that we've never known and will never uncover because of how like secretive it's been in the past. The case involves La Casa Nostra. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but
La Casa Nostra.
You distracted me there, Brian. La Casa Nostra.
Nope. Still not right.
I don't care, Brian. Turn off your microphone. I think this is the people that Granado is involved with. Perhaps.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I think so. But like, I didn't even know mafia stuff was still going on.
I know.
Like we're still in an age where the mafia is like running things in our country. It's not even an American mafia or mob. It's the Italian mafia that's in cahoots with Billups and all the and Go Cougs. Like, how are they still running thing in America?
You might need to stop saying Go Cougs.
Why? He's a Cougar.
I know, but you want to. Maybe not go Coug, maybe bad Coug.
No, he didn't kill anybody. He's just trying to don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, well, the game hates him. He's going to jail.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a white collar crime. We'll see how long he's there.
That's true.
I hope to see him at the Fertitta Center this year.
Yeah, it's all of this is. Again, going back to the fact that Rozier was cleared that's a bad look for the NBA.
Yeah,
because now, look, the NBA, like this is where the people who are trying to come after illegal gambling, like I think you're just naive. Like you're naive. You are naive to think that this has not been happening before, that this is not happening with offshore books, that this is not just happening with bookies, like in mob transactions, things like that. Like this has been happening. This is going to keep happening. The legal sports books, like that's how Jontay Porter got caught. Was because they share information with their new partners, the leagues. That's how Jamison Williams and those guys got suspended because they had access to their profiles on these legal betting websites. So for the NBA so maybe Rozier, everything was illegal that he did was off the books, and that's how he got away with it until the FBI intervened. But it's a bad look for the NBA to clear a guy and then for him to get arrested 2 days after the season starts.
Terrible. Like obviously their like investigators aren't going to be as good as the FBI, but it's like, oh, you swung and missed. That was an air ball. Yeah. That was no good. You blew a dunk there, NBA. You're right. Totally not a good look when it comes to this. I wonder if like Emmanuel Clase is like connected to this in any way.
I mean, because they're saying he's gonna probably will never pitch again.
Yeah,
him and the other Guardians pitcher.
Don't remember his name, but yeah.
But it's those two guys. There's real proof in those bets that they were tanking on purpose and throwing balls on purpose or throwing them in the dirt as the other Guardians pitcher was and just being a total joke. Like, this isn't the end. This is going to happen to the NFL.
Like, was this the Cosa Nostra? They were after Emmanuel Clase. They got him involved in this?
It's possible. Like, you never know because like the Jonte Porter one is just like dumb friends, it sounds like, right? Like, it's just like a bunch of like buddies who are like, we're going to do this and he's going to leave the game early on purpose, so his unders are all going to hit. Rozier's is very similar, but it obviously has a much grander feel to it because, well, it's the mob.
Yeah.
That like every time you watch a mob documentary, they're basically like, like they're kind of quiet now. And clearly
weird,
they're not.
The rig poker game occurred in the Hamptons, Miami, Vegas, and Manhattan. Have you been to any of those cities recently?
Nope.
I was in Vegas not that long ago. The poker scheme targeted victims who were lured to participate in rigged poker games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes. These athletes included Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones. If we started running an illegal poker game and we were rigging it, how long would it take the FBI to catch us? And obviously, we're not going to attract Wells. We're going to be attracting like King of Twitch and Largo. Yeah. So we're going to be playing like 1-2 no limit.
We're pretty small fish, so like I think we could get away with it for a while.
Yeah, like maybe we could get away with it. Let's start 713-780-3776. Who wants to host our first rigged poker game? The FBI says the defendants utilized altered shuffling machines to read the cards in the deck and then relay that information to an offside operator. The offside operator, known as the quarterback, then send that information to someone at the table. You got to go to these poker houses. You can't be going to like these home games. It's not smart. The FBI also says the defendants utilized other cheating technologies, including poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras, special contact lenses, and glasses that could read marked cards. Where can you get these? And X-ray poker tables that could read cards face down. Like, this is insane. They know what you have. The FBI says the defendants robbed the victim at gunpoint to acquire a rigged shuffling machine. I wonder how much you can get for those on the dark web. Like, if somebody's holding you at gunpoint for it, I imagine it's pretty valuable.
Yeah.
6 figures, maybe?
Probably.
The name of this is hilarious. The sports gambling investigation is called Operation Nothing But Net. So the FBI, not the most clever.
I like it.
Their operations are dad jokes. While the poker investigation is being called Operation Royal Flush.
Okay, I like that better.
You like it better?
I like that better than Nothing But Net.
I think they're both cheesy. The FBI has been working on this investigation for 4 years, with victims losing at least $7 million. One specific victim lost at least $1.8 million. I want to know who that was. Probably some rich lawyer or something.
It's some high roller.
Maybe Shohei's interpreter.
Could be. I don't think he has that kind of money. The FBI reviewed thousands of hours of video evidence, executed more than 24 search warrants. These are just accusations at this point. Blah, 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 blah. So that all went down this morning in the NBA. One of the great sports scandals in recent memory. It's right up there with the best of them. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on Operation Royal Flush and Operation whatever they were calling these things. It's crazy. An acting NBA head coach got arrested by the FBI today. Mm-hmm. An active NBA player got arrested by the NBA today.
2 days.
By the FBI today.
2 days into the season.
The Italian mafia is all over the NBA. 713-780-3776. We got a busy show for you. We're going to talk to Dave Mason, who's from Bet Online, get his perspective around bookies, the sports books, rigging things, poker, all of it. Get his perspective. Is going to be an interesting conversation. We'll get to some NFL drama. We'll get to some of the Houston Texans too. Somebody They're saying it. Lots of people are saying this. I'm not the only one saying this. ESPN is saying this. They're saying that the Houston Texans had the worst offseason of any team in the NFL. So we'll get to that a little bit later as well. Adam Ronis at 4:30, Lee Sterling at 4, and the fix sandwich right between them. 713-780-3776 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, let me talk to you about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. And I'd first like to tell you about their Double Oak Rye, which is used in all of their in-house made cocktails at the tasting room, including the Maple Cinnamon Sour, which won the Lake Houston Taste of the Town Best Drink Contest last year. It's an award winner, and they proved it to me, because last Friday, fantastic drink. Joe and I each had 2 of them at the remote last Friday out at the Old Humble Distilling Company tasting room and distillery. So pick up a bottle for yourself of the Double Oak Rye and make one. Or you can head out to the distillery and ask their great bartender, Jenna, to make one for you. Tell them we said hello if you go ahead and head out there. Also, don't forget about all the weekly events going on at the tasting room, including trivia night tonight, starting at 6:30, and date night every Friday night. There's a reason to visit their distillery and tasting room every night. Go out and visit them at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. You can also find Old Humble Distilling Company spirits at Specs, Total Wine, and other finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name, and pick up a bottle of their special reserve, their Double Oak Rye, which I told you about. And as it turns out, they found a few bottles of the Boomtown Bourbon. Yeah, it was kind of hidden, I guess, at the Specs around town. My personal favorite drink is at Specs. A few locations, limited stock, few Specs around town. There's 1 in Kingwood, 3 at the Specs on Rayford, and 5 at the Smith Street location. So hurry, go out there and grab a bottle while supplies last. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. You know how much Chauncey Billups has earned over just his NBA career, not even his coaching career?
I think I heard it earlier. I think it's like 190.
Maybe that's adding his coaching. Yeah, so $190 million.
Yeah.
Chauncey Billups' career earnings, $190 million. You want to guess Terry Rozier's career earnings?
Oh, man. Like 110?
160. Like, if you made 190 to 160 million, why are you doing this stuff?
I mean,
like, I understand why Damon Jones is doing it. He's only made 16 million.
Yeah, but even then, like,
16 million, half of that goes to taxes, the other half goes to alimony.
Yeah, and he's probably out of it at this point, a lot of it. But even like Jonte Porter, when he was getting busted, like he's making the NBA league minimum, which is probably like what, $2-3 million at worst, and like you're making what? Like they limit prop bets. Like you can't just bet like $1 million on a prop. They limit betting. It's like you can't make that much money. Your buddies can't make that much money off this stuff.
Yeah,
it's all bizarre. Of like why do this?
Ocho's sending us inside information on Damon Jones that we're not going to read. Ocho, a little too personal. This is going to make a great episode of American Greed, though, on CNBC. That's a great point. You ever watch American Greed?
I've not.
It's a good hotel show. Yeah, American Greed's got some pretty good stuff. They got some bangers from time to time. 713-780-3776. I've seen a lot of people want to ban player props based on like today's thing. I'm actually of the opposite. Like I think that the transparency is good.
I agree.
The fact that an NBA head coach got arrested today, the fact that an NBA player got arrested today, the fact that an NBA former coach that's still involved in the NBA and was not that far removed from being involved with one of the best players of the NBA was arrested today. We've seen Jonte Porter was banned. We've seen some college basketball players get banned. I think in the past, college baseball coach got fired and all that stuff. Like I think Iowa had some guys on their football team too around the same time. The transparency, I think, is great. I think the transparency of it's fantastic because if you eliminate the player props, if you eliminate, like you try to eliminate gambling in sports, that's never going to happen. If it's not available to the public, where is it going to happen? It's going to happen behind closed doors. It's going to happen privately. It's going to happen with the Italian mob. Like it's going to happen no matter what. So what's the lesser of two evils? That it's happening behind closed doors where people are getting, they're getting axed, they're getting killed. We don't really it's not coming to light a lot of times, or is it better that it's all out there, that it's all public information, and they're actually busting people for fixing games, doing all this stuff? I like the transparency. I'm not getting rid of any of this.
No, I think the only one I would make an argument for to get rid of, just because. Now, these have been mostly professionals that are getting in trouble. If you wanted to eliminate player props in college, I would understand. I would understand that. Because, even though there's NIL, some 19-year-old kid meets someone and says, hey, man, I'll give you $200,000 if you turn it over twice and then leave the game with a hamstring injury. Like that, to me, I would be willing to protect college players and avoid and take props out there. But besides that, I'm with you. The legalization. This is why it should be legal everywhere.
Yeah.
It should be illegal in all 50 states because it prevents this. Because DraftKings, ESPN Bet, FanDuel, they all work with the professional leagues. When a player signs up, you give your social security number. They then cross-reference those social security numbers with the NFL, with the NBA, with Major League Baseball, and that's how they're tracking some of this stuff. And they're able to know if an NBA player or an NFL player is betting on games, and they track your location. That's why we knew that Jameson Williams and other members of the Detroit Lions and other players were betting on sports legally, not the NFL, but they were doing it on Detroit Lions property, and that's why they were suspended. So all of this stuff is good. The more legal you make it, the more you can protect what's going on within your leagues, and you can have real accountability through it. So I don't think this should make anything go away, honestly, because it's just the more you make it go away, like you said, it's just going to happen behind closed doors because this has been happening forever. You mentioned the Black Sox, but it happens on the offshore sites. This is not new that Damon Jones, when he's the coach of the Cavs, is still passing along information to someone that someone's betting that illegally. So the transaction is still happening, but now you can keep an eye on it.
Yeah. Some of you need to stop sending racist texts or I'm going to dox you. This has been the best 3 days of basketball of all time. It really has. Another junkie asking, do you think that the FBI waited for the NBA season to start to do this? It wouldn't surprise me. Because, like, they kind of liked it to be high profile. Like, hey, we're cracking down. Like, that happens a lot of times. You want to make it high profile so everybody's, like, catches wind of it.
No.
It wouldn't shock me if they did.
But
if they've been working on this for 7 years or whatever it was.
They could have gone higher profile.
How?
They could have yanked Chauncey off the court last night.
Yeah. Man,
that would have been
after hours.
Something. If like the FBI like blows the timeout, FBI is here, cuff Chauncey, take him out of there.
That would have been nuts.
Yeah.
I didn't really think about that.
Like they could have done that if they wanted to.
Yeah, maybe there's like a level of like respect there. I don't know.
But
that's crazy.
So it's just like I don't think it's not unintentional that they waited till the season started, since this is all NBA correlated at the moment.
Junkie, I just wanted to say this is my favorite show. I appreciate y'all making us listeners' voices a part of your show. Thank you. We don't do the compliment thing here.
Yeah, normally it's a lie when we read compliments.
That's not true. Eric the Driver, you are a small fish for the FBI, so it would probably be the Texas Rangers that come after you. I think I can handle Marcus Semien. Corey Seager's got nothing on me.
No.
Nate Eovaldi's going to try to cuff me. I can outrun that guy. Adolis Garcia, I'll just counter and say, well, let's take a pee test. Let's take a drug test. Let's see what's in your system, Adolis.
Wyatt Langford scares me a little bit.
Yeah, he's a freak.
He's a big guy.
He's a freak. Zach, would J.J. Watt be our athlete at our club to bring in the Houston Fish like Joe? Yeah, probably. Like, who would be our face card? Because I think that's what they were calling them. They were calling them like face cards. The guys bringing money into the game. J.J. Watt's a good call. He's very high profile. Harden, very high profile in the city. Maybe Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
No, Jose Altuve ain't doing that. I hope not. I hope Jose Altuve doesn't do that. Another junkie. I suck at poker. I'm game for y'all's game. If I can get a T-shirt, yeah, let's do it. You can get a T-shirt, and we'll take your money. Investigate LeBron right now in all capital letters. I did see some people like clickbaiting, like, oh, LeBron's got to be like involved in this whole thing. I don't think that you can go to that extreme just because Damon Jones was giving information about LeBron to other people.
No, but is there fault at hand if, for example, Damon Jones is not, let's say he's not with LeBron, if he texts his buddy and says, I'm not playing tonight.
Yeah. See, that's the thing.
Is there fault at hand? Let's reference something that happened 2 weeks ago. How does Vegas know that Lamar Jackson is going to miss the Texans game before anyone else, before the Baltimore Ravens say anything? This week, he's barely practiced. The Ravens are saying he's day-to-day, but they will not move the line off of 6.5 for Ravens-Bears this weekend. They know because someone is sharing insider information.
I think that's a bit of a reach.
I don't think it is.
I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I had a pretty good idea Lamar wasn't playing in the Texans game and was going to play in the Bears game. That one wasn't a huge code to crack.
But we see this stuff like insider trading, like what Damon Jones is being accused of. I think happens way more regularly than we are aware of.
See, that's why I was wondering it was Damon Jones with LeBron that day, because if it wasn't that day, then it's somewhere else, and then LeBron sending him that information. At the same point, though, I don't think that he is to blame there. This is his shooting code. Hey, Damon, I'm not playing today. If he has no idea that Damon Jones is relaying that information, I don't think LeBron, was the word culpable?
Yeah.
I don't think he is that. 713-780-3776, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. When we return, let's get somebody else's perspective on this. Let's talk to Dave Mason, who is a sportsbook brand manager at betonline.ag. I want to hear from somebody in that industry's point of view. So a great conversation with Dave Mason coming up next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let's go out to the HRP guest line. We're being joined now by Dave Mason, Sportsbook brand manager at betonline.ag. Lots going on this morning. Terry Rozier, active NBA player, Chauncey Billups, active NBA head coach, arrested today with their connection with the gambling scheme, the illegal betting scheme. So I wanted to get a sportsbook perspective on this. So Dave, thank you for joining us on quick notice. Really appreciate it. I'm curious what your perspective of this whole ordeal is. Whenever you saw this, what was your initial reaction?
Well, we had two different issues there, right? The Chauncey Billups and the poker stuff, and that was kind of shocking to me. Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups involved in this thing with these alleged underground poker games and with all sorts of cheating devices. That one floored me, right? The Rozier stuff, unfortunately, not really surprised. There's been other issues recently, the props bet, all these prop bets, and some of these newer books, how they deal these prop bets with higher limits, and whales get even higher limits, and all these same game parlays is just going to attract this kind of behavior, I think, and so I unfortunately really not surprised about the Rozier stuff, but yeah, floored by the Chauncey Billups news.
What's the concern level that this is happening on a much bigger scale than we realize?
I mean, you got to be concerned, right? I mean, it's so. Again, you're talking to a guy here that's been involved in the industry for over 20 years, and it's I'm passionate about it. I believe in it. That being said, this the way the industry has changed just the last handful of years, with all these newer books popping up and how they're running certain things much differently, like these prop bets and these same game parlays and high limits on these prop bets. We've always, like I said, I've been doing it for 20 plus years, and props are always a lot lower limits. I mean, I don't know how people can win $200,000 on props bets on one player. I mean, it's just absurd to me. We would never open the door for that kind of action on props, whether it be the same game parlays, straight bets, or whatever. We just keep the limits a lot lower than some of these limits you see online from some of these newer books. So I think there need some of these newer. The best way to combat this would be I see people, there's not going to be any more player prospects. That's not going to happen. There's just they're too much of a big market. But, I think there has to be much more responsible limits. You can't give these whales crazy limits. If every book did it kind of the way, the old school way that we did it, these issues, I'm not going to say the issues would go away. There's always going to be issues, but they would be minimized without a doubt.
Yeah, I was curious what the the counter response is from people who are in the industry like yourself, sportsbook brand manager at betonline.ag. Dave Mason is joining us. My thought on this too, Dave, is that it's good that betting is transparent these days, because we're seeing more and more people get busted, caught, et cetera, et cetera. I think that it's good that it is legal, good that it is public, as opposed to 50 years ago where everything was behind closed doors and people were getting whacked if they didn't pay.
No, you're right. I mean, there's a lot of more transparency in it. It's a two-way street, though. There is a lot of more transparency in it. That being said, kind of reverting back to my rant a minute ago, I think there needs to be a lot more safeguards and responsibility from the books, just not to, these same-game parlays and high limits and whales getting higher than crazy high limits. There should be absolutely no way that you can profit $200,000 off of Terry Rozier's unders tonight. That's absurd to me. Someone that's been in the industry for years and loves this industry and believes in it, that you cannot open that door for it. It's just going to attract fraudulent behavior like this. It just is. I don't care if these professional athletes are making $20 million a year. They can help their buddies make, $10,000, $15,000, $50,000, and and themselves make $200,000. it's going to happen, unfortunately, and they're going to get caught. They might get away with it a couple times, but you know, we all know about greed, man. They'll just keep going at it until they get caught. So.
Yeah, obviously, Dave, we like here in Texas, we don't have legal sports betting. Now our states around us do. So each state is operating very differently right now, and whether it's even allowed or not. But do you think we see states go after player props and try to limit, at least in their markets, the ability to bet on these, or do you think overall they'll be okay?
I mean, I think we've seen in college, but I mean, college is a whole different animal, right? I think there might be some with this. There might be some more pushback on player props. But like I said, I'm going to say it again. If you have sane limits, not insane, sane limits, you're not going to run into these issues. So like we've done it for years. $250 on NBA, NBA player props limits. We'll bump it up a little bit for the finals and playoffs, maybe a big game here and there, but we're not giving a person an opportunity to win $200,000 on Terry Rozier unders tonight. That is not happening with the old school books. These new school books, they're opening the door to this, and it all comes down to greed and just promoting these things. And you turn on these sports shows, and every ex-player has a same game parlay, and they're promoting it, and I'm shaking my head like these guys don't know what the hell they're doing. They're not winning. They're not winning sports bettors. I mean, there needs to be more responsibility. And again, you're talking to a guy who's been in this industry for 20 years. I mean, we make our money off the action. That being said, we want responsible gaming too. If the gaming isn't responsible, or the bettors aren't responsible, that's not good for. We want long-term loyal clients who are betting responsibly, and just this new form of gambling, it's just irresponsible on so many different levels.
Dave, great insight. Really appreciate you hopping on short notice, and maybe we'll catch up again if more people get busted by the FBI.
All right, maybe we'll put odds up on that.
That's a great idea. Dave Mason, sportsbook brand manager at betonline.ag. I really want to operate a sportsbook.
Yeah,
this would be it would be tremendous. Look, even before today, I watched this. I think I told you yesterday that the guy who was taking Shohei Ohtani's interpreter's bets is doing like the podcast circuit.
Yeah.
So I've been listening to a lot of him lately. Like, this is such a fascinating life. Now it's stressful and it's terrible to put your family in this, but he's making like $5 million a day. Like, he's paying out like $1 million on Monday and getting like $7-8 million on Friday. He's like running to his house to greet the FBI. He's hiding $80,000 in his SUV to hide from the FBI. Like, this doesn't sound like a fascinating life to you?
It does.
So fun.
I also know your wife. I don't think she would approve.
No, I wouldn't do it to her. If I was single, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do it. I like my jobs too much. I do have a story whenever back in like my younger college days of a guy, I won't say his name, I won't dox him, who was rigging the deck in our poker games.
Really?
Yeah. He was rigging the deck. He was really good at seeing the cards. And I don't know how he did it, quite frankly, but he was really good at seeing the cards and then shuffling a certain way where he could give himself a certain hand. Now, I don't know what he did, like if he was setting it up post flop too, but he was stacking the deck where he was getting very good starting hands.
So at a minimum, he was at least his first two cards were good.
Yeah, like he did it like a whole summer. One of my buddies was like standing over his shoulder and caught him one day, and like he turned over his hand and he had like a full house, and it's like, okay, well, we're never playing with you again.
Yeah,
and like he left in a hurry, and like I don't think that I'm not sure I've ever seen him again, actually.
I don't think
and he's like a friend of mine that I went to high school with.
Honestly, that's one of those you really can't be friends with someone again.
No.
If they do this, like it breaks. We all grew up in that, the World Series of Poker era where it became so hot. Like I used to play poker every other Saturday in high school and college.
I used to play 18 hours a day.
Like we would play all the time.
Every other Saturday. Yeah.
Well,
like 18 hours every Saturday.
Well, we would get guys together. Have a big poker tournament every week.
Yeah.
But like
we had Screech a series of poker.
Really?
Yeah, I played in it.
You played on the online version. That was the antiquated, out of date one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we used to play at Skriniar's.
But it's just if that's your friend, you can't be friends with them anymore.
No, yeah, we caught him.
It breaks the circle of trust.
Yeah.
You can never trust that person again ever.
No,
anything.
absolutely not.
You couldn't ask them. You couldn't trust them to get your coffee order right. Like, you couldn't trust them in anything.
I think he went to work in Wall Street, which kind of makes sense.
That totally tracks. That tracks.
This junkie with your records via your wagering contest, America knows you're not getting inside information. You shut your mouth, junkie.
Hey, I'm above 500.
Joe is above 500.
I jumped off a third-story balcony running from the Texas Rangers once. I'd really like to know that story.
Yeah.
Come buy me a drink, and I'll listen to you tell that story to me. I understand NBA guys are living lives much more expensive than our own, but why would you throw away an extremely lucrative position to make a few extra dollars gambling, Eric the Buyer? That's where I'm at. Like, if I've made $100 million, there's a good chance you will never, ever see me, hear from me again. I might not ever even leave my ranch ever again.
Yeah, I mean, you're making like 20 grand, like, for your buddies. Like, you're not even really profiting from this. Like, that's what it seems like more to me is your friends. Your associates are the ones who are getting some cash.
Yeah. I can't wait to read the book on this. It's going to be so good.
Yeah. Hopefully we get like a real documentary at some point too.
I want a Warren Commission on this son of a gun.
Not the Tim Donaghy one, because that was garbage.
I thought he had some fascinating stories.
I feel like there was a lot still.
I think you know what I think happened with Tim Donaghy? I think that he kind of got bought off by the NBA and went very soft at them.
Oh yeah.
Like he didn't dive into a lot of the heavy stuff. He protects everybody else. I think that there was a lot going on beyond Tim Donaghy. And I think that the NBA and Tim Donaghy behind closed walls, probably David Stern, I think that they gave him a handsome amount of money, a handsome amount of buyout. Hey, you can talk about your stories. Don't make any of our guys,
the guys
on the hook here.
The guys who are, making phone calls.
Yeah.
He was making phone calls to. There are still referees in the NBA today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Protect our guys. Yeah. You got a handsome payout. You go talk about your experience.
Yeah.
And make, millions on the book circuit. How long has this guy been in the industry again? He said 20 years, right? 25 years? Yeah, so. It was a couple times. Another junkie sounds like Rounders to me. Pay that man. They didn't cheat in Rounders, though, did they?
Worm did. Worm cheated constantly.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was just thinking of the KGB and Johnny.
No,
Johnny
Teddy
Damon.
KGB didn't cheat anybody, but Worm did.
Yeah, great movie. I haven't watched it in a while.
I haven't seen Rounders in a long time.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Great movie.
Might watch it this weekend.
Who was your favorite poker player?
Chris Moneymaker was like, I love
Brian,
Moneymaker.
I asked Joe.
I didn't give an answer.
Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey was my favorite. He was always my favorite.
He's kind of a scumbag.
Remember he wore like the Steve Francis jersey at like one of the big World Series of Pokers? That was always fascinating to me. I think my all-time favorite though, and I want a hand off of him in Omaha High-Low, was Daniel Negreanu.
Yep.
That was my guy.
Daniel Negreanu.
I also like the older guy. What was his name?
Doyle Brunson?
Yeah.
Tin Deuce offsuit?
Yeah, I loved him.
The Doyle, is he
he's
no
passed.
longer with us? Yeah, he's no longer with
passed.
us. Yeah.
But
he's passed away.
I used to watch the World Series of Poker for hours.
My buddy won it 2 years ago. He won the main event. Johnny Tamayo. Went to high school with him.
Did you?
I have his number.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I texted him congratulations, and he actually responded.
It's like one of my lifetime goals.
Is to win the World Series of Poker?
Playing it.
I don't like your chances.
Playing it.
It's just 10 grand. You can do it, Joe. It's not hard.
We work in radio.
You just got to put your money
Put
in.
together a little...
10 grand's hard to find, guys.
That's why you need a sports book, and you need to run an illegal book. That way you can raise the funds to cross off that bucket list.
I need a Terry Rozier in my life, apparently.
Yeah.
Just steal pensions from ESPN 97.5 and go enter.
Yeah.
And then pay it back once you win.
I will support you.
Thanks.
I'll support you in your dreams, Joe. I'm a real friend. 713-780-3776. We had some NBA drama today. The NFL drama, it pales in comparison to this, but let's get to some of the NFL drama going on around the NFL. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, no drama here. Burger Chan is just a great restaurant. There's no betting schemes going on at Burger Chan. Nothing you don't have to worry about the FBI busting down the door unless they're just in town for some tasty burgers. They might come by for that, but nothing illegal going on. I got to tell you guys about how great Burger Chan is. I've been talking about it for a few weeks, and honestly, we're spoiled here. Their restaurant is literally right downstairs from our studios here at 5353 West Alabama. And I've been enjoying their great food since I started working for ESPN 97.5 in 2022. But please, join me and try out the best burger place in town. And honestly, that's the thing. They don't only make great burgers. I actually tried out their fried fish sandwich for the first time just a couple hours ago. It's a fried mahi-mahi, put on the bun of your choice. I got it on the sweet sourdough bun, but they have brioche buns if you prefer that. Made with in-house tartar sauce and in-house made coleslaw. So damn good. Got it with some curly fries, really hit the spot. And if you have plenty of time to try it for yourself, because they've extended hours to include lunch service on Mondays now and dinner service Wednesday through Saturday until 9 o'clock. But pro tip, you should find out for yourself how good their sandwiches are on Monday, this Monday, because for the rest of the football season, Burger Chan is partnering with us for Victory Mondays. So when the Texans beat the 49ers this weekend, stop by Burger Chan on Monday and you'll get a free side with your entree. Order a burger, order a chicken sandwich, order a fried fish sandwich like I did. They also have hot dogs, falafel. Order any of those, and you'll get a free side, fries, tots, curly fries with your order. Just stop by on Monday after the Texans win. Mention my name, Brian. Mention ESPN 97.5, or just say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama and see their full menu at burgerchanhtx.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We'll get into the NFL drama in a moment. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Tyler, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. So y'all were talking about, online betting and sports books. I wanted to tell maybe some of our younger listeners how it sort of used to be. So in the 2010s, I guess we'll call them, you would go online and you could find some pretty crazy lines. Me and some buddies in college, found that all these offshore sites would offer the same line for the same position player every game for sort of the lesser-known games. So you go and you look at all the Conference USA lines, and every single quarterback, you could place an even money bet for over or under 25 completions, right? And you do that every season, and you get your check from offshore, and it's from like Algeria, from Giorgiano's shoe store, and it's like a paper check. But I just wanted to tell that story. It's kind of before the days of the ESPN and all the big sponsored sports books. So that was a great information you guys had earlier with the fellow that was on. But I just want to tell that. Thanks for letting me on, and I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, I mean, There's stuff you could get away with back in the day, and like that makes me sound old even just saying it. But like, I used to not have no idea what I was doing, but you could tell like the props were always the same. Like they were just even. Like they didn't pay attention to lower level conference football. They just set a number and ran it.
You get a Mike Leach team, 25 completions over or under. Tyler's betting Conference USA football. Might have been Cougar. He might have been betting on Case to go over 25 completions. What a bet.
That would have been a good bet.
What a bet for me. NFL drama. Did you see that Sean Payton was throwing a shot at Russell Wilson, his former quarterback in Denver? They're playing this week, Giants and the Broncos, and Sean Payton throwing a shot at his former QB. Ooh, throwing a shot at Russ. Russ fired back at him. I thought it was a shot at Dart too, though. Like that quarterback. Like he didn't identify him by name. He just says that quarterback. So obviously it's a shot at Russ, but I thought it was a low key shot at Dart as well. But Russell Wilson went back at him on Twitter. Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media.
Ooh.
So he went he went old school with what happened in New Orleans because he got suspended because of that. You think Russ would have said that if he was playing?
No.
I don't think so either.
No, because if he thinks there's a bounty still out there.
No, he doesn't still think there's a bounty out there. He's throwing a shot. He got punched in the face and he's counter punching right back at Sean Payton.
This
tweet left-handed hook.
This tweet has 43 million views.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Drama sells, man.
Drama sells.
Sensationalism sells. Another stray. This one was like directly.
This isn't a stray, dude.
You're right. This is a punch right between the eyes. Woody Johnson, who, if you're not familiar, if you're not and Jake Asmaniac, I think that's what they're called.
I think so.
If you're not an Asmaniac, you might not know that Woody Johnson's the owner of the New York Jets. But he was asked about like his team and Aaron Glenn, and he took some haymakers towards Justin Fields. Oh.
He said he's got the ability.
He's the quarterback rating. You can't win with it. If he would just complete a pass, it would look good.
It's true. It's true.
He hates Justin Fields.
Do you blame him?
No, they should have kept Rodgers.
I mean, they gave him $20 million. Fields, I think. That's a waste of money.
Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of reports about Max Crosby being on the trade block. According to NFL Network, he will not be traded. The Raiders have told Max Crosby that he will not be traded.
It sounds like he doesn't want to be traded either.
Yeah, he loves it there.
Yeah, it's like him and Kamara are both just like good being on losing teams, I guess.
Yeah, winning's not always the focal point for some guys. Tua, who's been concussed a time or two.
Yeah, really?
Yesterday, he's very honest to a fault, talking about being a shorter quarterback and he can't see his targets. There you go.
I think you got to put him back in concussion protocol.
I don't really have as much of an issue with this as you.
I think he's just dumb.
That's not. I think you're profiling.
Because he's saying stupid things?
No, I think you're profiling quarterbacks who have concussions equaling stupidity.
I mean, he called out a player for being late to players-only meetings and then had to retract it.
I mean, he retracted it because of the backlash.
And now he's making excuses for not being able to complete passes? He's not tall enough?
I don't think it's an excuse.
But you just don't say these things.
You're right. You don't say these things. But at the same time, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. I still get why he's doing it.
Because he believes in being honest and transparent with people. You don't appreciate honesty and transparency.
Except when he's lying, it seems like.
What do you lie about?
I mean, they kind of refuted that players were showing up late to the players-only meetings. Like, he walked it back.
He didn't say that like what he said was inaccurate. He's saying that the platform that he said it on was inappropriate. He didn't walk back the actual message of it though.
I just don't think he's very intelligent. At least in the moment.
No, I see. I think it's different. I think he's actually highly intelligent. I think he just doesn't care. Like, you know people talk about like FU money and that sort of thing. And whenever you get to that level, that status, you just stop caring. You stop having a filter. I think that's where he's at. He just, like, we're losing. I have nothing to lose. If they fired me today, I'm going home with my $200 million, whatever it is. I'm going to say whatever the heck I want.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's more that. I've never thought of Tua as a low S2 guy. In fact, I think he's highly intelligent.
I haven't either until like the last 3 weeks.
But he's not saying stupid stuff. He's just saying things that people normally don't say.
Yeah, he's just putting his foot in his mouth.
But does he care?
No,
he doesn't care.
No. And I don't know why that seems to have changed all of a sudden.
I think he's frustrated with the situation.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
I mean, it would make sense. I just feel like some of the stuff he's going to regret sharing, saying.
How?
I don't know. I just feel like you're like kind of like being this public and I guess this honest is just not typically how people act in front of the media.
It's not. I actually think it's refreshing. I really do.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they'd be like, yeah, I can't see over the line.
But everybody in football knows that.
I know, but just to say,
that's why I like bigger quarterbacks versus smaller quarterbacks.
Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, this is right up Jeremy's wheelhouse.
Yeah, I want bigger football players than smaller football players.
Yeah.
I want football players that hit harder than guys who don't hit hard. I want football players who cover better than guys who don't cover better. I like quarterbacks who move the ball versus quarterbacks who don't move the ball. Like, he can't see over the line. He's a shorter quarterback. Kyler Murray can't see over the line. Bryce Young can't see over the line. I mean, how many small quarterbacks have been really good?
Not
Drew
many.
Brees?
Yeah, Drew Brees is really the only one.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why.
Was Steve Young tall?
Height matters. He wasn't that tall, but I think he was 6 foot something.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't think he was under 6 foot. Steve Young was my favorite quarterback growing up. Loved Steve Young.
He's your favorite?
Growing up, he was my favorite quarterback. He and Warren Moon were my favorite quarterbacks.
I guess mine. I was a big Kurt Warner guy.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why.
I thought you were going to say sexy Rexy Grossman.
Not really. Wasn't a big fan.
Misio says, I remember Branham saying tank for Tua. I never said those things. I never said tank for Tua. All right, 713-780-3776. I said have no will for Levis is what I said. All right, 713-780-3776. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. He's been on fire lately. Let's see if he can continue that. He's handing out winners with Jeremy and Joe next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you haven't heard about Higgins Boat Rum, well, it's about to. You need to learn yourself about some Higgins Boat Rum. It's rum anchored in time. It's known as the Texas Bourbon Drinkers Rum. That's why I like Higgins Boat Rum so much. It's bold. It's smooth. It's steeped in history, too. It honors the greatest generation. It's perfect to sip neat. You're going to like it neat. You're going to like it on the rocks. You're going to like it on a big rock. You're going to like it with your Texas-inspired cocktails. Higgins Boat Rum is excellent for that. Or how about the classics, too? Higgins Boat Rum and an old-fashioned. Maybe a Cuba Libre. How about some Higgins Boat Rum in that? Maybe a Mai Tai. It's perfect with all of them. Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage as well. It's named, in fact, you might know this if you're a historian, after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope to support our veterans, so you're honoring heroes with every pour. Higgins Boat Rum uses the Prosecco craft technology that we've grown to love around here, makes it smoother, enhances the natural flavors and aromas, it removes the harsh elements so you can really taste it. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their socials. You're going to get tasty cocktail ideas. Who doesn't like that? Behind-the-scenes stories. We love it. And live updates, too. Keep track of where Higgins Boat Rum is going next. A premium top-shelf rum at a tremendous price. Get your bottle now at higginsboatrum.com. Shipping to 48 states across the U.S. at higginsboatrum.com. Bring home a bottle of courage.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We go straight out to the HR&P guest line, joined by our dear friend, Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports, who is red hot. Can't touch him, he's so hot. Lee, before we get into your games here, which I know you're going to continue this momentum, what were your thoughts on this FBI raid of Damon Jones, go Cougs, Chauncey Billups, and Terry Rozier?
Well, number one, it's very tough to beat the feds, and it's unfortunate that we see this. These are guys that have made over $100 million, and Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier. So, you know, you can't give people information like that. They know that. They have the leagues have people talk to these players and coaches time and time again. And, you know, this is horrible. I mean, this is a really bad look. I mean, now we're hearing that Terry Rozier, the amount was $300,000 that they profited, and they went back and were counting up the money later that night after the game. If that's true, he'll never play in the NBA again, or he's going to have trouble getting a job. And then Chauncey Billups, I mean, getting involved possibly with a mob, this is horrific. So horrible day for gambling. I mean, we want to have fun with it. And, you know, the positives are people can go to the game and bet $10, $20, $50, $100 and root for their team and have some fun with it, and hopefully win a little bit, or if they lose, don't lose a whole lot. But to hear this is just a gut punch.
Yeah, it is. But we're doing it on the up and up, and you're winning a lot, Lee. So let's jump right into the college action. Right. Texas Longhorns, that offense looking – It's looking. Taking on Mississippi State, Longhorns are giving up 7. What do you think of this traditional classic SEC matchup?
Well, I don't think all of a sudden you just fix the offense. Just doesn't happen. Being a former quarterback, I'm watching Arch Manning, and I just can't believe they haven't replaced him and tried something else. He's not improving. Mississippi State's playing hard. Mississippi State's playing right there with everyone. Last year, Texas was a 37-point favorite. So Mississippi State just shows you how much they've improved and how much Mississippi State has gotten better, and Texas has regressed here. They're not even in the top 100 in expected yards per play and success rate. I think Texas might escape again, 24-20, but I'm taking Mississippi State in the touchdown here.
Lee, big win last week for Arizona State. Get their quarterback back, and this week they take on the Houston Cougars. How do you like this one this weekend?
Yeah, Sam Leavitt wasn't at his best against Texas Tech, but he did play clean. He avoided mistakes, which is very important in football. Usually if you commit the least amount of turnovers, you're going to win a lot of games. Houston's defense does a really good job of getting off the field, giving their offense some easy chances to score. The Cougars' ability to pass will determine if we're going to see an upset. Connor Wegman has always been considered good enough to get the job done. Here it is. The right team is favored. The Houston Cougars straight up 28-24.
I knew I liked you, Lee. I knew I liked you a whole lot. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Let's switch over to the pro game. Aaron Rodgers facing his former team. Steelers a home dog. Packers giving 3. How do you see this one, Lee?
I love when he gets up there and says that, you know, there's nothing extra special this game. Oh, come on. Played there for 18 years. I think Mike Tomlin is a tough out as a home dog or a small favorite the last 3 years. In fact, he's 10-4 against the spread. Other than Micah Parsons, no one on the defense is playing especially well. Their cornerbacks, probably bottom 5, bottom 6 in the NFL. Sometimes even when they're in coverage and they're in the right spot, they can't make plays to deflect the ball or get an interception. Their receivers, they do not have that number one receiver. If you got a lot of 2s, 3s, and 4s, can't get separation, not going to be good enough here. Another ranking favorite, Pittsburgh. Next out Green here, 27-23.
Lee, we got maybe the best team in the AFC, the Colts, versus maybe the worst team in the NFL, matching up this weekend with the Titans. Colts are favored by 14 points. I feel like it could be more than that.
Yeah, this is, you would think that this is going to be an absolute blowout here. But remember this, when you face a team for the second time and you lose by a lot the first time, generally we see closer games. Indy has improved their offense from 22 points per game last year to 33 points per game this year. I doubt they're able to keep it at that high a level here. I like the fact that Tennessee's offense, they've simplified some things here. Looked great on the first two drives of the game last week, just couldn't keep it up. Tennessee did miss 2 field goals in the first game this year. I think Indianapolis is going to make some trades. They've got some holds on defense, and I think that's we're going to try to shore them up in the next couple of weeks before the deadline here. I think Indy wins 31-21, but you don't want to lay this kind of wood here in the NFL. Laying more than 7.5 is a dicey proposition. I'll take Tennessee and the points and hold my nose.
Isn't that a new Taylor Swift song? Right? She sings a song about that?
That's it.
Yeah, that's what Lee Sterling's referencing. He's big in the music game. He is. He really is. His daughter's a singer. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us on the HRP guest line. Let's get to the local 11. The Texans haven't been playing very well, 2-4. Their offense looks bad. Niners have been stacking up wins, but are depleted with injuries. Texans at home giving a 1.5. Do the Texans get back on the right track?
I mean, it was painful to watch that offensive line on Monday night. It just amazes me. I see some of these general managers, and how can they not think, like, I'm a Dolphins fan. Their offensive line is bottom 2, bottom 3. Houston is bottom 4, bottom 5 in the league. I just feel bad for C.J. Stroud. I mean, just has no time. How he was only sacked 3 times, should have been 7 or 8 at least. So, I mean, he's locking in a little bit on Nico. And Nico, we don't know his status with a concussion, at best game time decision. So he's going to have to find some other receivers. And he doesn't have much time, which makes it even tougher. George Kittle came back last week for San Francisco. He could play a bigger role in this game here. At 2-4, how much of a home field advantage does this team really have? Unless the defense gets 3 or 4 turnovers, it's going to be a tough way to win this game here. I think the right team is favored. Hate to say it, San Francisco, 27-20.
Lee, what's the game of the week, and where can we find it?
Yep, game of the week this week is going to be a really good one. It is the Denver Broncos and the Dallas Cowboys. Anyone wants to get that game, be one of the first 5 callers. Call 800-400-9741. First 5 callers. We'll give them Denver and Dallas on me. And what kind of role have we been on in the NFL? We've gone 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, 4-1, and 4-1. We're on a 23-2 run in the last 5 weeks in the NFL. That's 92%. I don't think there's anyone else in the country documented even close to that record. You want to try us out? If you're not already a client, now is the time. You can hop on board. It's called Lee's NFL Sunday Golden Ticket. 5 games, 4 straight weeks for a month of games, 5 weeks texted to you by Friday. You're ready to go. You don't have to call me back Saturday or Sunday. Just $197. One place, ParamountSports.com.
What a guy. Lee Sterling, thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, guys. See you. Be safe.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com. Been killing the game. Been doing some great things lately. So you're going to be telling him.
I wrote them all down.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to Sportsbook this weekend. So
how many times are you going to say that? It's flexing left and right. And going to the Sportsbook. I mean, you know what I'm going to be this weekend? I'm going to be at the Sportsbook. I love the Sportsbook. No, I can't. I can't come with you.
Sorry, you got a job.
You know what made me laugh there during that segment? You're always surprised whenever Lee stops talking.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're always like hustling.
I can never tell when he's gonna stop.
On microphone. It feels like you're caught off guard every time.
Well, I'm not sure. Like I'm waiting for a wrong team favorite. Like it's always easy to tell when he drops that one.
Junkie on the text line, like Sterling claiming he was a quarterback made me chuckle. He was. Lee Sterling was a college quarterback. Junkie, don't you know that? Famous college football quarterback. 713-780-3776. From Lee's picks to our picks. You go from pros to jabronis. The fix is next. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Underdog's the best, though. Football season's in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You're in Texas, you can play in Texas. Texas is the best place to play, to make picks, to win money all season long on Underdog. And it's so easy, too. All you have to do is download the app, enter promo code KillerB, and you're going to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. So what are you waiting for? You're going to pick whether your favorite players who go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. You can pick teams now on Underdog, too. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. You know what tonight is? Tonight's Thursday. It's Thursday Night Football. It's Thursday Night Football on Prime. Justin Jefferson, 81.5 receiving yards. You like the higher? You like the lower there? Justin Herbert, he put up some numbers last week because the game script was nuts, but 252.5 passing yards. You like the higher, the lower there? Lad McConkey, 57.5 receiving yards. You like the higher, or is he going to be bad McConkey and be lower than 57.5 receiving yards? Also, Underdog, little 40% profit boost tonight. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code KillerB to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Underdog, make picks, win money.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You want to go watch the Houston Cougars, Mississippi State Bulldogs play basketball on Sunday? Do you want to watch Texas A&M, power dribble, fighting Texas Aggies, buckyball, take on Arizona State, one of the Hurley boys? Well, make sure you're listening to us. We're going to give away a pair of tickets a little bit later. I'm not going to tell you when. Sometimes we just drop it on you. Sometimes we make you wait. Sometimes we tease you. We'll give away some tickets later to the preview college basketball exhibition for Ben. A&M, Arizona State, first leg of the doubleheader. Houston, Mississippi State, the second leg of the doubleheader. So the fix. We give you our bets for the weekend, and let me tell you, it is a piling steam of mediocrity at best.
Yes.
I've been on the what's the opposite of a heater?
Cold streak?
A cold streak. I've been on a cold streak. I'm 2-7 in the last 3 weeks. I'm 3-9 in the last 4 weeks after I was talking all that ish. I started 5-1, was talking some ish, and I got dealt a bad hand. I feel like you guys are fixing the game.
Nope.
Brian was 2-1 last week. He improves to 8-10. I fell to 8-10, and then Joe's been on the heater. He's been hanging out with Chauncey. He's 7-2. Over the last 3 weeks, Joe has been doing good. And what a day to be betting on games in the NFL. So we're going to bet on games in the NFL because I'm a delight, because I'm a gentleman, because I'm a scholar. We always go reverse order of standing with who has the first pick here because it's a betting game, but also we do it within the construct of a draft. Brian and I are both 8-10, but age before beauty. Brian, you can go first.
All right, so I'm not betting NFL here. I'm betting college. I saw this stat. Sean actually passed it along to me because I don't know if you know this, Jeremy, but Joe, Sean, and I are going to the casino this weekend, to the sports book. So SEC teams are 2-6 on the back end of back-to-back conference road games this year, and are 0-3, or last year and 0-3 this year. So that's a 2-9 stretch over the last 2 years in that scenario. I'm going to be playing those games this weekend. That includes OU, 5.5-point favorite, hosting Missouri. Give me the Ole Miss, that is. Give me the Sooners to cover the 5.5.
So who did you just pick?
OU.
Sooners.
Minus 5.5.
You picked the Sooners minus 5.5 to beat Ole Miss?
Yes.
Okay. You don't think too highly of old Kiffin, huh?
No, it's more about the Sooners pass rush and the home game, the back-to-back road game thing.
All right, good pick. Good pick. I like where you're at. I'm going to steal the Bears. I'm going to take the Bears right now. I don't know how Lamar Jackson is. I don't know how he's doing. I saw a TikTok of him going to a food truck and picking up some food while other things might have been going on in his off the football field life. I don't know. I'm not one to judge. Look, maybe he doesn't play. I think he will play, but maybe he doesn't play. Will he be limited? Will he be able to run as much as he normally does? Will he want to run coming off a hamstring injury? It's also their first of what's going to be 2 games over a 5-day span because they play next Thursday. The Bears are on fire. The Bears are on one. Look, and the Ravens' defense is bad. I know Lamar's coming back, but they're still hurt. Give me the Bears. Give me 6.5. The Bears gonna continue to ride this momentum. Let's go.
That sucks because you're so bad at betting on games right now. Now I feel like I know how my weekend's gonna go because of you.
You're gonna let a football game ruin your weekend?
Those ones do. To be honest with you,
sheesh.
They can. I've been on a high lately. I'm going to go back to the well with where I ended last week. The Browns are terrible, so give me the Patriots minus 7.5. I think they're going to roll Cleveland. I know defense is good.
Don't love that half.
Don't care. I think they win by 10.
Okay. All right. What's your second one here, Joseph?
Oh, that's right. I get to go again.
Constructs of a draft.
I forgot.
Snake draft at it.
Let's go. Give me the over 50.5 in the Cowboys-Broncos game.
Interesting.
I'm going to go on the over on that one.
You're going over 50.5 on that one?
Yeah, I'm going over 50.5.
Branham Metrics has that game at 51 points.
Okay.
So it'd be over by half. That's going to be an interesting game because Denver likes to, slow it down, use some clock. They have a good defense. Dallas does not, but they have a very good offense. That's a big number.
It is a big number. But I think Dallas can score, and Denver showed they can score as well. 33 points in one quarter.
Yeah. Okay. I hope you lose that game.
Thanks.
I don't like that bet. All right, Brian, you're next.
No, I believe you are.
You're next.
All right,
Constructs
Brian,
of a draft.
You're next. I'm going to take Tampa Bay on the road -4. I usually don't. Actually, it's moved up to 4.5. That's my bad for doing my prep ahead of time. So give me Tampa Bay -4.5. I got robbed out of a half a point. Tampa Bay -4.5. They're in the Superdome. They're against New Orleans. I know they're kind of depleted and hurt. It doesn't matter. The Saints are a terrible football team. Baker, Buccaneers, roll. They cover the number on the road in New Orleans.
All right. My first bet was OU to win a game. I'm now betting against the Texas Longhorns because, again, that trend of teams playing back-to-back conference road games in the SEC not going well. And I will back one of Lee's picks as well. Give me Mississippi State +7.5. I think Texas wins, but it's like a field goal. I think the Bulldogs keep it within the number.
Okay, what's your next one?
Yeah, Brian, construct of a draft.
I'm just pausing for a reaction.
I like it.
At least I didn't say it was
I can't
someone
believe
else's
you're betting
pick.
I can't believe you're picking against your school.
Why did you say
Not my school. I didn't go there.
was an admission of guilt.
That's a scapegoat answer,
Was
Brian.
an admission of guilt.
So, I mean, not only did I bet against Tech, well, I still said they're going to win. I just don't think they're going to cover. But I also bet for OU. So, yeah, it's a bit of an up and down week for me. Last one, I'm going to go away from the SEC thing. I'm going to take the under in Texans 49ers. 41.5 is the total. I like both defenses. I don't know what the 49ers are going to throw out at quarterback. They've obviously been banged up a wide receiver. We know what the Texans offense does. I'll take under 41.5 in that game.
It's a low number. I like the bet. I like the pick, though.
Branometrics has that one at 44.
Okay.
44. Niners beating the Texans 24-20, according to Branometrics. Final game that I will play. I'm gonna piggyback off of Lee too, but I wrote it down way earlier. I have the receipts to prove that. This number got moved too. Unbelievable. I am so triggered by half a point in both of these games. This is ridiculous. You should be able to lock in a number. Give me the Steelers plus 2.5. It was 3 this morning. Actually, you know what? I don't know if I want to play this because of that half point. Let me pivot. I'm going to pivot to the Bengals. Give me the Bengals minus 6.5 against the Jets. That number didn't move from what I had it locked in at. So Cincinnati, the Jets have a quarterback that they don't even know who's playing at quarterback. Woody Johnson hates them both. Joe Flacco's the man. They roll. Bengals at home. They get back to 500. Bengals. Yeah.
The tight end got hurt today, too.
I don't care.
Mason Taylor.
For the Jets.
Yeah, for the Jets. That's good for you.
That is good for me.
That's good for you.
Yeah.
Last one here for me, then. I will go. Give me Vandy. Give me Vandy minus 2.5 against Mizzou. Vandy to the college football playoff. Let's go. I love it.
It might happen.
Give me some Diego Pavia in the playoff. We need it.
That should be a good game.
I think it might be the best game this weekend.
No, Houston, Arizona State.
That also plays into the back-to-back road game theory, Joe. So I like where you're at.
All right.
There's only three top 25 matchups this week.
And there should only be 2 because else you should not be ranked.
They shouldn't be ranked.
They should not be ranked at all. I can't believe they are.
That's going to be a good game, though.
I was tempted by the Louisville-Boston College game, but 25.5.
That number's huge, though.
It's a huge number, but
you were going to bet on Bill O'Brien?
Against Bill O'Brien.
Oh, you were going to lay the points.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's such a big number, I just couldn't do it.
That's crazy.
Do you see his?
I'm gonna do it next week.
Do you see his post-game presser from last week?
No.
It was such a snapshot from 2018. I'll find it at some point if we want to laugh. But
I actually did see it. It was like, I don't know what's going wrong. If I did, I'd be able to fix it. I'm really trying hard. We gotta get me better. I gotta be better. Yeah, I saw it. He was sitting down too. I don't like it when. Never mind.
When they sit down?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I don't like when NFL coaches sit down.
Uncle Willie's not an NFL coach.
I know.
Next week I'm taking Notre Dame on the road, no matter what the number is against Boston College.
Blindly?
Blindly.
You're gonna blind bet it? You're gonna live straddle that game right now?
Lock it in for next week.
Junkie on the text line, is Lee Sterling really Patrick Creighton? No, they're not connected. I don't know why he would make that connection.
One's much quieter.
What is like the number one thing in common between Lee Sterling and PC?
Accent.
I don't think it's even. I don't think that Lee has a New York accent.
I think on the phone it can come across.
I don't think Lee comes off as having a New York accent, though.
I've never noticed that. I'm having a tough time thinking of any sort of comparison.
Yeah, but like depending on the day, Patrick might not have one. So love you, Patrick. Love you, PC.
What did you say?
He doesn't always have his New York accent.
Why?
I don't know. It just shows up sometimes.
I've never noticed that.
When he yells more.
It's when it shows up?
Yeah.
That happens, though.
But
that's not uncommon.
That's very common.
Like for any accent.
Yeah.
Like people, back, like if they're Cajun or whatever, like you don't even catch it until they start like getting fired up and excitable, you know?
Yeah. But I love PC. But yeah, sometimes when he gets a little louder, just, the New Yorker comes out in him.
Okay. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-3776. We come back. Adam Ronis from the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. He's going to get you straight for your betting and fantasy
coming up in your football weekend. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, you already know where to go. Monument Chevrolet. Dealing with dealerships is no fun. That's not true at Monument Chevrolet, though. They're going to ease that burden. They're going to alleviate that stress because they're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to love everything about Monument Chevrolet. It's why they've been in the business for over 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new pre-owned vehicles, and you know what these families do? They keep coming back. Why do they keep coming back? Because they love the experience that Monument Chevrolet provides that's unlike any other dealership. Family feel there. They have a friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to that outstanding culture. And you have to have a strong culture and a strong foundation to be in the business for 50 years. Check this out. Their vehicle of the week. It's the Chevy Trax. Modern, sporty style, spacious interior, including ample cargo space. Also ample standard tech features. All for a low price. The Trax is an unbeatable deal. Come check it out at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. They're not going to upcharge you. They're not going to give you every warranty under the sun that you don't need. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. That's monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person. Stop by, say hello. 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We're going to go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by Adam Ronis. Adam Ronis, fantasy and betting on Fantasy Life, Sirius XM, weekdays 9 to 11. You can find him on social, Twitter, TikTok, at Adam Ronis. Adam, what did you think of this? Go a little bit off topic a little bit, but the news this morning, the NBA stuff with Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones. What was your initial takeaway of that?
Not surprised by it. I think we figured at some point something like this would happen. I know it's difficult for people to believe since these guys are making so much money that Terry Rozier would do something like that. But, I do think the legalized sports gambling is a big reason, though, why it was caught, because it's being flagged. So obviously the integrity of the game is the most important thing. And we all like to gamble, or most of us. Obviously, I know I do. But, yeah, it just sucks that you have to deal with this, because if you had some Terry Rozier overs during that time, you probably feel like you were robbed at this point. So, it's just unfortunate that we have to deal with this, but I think, it's inevitable, and you can't 100% expect all of these athletes to be clean.
Yeah, I think it goes with the territory, but I agree with your other stance too, that the transparency of it is in the is the overall good of it. Adam, big week in the NFL when it comes to these buys. How are you handling all this? You got some heavy hitters too. That Lions offense, the Rams offense, maybe a McBride because Arizona's on a bye, Seattle. How are you handling and navigating a very critical bye week with some heavy hitters?
Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to be very uncomfortable with your lineup this week in a lot of instances, because not only do you have the 6 teams on bye, we still are dealing with injuries. It wasn't as bad last week, and then on Monday you had Mike Evans going down, Nico Collins going down, and then, of course, some players during the last day or two that popped up on the injury report that we were unaware of, like an A.J. Brown dealing with a hamstring injury who didn't practice for the second straight day, and now you have to hope that he does put in something tomorrow. And there's also the Eagles have a bye next week. So if this is anything that could linger, the Eagles could say, you know what, we're 5-2, we're playing the Giants. Yes, we lost to them a couple weeks ago, but should bounce back here at home. Let's give Brown a rest. That would obviously make things tougher. So everyone is dealing with it. You have to hope maybe your opponent is in a worse spot than you, and you're just going to have to put in some players, especially in the deeper formats, that you're not used to doing. I know I am flexing a tight end this week in a couple leagues, which is something you usually don't do. But actually, the tight end position has actually gotten a little bit better over the last couple weeks. Injuries have played a factor in that, and some players stepping up. So, it's a challenging week. It's the worst bye week of the season. 6 teams on bye. Next week is 4. This is the only week, though, where there are 6 on bye. So, if you look at your lineup and you hate it, don't worry. We all do.
I'm curious. You mentioned Nico Collins getting hurt this week, but we saw Jalen Noel, the rookie, have a big game this last week. Like, are you taking a flyer on someone like him with all these bye weeks? Or like, where are you looking at the waiver wire, or where did you look, or guys you're still trying to find to fill spots in your roster at this point?
Yeah, look, if Nico Collins is out, Christian Kirk is out, yes, that offense has been abysmal. But someone's got to catch some passes. We know Dalton Schultz is the guy who stepped up. But, I would be looking at a guy like Noel for sure. I did pick him up in a couple leagues. He looked good last week. You got Jaden Higgins there as well. So, again, you're going to have to dig a little bit deeper this week. But I think Noel is one of the guys. He's probably widely available in a lot of leagues because he was available in a couple of my leagues with 20 roster spots. And it's just because he didn't play a big role early in the year. Even a guy like Higgins, he was drafted in most of my leagues. He might have been cut. I was able to pick him up in a league last week. So, I think you are going to be looking at those guys this week.
Adam Rohn is joining us here on Jeremy and Joe. Adam, is it time to go ahead and drop Travion Henderson? Just 2 carries last week. Is there any reason to hold out hope that maybe his workload increases, or is it time to cut bait and move on?
Well, it really depends on your format. I can't give you any positive reasons except that he's a running back they drafted early, and we have seen in the past running backs do nothing for the first 8 to 10 weeks and finish the season strong. But it has been very discouraging what we have seen, because you figured once Antonio Gibson went down with that season-ending injury, okay, here we go with Henderson. And it's gone the opposite direction. He played 14% of the snaps last week, and you figured, okay, they have a big lead. They're going to rest Ramondre Stevenson. Here we go. We're going to see Henderson in the fourth quarter piling up the garbage stats. That's exactly what we want to see, and it did not happen. So they went with Terrell Jennings off the practice squad instead. He had 5 carries in that game. So, yeah, look, there's nothing encouraging. And the worst part is that when Henderson has been given the opportunity, he hasn't shown anything. There's been no explosive runs, nothing to what we saw in the preseason. So I'll say, like, in very deep leagues, probably not. But if you're in a league with, like, 5 bench spots and you have bye week issues this week, then I really can't give you anything encouraging to say that it's going to turn around. Probably it will happen on a week when no one starts him, right? When everyone gives up on him, that'll be the week that Henderson goes out there and has a touchdown and piles up some positive yardage. But from what we've seen, it's not happening. And my guess is he is probably not faring well in practice. And there's probably some signs there that the coaches don't like, because this is very perplexing to spend that early of a draft pick on a running back and to barely get him involved. And it's not like Ramondre Stevenson had a good game last week, but Stevenson's not really been very efficient this year. And he's fumbled and lost 3. So the door has been open, and Henderson has not been able to go through it.
Yeah, Gibson injury, too. It's been wild because he was drafted very, very high. We were talking last week about the whole Carolina running back situation, Hubbard, Dowdle. After watching a game of both, what's your stance on it now?
I think Carolina's making a huge mistake here. It should be Rico Dowdle. I mean, he's been better every time we've seen him on the field. And even last week, he was better than Hubbard. And they started Hubbard. They alternated drives. I mean, you want to win football games. Forget about the contract that you gave Hubbard. Dowdle is clearly the better running back right now. So he should be getting more touches. This is a week, though, against Buffalo. Buffalo has actually not been good against the run. And Andy Dalton is expected to start. Bryce Young, not officially ruled out, but he didn't practice again. So, I mean, Carolina's probably going to be a team that runs the ball a lot anyway, so there's probably room for both. But it definitely hurts Dowdle's ceiling if they're going to alternate drives. But we have seen Buffalo get run on. The last time they allowed over 200 yards rushing to, I know Bijan Robinson is way better than any of those guys, and Tyler Algier. But they've given up some decent games on the ground this year to good running backs. So they've allowed the 6th most fantasy points per game to the running back position. So I think actually both can be started this week. But again, it should be Dowdle. He's got more explosiveness right now.
And it's a quick turnaround to tonight, but similar situation looks like it may unfold here in Minnesota. Aaron Jones looks to be back tonight for the Vikings. Jordan Mason was good early in the season. How do you think the Vikings room plays out, and how does it affect your matchups going forward if you have either of those running backs?
Yeah, I mean, you have to push Jordan Mason down a little bit. Now, the report was that they expected him to have a decent workload tonight for Aaron Jones. I think he's more involved in the passing game, would be my guess. It's a tough decision what to do, whether to start him tonight. I think it depends who you have. Obviously, people are always reluctant to start a player their first game back coming off an injury. But I think Jones excels in the passing game. And they did say going into the year is going to be 1A, 1B. So if you drafted Jordan Mason, you knew that you weren't going to get 20 touches a week. I do think he'll get most of the goal line carries. And with Jordan Mason, as we've seen in recent weeks, you really need him to score a touchdown to come through. So I think Mason's the better start tonight. But again, Aaron Jones, if you have a lot of running back issues, hopefully you don't. I know there's 6 teams on bye, but you've been getting through the last few weeks with Aaron Jones. So maybe you don't need to play him. But I would expect his role to be mostly in the passing game tonight and maybe get 5 to 8 carries.
Adam, Xavier Legette broke out of nowhere this last week when Andy Dalton came in at quarterback. He really hadn't done anything through the early part of his career, but what is your thought on the Panthers pass catchers going forward between him and obviously their first-round pick this last year, Ted McMillan?
Yeah, I still prefer Ted McMillan by a lot. It was one game against the Jets. Legette has really been very inefficient and hasn't really shown much through his career. And Jalen Coker came back too. He was a little limited, but it's Ted McMillan. I actually think Andy Dalton coming in will be good for Ted McMillan. We know he scored his first touchdown a couple weeks ago against the Cowboys, and everyone figured that would happen, where he had 2 touchdowns. And we've seen the targets go down the last 2 weeks, just 10 targets over the last 2 games. But he had at least 8 targets in the first 5 games. But Dalton's going to be more willing to throw downfield, get rid of the ball a little bit quicker. So I actually think Dalton being in there will help McMillan. So, yeah, I'm not buying Xavier Legette just yet.
Adam Ronis, you can follow him on socials, Twitter, TikTok, at Adam Ronis. And I'm looking at this deal that you posted for the people, Adam. You're giving it away for free.
I know. you want to help people out and reward them. So, yeah, on wap.com/Adam-Ronis, you could get the link on my Twitter or X at Adam Ronis. But, yeah, the NBA season started. So, given 75% off with promo code NBA75. NBA season off to a good start, 4-1. The only loss was due to injury. I had Kevin Porter Jr. over 19.5 points plus assists last night. He had 10 points and 2 assists in 9 minutes and left the game with an ankle injury. So I'm pretty sure that would have cashed. So that's the only loss so far. And NFL as well. I got to play for tonight's game. Only 2 NBA games tonight. We got to play there, and then a huge schedule tomorrow. So pretty excited the NBA is back. I love betting on the NBA. It's so much fun.
I hope that ankle injury was legit, though, Adam.
Yeah, I know. Now you start to question that. But some of these sports books now have like an injury refund. So the book I used, I actually got the money back in bonus bets, which is a little dicey. You can debate that. I know everyone, complains with injuries, but you open up a door on that. And sometimes you have to just say, hey, I lost the bet. You could also take the under, right? You could have taken the under and won on that. But, it's that's the only thing. You are going to question things. And it's unfortunate. We hate to see it.
Adam, great stuff as always. Good luck with your bets.
Thanks, man. Good luck to you guys this weekend as well.
Adam Ronis, TikTok, Twitter, X, whatever we're calling that thing, at Adam Ronis, but he's usually on fire. You want to tell Adam. There's no doubt about that. All right, 713-780-3776. What do you think of the Houston Texans offseason with the luxury of a little bit of hindsight here? 713-780-3776. Jeremy, Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
As Brandon mentioned, Adam Ronis has been on fire with his picks. I'm on fire with this prediction, or this recommendation, that is, to eat a Burger Chan. If you're eating a Burger Chan, just like Adam Ronis and his picks, you're winning. And if Adam ever wants to come and make a little road trip to Houston, I know exactly where to take him. I'm taking him to the Burger Chan because football season's here. And there's no better way to enjoy watching a game than with a tasty burger and fries or tots from our friends at Burger Chan. What are you watching this weekend? Texans taking on the 49ers this Sunday. Maybe one of the great games from Saturday's college football slate, like OU taking on Ole Miss, or the night game at Death Valley between LSU and Texas A&M. Regardless, either way, I promise you the best way to enhance the football watching experience is by picking up some burgers and fries from Burger Chan. And their hours are extended. Now open for dinner until 9 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday, so maybe even get Burger Chan for lunch and dinner on Saturday. I don't know. Burger for lunch, chicken sandwich for dinner. Sounds good to me, but, you do you. Either way, whatever you get, I guarantee it'll be delicious because in 2023 and 2024, Burger Chan was ranked by Yelp as one of the best 100 restaurants in the entire country. Not just best burger places, not just best places in Houston, but one of the best restaurants in the whole damn country. It is right here in our backyard. Hell, it's downstairs from where I'm sitting right now. Make sure you stop by on Mondays in particular to get yours because they're partnering with us this football season to celebrate big wins on Victory Monday. Any Monday after the Texans win, let's cross our fingers for the 49ers game. Stop by Burger Chan to claim your free side with the purchase of any entree. Yeah, Burger Chan's doing that for you. All you got to do is mention my name, Brian, mention ESPN 97.5, or just say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. I usually go curly fries, but you can get spicy tots, or regular fries as well. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama and see their full menu at burgerchanhtx.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-ESPN. Hindsight 2020, Joe. Bless you. What do you think of the Texans offseason?
Very bad.
713-780-3776. What's been your least favorite thing?
My least favorite thing?
Least favorite thing of the offseason.
Oh, that's a great question.
Thank you.
Nick Caley getting hired.
Ooh. Okay.
Because the other moves.
That was out. Okay.
Like Cam Robinson, not a great move.
It's terrible in hindsight, though.
It's terrible. I mean, they're all bad. Christian Kirk's bad. But I'd say just the hiring of Nick Caley is the worst one.
See, I don't think the Kirk one is that bad whenever you look at it in a vacuum. But whenever you see, like, the domino effect of it, it's like, well, you could have had somebody else. You know, because it didn't cost you much, and you're not spending much on him in terms of, like, his cap hit. But you could have had somebody else. It would have been way, better because he hasn't been very good. A, he's been hurt. B, when he's played, he's been very mediocre. And then also you're not playing the other rookies really that much anyways. Braxton Berrios got more snaps than Noel did the other day in their previous game. So ESPN, they had the whole hindsight 2020, the benefit of, getting to react now versus in the offseason. Bill Barnwell did this. They ranked every team in the NFL based on their offseason, and they had different tiers. Like the NFL's best offseason went to the Colts, which Daniel Jones is playing at a high level. Now, they only give him a one-year deal, though, so they're going to have to pony up when it comes to that. But you got Tyler Warren, second tight end drafted, who's been the best tight end in that draft, maybe one of the best in the entire league, actually. The hiring of their defensive coordinator, they have way ahead of expectations is another one of their tiers. They have slightly above expectations. It's another tier on who had the best offseason in the NFL. They have exactly average, which they have the Dallas Cowboys there. They have slightly below expectations. And then they have, scroll all the way down, way below expectations. And then their final tier, they have worst offseason in the NFL. Where would you, based on those tiers, have the Houston Texans?
Probably the second to last one.
Okay, so you would put them in the, what was that one again? Way below expectation?
Yeah.
So Bill Barnwell has the Houston Texans as the worst offseason in the entire NFL.
Yikes.
And it's really hard to argue. I'm not going to sit here and be like, pound my chest and say, I told you I was a terrible offseason. I was saying it in real time because I wasn't. I was actually defending some of what Caserio was doing. And maybe that was very, very foolish of me. I think of Gary whenever we have these Nick Caserio conversations. But it's hard to argue that it's not the worst offseason in the NFL. They mentioned a highlight, drafting Woody Marks, which, okay, you drafted Woody Marks, but you also traded a future third-round pick to draft him in the fourth. And what was a pretty heavy running back draft. And there are other rookie running backs who were drafted after Woody Marks that are actually still performing at a pretty high level.
Yeah, and performing better consistently.
Yeah, and I like Woody. Like, it's not a knock on Woody.
I do too.
But if that is your number one highlight, that's not really a great offseason. And then the other highlight was trading for Ed Ingram, who Ed Ingram has been good. You didn't trade a whole lot for him, and he's not making a ton of money. Now, he is on a one-year contract, which how long will he be a Houston Texan? The disappointments. And one of these players I totally forgot about.
I don't know who this person is.
Totally forgot about. I mean, I had to Wikipedia him, and I remembered that way. But disappointments, much of their rebuilt offensive line. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that Ursary is going to be a good tackle in the NFL, but he's currently not a good tackle in the NFL. It's also a tough position to put him in. Hey, we have the worst offensive line in the NFL. You're a second-round tackle. Why don't you just go be our franchise left tackle and protect our franchise quarterback? It's a very tall ask and probably an unfair ask. You know the old saying about having two quarterbacks? If you have two quarterbacks, no. If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. People always get that confused.
Is that really what it is?
Yeah, if you don't have, because you have two, you don't have one.
Oh, that makes way more sense.
If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one because you have two.
I always thought it was none.
Yeah, that's one of the one of the lines that's always messed up. So it's like, I could care less.
Yeah.
Well, if you could care less, you could literally care less.
Yeah.
Couldn't care less.
I knew that one.
Couldn't care less. If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. ... because you have two. You can say the same thing about the left guard. If you have two left guards, you don't have one. And like I don't get bent out of shape too much at the left guard thing. If you are rotating left guards though, you don't have a good one. You have two below average ones that A, you're playing the hot hand, B, you're trying to create competition, C, you're trying to maximize two below average left guards by giving them every other series off, that way they're more rested. It's like it's not a good position. Neither guy's really the answer there. Center, meh. Probably below average. Ingram's been fine. Titus has been fine, but still overwhelmingly disappointing offensive line who, when they play good defenses, get exposed. Nick Caley, hiring Nick Caley, listed as one of their disappointments. The one that you mentioned with Cam Robinson, which the Cam Robinson one, I feel like you can defend a little bit, because what are you going to do? Go into the draft without a left tackle? I feel like you had to make that signing. It just didn't work out that you drafted a tackle and not a guard, and then you basically had to offload Cam Robinson for nothing. Trading for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which that's kind of a wash. Like, whatever. You traded a late-round pick swap in Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who both have been released, whatever.
Well, I think the point in the article, though, where he points out they restructured his deal and left the Texans on the hook for $8.3 million. That's
a way bigger crime.
Yeah, that's the bigger crime of the Gardner-Johnson trade.
That one is that's 100% way bigger of a crime than trading for C.J. Gardner. Who cares that you traded Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
Especially because you just got burned with this with Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
Like, you made the same mistake 2 off seasons in a row.
Same contract negotiation mistake. Contract mistake, yes. And then trading for Christian Kirk, which to me, that's more about opportunity costs. Kirk didn't cost you much. He's not taking much against the cap, but it cost you the opportunity of bringing in another wide receiver somewhere else. But the one that's like, oh, yeah, I forgot who this guy was, Nick Neiman.
I don't know who he is.
Nick Neiman got a 2-year, $6 million contract.
That guy.
He gave him $4 million guaranteed and then cut him in August. He gave him $4 million guaranteed and cut him in August. And look, $4 million NFL, like it's not much, but it's also not nothing. Like, that could be your operating cost for the season, you know?
Yeah. I mean, then the total is $21.5 million. And when you include that one and offseason moves that are no longer on this roster.
So a lot of people see this and they want to fire Caserio.
I mean,
is that accurate?
Yeah, people are saying that.
I don't want to use this exact offseason as the reason why you would move on from Nick Caserio. I think there's bigger things at play here, just with the offensive line in general, of why you would move on from Nick Caserio. This doesn't help any of his argument, though, of why he should have a job.
See, my thing with firing people, I don't like firing it just for the sentiment. I don't like to fire people just for the symbol of firing people. If I'm going to fire somebody, I want to be better at the position. And look, I look at a lot of these executive positions and coaching positions the same way I look at player positions. If I can upgrade at left guard, then I'm going to go upgrade at left guard. If I can upgrade at offensive coordinator, I want to upgrade at offensive coordinator. If I think I can get better at the general manager position of my organization, I want to go out and get better as the general manager position for my organization. But I don't like firing people to fire people. And look, I don't think that Bobby Slowick can be thrown into this bucket. Like, I fundamentally believe that they fired Bobby Slowick thinking they were going to do better than Bobby Slowick. But where I'm at on the firing of Caserio is you better be 100% sure that you can find a better general manager before you fire Nick Caserio. I don't want to fire Nick Caserio if you go 5-12 as some scapegoat thing. We have to act, so this is going to be our action. And then you go get a general manager who's worse, because that did happen with the offensive coordinator spot. You fire Bobby Slowick because C.J. Stroud went backwards, the offense went backwards, the offensive line was bad, and then you find a worse offensive coordinator. You leveled down at that position. It turned into a symbolic firing than an actual improvement. You got worse. So that's where I'm at. Like, if you're going to fire Caserio, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm not going to flip out. I'm not going to, fight that battle. I'm not going to, that's not the Towels Hill that I'm going to pick. But you better get better than Caserio if you're going to do it.
Yeah, because, and are you trying to just upgrade your GM to improve your offensive line evaluation? Like, that seems to me ultimately like where it would come down to, is like, how do you evaluate the offensive line? I've seen a lot of people going at Caserio recently for his mid to late round picks and them not really being impactful. I think that's fair, but it doesn't have to be the reason why you move on. I just look at the offensive line and say he has failed this team to put together a competent offensive line. He's had time and time and time again to do it, and he hasn't been able to get it right. He's gotten one or two pieces right at a time, but he hasn't been able to get it right collectively.
No.
And I think, I haven't looked back to like the Davis Mills numbers of how many times he was getting sacked, but I can't imagine it was pretty when he was back there. Like we weren't celebrating the offensive line saying like, see if Davis Mills could just complete a pass behind this great offensive line, the Texans could win some games. No, like it hasn't really ever been good since Caserio got here.
Yeah, Mills was putting his neck on the line behind that bad offensive line. It was ugly.
And it's a lot to put
ugly back then.
Yeah.
Fixing the offensive line overnight's not going to be easy. Whoever is the general manager, though, like you almost have to commit. Okay, we're going to use our first round pick, which who knows where that's going to land. We're using that pick on an offensive lineman. We're going to use our second round pick on an offensive lineman. We're going to use our third round pick on an offensive lineman. I think you almost have to commit to that. And then how many starters do you have that will be coming back next year? Like you think Tay Ursery should be? What do you do with Titus's contract? Is that something that you want to continue that relationship and that partnership? Is he back? Ed Ingram's on a 1-year contract. I think you can upgrade at center. I think you can upgrade at left guard. Like it almost might have to be tackle. Top 10 pick, maybe. He's your right tackle. You try to hammer the second-round pick and nail the second-round pick, and that's one of your starting interior offensive linemen. But even then is risky because, look, drafting offensive linemen is not an exact science, and it seems to be even more difficult for Nick Caserio.
Yeah, and so like, if you go through, okay, so 2021, Davis Mills was sacked 31 times, also sacked 31 times in 2022. C.J. Stroud was sacked 38 times in 23, 52 times in 2024, and he's been sacked 15 times this year.
Yikes.
That's how long Nick Caserio has been the GM. Like, so that's why I feel like comparing last year to this year it's not critical enough of Nick Caserio and what he's done with the offensive line. It goes back to the very beginning. So that to me is where you can evaluate. Like, you're right, it's not going to be a fix overnight. He's had a lot more than overnight to fix this thing, Jeremy. Like, he has had plenty of time to fix the offensive line. He hasn't done it yet. So that to me is why you ultimately fire him if that's the decision you decide to make, not one bad offseason.
You're defending Caserio. You want him sacked. Where are you with him? Junkies want to discuss. 713-780-3776. Keith, Phillip, text line. Get to you on the other side. It is Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Started 2 hours ago, bro. Thanks for listening. 713-780-3776.
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
Thank you, Julia. Enjoy the offseason. Enjoy Cancun. 713-780-3776. So ESPN, Bill Barnwell, they say the Houston Texans had the NFL's worst offseason. This leads people to say, fire Casario. That's what we do in sports. Fire that guy. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Bill Barnwell always brings the best. Very informative, great stuff. I completely agree with him. You know, the Texans have a clear weakness at O-line. They should have addressed it post-Tunsil trade and used all their picks to address the O-line. If you look, you know, the Cowboys haven't won a Super Bowl, but if you look at their last few drafts, like they had all those O-linemen retirements. They got 3 Tylers in the last 4 years. Smith, Guyton, Booker, all are complete juggernauts on their offensive line, and their offense is completely humming. You know, they missed on a pick there, but, you know, they addressed the offensive line, and it's working out for them. And also with the Texans draft, like, you just had so many whiffs. I know BMAC doesn't want to hear it, but the 2 receivers from the same school back-to-back makes no sense. Just draft the better receiver, or don't draft any of them and draft O-line.
Hey,
also,
that's a bad take. That's a bad take. Would you not want Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. in the same draft? Would you not want Neighbors and BTJ in the same draft?
No.
Would you not want Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson in the same draft? It doesn't matter if they're 2 receivers from the same school. Draft the best receiver.
You're using an SEC school.
Draft the best receiver.
These guys, did Higgins even catch a pass last game?
He got held.
Like, you got to go O-line. Nick Caley hasn't been good, and then the Kirk and Diggs trades have been bad, and then C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kenyon Green trades have been bad, and then, you know, letting all these players just walk. Like, who's the 7th round pick? A guy named Luke Lachey. Who is that?
He's 98 degrees. 98 degrees, Keith. He's a lead singer in one of the best boy bands that's ever existed. 713-780-3776. Mount Rushmore of boy bands. NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Menudo, and Los Dinos.
I thought you were going to say 98 degrees for your boy Nick Lachey.
98 degrees sucked.
They had like one good song.
What was it?
You don't know it.
He's a big Cincinnati guy.
He is a big Cincinnati guy. I don't remember the name of it.
He used to date Jessica Simpson.
O-Town not on the list?
O-Town deserves it.
O-Town. I remember like it whenever I was in high school. The girls always liked that. What was it? Fall Out Boy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a boy band though.
It's not a boy band at all.
That's not a boy band?
No, it's pop punk.
How many? Was there only one person in Fall Out Boy?
No, there's like 4.
That's a band.
Yeah, but it's not a boy band.
They're a rock band.
Are they guys or girls?
Are you really going to be this nitpicky?
I don't know a single song they sing.
Well, I can play one coming back.
I'd rather you not.
You know plenty
well,
of
I'm going to have to now.
Fall Out Boy was punk rock.
Yeah.
I thought they were like just a boy band.
No, you know their songs because a lot of times they've been like the college football playoff song.
Oh,
a lot
really?
of times. Yeah, it's like them or Imagine Dragons.
B. Hannon said O-Town. Was O-Town the one who sang Girl on TV and had Jennifer Love Hewitt in the music video?
I don't remember.
I think that was O-Town.
Do either the Baby Branhams watch the Spider-Man Kids TV show?
Yeah.
That's Fall Out Boy.
Did not know that.
The theme song is Fall Out Boy.
Remember? Yeah, I think O-Town was the one who sang Girl on TV. That one was pretty good. That wasn't bad.
I don't remember that one.
You don't remember that? That was like, well, you're old. You're way younger than me.
That's LFO.
LFO?
Yeah.
I liked LFO. LFO had some banger. They had one banger. I think they had a summer song too. That wasn't bad.
Summer Girls?
That's what it was.
Yeah,
Summer Girls got it going on, something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I liked LFO. Remember the spoof boy band on MTV? I can't remember what they were called. Maybe that was O-Town. I don't remember. But it was like you plus me equals us. I think they had a song that said you plus me equals us. All right, Keith.
I remember when McDonald's was giving out Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, and Britney Spears CDs with Kids Happy Meals.
Sheesh.
It was
Britney
awesome.
Spears.
It was awesome.
Oh, man. Yeah,
you got a full CD with your cheeseburger.
Yeah, Philip was like, enough of this boy band stuff. I'm out. I don't blame you, Philip. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out there to the HRP listener line, though. Mickey, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Mickey?
Hey, afternoon, gentlemen. This is Mickey. I'm currently in Wyoming. I'm a diehard Texans fan. I was just wondering what your thoughts were, the state of affair of that offense and what Kaylee's doing to this team. Is there any, chance that maybe Gerard Johnson could get a shot at maybe calling some plays? you see what like UCLA did with like that new Heisel kid once they shoved Foster out the door and stuff, and he kind of rejuvenated that offense. I figure in today's age with ChatGPT and stuff like that, maybe we could throw on Johnson's resume that he went to John Carroll or something to get Nick's attention. But pretty sad state of affair for this offense. I'm still pulling for him up here in Wyoming, and I appreciate the show, guys.
Love it, Mickey. Mickey, where's Mickey from?
Wyoming.
Yeah.
I don't think if there was a change, I don't think it would go to Gerard.
No, I think it'd be Bill Lazor.
Yeah, I think it'd go to Bill Lazor too. Because why would you go to another person? It's nothing against Gerard Johnson, but another guy who's never called plays before, and he's never been in the Patriots system before. So he's only familiar with. Now I don't think Bill Lazor hasn't either. I don't think, but at least he's called plays in the NFL before. So Lazor would be the guy you would go to if there was a change.
Yeah, even if they make a change, it's not going to impact the record too much, and it's probably going to be too far gone if they're making a change. Not saying I'm opposed to seeing it. I actually went to high school with Gerard. He was a couple years younger than me. His father, his old man, rest his soul, he was my driver's ed teacher.
Really?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson.
That's awesome.
Larry Johnson was his name. Not Grandmama. Larry Johnson was he had an oldest brother, Marquez, who was he's a strength and conditioning coach, I think with the Vikings currently. Yeah, great family, though. Fantastic family. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRNP listener line. Did I ever tell you a story? Gerard was trying to get Final Four tickets for me?
No.
Yeah, he texted me. He's like, hey, can you give me tickets to Final Four? It was whenever they were in Indy during the bubble. I was like, man, you're asking the wrong guy. Not for me. Maybe you can find Mark Sanchez on the streets of Indy. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRNP listener line. Tom, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
How y'all doing today?
Wonderful.
Here's all you need to know about the Texans and the worst offseason in the history of forever. If D'Amico isn't concerned, Caserio isn't concerned, then none of us need to be concerned. There you go.
So because they tell you that they're not concerned, we should believe them? Is the logic there? That's crazy.
I think he's being sarcastic.
I hope so.
Because remember Caserio,
that
little like meet and greet season ticket holders?
Yeah.
They had a guy who kind of sounded like Tom, actually. Might be the same guy. He was like, hey, we're
that's right.
Bless CJ's heart. We're going to get him hurt, like that sort of thing. And Caserio's like, well, if I'm not worried about him and Cap's not worried about him, you shouldn't be worried about him. And then we're all worried.
I think I missed the sarcasm there.
I think he was being sarcastic.
I hope so.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. 713-780-3776. Philip is back. He's like, enough LFO, enough Fallout Boy, enough O-Town, enough Backstreet, enough NSYNC, enough New Kids on the Block. Who else? 98 Degrees, all of that. Let's go out to HRMP listener line. Philip, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. I don't really have a problem with Caserio in the sense that I'd rather have a guy with a blind spot in one area that's really bad, but be pretty good in all the others, because to me that's an easier fix. I would rather have that than just somebody who's mediocre at everything. So just get somebody else in the room to be making the decisions on the offensive line. Take Caserio out of it. Just make the call from above him. And he should be willing to recognize, hey, this is an area that I failed in. Maybe somebody else can do better. And the other thing I was going to say was, I don't have a problem with first, second-round picks going to offensive line. I mean, I think you guys said it yesterday, if you have one bad offensive lineman, that's enough to ruin a line. Well, I mean, if you figure we've got Titus Howard and Ursery as the bookends, then trading for a guard or center is a lot cheaper than a tackle. Drafting is a lot cheaper for centers and guards than a tackle. The tackles always go higher. So spending resources on interior offensive line, if you think that those are the guys for you, and I think that would depend on who is the offense coordinator next year, that can make some sense. And what I would want to do almost, and call me crazy, I know you can, my dream scenario would be if you can find an offensive coordinator, if it happens to be one that's under contract with another team, trade for him and one of the linemen on that team that he likes, that runs the system and knows it already, and then use that first and second, and maybe use the third or fourth to trade for those guys, and use the first or second in the draft to draft the other two. So that would be because I don't like the risk of a third rounder on a rookie guard that could be a complete bust when we've already had multiple second rounders who have been busts. So I'd rather take the third and a fourth, get a coordinator, get an interior guy he likes, and then use the first and second on some linemen that he might like in the draft. And that's kind of what I would be thinking. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Philip. Like, I think the idea of trading for an offensive coordinator is fun, but very unrealistic. I mean, we've only really seen it happen for head coaches.
Mm-hmm.
If you want an offensive coordinator from a different team that's very good, you're going to have to fire DeMeco Ryans to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's just the reality. Like, if you want Joe Brady, you can't. You probably don't have enough draft capital to do that.
No.
Without it being a bad trade.
No.
Now, to the Nick Caserio point, I can't remember if it was Philip, might have been the previous caller. Yeah, I think if Nick Caserio knows he's not good at evaluating an offensive line, and his scouting department is not good at evaluating an offensive line, and he's taking the best guys that they say to take, then there should be people who lose their job, and he can keep his. I would be open to that. If he sat in front of a podium and said, our scouting department was not good, we're flushing it out, we're bringing in a new one, cool. Like, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, that stuff should be happening. Like a general manager is going to listen to their scouts. They're going to listen to their coaches at times. Like, I've listened to Caserio talk about the process. Like, he puts a good amount of weight from his scouts, from his college scouts, his pro scouts, all of that. So, in theory, that should already be happening. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's ignoring them and going with, his vibes, what he thinks. This junkie says his ego would not allow himself to bring in someone smarter than him in anything. I mean, maybe he does say the right thing, right? Like, hey, if, there's ever a time whenever they're going to strip me from power, I'm willing to take a step down. Like he said, whenever he and DeMeco finally got together. But he does like to be the smartest guy in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know what a window is. Yes, you do, idiot. I don't know what drafting by need is. You've been following sports your whole life. You call into Jim Rome and talk about what's going on in the NBA and how the Warriors have a great front office, dynamic. You know what a window is, dude. Mm-hmm. You know what a need is, dude. I don't mind Caserio. Like, I think he's probably a middle of the pack general manager in football. My fear would be firing him and then getting worse because I don't trust the ownership to be great in that area. This is the same ownership that empowered Jack Easterby after they empowered Bill O'Brien after he won a power struggle with Brian Gaine. So I don't really trust the ownership to nail the general manager position. Like, I guess you'd go to DeMeco and be like, hey, DeMeco, can you help us out here? But reports say that's the thing. Like, what is his networking like? I don't know. DeMeco was supposed to have say on the coaching staff, and he just hired Nick Caley, if we believe the report. So that's the fear I have when it comes to the whole, replacing Caserio.
Yeah,
thing.
if you were going to, trust DeMeco with the GM hire, look, you missed the boat. Adam Peters was the guy. That was the guy. And now he's the GM of the Washington Commanders, who are being super innovative with the way they're doing things. Bob Myers, the former Warriors GM, works there in Washington. So,
do you see he got a new job? He's still going to work with Washington, but he got hired by some conglomerate that is part of ownership for a bunch of different organizations that cross a bunch of different sports.
Interesting.
It's kind of like what Luno is doing in soccer, but he's doing it in America with the big three sports. It's pretty interesting.
Is it the Boston one?
I have no idea. I have no clue. 713-780-3776. Big Mac gets you on the other side. Junkies, where are you with Caserio? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, Jeremy, did you know that we're going to the ESPN bet at LaBerge in Lake Charles this weekend? Myself, Brian, and Sean. We'll be there. Saturday, we'll be doing a show from 12 to 2. On Sunday, we'll be on the air from 10 to 2. So extra bullpen, and I'll be joining Sean and Brian on the show this weekend as we hang out inside ESPN Bet to check out their brand new VIP Fan Cave section that's available for bookings. We'll be watching the UFC fights going on this weekend on Saturday in the afternoon since the fights are overseas, plus all the college football action, the NFL games. We'll be looking at, I don't know if we're going to go up to 20-leg parlays, but we'll be getting some parlays in this weekend as well. You can get your NBA season-long bets still going on right now at ESPN Bet. And plus, you can earn rewards on every single wager you place when you use your Penn Play card. It's easy to sign up for inside the casino area. You get perks with it, not just earning rewards on the wagers. You also can get things for like when you buy food at the casino as well. Plenty of perks with your Penn Play card. They also offer you a chance to place wagers on all of your Houston area teams. Must be 21 plus to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Who doesn't love this song?
Me.
If you don't like this song,
this is a jam, dude.
This is horrible.
This is like
the worst of music.
Yeah, you were not cool.
I can't even ironically
cool
like
growing
this.
up.
The rhymes are horrible.
If you were cool in middle school, high school, you love this song.
I got big
like
news for
girls who wear Abercrombie and Fitch as a bar.
That was a bar back in our day. Abercrombie and Fitch. You walk in there, you buy preppy clothes, and smell like perfume for the next 2 years.
You could call in sick this weekend and not go to Arizona State. And you could just drive to Galveston, Texas.
LFO's
to see
playing?
LFO
Are they playing
on
for real?
Saturday.
Listen to this.
They're playing in Plano tomorrow, and then
Plano?
Galveston on Saturday.
You Kids on the Block had a lot of hits.
How many times do you think they play this song in one of their shows?
Once a time.
You think?
Once a show.
They got to play at least twice, right?
They don't play this song twice.
Open and close.
No, the
Yes,
people don't do that, do they?
I think
How
these
many other hits
throwbacks.
do they have?
They have 2 hits. They have this one and they have Girl on TV.
I bet
Exactly.
You, I bet
They gotta
you
play
if
for an hour.
If you call for an encore.
No, they're not playing the song twice.
If you call for an encore, they come back out to this.
100%.
Yeah.
It's a minimum 2 times they play this.
I think I'm going to listen to LFO all the way to the coaches show tonight. Get me fired up, ready to go.
I want to hear Willie's thoughts on it.
Ask Willie what his favorite boy band from the 90s was.
He's not going to have one.
Oh, you can ask him.
He's going to say like the Purple People Eaters, like the Mean Green Machine. Like he's a football purist, baby. He doesn't waste time with boy bands. You kidding me? This is such a good song.
It's a great song.
All right, 713-780-3776. Quarter Pounder wasn't available. Big Mac, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Boo.
Big Mac?
Big Mac?
Oh, man.
Hey,
Can you
Big
hear
Mac.
me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I had to take the totality of the circumstances and look at Nick's job that he's done over the years and all the busted players that he's drafted, whether they're injuries or haven't panned out, from the Brevin Jordans to the John Mechie to Green to Fisher to Juice Scruggs and a lot of other players that I'm probably not mentioning right now. And I'm just wondering what's the true hierarchy, because I thought when they extended him, he became the vice president too. And like for D'Amico to sit up there and say that he hired Nick Caley, and I'm like, man, you don't even know Nick Caley. They brought him in and interviewed him the first time when they hired Bobby Slowick, and now they bring him back. And you should have fired Cole Popovich because he was part of the problem, yet and still you promote him. And all these people, to me, they have like a loyalty problem. Bringing in all these people that you was friends with and associates with, and the product just keeps getting worse and worse. And all these New England ties, and nobody's had any success outside of New England. There used to be a coach without Tom Brady, and you had Vrabel, but Vrabel was a player with them. He wasn't a coach with them. He started coaching after the fact. So I would be an advocate of firing Nick Caley, and I'm sure Josh McDaniels is going to get fired. So I'd like to see him be the OC if he didn't get a new head coaching job.
I guess you meant Mike McDaniel. But, yeah, I think the hierarchy question, I feel like Nick Caserio is just calling all the shots.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, I don't. Am I being too hard, like too kind to D'Amico, wanting to give him a pass on Nick Caley?
So here's my theory with the Caley thing: is I think that Caley and D'Amico, and look, I think Caley is running the organization. I mean, not Caley, Caserio. I mean, he is the executive VP. Do you think Hannah and Cal are meddling owners that are telling them what to do? No. Like, Caserio is the biggest boss when it comes to the football side of things in the organization. There's no doubt. And I really don't want the McNairs to be meddling, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust them to do it. I think D'Amico had the first say on offensive coordinator, and it was Bobby Slowick. Like, they were quality control coaches together. They were analysts together. They shared an office together or had offices right next to each other. I think that there was probably like a little bit of, disagreement with Slowick. Like, Caserio probably had his guy. D'Amico had his guy. Caserio's probably like, okay, well, you're the coach. You get the OC this time. And they went with Slowick. And I think what happened is, okay, well, this isn't working. I think they met again. And Caserio's like, okay, well, let's try my guy this time. And I think that's the direction they went. I'm not sure how connected D'Amico Ryans is. I don't know the networking there. The Texans also kept a lot of their offensive coaches for Nick Caley, which is kind of weird. Like,
Very
usually,
strange.
hey, you're our offensive coordinator. You hire all your coaches. So that was kind of odd. But that was also a lot of coaches that were already here when Slowick was here that were Caserio guys. That actually predate D'Amico. So I think it would be foolish to think that Nick Caley was just a 100% D'Amico Ryans hire. I think at worst it was like some sort of compromise. D'Amico got his guy the first time. Caserio gets his guy the second time. But still, you have a lot of holdover on the offensive staff. It is very, very weird. And look, if Caserio doesn't get fired, and I actually don't think he will.
Really?
No, I would put it at like minus 115 that he's back next year.
Okay.
Maybe even more. But I do think they're going to clean house on the offensive coaching staff, and I think what needs to happen, and then maybe this is where D'Amico puts his foot down, is that, okay, like all of these guys that have been here for a while are all gone. Whoever we bring in as the offensive coordinator, whoever it is, and I think that you give all that responsibility to D'Amico Ryans, you give that the coordinator all jurisdiction over the offense, and you give him all jurisdiction on who his coaching staff is going to be, whether it's, McDonald, whether it's, Doug Peterson, whether it's Ken Dorsey, whoever it is. You need to give that OC full autonomy to hire every single staffer under him.
I agree. I forgot how bad this search was, though.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, Gerard. These are the coaches that they interviewed: Gerard Johnson, Bill Lazor, Jeff Nixon, the Syracuse offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, Thad Lewis, who is the Buccaneers QB coach, Adam Stenovich, who is now the Packers OC, not Colin Place, but he's the Packers OC, Brian Johnson, who's now with the Commanders.
Oh, that was such a bad guy, too, because he was the guy with the Eagles. He was also a coordinator at Houston once upon a time.
And then Grant Udinsky, who was the Vikings assistant offensive coordinator.
That's not good.
That's their search.
It's not a great net.
You know what I hear when I hear that list?
Caserio.
It was, not only Caserio, but it's kind of a sham interview process, and they're always hiring Nick Haley. There's not a lot of serious candidates there.
Yeah. Because, if you go back to the Slowick one, at least Slowick had Cliff.
Yeah.
And, maybe Cliff was just, a fake. Maybe Cliff was just a fake to propel the Slowick hire. Oh, my goodness, we're hiring Slowick when we had the chance to hire Cliff. That could have been the case. But at least he was interviewed, you know?
This search is awful.
Yeah, it's not a good search.
I mean, there's very few guys on here who have called plays.
You know what it kind of sounds like a little bit? It kind of sounds like when they hired Lovie Smith to be the head coach. We're going to hire an interim to replace the guy and keep everybody on his staff. They pretty much did the same thing at OC.
That's exactly what they did.
It's not good.
So they need to go through a real process this offseason. And you're right, it needs to end with the offensive coordinator bringing in an entire staff. And that's why you can't go young. You can't. And talk about D'Amico's connections. What are Caley's connections? Who is Nick Caley going to hire to be his offensive line coach?
Well, he should be.
Besides Cole Popovich.
He'd be connected though. He's been with the Rams. He's been with the Patriots. He's been more places than D'Amico.
Yeah.
713-780-3776. HRP listener line. Clark. Will Clark. What's up? You're with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Clark?
Hey guys, I just wanted to say thank you for having me on, but just wanted to talk about that OC search. And really, it's never going to be resolved. It's always going to be a revolving door unless they hire a former head coach that's an offensive mind. You kind of look at it the other way around. If it's an offensive coach that's looking for a defensive coordinator or offensive head coach that's looking for a defensive coordinator, they always get the former head coaches, and they kind of end up working out long term. Look at Vance Joseph, I think, over with the Broncos. And so I think if you kind of look at next cycle, whenever the OC comes back open, if you look at, the Mike McDaniel or Doug Peterson or something along those lines, that's going to probably end up solving this revolving door of an OC.
Yeah, I think it's their best path forward. I'm with you. Bring in a coach that was a head coach that is going to have a staff they can put into place, and honestly might not have a great chance of getting another job.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Junkie, we're so trash. Another one, can you guys bash Aziz to set up my joke that you'll never read on the air? No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to read your text. Can you guys bash Aziz? And then we're going to bash Aziz and say that he's a headhunter and he makes dumb penalties and he hits guys too late. And he cost his team points and he cost his team jar. We're not going to bash Aziz. Sorry. We're not going to do what you told us to do. 713-780-3776. You know what we're going to do, though? We're going to cash him or trash him. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You were right, 1143. I'm not going to read that on the air. But you did get a chuckle out of me. For better or worse. 713-780-3776. Cash him or trash him. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Joe George, go.
Victor Wembanyama will be the best player in the NBA by the end of the season.
Trash.
Trash.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's something.
He's not better than Alpi Şengün.
That play last night where he got the block and then went down to the other side with the ball in his hand the whole time, crossed over to the three-pointer. He's something.
Yeah, he's a specimen. I don't think he's going to reach that potential quite yet. I think it's going to take a little bit of time. And I think you're falling in love with highlights, and that's not what I do. I like to just give me the context of a whole game.
I mean, he's the defensive player of the year.
Sure. Yeah.
Already.
Cool.
I think offensively, what we're seeing.
You go Wemby or the Joker this year only?
I think by the end of the season, I'm going to go Wemby.
Okay, I will not. I won't.
Luka.
You go Shai Gilgeous or Wemby by the end of the year?
Wemby.
Shit.
Come on.
Did you see what happened halfway through the fourth quarter in the double overtime on opening night?
I know.
Shai is a star.
He's
agree. So freaking good.
I don't disagree at all.
Luka or Wemby?
I think it'll be Wemby.
I don't love Luka. I think Luka's a little bit of Harden-ish. Giannis? Wemby?
I think it'll be Wemby.
See, I still have Wemby was playing Dallas yesterday. Let's see what he does whenever he goes toe to toe with Giannis.
I know.
Let's see what he does for the full body of work. You going Joel Embiid or you going? I'm kidding.
Don't do that. Don't. That's not fair.
Joel Embiid looked so bad yesterday. They looked so bad yesterday, but they still won. They won at Boston. Maxey had 40, and Edgecombe, VJ Edgecombe from Baylor
him.
went nuts.
Philly, I think that's more a reflection of Boston.
Wemby's pretty good though. I'm not gonna.
I just think he just to me looks like he's gonna be the best player for a very long time.
Yeah, but you're very rash.
I am. That's why you like me.
You're very rash. You're not like a slow moving ship. You're
I'm not.
You're nimble and quick with your sports takes.
Yep, I move quickly.
He's gonna. We'll see. We'll see about Wemby. Cash him or trash him. 713-780-3776. Player props should not go away. This is good. Player props good. Now, I do agree that we should probably limit the amount of player props in terms of actual bet size and how much you could win on them. Let's lower the exposure there. That way they're not enticed to do it. But I think it's good that all of this stuff's in the public. I think it's good that betting is so much in the forefront now, because back in the day you had mobsters and mafia members killing people when they wouldn't pay their bets. I think in the long run that this is good, even though there is some stain on it today.
Cash. Keep them alive.
Keep them alive. That's really half the battle.
Just limit
keeping people alive.
Just limit how much you can bet. You're right. That's all you got to do.
Brian, what you got?
I think the Texans lose to the Niners this weekend and lose to the Broncos the following weekend, and we're talking draft by the first weekend of November.
I think you might be right.
Cash it.
Cash.
The offense stinks.
Chip Kelly was another name that was available in the summer.
And we
was
don't know
he available though.
He was never interviewed.
Yeah, he was never interviewed.
Yeah, I mean, he was supposedly photoed here in Houston, but he was also still technically the Ohio State offensive coordinator at the time. So no one knows for sure if it was recruiting or an interview. But you have to report your interviews.
I don't think Chip was recruiting at Ohio State.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
He just happened to be in Houston.
No, I think he was probably interviewing for the job.
But I think you have to report it.
I think it was like a lunch.
Okay.
A little lunch. Cash or trash, Rockets will win less games than they did last year.
How many did they win last year?
52?
Something like
year?
that.
Cash.
I'm going to cash it too. I think they're going to be around 50, a little under 52. Cash or trash, the first game of the Rockets season was a Western Conference final preview.
I have to say trash until I see the move they make. Because I think it's Denver OKC, unless the Rockets acquire a point guard.
Yeah, I'm kind of going to trash it too.
Trash.
What now? If they acquire a point guard,
they're going to acquire Fred VanVleet when he's returning from injury
next season.
I don't know, man. He's at practice today. I know he's not doing anything.
Is that accurate?
But I think he's trying to come back this year. The wording was never lost for the year.
That's true.
I think he's going to try to make it back by the end of the season.
That would be
very
unexpected.
Yeah, I think he's gonna try.
I mean, Tatum's gonna try to play this year.
What's the
after
shortest
the Achilles?
What's the shortest window we've seen on ACL? 9 months?
I think 9. Yeah, I think 9.
Yeah,
but here's the thing: even if he tries it, I'm not not making moves because he's trying to play on it.
It's like the Astros with your rotation,
Yeah.
right? Like you can't bet on it.
No.
You got to make another move.
Yeah.
And then you say, okay, now we have Fred and we have X player.
Right.
Amen Thompson's definitely not playing point guard.
Or Fred just in case somebody gets hurt. Like
Yeah.
I am not operating with the idea that even if Fred VanVleet's trying his hardest and is earnest to get back, I'm not operating that he's going to be back. If he gets back, well, it's an added bonus, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there, and we'll see what it looks like. Because even if he's back, what's that going to look like?
Yeah, like isn't like Fred coming back probably best case scenario 10 to 12 minutes a game?
Yeah.
So like he doesn't fix your problems.
No. He doesn't at all. I think he's going to try to get back, but I wouldn't bank on him being back.
Yeah.
Another junkie. Astros pitching will make a solid number 3 out of the new guy they just signed. Can't remember his name. His stats suck. Pearson.
Nate Pearson.
From the Woodlands.
Yeah, it's trash. Yeah,
Trash.
From the Woodlands. Don't spread fake news. He's from Florida. He's never even been to Texas prior to this.
You don't know.
Oh, he's played in Texas. No, trash. I think best case scenario, he's a number 6 starter in your rotation, number 5 starter in your rotation.
I think he just ends up in the bullpen.
He's an experiment. I've heard some. I've heard 4 starting pitchers' names that the Astros have
circled
in their crosshairs.
Can you share?
Not today.
Okay.
Not today.
Don't do it tomorrow.
Why not?
I won't be here.
I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
Where will you be, Joe?
Working from home. And then eventually at a casino.
There you go. Took you a second.
I just was telling the truth.
Yeah, I got DM'd some information today. I got DM'd before Jose Abreu was cut too. Remember?
Was this from the same person?
You might not remember. I think Brian was with us at that time.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was like,
you told us off air.
I was like, Brian, Jose Abreu is gonna get cut today, according to my informant, and then he got cut today. So
I'll reach out to my source.
I'm a little uncomfortable with inside sources conversations in light of today's events.
Today?
Yeah.
I'm not betting on this.
I'm just saying, you get inside information. What are you doing with it?
I don't think these 4 starters are on any next team prop bets.
Oh, so they're not good.
I wouldn't say that. I just don't see that in baseball.
Yeah. I'll reach out to my source. I have a source that told me the Astros were going to acquire Carlos Correa beforehand.
Yeah, reach out to your source and then let's
compare and contrast.
What is the word? Reconvene.
Yep.
Let's reconvene Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
Probably Tuesday.
I'll reach out and see if he'll share information with me.
Yeah, we'll talk about the names we're hearing. All of mine were pitchers for what it's worth. I'll give you a little hint, little tease. All 4 of the guys I heard today were pitchers.
There's one guy I want more than anyone else.
Who is it?
Freddie Peralta.
Let me go to the DM.
They're already saying he's on the market.
I'll give you another tease. Freddie Peralta was not one of the 4.
That bums me out.
That I was given information
because those losers in Milwaukee are going to trade him.
Oh, no doubt. I wouldn't call them losers though. I like what they do.
I wish they would pay their players in a way.
I like what they do.
I just don't.
It's fun to me.
Give up on guys when they're awesome, but then they just keep winning. That's why I hate them.
Yeah, it's hard to call them losers when they got further than your team, Joe.
Yeah, I know. For one time.
Is championship ring night the most difficult game to win during the regular season for the visiting team? No, I think it's the opposite.
Yeah, I think it's usually the easiest.
Maybe not the easiest, but it's not more difficult than like a normal night.
Yeah.
I think the Rockets snapped a streak of like 8 in a row where the visiting team on ring night won. That's what they said at the beginning of the broadcast.
Dang.
The only scary thing about Scary Terry Rozier today is the prosecution team that he'll be facing in the near future. Probably Cash. Is that his nickname? Do they call Rozier Scary Terry?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He has another nickname, too, that was put out in this documents.
Inmate number whatever.
Chum.
Co-inspire number 3. Chum?
Yeah, Chum. I don't know why.
Probably because he's chumming the waters, trying to bring people to his poker game.
No, that's Chauncey.
They call it Chauncey Chum?
No. You got Chauncey's the poker guy.
Because he's chumming player props by taking dives like Sonny Liston to Ali. Cash or trash. Sonny Liston took a dive to Muhammad Ali.
Trash.
You sure?
No, I'm not.
I'm not sure either.
It was a very quick knockout though.
Took a dive for the Muhammad Ali.
What, 1 minute in?
Yeah. He'd never been knocked out. I don't know. I'm just making that up. All right, 713-780-3776. What is your junkie of the day? And if you want to go watch some college basketball Sunday, I would be listening for the next 13 minutes. 713-780-3776. Your junkie of the day next.
Let me tell you about my junkie of the day. My junkie goes out to the owner, Joe, of Old Humble Distilling Company. And sometimes that could be a derogative term, but this way it's definitely a term of endearment, a term of love, because Joe and Old Humble Distilling Company make the best Spirits, the best whiskey I've ever had. If you didn't hear it the last time, Old Humble Distilling Company now has new hours at their tasting room and distillery. More time each day to try their fantastic spirits, so take advantage of that. They're now open Tuesday through Saturday, 3 to 9. So stop by after work, stop by on the weekends, stop by anytime, and try my personal favorite cocktail, the award-winning Maple Cinnamon Sour. Plus, on Wednesdays, their happy hour now goes all night with $8 cocktails until they close. Maybe you try that Maple Cinnamon Sour. And they've added steak nights on Tuesdays at their distillery and tasting room off FM 1960 in Humble. But those are the only ways to enjoy one of their premium handcrafted cocktails because, as I've been telling you about for weeks, they've got a scavenger hunt going on. So make sure you get involved in that. If you live in the Humble, Kingwood, Porter, Tuscaloosa, or anywhere near the north side, go out and take part in the Boomtown Bourbon Hunt for your chance to win free drinks for 3 months. I'll say it one more time. Free drinks for 3 months. How do you win? There are 8 hidden Boomtown bourbon stops at local bars across the Humble area. The clues can be found at oldhumbledistilling.com or at their distillery and tasting room again at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960. Solve the clues, sit the cocktails, then return to Old Humble Distilling Company to claim your legendary challenge coin, which unlocks your prize, a 3-month Roughneck Social Club membership and a free cocktail every week. It's free to play, all are welcome, but please drink responsibly. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
The preview college basketball exhibition doubleheaders coming to Fort Bend Epicenter this Sunday, October 26th. Catch high-level college hoops featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 and preseason number 2 in the AP. Houston Cougars, last year's national runner-up, taking on Mississippi State at 6:30. Great doubleheader. You got to answer a trivia question correctly, though, to win these pair of tickets. If you can't win these tickets, we'll head over to etix.com and pick up a pair of tickets for the preview college basketball exhibition. Who was the leading scorer on last year's national runner-up? Who led the Houston Cougars in scoring last year? And you win a pair of tickets to see that doubleheader at the Fort Bend Epicenter Preview College Basketball Exhibition. Get your tickets, etix.com, 713-780-3776. Cougar leading scorer last year. Who was it? Pair of tickets heading your way. This Fall Out Boy?
It is, yeah.
Great song.
This song is overdone.
No.
It's not a good song.
I want to say
but
this
it's also
song
not
was on a
boy band.
video game.
Say that again?
I want to say the song was on a video game.
It might have been.
Probably a Madden.
Like one of the Maddens, I think.
Yeah.
I think it was.
I think that's, yeah.
Of
Probably
course
so.
I'm right. I know ball. All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-3776. Joe, Junkie of the Day.
I'm going to nominate Joe Flacco for today for giving credit and recognizing that sometimes doing things by yourself are incredible. He said he was at the bar and he saw this guy like 40 years old just like eating there by himself and he was doing the same thing. It's the best.
Yeah,
I love doing things by myself.
I do too.
Movie, great.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't do that. It's weird.
So I like movies by myself.
I don't go to
do
movies.
that a lot.
I don't
go
go
at all?
I can't remember the last movie I went to. It might have been Elvis.
You just wait till they come out?
Yeah, usually. I haven't watched movies as much as I used to, though.
My
I
wife
used
and
to be.
We have very different tastes in movies.
Oh, really?
So like she doesn't want to go see the things I go see.
I used to be really pretentious and try to watch all the movies that were nominated for best film. But like I stopped doing that like 7 years ago.
A lot of them are bad.
Yeah, well, a lot of them are good though.
A lot of them are overrated.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I'm more of a show guy now. I really don't watch many movies much at all. I can't remember the last movie I watched start to finish.
Yeah, I just like that Joe Flacco gave recognition.
That's
to
cool. Yeah,
the truth.
I'm a big fan of. I do that all the time.
Dinner.
I do it all the time.
Or lunch, I guess, for me more.
I do it all the time. Junkie of the Day, Terry Rozier, sports gambling, Chauncey Billups for poker and maybe sports gambling too. Also, Ruth Chapinganich.
Who is that?
She's you don't know who that is. You don't know ball casual.
Who
She's
the is that guy?
I'll tell you. She's a record-winning marathonist.
I do not know this man.
She's a woman. So it's very sexist of you, Brian. But Ruth has been banned for 3 years after admitting to a doping violation. She's Kenyan, though, so you know she's great at marathons.
Cheater. She cheated, though.
She's the Lance Armstrong of marathons.
So she's not great at them.
Well, I mean, I think she was still good at them.
You don't know
but
that.
she's trying
This
to
is
hang
the
on.
Barry Bonds argument.
You never seen that?
She won 3 MVPs before she started roiding up.
Yeah, she would have been in the Hall of Fame before she roided. She would have still been in the Hall of
You
Fame.
don't know that.
You don't know anything about marathonists?
No.
I mean, do you remember the? I think we have a drop, the Thunder puns, but it was the turbo stuff. Do you
Turbo puns.
Yeah, that was like part of the video. It was like, she's great at marathon. She's a Kenyan. It was pretty funny. All right, Joe,
I do not know this
it's a
man.
woman. It's very insensitive of you.
I just don't. I don't like marathons.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, Joe.
Just to say, I don't like them.
You know that I've heard from people who run marathons though that you're supposed to put like lubrication on certain areas because you chafe.
Yep.
Then areas that you might not normally chafe.
Yeah.
So do that if you ever run a marathon, Joe.
I don't think we're in danger of that. My Junkie of the Day nomination goes out to John Granado, who turned this live read for Aqueduct Plumbing into a roast.
Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, Lance, you and I, we need to talk about Billy Brown, and we need to talk about, and in a positive way, because because there's some people that are misconstruing, like when you look at your toilet all stuffed up that you think of Billy Brown. I think that's a positive, right?
Yeah.
That's not, I'm not trying to say,
thinking to call him, thinking like
right.
to call, but
Yeah, I need to call Billy, not, look at that toilet, looks like Billy Brown. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not it.
That's not it. That's not it at all.
That looks like Billy Brown? No,
well,
that's an unfortunate
what's
last
going
name,
on
if we're being
here?
honest. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
He's
That's
paying
not
for
saying
this,
I'm
Del.
not saying that.
He's paying for this. Let John cook.
Okay.
I'm saying it's not the case.
Billy's paying for a roast.
It's not the case. I'm saying it's not that. I'm saying that. And I'm saying you need to think 281-488-6238. When you got a stuffed up toilet, those numbers should come across, right?
Oh, that's right.
281-488-6238. Call Billy, right?
What more can I add?
No.
AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
They're the best.
Yeah.
There's no one better than John and Lance.
They're the best.
Man, that was gold.
Start just roasting people.
Billy Ray Brown.
Start roasting Joe.
Looks like a pile of pile of dump in the toilet.
Should I start roasting Joe from Old Humble?
You called him a junkie.
It's a term of endearment.
I actually said that to Joe. I was like, they got that weird junkie relationship.
Yeah.
They probably like that each other.
He's a Twitcher
Rib
now.
each other.
He
That was a great time out there. I'm glad we're going back out there. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna get out there for a trivia night too.
Yes, and I think
so we can come in dead last.
No, I think we'll be okay.
We'll kill it.
I can tell I'm the only realist of the show. All right, well, who's winning? He's got to be the betters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the betters.
All
Chauncey.
The Italian mob.
Yikes.
In Granado.
Welcome back to the mob.
Congratulations, you win. You went to jail, but you win. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. I'll talk to you tomorrow with Will Kunkel. These two jabronis are off. Swarmcast coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5.